He announces to the camera that he is attempting to survive in a zombie world for the third time. Speaking to viewers, he says he needs good weapons and is about to open a supply box. In the game, his character finds a baseball bat and feels optimistic. He explains on stream that guns are noisy and limited, so his preferred zombie weapon would actually be a bat. His eyes widen in surprise as something sudden happens. Overjoyed by a 1001 donation, he jumps up and thanks the donor loudly. His chair creaks as his celebration knocks at askew. He lies on the floor in pain after falling during his overreaction. Laughing it off, he returns to his chair and asks the donor if the reaction was satisfactory. A chat message from user Onowyoni asks what he is doing. Omni1 informs him through chat that his in-game character just died, shocking him. The game over screen shows his avatar dead while he apologizes sheepishly. He tells viewers that despite dying he obtained a weapon, a save point, and even a donation, so it is overall a success. He prepares to respawn from the last save point. Omni1 addresses him by name, Go Chansu. Omni1 asks whether the stream is fun even with only one viewer. Chansu, narrating, introduces himself while silently reacting to the lonely question. He adds a narration that he is a streamer. He earnestly tells Onowyoni not to say such depressing things. Smiling, he says he can keep streaming because that one viewer is there, though he notes he has only a single viewer. The viewer responds with a skeptical text asking if that is so. Omni1 suddenly declares they will choose Chansu. Chansu internally wonders what being chosen means but begins to thank the viewer. A strange sensation makes him jolt up, panicking and asking what just happened. He pauses, listening nervously. A loud boom makes him cry out in alarm. He asks his viewer if they also heard the explosion outside. His eye shows shock as he realizes something is seriously wrong. Looking out his window, he sees the city in flames and wonders what is going on. Watching people running and screaming in the streets, he tells his viewer that something is wrong. Back in his room, his monitors have gone dark. He discovers that his computer will not power on. Disturbed, he thinks the situation is strange and decides he should check outside directly. He cautiously exits the building to see what is happening. On the street, a terrified woman runs past him. He tries to stop her to ask what is going on, startling her. The woman looks at him in panic. She screams and bolts away, leaving him confused. He watches her flee, baffled by her reaction. Floating chat messages from unseen viewers insult his appearance and mock him like an NPC. He reacts with shocked confusion as he notices these chat windows in real life. He stares at the glowing chat overlay, realizing a real-time chat window is following him and mocking his delayed reaction. The chat continues to imitate and laugh at him while he yells for it to stop copying him. He tests the phenomenon, realizing the chat is truly reacting to his words, yet the window itself cannot be touched, and he questions his sanity. The chat jokes about his inability to interact with it, and comments that he does not grasp his situation, then warns that someone is approaching. He sees a grotesque bare foot and recognizes something impossible, insisting it cannot be what he thinks. A zombie appears, while the chat excitedly calls it the undead and predicts his quick death, even preparing mock funeral comments. Chansu processes in horror that a real zombie stands before him. The zombie lunges and tackles him. He kicks out desperately at the attacker. Using that opening, he scrambles away and runs. He screams in terror as he flees. He sprints with the zombie chasing him while the chat jokes about being friends and holding hands. He frantically operates the elevator, begging it to move faster. Panting in fear, he braces himself for what is next. Shards of glass or energy fragment in front of him, signaling something breaking. The pursuing zombie smashes through the elevator door area in a burst of debris as he shields himself. The zombie's crazed eyes lock onto him. Chansu dashes up the stairs, screaming as the zombie relentlessly chases. Thinking while running, he decides he must first reach home safely, heading toward the 7th floor. Realizing the zombie is too close, he knows he cannot shake it easily. He concludes his only option is to widen the distance between them as much as possible. Spotting the rooftop exit, he decides to head there. He grabs the door handle, trying to escape outside. Panicking when it will not open, he curses and struggles with it. The chat mockingly comments on his futile door pushing, arguing among themselves whether he should push or pull while the zombie nears. The door suddenly opens, disappointing the spectators who had hoped he was trapped. He bursts onto the rooftop, momentarily safe. Catching his breath, he thinks this temporary refuge buys him time. On the rooftop he reflects that a zombie-caused explosion likely started all this, that it was fun only as a game, and that the mysterious chat window remains unexplained. He decides he must defeat the zombie on the stairs before returning to his room, admitting he cannot withstand a direct hit. Realizing he is bad at fighting barehanded, he resolves to find a proper weapon. Hearing movement behind, he senses danger. He turns to see a hulking zombie man emerge on the rooftop. Recognizing him, Chansu exclaims in shock. He realizes the monstrous figure is actually his landlord. Overwhelmed, he thinks everything is happening too fast, and then stumbles. He falls with the landlord zombie on top of him, while the chat jokingly narrates his impending death. As they grapple near a glowing chest, the chat notices it looks like an in-game supply box. The landlord zombie pins him down in front of the chest and moves in to bite. The zombie lunges closer, drooling over him. Chansu musters strength and kicks the landlord away, shouting at him. His kick sends the landlord crashing backward. The enraged zombie roars at him. Chansu snaps that the landlord talks too much. While shoving him toward the edge, Chansu yells that he should have lowered the rent. The landlord's body topples over the ledge. The zombified landlord plummets off the building while Chansu clings to the edge. The landlord falls headfirst toward the street below. From above, Chansu watches him drop as the chat wonders if he intentionally lured the zombie to the railing and comments on his lucky outcome. The chat debates whether his success was only coincidence. Exhausted, Chansu collapses on the rooftop. But more zombies begin forcing the rooftop door open. Seeing 3 zombies pushing through, he despairs at being outnumbered. The spectators liken the situation to a traumatic 3 versus 1 scenario on the rooftop and mock him as a newbie bully. Chansu bumps the chest, realizes what it is, and focuses on it while the chat asks about the object. Remembering the earlier comment, he confirms that this is indeed a supply box. The chat notes that he has finally realized something important. He hurriedly opens the glowing chest as the zombies close in. Inside, he finds a shining baseball bat, which the chat celebrates as a perfect first item. The 3 zombies rush out of the doorway toward him. Chansu grips the bat and, encouraged and doubted by the chat, prepares to fight like a restaurant owner serving customers. Narrating again that he is Go Chansu, a streamer, he steels himself for combat. He adds that for him, even the apocalypse is just content for a game. With that mindset, he charges the zombies and swings the bat. He continues his all-out swing against the horde. The chat wonders if he is about to prove what Go-chansa can do. He lands a brutal hit that smashes into a zombie. His grip tightens on the bat as he follows through. Despite his resolution, he panics, cursing and yelling at the zombies not to approach. From a distance we see him flailing against the 3 undead, while the chat laughs and insists he has no chance. Frustrated, he admits he cannot swing the bat the way he imagined. Another zombie closes in while he struggles with his weapon. Realizing he is about to be struck, he decides he must dodge. He dives and tumbles across the ground, dropping the bat as the chat mocks the slapstick scene. On all fours with the zombies looming, he realizes his batting skills are poor, and he cannot separate the trio that way. Thinking quickly, he decides on another tactic and slams the bat down to break something on the ground. The zombies recoil in surprise at his sudden move. He commits fully to his new plan, charging forward. Using his momentum, he forces the 3 zombies into each other so they start biting one another. The zombies turn their teeth on each other's necks, devouring one another. The chat reacts in awe, asking if this is what he intended. Back in his empty room, the chat asks if this place is his home. Now safely home, he packs supplies while the chat praises his daring escape and says they were thrilled. Examining his dead electronics, he concludes that even phones and computers are failing and that the crisis is more serious than he thought. When asked about his plans, he replies he will head to his parents' house, noting there may not be cars available. He grabs his motorbike keys as part of his preparations. The scene shifts to a quiet residential sky above the city. Chansa rides a scooter through the streets while the chat remarks on a strange thing he prepared before leaving and discusses how reality is loosening. He worries that downtown was chaos and wonders anxiously if his parents are safe. Seeing his fuel nearly gone, he knows he must hurry. Urging himself to go faster, he speeds down the road. His bike's wheel locks or skids. He crashes hard and skids across the pavement. Groaning, he pushes himself up while the chat confirms he survived and notes they saw a tongue-like thing in the attack. Realizing that what hit him resembled a skewer-like tongue, he understands what kind of enemy he faces. A monstrous frog with a long tongue appears in the alley, identified by the chat as a hell frog, startling Chansu. He is horrified that monsters other than zombies exist, and that this frog is truly dangerous. While the chat describes its tongue like a tape measure, the hell frog lashes its tongue, smashing the ground near him as he screams and scrambles away. Remembering the tongue's tape measure behavior, he decides he must avoid running in straight lines. He sprints through the alley with the frog in pursuit, planning his next move. The frog's tongue slams into a wall as he narrowly dodges, confirming his strategy. He concludes he needs to go deeper into the alley to force more turns. He reasons that the more corners he takes, the better his chances of avoiding the tongue attacks. Checking his bag and lighter, he thinks the improvised item he made earlier is intact and may need to be used sooner than expected. The heavy footsteps of the frog echo as it advances. Chansu readies a bottle with a cloth, setting up his plan. Facing the monster, he taunts it to come closer while the chat both admires his nerve and predicts another dead end. As the frog lunges, he executes his prepared counterattack, striking at it with the bottle weapon. The protagonist lights the cloth in a bottle to create a firebomb. He hurls the flaming Molotov cocktail through the air. The firebomb explodes on the mutant frog monster, setting its chest ablaze. He pulls out another prepared bottle, thinking one bomb is not enough. The continued explosions burn the frog's face as he observes that his attack worked. Realizing this is the monster's weakness, he believes the firebombs can deal a fatal blow while unseen viewers comment on his stash. Staring intently, he notes this is his last firebomb and decides he must take a risky gamble to drive the monster away. Brandishing the final firebomb, he taunts the frog monster and prepares to confront it head-on. As the frog's tongue lashes past him, he seizes the moment and thinks now is the time. He rushes forward, raising the bottle to throw his final attack. The last firebomb detonates in the frog's mouth as he yells for it to die. The burning monster collapses, legs twitching, while he watches from a distance. Panting amid falling embers, narrators marvel that he narrowly avoided death and call him unbelievably fearless, even joking about a cameo. Looking at the smoldering frog, he wonders if the battle is over while commentators doubt it. He reflects that this deadly situation feels like a game, that no one starts this skilled, yet he still finds it fun and questions staking his life on it. He thinks about the sudden monster outbreak and, though unsure if it is real, resolves not to die pointlessly. Gripping his weapon, he firmly decides he will not die in a stupid way. A game-like notification appears, awarding him the skill aggro and record accumulation, which confuses him. Observers note he already acquired a skill, and he incredulously repeats the word while thinking about what this implies. Concluding this world really works like a game, he calls up his skill window. He reads the skill description explaining that aggro makes him stronger as more monsters target and die to him, while record accumulation permanently adds a portion of that gain to his base stats. He interprets the skill as urging him to dive into danger, yet notes it suits him as a streamer who wants attention. He closes the glowing window with a command. For now he sets aside the confusing game-like rules and decides his top priority is ensuring his family's safety. Seeing his wrecked scooter, he blames the frog but decides he is close enough to reach home on foot. Approaching his apartment at sunset, he anxiously hopes his family is safe. Upon seeing something shocking, he stares wide-eyed and demands to know what happened. Looking at his heavily damaged house, he jokes internally that it looks bitten or hit by a tornado and starts to describe what became of their home. Rushing inside, he frantically calls for his mom and dad, announcing his return. Running through the house, he yells to know where everyone is. Sprinting and flinging doors open, he calls again for his parents. Standing alone amid debris, he realizes no one is home. Distressed, he curses while commentators darkly joke his parents were eaten, then soften it by saying they emigrated. Calming down, he reasons that because his parents are meticulous record keepers, they probably left some trace behind. He scans the living room surfaces for any notes or clues. His eyes move across posted memos on the wall, searching for the right one. Frustrated at not finding anything useful yet, he wonders if there really is no message. Suddenly remembering, he considers that a clue might be in his own room. In his room, he discovers and picks up a small note from his desk. The note explains that his parents left with soldiers from the 7.5th Division and hope to reunite with him safely. Shocked as he finishes reading, he asks what this message means. He reiterates in disbelief that his parents went away with the military, focusing on the mention of the 7.5th division. Repeating the unit name in alarm, he stares at the note, realizing its importance. Onlookers ask if his father really abandoned him, answer yes, and tease him about crying as he silently holds the message. He mutters that something feels off. Reasoning that his father's personality would never allow him to leave first, he concludes there is something strange about this note. An insight hits him and, treating the situation as a game, he starts to reinterpret events. He deduces that in a game-like scenario the main story's key element would be to find the lead character, and this whole setup is likely arranged with that intent. Accepting that he cannot rush things, he decides his only concrete clue for now is the 7.5th division. Checking the pantry, he notes with some relief that there are still canned tuna supplies. As he begins gathering food, commentators remark that he is looting the kitchen too calmly despite his parents' disappearance. He says he needs to eat and prepare to leave since he may have no more reason to stay here. Carrying cans to the table, he sets them down. Hearing something odd, he notes there are no zombies inside the house. He picks up a large kitchen knife to arm himself. Carefully moving toward the damaged living room, he surveys the area in tense silence. Startled by a sudden noise, he grips the knife tighter, eyes wide. He sprints toward the sound outside, thinking it came from there. He flings open the door at high speed. A grotesque zombie hand lunges toward him from outside. He recoils in horror as the bloody hand reaches for him. Holding his knife, he questions whether the attacker will keep its grip. He responds by stabbing the zombie's hand and face, blood spraying. After pushing the creature back outside, he slams the door shut. Gasping for breath, he notices the aggro skill timer starting above him and reacts in surprise. Seeing the timer reflected in his eye, he wonders if this is a skill activation triggered by the zombie. He rereads the aggro and record accumulation description, realizing that within 10 minutes killing targeted monsters will greatly boost his stats. Grabbing a hammer, he decides enthusiastically to test the skill in combat. Time passes as the sky darkens into ominous evening. Loud banging erupts at the front door of his home. A zombie bursts through the doorway as he opens it. Furious at being disturbed, he smashes the intruding zombie's head with the hammer, the aggro counter rising to 2. Blood and fragments fly from the hammer's impact. A splash of blood streaks his face and eye as he continues the brutal fight. He jerks the door again, preparing for the next attacker. With a crazed look and aggro now at 3, he yells for the next zombie and brings the hammer down. He repeatedly crushes zombie skulls while jokingly naming his hammer blows and warning viewers not to come empty-handed. Another zombie's head explodes under his hammer as the aggro counter climbs to 4. More blood flies as aggro reaches 5 and he calls for the next enemy. The timer continues at aggro 6 while he still demands another target, amusing unseen commentators. Panting heavily, he catches his breath between kills. Surveying the pile of mangled corpses at the entrance, he apologizes to his parents for the mess. Looking at his blood-stained hand with aggro 7 and a minute left, he notes the skill's clear effectiveness and counts only 7 enemies so far. Hearing another noise from the kitchen, he realizes more monsters might be inside. Determined to finish within the remaining minute, he strides toward the sound. Commentators joke about the tuna as he enters the kitchen asking where the intruder is, eager to see who is food. He spots a tuna can on the floor and suddenly senses something, eyes widening. Discovering a terrified man hiding under the table, he is shocked to realize it is a human, not a zombie. The scene shifts to the man cooking diced ingredients in a pan over high heat. Wearing a restaurant vest, the stranger cooks while observers ask what is happening. Sitting at the counter with his hammer laid aside, Go Chansu watches the stranger cook as viewers say the chef must be crazy and marvel that Chansu will eat food from a total stranger. The man nervously addresses Chansu as brother, while Chansu wonders if that is how he should be called. Chansu recalls fighting monsters all day on an empty stomach and decides he is going to eat regardless. He steels himself, asserting that he, Go Chansu, is not easy prey and will deal ruthlessly with the cook if threatened. His tense hands rest beside his hammer on the table as he waits. The cook sets down a steaming plate of food, telling Chansu to eat. Commentators tease his earlier bravado as Chansu silently stares at the offered dish, mood shifting. The cook explains he works in Myungseer's kitchen, was out delivering food due to a staff shortage, and got attacked by zombies before hiding here, now asking Chansu to eat. While eating, Chansu complains about how much he suffered because of the zombies the man inadvertently led to his house. A flashback shows the frightened man begging Chansu not to kick him out because of the zombies outside and offering to cook for him instead. Chansu decides he will eat then leave immediately, admitting the food is actually quite good. Over the meal, Chansu says he needs to go somewhere with information, and the man asks to accompany him. The cook suggests Myeonseo Elementary School across from their restaurant, saying it is an evacuation center where people and possibly his coworkers are gathered, so Chansu could gain information there. He adds he would feel safe traveling with Chansu, while Chansu thinks to himself that he knows the school's location. Chansu reasons that if this world is a game then this writer, the first person he met, might be an NPC meant to guide him with story clues. Chansu agrees, confirms the man's name is Young Mingyu, and proposes they go to Myeonseo together, which Mingyu excitedly accepts. Finishing his meal, Chansu stands up saying it was great and that they should prepare to leave. Mingyu enthusiastically agrees. Outside, Chansu asks if they have transportation and assumes Mingyu came by delivery bike, but Mingyu admits he crashed and abandoned it while fleeing zombies. Chansu recalls there is a bicycle in his storage they can use if it still works, then goes inside to grab his gear. Mingyu volunteers to check the situation outside while Chansu notes there might be no zombies nearby. Chansu retrieves his bloodied hammer, preparing for departure. He looks focused as he rummages through his belongings. A sudden realization or alert makes his eyes narrow intensely. Hearing Mingyu scream his name, Chansu rushes toward the sound. He strides quickly toward the entrance of the building. Outside, a massive giant-headed monster grabs Mingyu and lifts him toward its gaping mouth as Mingyu screams for help. Seeing the towering creature, Chansu is stunned and asks what that thing is while a commentator jokes about its huge head. Watching Mingyu struggle, he recognizes this boss-like monster as far stronger than zombies or frogs and deduces it must be what destroyed his house. Panicking, he wonders how he could possibly fight it while the unseen system questions his intent and suggests ignoring it. Despite knowing helping Mingyu is suicidal, he internally acknowledges the risk. Cursing, he nonetheless breaks into a run toward the scene. He bursts out of the building in a blur of motion. Riding a bicycle down the street, he realizes Mingyu's screams have stopped. Chansu rides faster, sweating as he looks ahead anxiously. The giant monster's eyes glow as Chance's aggro skill activates at level 1, drawing its attention. Pedaling furiously, Chance swears in frustration. From a distance he sees the giant rapidly pursuing him and marvels at its speed. Racing on the bike, he despairs at the idea of fighting such a creature and fears he will be caught soon. He spots a delivery bike lying in the road and reacts with hope. Recognizing it as Young Mingyu's bike, he focuses on it. As zombies notice him and aggro rises to 3, commentators incredulously ask if he plans to ride that bike. He sprints toward the fallen bike thinking the key might still be in it from Mingyu's crash, and he is relieved to find the engine already running. Mounting the delivery scooter and speeding off past zombies, commentators praise his success and courage but question how long he can keep running. With the giant pursuing on another scooter, Chansu realizes the monster will chase him endlessly and decides he must find a way to shake it off. Gripping the throttle, he reminds himself that Go Chansu is not easy to deal with. Staring back at the roaring giant, he provocatively suggests making a bet with it. Meanwhile at Myeonseo Elementary, police urge civilians inside, saying a barrier will soon be erected around the area. A worried man refuses to go in, shouting that Mingyu has not returned yet. A weary officer says Mingyu is probably dead and tells him to give up and enter the school. Others protest, insisting they cannot know that and begging to wait a little longer in case Mingyu is nearby. Another older man gently persuades the distraught worker that staying at the gate will not change anything and they should go inside. In the distance, Chansu races toward them on Mingyu's branded delivery scooter, dragging something behind. The scooter tows a large wrapped bundle across the asphalt. The gathered people turn in alarm at the approaching sight. As the scooter rolls to a stop before them, they stare in stunned silence. Mingyu's coworker recognizes the scooter and, in shock, begins to exclaim what it is. Chansu sits on the idling red bike, dragging the bundle, framed dramatically by the school entrance lights. The bundled object continues sliding toward the group. Horrified onlookers ask what that thing is and realize it appears to be a corpse. With a cold, intense gaze, Chansu looks back at them from the scooter, the bundle lying on the ground behind him. Chansu rides up on a motorcycle, thinking the crowd is overreacting to him flaunting the monster's severed finger. A bystander recognizes the bike as Mingyu's and anxiously asks Chansu where Mingyu is, wondering if he knows the rider. Chansu bluntly tells the man that Mingyu is dead, leaving the man shocked and demanding an explanation. Chansu, saying he is busy, asks who is in charge of the situation. A uniformed officer starts to answer and identify who is in charge. Someone in formal shoes approaches the group. The approaching person is shown to have a high-ranking insignia on his shoulder. The man introduces himself as Lee Seo-jun, head of the Security Transportation Department, asserting that he is the one in charge here. Chansu introduces himself and Lee asks if the corpse he brought is from the big-headed monster. Realizing Lee already knows about the monster, Chansu is glad he brought the body while Lee regretfully mentions losing colleagues to it and only being able to watch from afar. Lee then asks Chansu what happened to the monster. Chansu calmly replies that he hunted the monster down. Lee and the onlookers react in disbelief, questioning how Chansu could possibly have killed it. Flashback. While gripping his bike's handle, Chansu suggests to his unseen viewers that they make a bet. He admits he is unsure he could survive killing the monster, while the viewers mock his sudden talk of a bet and ask what he wants to wager. Chansu answers that he is already betting on it. He clarifies that the stake of the bet is his own life. The big-headed monster charges violently, smashing through obstacles. The rampaging monster continues sprinting after Chansu. Its eye glows fiercely as it locks onto him. The monster lunges with an outstretched arm in a ferocious attack. Chansu swerves on the bike, noting how monsters simply rush straight at their target. He shouts to his viewers that if he succeeds, they must grant him any favor he later asks. The viewers debate the value of the bet, doubt he will survive, but agree to watch as Chansu speeds down the road with the monster chasing. While riding, Chansu says either he survives and wins or he just dies. The viewers, impressed by his guts, accept the bet and tell him to show what he can do. Chansu sees their responses pop up and focuses intently. His speed hack finally activates on the bike, delighting him. With the bike boosted, he races toward a tunnel or track ahead. The big-headed monster is dragged and slammed along the elevated structure as Chansu races below. Chansu, thrown from the bike in the plan, reminds the viewers they must keep their promise if he lives. The monster continues to be dragged at high speed toward a bright barrier. Its head smashes violently, blood spraying. The monster's body is flung away with its head destroyed, confirming its death. Back in the present, Chansu smiles and asks if he can explain the details later. He says he has only just arrived at the school, implying there is still much to handle. Lee decides they must first check Chansu for any sign of infection. Citizens urge the officers to let Chansu in quickly, calling him a hunter and insisting they bring him inside. Lee relents and directs Chansu and the others toward the examination tent. After being examined and teased by viewers about the monster dying of natural causes, Chansu is cleared of infection and allowed to enter the shelter. As Chansu walks away, someone calls out for him to wait. The restaurant owner, distraught, asks Chansu to confirm if Mingyu is truly dead. Chansu reaffirms Mingyu's death and asks if the man knew him, learning he is Mingyu's boss from the Chinese restaurant. Chansu explains he and Mingyu planned to come together but was separated by the monster attack, and the owner asks about the bike. Chansu reassures him he did not steal the bike. Taking the owner's hands, Chansu solemnly recalls the last mapo tofu Mingyu cooked for him and vows never to forget it, while his viewers joke about his acting. The owner is moved to tears by Chansu's words as the viewers make dark jokes about Mingyu's reaction in the afterlife. Chansu ends the conversation and says he will head inside. He approaches the school building entrance, ready to continue. He steps over a glowing threshold into the building. A system message announces that he has left the tutorial and can now raise his survival chances using a stats window. Another message wishes good luck to the last man standing, startling Chansu. Chansu realizes everything so far was only a tutorial, while the viewers laugh and say the real game starts now. Outside the classroom, someone watching his stream says they got goosebumps, wondering what is happening as he runs down the hallway. Chansu quickly opens a door, barging into a room. A system prompt notes he cleared the tutorial in record time, and he calls out to talk with the viewer named Only One. Other viewers are confused who he is addressing and complain, while Chansu says there is a limit to how much they can toy with him. Chansu reminds them of the agreed favor for killing the big-headed monster, directly addressing Only One. He recalls the chat log where Only One accepted the bet and insists he saw it himself. Only One messages back asking if Chansu really wants to talk to him. Chansu confirms, calls only one his sole viewer, and demands that it is time for some answers. The rest of the viewers grumble that the bet was not with them, but only one calms them and says Chansu must have questions, hinting he received some explanation at the start. Chansu replies that he never got any explanation, shocking the viewers, who realize he survived this far with no guidance. When asked how he managed, Chansu calls it a streamer's instinct. The viewers joke that this is impressive and wonder if he even knows the game's reward, until one of them reveals that clearing the game will let him remake the world as he wishes. Chansu, stunned, asks what that means, and only one clarifies that the reward is exactly as stated and that Chansu mainly wants to know what kind of world he is in. Only one explains that this world is Chansu's original reality altered into a game system by their power, and that Chansu is the only actual player. Only one says they prefer watching one person at a time, declaring Chansu the chosen protagonist who alone can perceive them and who alone knows the world's true nature. Only one further explains that everyone else, including Mingyu, has been turned into game NPCs and is essentially an extra. They reassure him that they are similar to his usual viewers, but warn that if he fails to beat the game, the world will remain in this twisted state. Chansu, trembling, asks his big bro who he really is. He internally wonders if he himself has become something akin to a god. Chansu glances at a reflective surface in the dim classroom. His own image is shown reflected in a watching eye, emphasizing that he is being observed. Only one calls his earlier question funny and asks if any game characters he has played ever questioned who the player was. Only one adds that Chansu should simply remember one thing. Only one says he likes Chansu's reckless showmanship and insists Chansu knows he will not be betrayed by him. Only one then states he wants Chansu to struggle as much as possible, while Chansu jokes that it is a heavy burden for an unemployed man. Chansu suddenly remembers he can now use the info window. An info window appears, revealing that the police chief at Myeonseo Elementary must be protected tonight or city security will collapse, which shocks Chansu. The scene shifts to the crowded school grounds filled with evacuees at night. The school gates creak as they are kept shut to secure the area. Chansu walks past guards at the entrance, drawing their attention. Police and civilians reinforce barriers around the school's perimeter. Volunteers bring in boxes and pots of food, asking where to place the supplies. The evacuees mill about nervously in the playground. Police coordinate using radios and point around to maintain order. Chansu counts roughly 150 people present, and considers how hard it will be to protect the police chief in such a large crowd. An officer announces that food is ready and calls everyone over to line up. As Chansu passes, the officer calls out to him specifically. The officer points out that the food is in the opposite direction and notes Chansu is heading toward the main building, but Chansu declines, saying he is not hungry. Another officer approaches Chansu and asks if there is a problem. Chansu replies that he wants to meet the police chief. The officer reacts with surprise at the mention of the chief. Questioned about why he wants to see the chief, Chansu is told the reason cannot be disclosed, but he presses for an answer. Chansu notes to himself that something suspicious is happening in the main building. He offers to help if they tell him everything and asks the officer to contact the head of traffic and security. The officer radios the chief, then listens to instructions and prepares to question Chansu further. Relaying the chief's words, the officer asks Chansu if he came there to hunt monsters, and Chansu confirms. The officer admits they are indeed recruiting people with abilities, but hints there is a problem. He confesses that the police chief is missing and has not returned after going out, so they were about to organize a search. Chansu recognizes this as troublesome and questions why they did not start searching earlier. The officer explains they have been overwhelmed protecting evacuees and that only about 30 officers are available, far too few. Chansu asks to see the room where the police chief had been staying, which the officer identifies as their temporary office. Chansu warns the officer not to hide anything if they are to work together from now on. Getting close to him, Chansu stresses that time is running out. The officer ultimately agrees, acknowledging that sharing information is necessary for a joint search. A sign on a door identifies the temporary office, where they head. Inside the office, Chansu surveys the chief's empty desk area. He asks his Hyungnims from the stream to help search for clues in the room. A whiteboard full of maps and notes shows the police investigation details. On the desk, Chansu spots a detailed city map laid out. Realizing the map holds information, he notes there is indeed a clue. He focuses on a circled point on the map, noting the marked area is not far from the school. As he studies it, someone knocks on the office door, startling him. Chansu asks who is there. A silhouetted man outside says he heard Chansu is looking for the police chief. The man opens the door, announcing he is coming in, startling Chansu. The newcomer, a police inspector, says he has heard about Chansu killing powerful monsters and reaches out to shake his hand. He introduces himself as Inspector Jin Kyongo, and Chansu starts to introduce himself in return. They shake hands firmly. Jin suddenly grips Chansu's hand painfully hard, revealing unexpected strength. Jin calmly asks whether Chansu managed to find anything. As viewers cheer for Chansu to counterattack, he winces and wonders what is wrong with this man. Before the tension escalates, a sudden scream from outside interrupts them. Chansu and another officer rush out, demanding to know what is happening. They see a woman convulsing and turning into one of the infected, horrifying nearby civilians. An infected person savagely bites another evacuee in the neck. Panic erupts as infected people attack and bite others in the midst of the crowd. Even some officers become bloodied, staggering as newly turned zombies. Watching the chaos, Chansu realizes there are zombies within such a massive crowd, while viewers joke that he is in trouble. Grabbing a hammer, Chansu curses at the sudden crisis. He decides he must at least help and charges toward the infected with the hammer. Officers, unable to shoot safely in the crowd, shout for people to move aside so they can use their guns. Chansu knocks away an infected attacker and yells for the police to use clubs or similar weapons instead of firearms. He reiterates that they should fight with batons if they cannot fire, prompting one officer to react. Mingyu's former boss, Mr. Jang, joins the fray wielding a frying pan, offering to help Chansu. Another cook warns Mr. Jang that it is too dangerous. Driven by grief, Mr. Jang shouts that the monsters killed Mingyu and attacks them furiously. Chansu glances at approaching zombies, preparing to strike. He and others brutally smash through several infected attackers. Viewers question why Chansu only incapacitates zombies instead of killing them outright. Mr. Jang wonders if Chansu is prolonging the fight for some reason. Deciding to assist, Mr. Jang aims to deliver the finishing blows on downed zombies himself. Officers also beat down infected with their batons. Chansa continues to crush zombie skulls in a bloody melee. Mr. Jang and the officers fight alongside him, slaughtering more infected among the crowd. Meanwhile, terrified evacuees swarm the gate, screaming to be let out and accusing the inspection of failing since infected are inside. Observing this, Chansa realizes the infected were disguised among the evacuees from the start rather than breaching the perimeter. Frustrated by the situation spiraling out of control, Chansa mutters a curse under his breath. Chansa rages, wondering what lunatic allowed zombies into the school. Reading the viewer's comments, he concludes an insane policeman is inside the school and is likely the villain. Complaining to his unseen brothers about the trouble, he decides his task is simply to find the police chief. He tells the restaurant Ajushi to watch the police officers for suspicious behavior while he is gone. Chansa brusquely refuses to explain, orders the man not to join the search party for the chief, and leaves. He says he is doing all this to repay young Mingya and begs the man to follow his instructions to survive. As Chansa heads out of the gate, the others shout after him, accusing him of running away despite agreeing to cooperate. A uniformed officer tries to stop him and desperately begs Mr. Go Chansa not to leave. Chansa shakes the officer off and tells him to focus on the situation inside instead of blocking him. Another officer clicks his tongue in annoyance as Chansa departs. Chansa goes to a nearby restaurant area where delivery scooters are parked. Riding a scooter away, he tells his chat he is running off for now, reasoning that the police will soon clear the school zombies and only hinder his movements. He heads toward a location he saw marked on the map in the temporary office. He approaches a forested area, moving through rustling branches. Parking the scooter in the woods, he walks toward a solitary container building illuminated ahead. He inspects the container's barred windows from the outside. Peering inside, Chansa notes that the interior seems completely empty. On the ground he finds many footprints and deduces that at least dozens of people passed through here. He wonders if the tracks might actually belong to many animals, while viewers tease him for staring at the ground. Addressing his Hyungnims, he asks why supply boxes have stopped appearing. The chat is confused, reminding him he supposedly dislikes supply boxes, which Chansa denies. Annoyed, he insists he does not hate them and rants that he is not a child, while chat questions what he is talking about and explains supply boxes cost money. The viewers remind him of the 1 Gen trial he already spent to open his first box, which he reacts to with shock about paid content and currency. They tell him to open their chat window and scroll to the bottom, leaving him puzzled. Chansa taps a money icon in the interface. A cash chat toggle appears and he is startled by this option. Realizing what it is, he is urged by the chat to turn the feature on. He activates it. A notification states that only one has sponsored him 1 Gen and that his wallet has been opened. More notifications show viewers sponsoring additional yens and commenting on how they doubted he would open it. Overwhelmed and mocked by the chat, Chansa screams in frustration that they hid such an important function from him. He opens the container door, gripping the knob as it creaks. A notification playfully asks if he is upset. Entering the container office, he hears chats laughing about how funny his earlier screaming was. Trying to act nonchalant, Chansa claims he does not hold grudges while the chat jokes that he is clearly upset. Internally he thinks that, considering how they forced him into this exit without explanation, they might still be hiding things from him. Looking around the container, he wonders what this place is and whether the police chief might have been confined here. Suddenly a zombie lunges at him from the barred window, shocking him. Terrified, he screams as a timer labeled Agro 1 appears, counting down from 10 minutes. Catching his breath, he curses at the scare and realizes zombies have already swarmed around the container. He confirms that the footprints were from zombies, while the chat laughs at his swearing and overreaction. Outside, numerous zombies converge on the container as the aggro level rises. Chansa charges out, insulting the zombies and declaring that numbers alone will not beat him. The growing mob of zombies is shown along with an aggro value of 8. He brutally smashes one zombie's head with a strike. Another zombie's face explodes from his blow. A viewer warns Chansa about an approaching zombie from behind. He swiftly spins and kills the attacker with his weapon. With aggro at 14 and his physical ability growth rate up to 240%, Chansa vows the zombies picked the wrong opponent. He continues cutting through the surrounding horde in a wide melee. He suddenly hears something behind him and turns. A speeding SUV plows into zombies near him, startling him. Dodging, he recognizes the reckless driver as the crazy cop from Mounseo Elementary. Facing the vehicle, he yells at the driver to show himself. From inside, the shadowy driver remains silent. The cop Jin Kyungo is shocked that Chansa dodged the car with such a seemingly weak body. Watching Chansa fight from the driver's seat, he realizes the zombies cannot match this guy and wonders who he really is. Jin grits his teeth, saying he expected things to come to this. He decides to run Chansa over completely. Chansu, momentarily surrounded by zombies, hears the engine rev up toward him. Jin accelerates eagerly, convinced this is the right move. He imagines Chansa being crushed and says he wants to see him in a miserable state. Instead, his car crashes into a tree with a zombie on the hood, making him mutter in confusion. Realizing Chansu is no longer where he expected, Jin frantically looks around just as Chansa punches through the side window. Chansu appears at the window, ordering Jin to open it, while the cop screams in terror. Jin shouts in disbelief at what this guy is as Chansa smashes the glass and strikes him. Jin panics and begs Chansa to let him go. He fires his gun wildly through the broken window, trying to drive Chansa off. The vehicle screeches as he attempts to flee. Jin's car plows through more zombies while Chansa stands amid the chaos. The SUV speeds away through the forest. Looking in the rearview mirror, Jin sees Chansa still chasing him on foot and freaks out, wondering what Chansu is. Staring at the speedometer, he panics that Chansu is somehow keeping up with the car. The chat notes how furious Chansu is and jokes about his aggro skill being maxed as he charges after the vehicle. Jin curses Chansu as a madman but decides he will see this fight through. The chase races them toward an area stacked with shipping containers. Jin swerves around the containers while Chansa continues to pursue on foot. Chansa shouts Jin Kyungo's full name in rage. Inside the car, Jin grabs a remote device, scoffing at the idea of getting out. He presses the remote and gleefully yells farewell. One of the containers opens, releasing a tightly packed mass of zombies. The viewers realize Jin tricked Chansa by setting up a huge zombie trap. Surrounded by dozens upon dozens of zombies and with aggro at 40, Chansu is advised by the chat to run if he cannot handle them. Confident in his scheme, Jin mutters that even if Chansa regrets chasing him, it is now too late. Laughing, Jin accelerates away, leaving Chansu encircled by undead. With his physical growth buff surging to 500%, Chansa grins and decides to fight the horde for 2 minutes. He drives his hammer straight through a zombie's open mouth and skull. He swings again, sending another zombie's body flying with a decapitating blow. Bloodied and relentless, he continues smashing through the crowd. Another zombie's head is severed by his powerful strike. He punches yet another with overwhelming force as the slaughter continues. Limbs and blood fly as zombies fall around him. Chansa stands over fallen corpses, breathing hard and dripping with blood. Realizing there are still too many zombies and his empowered state is about to expire, he looks for another solution. He focuses back on Jin Kyungo's retreating vehicle in the distance. Chansa decides he will prioritize going after Jin. Resolving to hunt that bastard first, he begins sprinting at full speed. Jin drives through the forest, unaware Chansu is rapidly closing in. While radioing that they must move the police chief from Manhwa Elementary immediately, Jin suddenly senses Chansu's presence again. Chansu grabs him through the open door and demands he repeat where the police chief is. Jin tries to reach for his gun but Chansu crushes his hand, making him scream. Guided by Chat telling him to target Jin's left hand, Chansu prevents him from drawing the weapon. He painfully wrings Jin's hands together and taunts him for thinking he could win. Jin, terrified, yells to know what Chansu is, and Chansu calmly answers that he is a streamer. Chansu grins, saying he is getting a lot of affection from his brothers in the audience. After kicking Jin away from the driver's seat, Chansu says he will be driving now and tells Jin to get lost. With Jin unconscious in the passenger seat, Chansu complains that Jin made things complicated while the Chat remarks on Jin's ruined hand. Chansu picks up a pair of handcuffs, and the viewers excitedly bet extra zens if he escapes while wearing them. Smiling at their bets, he reacts to the increasing stakes. Surrounded by approaching zombies, he jokes that at this rate they will ask him to cuff his ankles too. He cuffs his own wrist to something in the car and says they should escape this place first. Zombies close in on the vehicle. Chansa floors the accelerator, mowing zombies down with the SUV. As he drives, he berates himself for not realizing Jin's plan sooner. He recalls that the information window had clearly stated the police chief was the one who needed protection. The original mission screen specified that the police chief at Manhwa Elementary must be protected tonight, or the city's public order will collapse. Chansa now understands he never needed to chase Jin here and is heading back toward the school. While driving, he notices something strange on the road ahead. A small white stuffed bear suddenly appears walking in front of the car, startling him. Chansa screams in shock, demanding to know what that thing is. The car hits the stuffed bear, sending it flipping over the hood. The plush toy tumbles to the ground but remains intact. The Chat bursts into laughter, amused that Chansa actually hit the toy. Horrified, Chansa asks his brothers to confirm that the walking creature really was a stuffed animal. When the toy stands back up, he yells again that it just stood up by itself. The car and the animated bear face each other in an awkward silent standoff in the forest road. Chansu and the bear stare at each other wordlessly. Then the bear abruptly turns and runs off into the woods, making Chansu exclaim that it is escaping. Back in the car, he wonders aloud if the strange being was some kind of monster, and the Chat explains it is an only bear, different from normal monsters. They add that the only bear acts as a guide to supply boxes, prompting Chansu to realize a supply box must be nearby. Jin groans weakly beside him, starting to regain consciousness. Chansa notes that Jin is waking up while the Chat asks if he will chase the only bear. Holding a taser, Chansa proposes two options to the viewers, either gently telling Jin to sleep or knocking him out again, and initiates a vote. He declares that option 2 has won and activates the taser amid Chat complaints about rigged voting. Jin cowers and curses at Chansa as the taser crackles toward him. After tasering Jin back into unconsciousness, Chansa calmly says it is time to follow the bear. The only bear's little feet patter along the forest path. Chansa follows on foot behind it. The bear leads him to a glowing chest, which he recognizes as his second supply box. Inspecting the chest's shield emblem and 5 Zen cost, he assumes it is a defensive, non-weapon item and hesitates at the price. The viewers urge him to open it or go back to the car if he will not, pressuring him not to bore them. Giving in, Chansa curses and announces he will open the chest, exciting the Chat. Inside he finds only a red flashlight and is disappointed that this is all he got. Confused why such a simple flashlight counts as a defensive item, he complains about wasting Zens while the Chat jokes it will help find coins in the dark. Resigned, he decides to return to the school and resumes searching for the police chief. He thinks about whether the restaurant owner from Manhwa is safe as the scene shifts back to the elementary school. At the school, people question how zombies infiltrated the grounds and whether inspections were done properly. Officers argue about responsibility, one insisting inspections were correct while others say that no longer matters amid the chaos. Department Chief Lee Seo-jun arrives, calmly stating that inspections were not the issue since he oversaw them, and the others acknowledge his authority. Lee Seo-jun reassures everyone that the situation is under control and tells his subordinates to focus on calming civilians, which they agreed to do. The policemen brush off the incident as bad luck until one officer calls the department chief over to show him something. The chief narrows his eyes suspiciously. Outside the building, an officer tells the department chief that Jin Kyungo called and ordered the police chief moved elsewhere. The angry chief clicks his tongue, inwardly resenting having to move the chief because of that troublesome guy. Remembering Go Chansu riding off on his bike, he reflects that he knew from the start the kid was unusual. The department chief orders that Jin Kyungo be told he will personally take care of the police chief. Nearby, a man hiding behind the stairs overhears that the department chief, the police chief, and Jin Kyungo are all in on something together. Realizing something serious is happening, the man panics. He decides he needs to get to Go Chansa right away. He sprints off to warn him. Elsewhere, 2 officers notice Jin Kyungo's jeep has returned and wonder when he came back. They investigate the parked jeep in the road. Looking inside, they are horrified to find the inspector bloodied and slumped against shattered glass. Someone rushes up the stairs toward the rooftop. The panicked man races up, thinking he must tell Go Chansa because the corrupt police have gone insane. He resolves to warn Chansu as soon as possible while still running. Reaching out, he is shocked by what he suddenly sees. Go Chansu, now back, greets him calmly and asks why he is there, startling the man. Chansa confirms he just returned. Chansa asks if the man discovered something, noticing he ran all the way up. The man grabs Chansu, yelling that Chansa must have already known everything, while Chansa tries to calm him. He frantically explains that the police chief and department chief Lee Seo-jun are together with the conspirators in the basement, and even the main building's guard is involved. Chansa listens in stunned focus. Chansa stealthily opens the basement door, remarking that the culprit inside is persistent. Inside, the sadistic department chief toys with the bound police chief, suggesting they proceed slowly. The beaten police chief weakly calls to his superior while holding a taser. Observing, Chansa notes the chief has obtained a taser like Jin Kyung-do's and worries he will be incapacitated if hit. A viewer suggests Chansa start with a dropkick in exchange for 1 zen, and Chansa's eyes flash as he agrees. Chansa launches himself toward the corrupt chief, surprising him. Thanking his sponsor, Chansa executes a powerful dropkick that sends the chief crashing to the floor. Chansa slams into the ground as well but is rewarded by a sponsor with 1 zen for the move. The furious, dazed department chief struggles up in the smoky room and curses Chansu. As the chief reaches for his gun, Chansa also moves quickly. Chansa seizes the gun hand mid-draw, shocking the chief. Smirking, Chansa mockingly asks what the chief is confused about. He declares he is the humanity the chief lost, and drives his knee into him. Grappling for the gun, Chansa orders the chief to let it go while the man gasps in pain. Several gunshots ring out into the ceiling. With the gun now empty, Chansa pins the chief and asks if he has finished firing. The terrified chief realizes the revolver is pointed at him. Chansa raises his fist, saying what follows is. He smashes the chief, dedicating the blow in memory of Kim Mingyu. A second punch is delivered in vengeance for the brutalized police chief. A final punch is thrown as payment for Chansa's own hard work. Hearing the bound police chief groan, Chansa angrily notes how badly the man was beaten. Chansa demands the department chief hand over the key to the handcuffs. Panting, the defeated chief reaches toward his drop taser instead. Before he can use it, the police chief electrifies him with the taser and furiously curses him. Chansa coldly remarks that it is a coincidence since he also has a taser. He shocks the department chief again and tells him to pass a message on to Jin Kyung-do. As viewer comments urge him to finish the man and react excitedly, Chansa notes it is about time a certain person arrives. He announces that only the final cleanup remains while pocketing the chief's gun. Leaving the writhing man behind, Chansa walks away holding the revolver. Outside the basement door, Chansa quietly aims his gun, waiting for someone to come through. A guard rushes up saying he heard a gunshot, but Chansa shoots him in the head mid-sentence. The guard falls dead as Chansa stands with the smoking gun. Calling the dead guard a backstabber, Chansa curses him while viewers comment in awe about his plan and accurate point-blank shot. Multiple sponsors reward Chansa with zen, praising his predictive shot and declaring the cleanup complete. Standing over the corpse as another officer watches in horror, Chansa spreads his arms while the observer wonders what madness led him to kill a policeman. Chansu, eyes wild, suggests it is time to finish everything, while viewers cheer him on. Walking toward the surviving corrupt officer, Chansa remarks that the man has no right to complain about being shot. The terrified officer begs him to wait, but Chansa casually says he will hurry as the man whimpers. Chansa muses aloud about shooting his arm. He then considers aiming at the leg instead. He adjusts the revolver toward the man's chest. Finally, he presses the gun to the officer's forehead, making him whimper in terror. Chansa mocks him for fearing a single shot, reminding him how many times they tried to shoot him first. A sponsor sends Zen with the command to lick, and Chansa manically thanks his viewers while keeping the gun trained on the man. The officer screams, utterly humiliated and terrified. Viewers laugh and note that the man even wet himself from fear. Chansa teases him for urinating in panic. Later, the man excitedly talks with police and civilians outside as events are explained. He and the others react in shock to something they see or hear. Chansa emerges from the building supporting the injured police chief, drawing cries of recognition. Chansa tells the officers that the kidnappers are tied up in the basement, shocking them. As officers rush inside and civilians attend to the freed chief and traitor, Chansa watches quietly. Under the night sky, he sighs and thinks the ordeal is finally over. He invokes his mysterious info window ability again. His eyes glow as the information activates. The info window warns him that staying in one area for too long is dangerous. Time passes, and we see the modest night duty room where Chansa now stays. Lounging full and relaxed, Chansa notes how comfortable life has become in just one day. Flashbacks show the station thanking and feeding him, with viewers joking that he even managed to find the chief and suggesting he settle there. Despite the comfort, Chansa once more calls up the info window, uneasy. He rereads the warning about remaining in one place too long and asks how long that really means, while viewers speculate and tell him to watch for signs. Wondering what sign will appear and what happens if he lingers, he feels uneasy as viewers respond evasively. He wonders if the viewers are implying they have already given him enough hints. Concluding he cannot fully rely on these viewers, Chansa decides to move on and starts packing to leave. At sunset he approaches the jeep, resolved to depart, while someone calls his name. The grateful police chief approaches and questions whether Chansu is really leaving already. Chansa asks if there is a problem, and the chief says he wanted to provide Chansa with all necessary supplies if he planned to go. The chief explains he owes Chansa because he was rescued. In a flashback, Chansa protests that expelling the traitors is too lenient. He asks if the chief is truly fine with banishing people who tried to kill him, but the chief hesitates. The chief explains that executing former comrades in front of everyone would be too difficult. Chansu offers with a dark smile to handle their execution himself. The stunned chief can hardly believe what he just heard. Later, in the jeep, the chief screams as Chansu drives manically. We see that Chansu has tied the two traitorous officers behind the jeep and is dragging them as he speeds along. Ignoring the speedometer reading and the chief's protests, Chansu refuses to stop. As the dragged men beg for help while zombies close in, Chansu's jeep pulls them toward the horde and a sponsor declares this is enjoyable. The bound traitors are gruesomely torn apart by the pursuing monsters. Watching his speed, Chansu casually decides to accelerate even more. The jeep's tires screech as he floors it. Afterward, only bloody ropes trail from the jeep as Chansu remarks flippantly that something unfortunate must have happened. Back in the present, he tells the shaken chief that an unfortunate accident occurred to the banished traitors on their way out. The chief, now fully trusting him, thanks Chansa sincerely for everything he has done. Chansa downplays it and only asks that supplies for his departure be prepared in advance. The chief agrees, promises him the car, and asks that he say goodbye to everyone when he finally leaves. That night Chansu examines a glowing signal baton among the supplies. Confused, he wonders aloud where he is supposed to use this strange item. Viewers reassure him that he does not have to be overly cautious and express confidence that he will survive whatever comes, as he relaxes in the driver's seat. Deciding to rest a bit longer, Chansu reclines in the parked jeep. He soon falls asleep. His eyes snap open suddenly, alarmed. Waking to an eerie cold filling the car, he wonders how long he has slept and why the air feels so ominous. Noting that the air conditioner is off, he realizes the chill is unnatural. Seeing a cloaked figure through the window, he fears this is the dangerous omen the info window warned about. A skeletal, hooded specter fully manifests, while viewers excitedly react to its creepy appearance. The ghostly creature hovers above the ground, radiating menace. Chansu stares in terror, eyes wide. He hurriedly starts the jeep. Yelling in frustration, he floors the accelerator, and the jeep tears away. Driving frantically, he begs to escape while viewers mockingly tell him to run. Chansu barrels through the station entrance, shouting for people to get out of the way. As he speeds off, he curses that he did not even get to say goodbye properly. He yells at his viewers for not warning him about the horror, while they jokingly say spoilers are banned in their chat. Once the specter vanishes from sight, he wonders if it disappears when enough distance is put between them. It suddenly reappears right beside the jeep, reaching for him from the window. Chansu realizes in horror that the creature can teleport. He stomps on the pedal again to keep fleeing. Determined not to give in to fear, he roars that he has played many horror games and will not be scared, though viewers insist he clearly is. Viewers urge him to leave the jeep, assuring him he will not see the spirit after moving a bit farther. The specter materializes directly in front of him again, making him scream. He loses control and crashes the jeep into a pole. Injured and bleeding, Chansu curses under his breath. The total jeep smokes beside the looming specter that calmly approaches him. Chansu staggers out of the vehicle, facing the entity. He fires his revolver at it, shouting that he is not unprepared, but the bullets have no visible effect. Realizing the gun is useless, he turns and sprints away with the spirit gliding after him. Exhausted in a building hallway, Chansu pants heavily while viewers taunt him about dying such a pathetic death. Close up, he steels himself between ragged breaths. The specter appears at the end of the hallway, slowly advancing toward him. It lunges forward with a terrifying scream. Chansu stands his ground and shines the mysterious baton's light at it, revealing this was the moment he had been waiting for. The specter recoils in agony as the bright light burns it. Overjoyed, Chansu realizes the 5 Zen spent on the baton were not wasted. The creature's chest glows as it is damaged by the light's power. Chansu taunts it, daring the wounded specter to catch him as he dashes away with the baton in hand. A sponsor jokingly sends him Zen as condolence money, and Chansu yells back in outrage while fleeing through the streets. The protagonist speeds forward on a bicycle. He crashes and falls, while the system mocks that he tripped alone like a gamer blaming teammates. A companion shouts for Chansu to aim his flashlight, revealing a terrifying shadow monster. Chansu draws a handgun while moving. He fires the gun desperately at the monster. The ghostly creature reacts as glowing orbs flare in its skull. The enraged specter rushes at Chansu, making him panic. Chansu notices the monster abruptly stopping and wonders why. He stares ahead, realizing something about the monster's movement. He sees the monster's body dissolving right at an invisible boundary in front of him. Understanding dawns, and he relaxes slightly. He concludes that the monster cannot pass beyond its territory line. Confident, Chansu shoots while saying this next step will be the creature's last. The monster's form is blown away by the attack. Chansu taunts it to return to hell like a noob as the threat disappears. With the fight over, his body finally relaxes. Exhausted, he drops the gun to the ground. Lying on the pavement, he pants in relief, thinking he nearly died. Still on the ground, he suddenly notices something nearby. The scene shifts to a dark, empty city street at night. A distant blinking light appears, and Chansu wonders about it. Seeing the flashing, he suspects another survivor but also a possible trap, though he decides to investigate. He reloads and resolves to check the source of the light first. Listening closer, he realizes the light is signaling in Morse code. Approaching cautiously with gun drawn, he notes that he has reached the source. He rushes out, yelling for the person to stop. Chansu's eyes widen as he gets a clear look at the figure. He notices the name tag identifying the person as young Minchio. A terrified student in uniform raises his hands, insisting he is not an enemy, while Chansu notes the school uniform. The boy begs the supposed police officer Chansu for help, while the observers joke he is even dumber than Chansu. Chansu, still pointing the gun, confirms the boy is alone and orders him to hand over the flashlight. When the boy hesitates, Chansu threatens to shoot until he complies. Chansu happily takes the flashlight and also orders the boy to leave his backpack, while the system mocks Chansu's trashy looting. The panicked student clutches his bag of emergency food, begging to keep it and just leave. Chansu inspects the contents, finding ordinary canned food and ramen similar to his own supplies. The student, now empty-handed, says he only wanted help and asks if they are finished so he can go. Chansu refuses, ordering him to strip as well, and the boy protests that even his clothes are being taken. After stripping him, Chansu notes there really is nothing else of value. The embarrassed Minchio insists he told the truth and again asks Chansu to help him. Chansu silently studies him, suspicious. He questions how a weak, barely injured kid managed to travel here alone without gear. Chansu guesses Minchio is part of a group using him as bait, which confuses the boy. Chansu asks the unseen senior voices to watch Minchio's reaction as he turns away. Deciding not to press further, Chansu suggests they part ways and walks off with the flashlight, while Minchio pleads after him. Minchio angrily shouts that reaching this point cost him his friends' lives. Crying, Minchio confesses he survived only because he was a coward and his friends died in his place. The observers comment that his grief seems genuine, and Chansu listens in silence. Chansu asks if Minchio is truly telling the truth, and the boy confirms nervously. Chansu relents and invites young Minchio to travel together, surprising the boy. He says he cannot ignore a junior seeking help in such a place, making his sincerity clear. Later, Chansu discovers gruesome corpses and curses at the site. Panicking, he screams for his elder brother. Minchio runs while a huge bald monster charges behind him, telling Chansu to run. Chansu yells at Minchio for leading the monster toward them, warning that the hell frog is ahead. Minchio instead directs Chansu to dash into the left alley. He quickly changes direction, telling Chansa to turn right next, keeping ahead of the monster. While the monster smashes into the street, Mincheol shouts over his shoulder that there is a drainage pipe construction pit up ahead. He explains they will run along the narrow edge and must avoid missteps. Chansa realizes this kid has been memorizing the streets and calls out to him. As they sprint along the rim with the monster behind, Chansa notes that Mincheol remembers every route he passed. Chansa leads the monster along the edge of the pit, baiting it to follow. The monster's foot slips off the edge. Roaring furiously, the monster chases Chansa right along the precipice. It loses balance, crashing face first and tumbling. The bald brute falls perfectly into the deep construction shaft, just as they planned. Chansa looks back in shock at the success. Mincheol spots something further down the street and reacts. Chansa orders Mincheol to be ready to duck when he gives the signal, confusing him. Something massive rushes in from the side at street level. Chansa focuses intensely as it approaches. He shouts for both of them to duck as a long tongue or spear lashes across. Mincheol watches what happens in alarm. The hellfrog's long tongue impales the bald monster straight through the mouth. Chansa and Mincheol stare, stunned but relieved, as the two monsters fight each other. The hellfrog reels its tongue back with the impaled monster. The big-headed monster bites down on the tongue in agony, locking them in combat. Chansa dubs it a terrifying match between Hellfrog and Big Head and tells Mincheol to use this distraction to escape, which he agrees to. While fleeing, Mincheol points out a bicycle rental shop they can use. Chansu, impressed, thinks to himself that this kid's resourcefulness explains his survival. He silently contemplates their next move as they head there. They soon ride away on a tandem bicycle, Chansu asking if this is okay and Mincheol explaining it was the only intact bike. Pedaling, Mincheol asks if Chansu is also helping, and Chansa makes excuses about the bike's poor condition. As they near their destination, Chansa thinks this place looks safest on the map due to its facilities. While riding, Mincheol shyly asks Chansa a question. He asks if Chansa knows anything about a mysterious 7.5th division, startling him. Mincheol explains a friend disappeared, leaving a note saying he was taken by that division. Chansa says he has only heard the name, and assumes it is some sort of military unit. Chansa wonders if this division is connected to what happened to his own father, and why so few people were rescued. They arrive at a fenced complex that will serve as their temporary shelter. The entrance sign shows the name of the transportation company facility they have reached. Inside the grounds, Chansa spots a damaged jeep and reacts in surprise. Realizing it is a military jeep, both of them take notice. The jeep crashes to a halt, clearly having been recently wrecked. Chansa comments that nothing in life comes easily as they look at the smoking vehicle. They see a soldier slumped in the driver's seat, and Chansa wonders if he has turned into a zombie. The man's eye moves, showing a sliver of awareness. Chansa checks more closely, and concludes the man is still human. He drags the soldier out, reading his name and rank from his uniform. Chansa complains the soldier did not even bring a proper rifle and notes the jeep is ruined, while the dazed soldier weakly asks who Chansu is. When the soldier nervously denies having anything and brandishes a knife, Chansa kicks the weapon away and challenges his claim. Terrified, the soldier begs Chansa to take what he wants but spare his life. Chansa picks up the knife and coldly says he will decide the man's fate. Holding the blade to his throat, Chansa accuses him of deserting and abandoning comrades to flee alone. The soldier insists everyone else is already dead, and he only ran because of that, while Mincheol worries about Chansa's harsh interrogation. Mincheol questions whether this frightened man is really a soldier. Chansa retorts that it should be obvious. Then he pauses, reconsidering how to verify the claim. He grabs the man by the collar as the soldier struggles and shouts for release. Chansa yanks out the man's dog tags with the knife. He reads the tags aloud, focusing on the military service number. The soldier is stunned as Chansa holds the knife and tags inches from his face. Chansa demands that the man recite his own service number from memory to prove he is legit. Emphasizing the challenge, Chansa insists they will see if he truly remembers the number. The soldier hesitates under pressure. He slowly begins reciting the number, starting with the first digit. Chansa confirms that part is correct but admits he still finds the man suspicious. He then asks a final question about whether the soldier knows anything regarding the 7.5th division, but the man says he has never heard of it, which Chansa dismisses as useless. Mincheol urges that staying outside is dangerous, so Chansa decides to head into the building, leaving the soldier protesting. Chansa climbs onto the jeep to cross the gate, saying they can just proceed like this, while Mincheol wonders about abandoning the soldier. Chansa responds that the man is of no use, though Mincheol argues they should still take him along. The injured soldier pleads desperately to be taken, saying his leg is broken and he will die if left. Chansa coldly reminds him that earlier he did not want Chansa to touch him. The system comments that Chansa's true personality is showing and that leaving someone he could save is typical of him. Chansa vaults over the gate, while another voice calls his earlier words mean. From inside, Chansa asks Mincheol to check if the gate can be opened manually, since there is probably no power. He adds that if Mincheol really cannot abandon the injured man, he should bring him through the gate as well. Relieved, Mincheol eagerly agrees to help the soldier. Inside the vast taxi company compound, Chansa remarks on the building's size while wondering why only 4 cars remain. He reasons that if people escaped by car, the tightly closed gates make no sense, increasing his suspicion. Gripping a metal bar, Chansa cautions that they need to be very careful here. Leading them inside with gun drawn, he notes they do not know whether anyone else is still in the building. In the dim, littered lobby, Mincheol whispers that the place is eerily quiet. Chansa steps on scattered recruitment flyers for full-time drivers as they move in. They pass a sign marking the building's clinic. In the clinic ward, Mincheol settles the soldier on a bed, while Chansa decides to scout upstairs. As they head out, Mincheol anxiously asks if Chansa will really keep taking him along. Chansa gives a non-committal but faintly reassuring maybe. Climbing the stairs alone, Chansa asks his unseen seniors whether they should eventually leave Mincheol behind. He weighs that Mincheol knows the streets well but could survive here for a while with vending machines, thinking leaving him might be safer than dragging him into constant danger. Then he considers that Mincheol is too kind to survive alone, making abandonment risky. Something suddenly catches Chansa's attention and his eyes widen. Hearing a crackling voice from behind a door asking where everyone is, he approaches. He opens the door toward the sound, which mentions a shelter. Inside a radio room, Chansa finds broadcasting equipment playing fragmented messages about Jeju Island being safe and trains still running. He realizes the power grid is still working and processes this new information. The recording mentions the 7.5th Division ordering survivors to go to Jeju Island via Taejun by train, urging them to evacuate the city quickly. Chansa sees this as a crucial lead, calls for his info window, and gets excited. The info window warns that staying too long in one area is dangerous. Another message from the system explains that they can escape the city by moving along the train stations. Fired up by this new objective, Chansa rushes back out, thinking ahead to the perilous train station journey awaiting them. Someone runs while urgently shouting for Mincheol. Cheonsu bursts into the room and is shocked that Mincheol is missing. The injured soldier explains he heard a basement noise and Mincheol went to investigate alone. Cheonsu angrily scolds him for letting Mincheol go by himself and just waiting. The soldier panics and tries to justify himself. Cursing, Cheonsu rushes off as the soldier begs not to be left alone. Cheonsu searches an office, thinking he must find the taxi keys so they can escape. As he searches, he senses someone present, and is uneasy because the lights were intentionally turned off. Growing frustrated, Cheonsu wonders where the car keys are hidden. He suddenly notices something off, and narrows his eyes. Cheonsu sprints down the corridor. Out of breath, he looks ahead in alarm. He finds the injured soldier sprawled on the floor and asks what happened, and the soldier claims he just tripped. Cheonsu questions how the man fell on his own, and the soldier asks to be helped up. While lifting him, Cheonsu vents that he sprinted here thinking there was danger, and the soldier apologizes, saying he heard another noise downstairs. Both freeze as they hear a new sound. They cautiously look toward the staircase where the noise came from. A pair of footsteps starts coming up from the darkness. Cheonsu and the soldier react in shock. They see Mincheol being held hostage at knife point by a deranged man, and Mincheol pleads for them to leave because it is dangerous. Cheonsu refuses to back off, questioning what Mincheol means by telling them to go. Pointing his knife, Cheonsu orders the stranger to release Mincheol. The man mockingly repeats Mincheol's name as if amused. Grinning, the man calls Mincheol a thief who broke into his company, and says he should not have done that. The boss rants that Mincheol and the others are thieves who snuck in while he was busy with customer calls and short on drivers. Cheonsu realizes this is why the taxi keys were missing. Worried the crazed boss might actually stab Mincheol, Cheonsu berates the soldier again for letting Mincheol go alone. Cheonsu politely interjects, questioning why the boss is calling them thieves. He suddenly pretends they are applicants for taxi driver jobs and enthusiastically asks to be hired. Continuing the act, he flatters the boss, begs for an interview, and claims he will prove his driving skill. The flustered boss, low on drivers, decides he should conduct the interview. He asks Cheonsu where his application form is. Cheonsu internally swears, then stalls while repeating the question aloud. The boss insists an application form is required for any interview and says he is too busy to proceed without it. Cheonsu lies that he has one but left it in the office and quietly tells the soldier to fetch a form from the next room, which the soldier agrees to do. Cheonsu assures the boss's friend will bring it, and the boss, oddly impressed by his work ethic, relaxes a bit. The soldier hurries back waving a paper, announcing he brought the application. Cheonsu notes he picked a resume whose photo somewhat matches him, and the boss is pleased to see an actual document. The boss starts examining the resume while still clutching his knife, and Mincheol watches tensely. Cheonsu calls Mincheol over. Using the distraction, Mincheol rams the boss from behind. Cheonsu snatches the boss's cane or crutch, saying he will borrow it briefly. He uses the pole as a weapon to strike and incapacitate the boss. Pinning the boss down, Cheonsu orders Mincheol to restrain his upper body while Yongjin handles the lower half and searches him for the key. The soldier triumphantly finds the taxi keys on the boss. The three of them dash out to the parking lot toward an orange taxi. Inside the taxi, Mincheol realizes he is expected to drive, but Cheonsu insists his injured left foot is fine for operating the car. Cheonsu declares their next destination is the train station and asks if trains still run. He urges Mincheol to just drive them away as fast as possible. As they near the station, Cheonsu notices something strange ahead. Other survivors outside suddenly see a terrifying red light and flee in terror. Cheonsu senses looming danger and focuses ahead. A gigantic spider-like flesh monster appears, prompting someone to scream in disbelief. Back in the taxi, Cheonsu tells Jo Yongjin he trusts him as the monster approaches. Mincheol stares in horror, thinking about the worst possibilities. The monster's crawler reveals its gaping, fang face. Cheonsu concludes the creature must be a crawler type. The soldier driver panics, wondering what kind of monster they are facing. The crawler lunges after the speeding taxi. Watching it chase them across the parking lot, Cheonsu exclaims how freaky it looks. From inside the taxi, he realizes the monster is rapidly gaining on them. Suddenly the furious taxi boss reappears at a doorway, shouting at the thieves, catching Cheonsu's attention. Cheonsu orders Jo Yongjin to turn the car toward the main building and accelerate even more. The boss screams possessively about his taxi. He then notices something ominous approaching. The charging crawler and taxi line up at the gate as Cheonsu yells that this is their chance to smash through the front entrance. The taxi and monster slam into the gate in a violent collision. The taxi bursts out beyond the compound, leaving the wrecked gate and monster behind. As they speed away, the soldier asks Cheonsu if he just used the boss as bait. Cheonsu nonchalantly says there was nothing else he could do, though he admits the boss was actually decent. The soldier starts to protest but then agrees nothing else was possible. Mincheol reassures him that Hyung made the best choice to save everyone. Cheonsu suddenly notices something ahead and reacts. He recognizes a glowing line on the road, realizing it is significant. The taxi crosses the blue boundary, as a system message announces they have left the jurisdiction. Another system prompt explains that from now on viewers can set missions for the player. Further text reveals viewers can buy effects and grant them as mission rewards, while Cheonsu reads and is surprised. Inside the moving taxi, Mincheol asks if Cheonsu can see all the watching viewers, while text notes they may or may not be able to communicate. Cheonsu checks the interface, finds no new functions yet, and notices that Handachagwa has donated a gem. He reads a message from Handachagwa promising to train him and thanks them excitedly while driving. Cheonsu then hears a heavy thudding and looks back uneasily. He sees the crawler still pursuing them down the road and shouts in alarm. He demands more speed, but Mincheol replies he is already driving as fast as he can. Observing that the monster keeps closing the distance, Cheonsu deduces it accelerates the longer it runs straight. Cheonsu urgently asks Mincheol if he knows the local roads, pushing him to remember. Mincheol racks his brain, muttering about the road layout. Something clicks in Mincheol's memory. He remembers there is a hill ahead and points it out, but Cheonsu worries the taxi will slow while climbing. Mincheol yells at the driver to go toward it unless they want to die, and Cheonsu backs his suggestion so the driver reluctantly obeys. Mincheol explains that after the hill there will be a downhill section if they keep going a bit farther. Cheonsu approves since that will let the monster catch up at a dangerous spot. The driver suddenly realizes there is a sheer drop ahead. They see that the road ends in a cliff directly in front of them. Mincheol nervously calls Cheonsu's name, but Cheonsu insists they keep going because the monster cannot slow down well. Cheonsu begs the viewers for a mission, while on-screen comments react to the idea of him dying and offering many gems. When no mission appears immediately, Cheonsu despairs, thinking they are doomed. At last the prompt announces a force validation mission requested by Handachagwa. The mission orders Cheonsu to throw himself out the window at the pursuing monster in exchange for freezing the vehicle's movement for 15 seconds. Outraged, Cheonsu screams at the absent donor for demanding something so suicidal. The crawler looms closer, its face filling the frame. Cheonsu curses Handachagwa with a ridiculous insult as he climbs out the taxi window, shocking Mincheol. Dangling outside the speeding taxi, Cheonsu declares he is ready to risk his life in a showdown with the monster. Clenching his fist on the roof, he silently prays for success. A system message confirms the mission's completion and validates his force, and Cheonsu exults that he did it. Seeing a sharp curve sign, the driver shouts for everyone to brace themselves. The taxi executes a hard turn on the road. Inside, everyone screams from the intense maneuver. The sudden curve sends the crawler sliding and flinging away from the road. The monster tumbles helplessly through the air. The taxi skids to a precarious stop right at the edge of the cliff. Shaken, the driver marvels that they survived despite nearly plunging off. In the back seat, Mincheol exhales loudly while Cheonsu sits in stunned silence. Cheonsu, tearing up slightly, quietly thanks Handachagwa for the mission. As they drive again, he notices something odd about the taxi. Cheonsu remarks that he expected their radio call to attract many people. Arriving at an eerily empty Seoul station, he wonders why nobody is around at all. They decide to park and hide the taxi nearby for safety. In a side street, they spot several zombies blocking the way ahead. Cheonsu volunteers to distract the zombies so the others can reach the station first. Mincheol anxiously asks if Cheonsu will be alright. Exiting with his knife, Cheonsu says he will be fine. He loudly insults the zombies to draw their attention. Then he runs off, shouting for them to follow him as his aggro skill timer appears. The zombies charge after him, and a message shows his cumulative enhancement factor rising. Cheonsu analyzes that the enhancement counter started above 1 this time, meaning the system boosted it. He thinks he needs to develop this cumulative enhancement skill properly as he leaps toward the undead. He grabs a zombie and violently attacks. Cheonsu slashes and crushes another zombie in a brutal strike. He spins his bloody knife to continue fighting. Another zombie lunges, but he engages it as well. Surrounded by corpses, Cheonsu calmly tells any observers not to worry. He finishes off a zombie, saying he has not forgotten something important. Standing among several dead zombies, he sighs as system comments praise how far he has come since his earlier fights. Embarrassed, Cheonsu complains that the viewers are bringing up his embarrassing past. Reflecting while walking through the city, he notes that his physical strength and reflexes have clearly improved. He adds that he still needs to learn how to best use his cumulative enhancement skill. Hearing cries for help in an alley, he sees a man being chased by zombies while shouting for someone named Jong Changuk to save him. Cheonsu recognizes the name as that of the mayor and wonders if the man is one of the mayor's subordinates. He asks the viewers for help, and Handachagwa answers that they will assist. Cheonsu agrees to save the man even though many viewers voted against it. The man on the ground screams for someone to rescue him as a zombie attacks. Blood splashes as the zombie is suddenly killed in front of him. Trembling, the man asks Cheonsu if he mentioned Jong Changuk earlier. Cheonsu smiles ominously in response. The rescued man bitterly states that Jong Changuk abandoned him. While walking together, Cheonsu confirms he means the mayor, and the man explains they detoured to the station because of a monster. The man recalls how the mayor insisted on checking out reports of a revolt himself, and changed once the world collapsed. Cheonsu concludes the mayor is probably still alive and heading toward the station, protected by many guards. Surprised, Cheonsu asks if by guards he means the mayor's co-workers. The man clarifies that not all of them are regular staff and that some unfamiliar, likely external, security personnel are with the mayor. Cheonsu muses about the mayor's mysterious power and importance, feeling the information he got was very useful. At the station entrance, they see nothing strange and hope the mayor is inside. One man suggests they enter the station together, addressing Yu Younghan. The blue-haired man introduces himself as Hwang Cheonsu. Yu is shocked, recognizing the name Hwang Cheon. The two men start cautiously ascending the station steps. Yu suddenly notices something and reacts in fear. He points out a lone girl standing further up the staircase. Cheonsu wonders if the figure is a child as Yu starts to call to her. Cheonsu violently covers Yu's mouth, scolding him for trying to call the girl. Watching the bloodied girl approach, Cheonsu reasons that no normal young girl would be here alone. A close look reveals the girl is a horrific monster, and the viewers comment that Cheonsu has bad luck with kids. Excitedly gripping his knife, Cheonsu asks if the monster is dangerous and begs the viewers to give him a mission. The viewers refuse and instead spend 100 gems, shocking Cheonsu with how much money that equals. He realizes the donation's value is around 100 million won and is stunned. While he keeps Yu's mouth covered, Yu looks confused about Cheonsu's silence. Cheonsu releases him slightly, and warns him to talk quietly because the creature does not seem human. The distant girl suddenly reacts to a noise with a startling movement. She then sprints toward them at high speed. Terrified, Yu insists they cannot go near her. Panicking, Yu turns and runs away, shouting that he is going back. Cheonsu curses Yu as he dashes off in the other direction with his knife. Yu trips near the platform edge and collapses at a monster's feet. Looking up in terror, Yu realizes another monstrous girl is looming over him. The second girl reveals the same grotesque fanged face as the first. Yu screams while Cheonsu hears him from farther down the stairs. Cheonsu blames Yu for coming here as the viewers identify the enemy as a silent girl that hunts by sound. Cheonsu hears more noises above and fears new threats approaching. As the monster walks past him, a mission window appears, saying a viewer has requested a force-based mission. The mission instructs Cheonsu to stay quiet until the silent girl passes. The reward is a 1-minute skill that deafens an opponent on contact, which surprises him. He wants to protest the mission conditions. The monster passes extremely close, teeth crackling, as Cheonsu tenses. He gulps, trying not to make a sound as she brushes by. The viewers wonder if the girl looked at Cheonsu, and he worries she might have heard him. He anxiously wonders again whether he was detected. Cheonsu steels himself, holding position as the silent girl walks past. The system announces the mission's completion and reward. Cheonsu slumps down, relieved that the monster left. Seeing Yu's mangled corpse, Cheonsu comments that he died in a gruesome way. Ignoring the viewers urging him to move on, Cheonsu kneels by the body and tells them to wait. He searches Yu's wallet and finds his City Hall business card. Deciding it might help him survive later, he pockets the card and then is startled by a sudden scream. Outside, Yu's corpse reanimates into a twisted zombie. Cheonsu swears, realizing the girl's bites can turn victims into zombies. Watching the zombie attack itself, he thinks the situation just became much more troublesome. As he walks deeper into the station, Cheonsu silently begs for no more monsters to appear. Moving cautiously, he thinks that nothing should come out right now. He wanders past closed shops, wondering where the remaining survivors are. Hearing familiar screams and someone urging Mincheol upward, Cheonsu recognizes the voice. A silent girl races toward the bathroom as someone inside yells for others to hurry. Cheonsu pauses, listening silently. He announces to the viewers that he will circle around instead of rescuing the others, since saving them offers him no benefit. A new notification appears stating that a viewer has requested a reward mission, even under these circumstances. The mission orders him to escort young Mincheol and Jo Youngjin out of the bathroom for a reward of 20 gems, which makes him stop short. Cheonsu widens his eye, tempted by the offer. He wonders why the viewers are paying him specifically to do this. Entering a burger shop to rest, he hears viewers joking about doing a mukbang, and he retorts that eating always comes first when resting. In the kitchen, he tells the viewers to watch closely as he lays out noisy gadgets on the counter. Ecstatic, he explains that his plan is a suicide watch operation, while the viewers note that his eyes look crazy again. Groans echo from the men's bathroom nearby. Inside, Mincheol and a soldier are cornered on top of stalls while two silent girls claw furiously at the doors. Mincheol yells they cannot run any farther. The trapped pair are shocked when they see someone arrive. Cheonsu appears holding a stopwatch and thinks the situation is exactly as he expected. Grinning, he activates the stopwatch, setting off a loud beeping. The loud alarm draws the aggro of both silent girls, who turn toward him and rush over. Cheonsu sprints away from the bathroom, leading the monsters with the beeping timer. He throws the stopwatch down the corridor, confusing the pursuing girls as they chase its sound. Reaching for the device again, he tells himself it is not time to stop yet. The silent girls speed off after the bouncing stopwatch, leaving the bathroom entrance. Cheonsu watches from a distance, relieved as the monsters chase the sound outside. Back in the bathroom, Mincheol urges Jo Youngjin to climb down, saying he really thought Cheonsu had died. When viewers ask why he did not use the new deafening skill, Cheonsu replies that the contact condition makes the skill too dangerous. He reflects that touching the silent girl even for a moment could get him torn to pieces. The injured soldier, Jo Youngjin, admits his crutches are broken and addresses Cheonsu. Cheonsu accepts and tells Mincheol to help him while reminding him to keep his voice low. Later, a system message declares the mission complete and a reward given as Cheonsu and Mincheol walk through the empty station hall. Cheonsu hears Jo Youngjin groan and asks what is wrong. Mincheol supports the soldier as they approach. Cheonsu calls out Jo Youngjin's name. Sensing something off, Cheonsu suspects the soldier might be hiding something. He suddenly grabs Jo Youngjin by the clothes. The soldier's face twists, revealing darkened eyes and teeth, hinting at zombification. Mincheol notices the change with alarm. Cheonsu realizes from the man's steady steps that his leg was never really broken. Confronting him, Cheonsu asks if he understands his own condition, and Jo haltingly admits he has become strange. Cheonsu imagines Yu's zombie form and thinks things are going badly. He curses inwardly that he risked so much to save Jo Youngjin only for this outcome. Grabbing Mincheol, Cheonsu suddenly pulls him away from the soldier. Left alone in the hall, Jo Youngjin apologizes to Mincheol. Mincheol cries out to his young as they flee. Cheonsu insists there is nothing they can do and orders Mincheol to abandon him. He worries about staying here with nothing useful and wonders if they should just endure until the mayor arrives, but judges the area too dangerous. Cheonsu decides they should leave the station first despite Mincheol's pained protest. Behind them, the staggering Jo Youngjin calls out, making them turn. Cheonsu spins around, startled by something he sees. His eyes widen in shock. Jo Youngjin groans ominously as he staggers forward, clearly turning. Cheonsu notices the departure board and realizes a train is about to arrive in 2 minutes. He calculates that there is only 1 minute left until the train reaches the station. Watching the nearly turned Jo Youngjin, Cheonsu fixates on his name. He silently vows to remember Jo Youngjin. He thinks that as the protagonist of his own escape, remembering Jo might let him repay the man if he survives and clears this game. Standing on the outdoor platform, Cheonsu tells Mincheol he also does not want to die. He explains that when the train comes, minor monsters will swarm, so Mincheol needs to brace himself. Mincheol looks up nervously as the station announcement chimes. A broadcast announces that the incoming train will pass through their station. Mincheol exclaims that someone is making a broadcast. He shouts to Cheonsu that the train is approaching. Cheonsu points to a nearby freight container cart and orders Mincheol to hide inside quickly. A high-speed train roars past the station without stopping. The passing train draws a horde of monsters running along the tracks after it. Peeking from the cart, Cheonsu notes that the noise will lure every monster in the area. He adds that since the train is not stopping here, something else will happen. Another train, the Magungwaho, pulls into the station, and viewers comment on it being used after the KTX bait. Cheonsu wonders if this train is waiting for the mayor while telling Mincheol to stay hidden, which makes Mincheol fear being abandoned. Cheonsu runs toward the locomotive, assuring Mincheol he will not leave him there. He reaches the side of the stopped engine, looking for a way aboard. A female conductor in uniform opens the cab window, annoyed, and curses about the situation. She steps out, complaining that the mayor is absent, and no one is waiting for her. Cheonsu recognizes her as someone familiar, and realizes who she is. He recalls seeing her in an online article. The article described conductor Jang Seoyeon as a heroic pickpocket catcher, and Cheonsu remembers her martial arts skills. On the platform, Jang Seo-young grumbles that her division may have pranked her by sending her out with promises of shelter. Cheon-soo observes she seems very different from her warm interview image, but resolves that they must board her train no matter what. He thinks that as a two-person team they can handle persuading her if they coordinate their approach. From the cart, Minchio pops up, counts their single opponent, and impulsively decides they should just attack. Cheon-soo scrambles up from the track, internally protesting Minchio's rash idea as Jang notices him and asks who he is. Minchio charges with a pipe while Cheon-soo frantically insists they are allies. Viewers joke about the movie-like scene and about Minchio's unexpected bravery. Jang casually asks if they came to hijack the train, then hints she has her own reasons for being here alone. She approaches Cheon-soo and hands him something, saying he should take it first. After checking the item, Jang realizes the name Yu Young-han on the card and remarks that Cheon-soo does not look like a city hall official. Cheon-soo claims something happened involving that official and says he came to inform her, while viewers suspect he is scheming again. He calmly tells her that the mayor is already dead. Jang reacts in disbelief, demanding clarification. Cheon-soo explains that monsters killed the mayor on the way here, and that only they have survived. Troubled, Jang mutters that the situation has become complicated. As ominous sounds build, she realizes she has stalled too long, and Cheon-soo urges that they all board quickly before monsters pour in. She protests that she was supposed to meet the mayor here. Cheon-soo insists he is the only one with city hall information and offers to cooperate with higher-ups if they change plans in light of the mayor's death. Jang struggles with the decision, sweating as she grips her hat. She throws away her cigarette, making her choice. Jang finally agrees and tells them to get on, reasoning that bringing them might secure her a spot in the shelter. As Cheon-soo grabs the handrail, he double-checks that Minchio will be allowed aboard too. Jang hesitates, noting that Minchio does not look like a city hall employee. She asks rhetorically if they should really leave a mere high schooler alone here. She relents and tells Minchio to board as well, on the condition that she confiscates his metal pipe. The passenger cars begin to move as the train prepares to depart. Hanging onto the train, Minchio thinks in relief that they are finally leaving. Back on the platform, the now fully turned Jo Youngjin staggers toward the departing train. As he runs, he thinks gratefully that he will definitely survive, even as his body is overtaken by zombification. More zombie-like figures in suits, including the mayor, rush down the stairs toward him. Seeing the mayor among the charging zombies, Cheon-soo is shocked and cries out Mayor Jong Chang-guk's name. The mayor desperately reaches out and yells for the train to stop. He and another man sprint along the platform chasing the departing train, shouting to halt it. A female train operator hears the shouting outside and wonders about the noise. The men beg her to stop and take them aboard, and she is shocked to recognize the supposedly dead mayor. Go Cheon-soo tells her it is too late to stop and urges her to just drive while pointing out something dangerous nearby. He explains that monsters, attracted by the train's sound, are chasing the men and will soon catch the train unless they speed up. He adds that if they slow down to rescue the men, everyone on board will certainly die. He orders the conductor back to the control room, and she nervously agrees. The rear door of the moving train slams shut, leaving the men outside. The mayor, abandoned, panics and yells at the train, wondering if there is some password to board. A zombie soldier leaps onto one of the mayor's escorts and screams that the password is the end. Cheon-soo watches this in shock from the train. The zombies tear into the men on the platform as the train speeds away. Cheon-soo asks his unseen Hyungnim if abandoning the mayor was the right decision, while chat messages joke about it and warn the mayor. His friend suggests they go back inside the train, and Cheon-soo agrees quietly. The conductor tells the boys that unless they explain themselves properly, she might throw them off the train. Cheon-soo insists again that the mayor is already dead and claims there is nothing more to explain. The conductor angrily questions if he thinks she is stupid, while he argues he had no reason to target the mayor since they were never together. A soldier-like passenger reacts in confusion to something. The conductor furiously shakes Cheon-soo, calling him shameless, while he calmly introduces himself by name. She realizes he impersonated a city hall employee and demands to know who he really is and whether the real card owner is dead. Cheon-soo replies that he is just a passenger, and notes he only showed a business card, never claiming to be the card's owner. She explodes, saying she should throw them off the train, and Cheon-soo hurriedly argues they lied only to be allowed on because boarding was a matter of survival. He insists the mayor had already abandoned the card's owner, that he tried but failed to save that man, and that this time he is telling the truth. Cheon-soo justifies sacrificing the mayor as the only way to live and claims everyone effectively chose that path to escape. The conductor counters that, lies aside, he still deceived her. She shoves him, declares that he's riding for free, and lays down that condition. She recalls something he quoted from her past interview and asks what he means. Cheon-soo cites her earlier words that even fare-dodgers may have desperate reasons, comparing their situation to such young passengers with unspeakable circumstances. She is stunned that he knows her name and starts to realize he watched that obscure interview. Embarrassed, she panics that he actually saw the tiny interview segment. Cheon-soo, confused by her reaction, awkwardly admits he watched it. He repeats her sentimental line from the interview, driving her to scream in mortification and beg him to stop. She mutters that the video never had many views and wonders why he saw it, while narration explains that Good News was a warm but unpopular publication and Cheon-soo finds her easy to handle. She blushes and thinks that if he watched her interview he may not be such a bad person, or else just an unemployed guy who reads everything. Resigned, she says they now have no choice but to work together and proposes maintaining a cooperative relationship. At the controls, she confirms with Cheon-soo that they are indeed heading toward Taejun. Cheon-soo asks what she knows about the mysterious 7.5 division, complaining that they give him bizarre conditions instead of simply asking him to save people. She agrees it is suspicious, noting she has never heard of that unit or met its commander, only speaking to them via emergency radio, and then questions when he dropped formal speech since she is 27 and thought he was younger. He admits he is actually 2 years younger and promises to use honorifics again, which she reluctantly accepts. Cheon-soo agrees the division is shady and wonders why they specifically need the mayor. She explains that with authority collapsing and soldiers disobeying, they needed the mayor to restore order, but her knowledge ends with the radio conversations. Cheon-soo muses that the authorities might have more power than he thought thanks to obedient citizens and vows to repay the train crew for their help. The conductor skeptically mutters that she doubts he truly will repay them. Minchio calls to Cheon-soo, who asks what is wrong. Cheon-soo peers out the window suspiciously, sensing something. Through another window he spots a bloodied, silent girl standing on the outer walkway of the moving train, and onlookers' comments note how frightening she looks. He clamps a hand over the conductor's mouth before she can react, staring toward the girl with Minchio. Cheon-soo thinks the monster seems confused by the empty train and has not yet detected them, wondering if they should eliminate it now. A close view reveals the silent girl is a grotesque, fanged creature dripping blood. Inside the cabin the trio recoil as Cheon-soo realizes the threat is right beside them on the train. A mission screen appears ordering him to kill the silent girl within 5 minutes in exchange for a one-time vision-stealing ability, and he grumbles about another dangerous task. He tells his Hyungnim that 5 minutes might get him killed, while chat messages teasingly insist he can do it and worry he may die. He sighs heavily, bracing himself. Another sponsor, Handachagwa, gives a separate mission to kill the girl within an hour for a one-time skill to amplify his voice, prompting Cheon-soo to greet this sponsor. A chat message curses about the poor reward and mocks the sponsor for being broke. Another message warns that the mission's danger to Cheon-soo matters more than the reward. The two sponsors bicker through messages about their missions and spending, while Cheon-soo wonders why they are arguing now of all times. Exhausted, he thinks the situation is so tiring and narration notes this is the most difficult fight Cheon-soo has faced in a while. Frustrated, he decides to act anyway and reaches for the train door handle. Minchio and the conductor gasp in shock as he goes outside. Standing on the exterior platform, Cheon-soo confronts the girl as online comments call him foolish. He reasons that the loud train is already hindering her hearing and opens his skill window. He selects a skill that will temporarily deafen someone he touches for 1 minute. Steeling himself, he focuses with determination. Cheon-soo quietly taps the girl's shoulder from behind. She whirls around, shrieking and attacking as he dives away. The enraged monster lunges, jaws wide and bloody. Cheon-soo maneuvers so she stumbles toward the side of the train. Smirking, he reveals that was not the direction she should go and sets up his counter. He peers down over the railing, checking if she has fallen off. Instead the monster clings to the train's side, scraping along the ground while still holding on. Cheon-soo screams in panic as her tremendous strength drags at him, while her legs grind against the tracks. Using his advantage while she cannot hear, he repeatedly stomps on her head, yelling at her to go away as a commentator notes the irony that she cannot hear him. Her clawed hand still grips his shoe, refusing to release. Cheon-soo slashes fiercely with a knife, spilling blood. He curses and flings her hand away, breaking her grip. The girl's body tumbles and rolls violently along the tracks behind the speeding train. Cheon-soo, panting and bloodied, roars atop the rear platform. His eyes spin with lingering shock and adrenaline. Collapsing to his knees, he clutches his head and curses while viewers mock him as uncool yet clumsy. A system window confirms the mission is complete and the reward granted, and Cheon-soo shakily mutters that he actually touched the monster. Another completion notice appears, and he jubilantly shouts that he killed her within 5 minutes, clearing both missions and earning both rewards. Minchio rushes over, asking if Cheon-soo is okay after hearing all his screaming. Cheon-soo, embarrassed, admits they must have heard his cries. The conductor calls to him and says he is more impressive than she expected. Cheon-soo asks what she means, and she admits she did not think he would charge straight at the girl to kill her. Smiling, she adds that she also did not expect him to scream that much. Cheon-soo groans on the floor while Minchio worries if he is injured. The conductor changes the subject, telling him she received a new radio message while he was outside. She confirms it was from the 7.5 Division, who heard the screaming and are checking if everything is alright. She relays that if they continue on the current track there will be a checkpoint station where they will be screened for contamination before being allowed to proceed to Taejeon, and Cheon-soo is mortified they heard his screams. Cheon-soo wonders about this checkpoint and asks if they mentioned the mayor. The conductor explains they originally planned to let the train go straight to Taejeon, but when she revealed the mayor was not aboard they changed plans and demanded she hand the train over for mechanical inspection. Cheon-soo, exhausted, reacts wearily as she asks if something is wrong. He replies that many things about this situation are wrong. The train continues racing through the night toward the next destination. Cheon-soo opens an information window revealing that the checkpoint staff habitually rob visitors and that there is a smaller guarded mini checkpoint between there and Taejeon. He interprets this as a warning not to stop at the checkpoint and asks his Hyungnims how many enemies the conductor Jang Seolyeon can handle at once. The viewers answer that a small spoiler is fine and estimate she can fight about 5 people, while Seolyeon asks why he suddenly went quiet. Cheon-soo addresses her respectfully and proposes they simply pass the checkpoint station without stopping. She is startled by the idea and questions whether the place is really unsafe and if he can truly trust the people running it. Cheon-soo lists reasons the handoff is suspicious, noting nothing is wrong with the train itself and that their attitude changed the moment they learned the mayor was missing. She concedes that is true, deciding the checkpoint is not essential and getting captured there would be disastrous. Cheon-soo presses that she cannot fully trust them in this chaotic world and suggests the station is likely controlled by bad actors or rogue military forces. She agrees there is a high risk in stopping and decides they should bypass the checkpoint and go straight to Taejeon rather than walk into a potential life or death fight. He then asks if there is any track feature between the checkpoint and Taejeon that might halt them, and she recalls a branching line currently under construction. She explains that if someone pulls the rail switch, their train would be diverted onto the incomplete construction track and crash catastrophically. Cheon-soo deduces there will likely be guards at a mini checkpoint near that switch who could force them onto the dead-end track if they disobey orders. Seolyeon realizes that even if they bypass the first checkpoint they will almost certainly be forced to stop at the second one. The scene cuts to Dongjin Station at night, the location of the checkpoint. Cheon-soo readies his new voice amplifying skill, which can increase his voice 7-fold at a chosen moment. Armed soldiers at Dongjin note that the train is approaching. Cheon-soo inhales deeply, preparing to shout. Using the skill, he steps out shirtless on the moving train and bellows to the soldiers that the train is broken. His booming claim startles the soldiers, who repeat that the train is broken in confusion. As the train roars past without stopping, the checkpoint soldiers panic that no one told them about a broken train and wonder what to do. Back inside, Seolyeon demands why Cheon-soo stripped and what he was doing, and he explains he wanted to further confuse the guards, reasoning that they had no protocol for a broken train and that passing this information along will unsettle the second checkpoint as well. She marvels that his voice was louder than the engine and asks how he did it, but he dismisses it and tells her not to worry. The train barrels through a tunnel toward the second checkpoint. Seolyeon looks out and confirms Cheonsu's suspicion. Near the second checkpoint, zombies still roam freely, proving the area is not truly secure. She says they should prepare to act and plans to slow the train once they exit the tunnel. Later, the train has stopped in a secluded area. Seolyeon instructs Mincheol to wait aboard and sound the horn in 30 minutes. She explains that the horn will lure the zombies away, and after blasting it he must immediately start the train and leave. Mincheol agrees, promising to handle it, and urging them both to return safely. As Cheonsu and Seolyeon trek through the forest toward the second checkpoint, she worries about leaving Mincheol with little training, but Cheonsu reassures her that Mincheol has excellent memory. Cheonsu's footstep rustles the underbrush as they advance. From the trees they spot the second checkpoint facility down by the tracks. Observing quietly, Seolyeon notes the station is smaller and quieter than expected and assumes the guards do not yet know they are nearby since she slowed the train earlier. She decides they should move in closer. From above, we see them approaching as a patrol of armed soldiers moves through the forest nearby. The soldiers discuss what to do with the incoming survivors and mention they were ordered to shoot them on sight. Hiding behind trees, Seolyeon and Cheonsu overhear that the soldiers only care about securing the train, shocking Cheonsu that the plan is outright execution rather than mere capture. Seolyeon suddenly grips his arm, holding him back. He reacts in surprise to her firm touch. Cheonsu thinks to himself that this woman is impressive and notes, through viewers' comments, that she becomes intensely serious in combat and is good at handling people. He steels himself and peers out from behind a tree as the soldiers draw nearer. One soldier wonders why they were ordered to kill the group instead of enslaving them, suggesting using the survivors as labor. Cheonsu's foot pushes off the ground as he launches into action. Seolyeon also dashes forward from cover. Cheonsu ambushes the lead soldier from behind, seizing him in a chokehold with a knife at his throat. Simultaneously, Seolyeon takes down another soldier with agile close-quarters combat. With both of them holding soldiers hostage, the remaining troops reel back and shout in surprise, demanding to know who these attackers are. Cheonsu presses his knife against his captive and orders him to stay still while the soldier curses at him. A commentator notes how much stronger Cheonsu has become. Seolyeon aggressively wrenches a rifle away from another soldier, ordering him to hand it over. She then uses martial arts to slam an enemy violently into the ground. The soldier she struck goes flying off a ledge as she stands firmly above. The remaining soldiers stumble back in fear, trying to call for a halt. Seolyeon levels the gun at them and coldly asks what they meant earlier about killing people, demanding to know exactly who they think they are going to kill. The frightened soldiers beg for mercy, claiming they only obeyed orders. A powerful kick or strike is launched at high speed. Soyeon furiously attacks a soldier, rejecting his excuse about following orders. Another soldier charges Soyeon with a knife, shouting at her. Soyeon disarms him with a crushing blow to his hand. The soldier is knocked away screaming from Soyeon's counterattack. Soyeon drives another soldier down with a brutal aerial kick, telling him off as well. As Soyeon kicks more soldiers off the cliff, Chansa yells for her to stop so they can question one survivor. Soyeon coldly asks what, while the chatting viewers joke that she left no one alive to interrogate, and Chansa gives up trying to stop her methods. One viewer teases that Chansa is scared of Soyeon, and he awkwardly asks his Hyeongnim to stop talking. They check the captured guns, note there is plenty of ammo, and Chansa confirms he has used firearms before. Soyeon says no more explanation is needed and proposes using the soldiers' guns to raid the checkpoint. As they walk through the forest, Chansa confirms Soyeon's plan is to clear the way so the train can pass. Chansa suddenly stops at a cliff edge, and when Soyeon asks what is wrong, he looks down in shock. Below them is a massive horde of zombies climbing up, and Chansa curses at the sight. Watching the zombies ascend, they estimate the numbers and Chansa urges that they hurry and clear a path for the train. They scout the checkpoint and count 7 guards stationed outside. Including those inside the building, Chansa estimates around 10 enemies, is asked if he can handle it, and boasts about his shooting skills from conscription. Soyeon reminds him that gunshots might attract zombies, but decides they are in too much of a rush and tells him to get ready to start. While going prone with her rifle, Soyeon quietly curses as they prepare the ambush. Chansu opens fire from cover, initiating the gun battle. Viewers exclaim that the guards have spotted Chansu and are shooting back at him. Frustrated, Chansu decides to go all in and fires aggressively. His shots hit one of the soldiers, killing him amid the exchange of heavy fire. Under a hail of bullets, Chansu wonders how they were spotted so quickly and notes the enemies are firing wildly. From her own position, Soyeon yells at Chansu to hurry up and keep shooting. Chansu hesitates tensely behind cover, sweating under the pressure. He is grazed by a bullet in his arm and cries out in pain. Soyeon shouts in alarm that he was hit, while Chansu insists it only scratched him. Chansu asks the viewers if they can see inside the station, but they answer they only have a third-person view of him. Chansu panics that they were discovered faster than expected and that the guard's firepower is greater than he thought, practically trying to turn him into a sieve. Viewers complain that his aim is bad, blaming it on his injured arm as he trades shots with another soldier. Chansu reacts to something off-screen with a grunt and sharp surprise. Soyeon, injured by a grazing bullet herself, downplays it and says it only brushed her. She asks Chansu how many rounds he has used, learns it's around 20 of their roughly 30 bullets, and worries about what to do. The viewers warn that the guards are closing in through the trees, shocking Chansu. Chansu yells that they need to retreat, and Soyeon demands to know their destination. Soyeon insists they can decide where to go later and focuses on pulling back. While cursing, Soyeon lays down suppressive fire toward the pursuing guards. The soldiers return fire furiously as they advance through the forest. Chansu shoots while ordering Soyeon to run back ahead of him. One of Chansu's bullets hits a soldier in the head as they fight around the trees. The masked leader commands his men to kill Chansu and Soyeon, while viewers comment that he underestimated them and call it a bad choice. Chansu pleads with the viewers for help and a mission as he runs, but they coldly joke about letting him die rather than spending gems on him. Realizing the viewers are mostly spectators who are not truly on his side, Chansu reflects that they only want to watch him prove he can survive. He concludes that they want him to demonstrate he can endure any situation and decides he must prove himself. Chansu shouts to the main viewer only one that he will not die like this, determined to live up to their expectations. While sprinting, he yells to Soyeon that she must not die either, startling her. Chansu declares he will lure the zombies from the cliffs toward the soldiers and tells Soyeon to meet him later, while she calls him crazy for involving the horde. He insists he will simply turn the situation around on their enemies as he charges off. Chansa steels himself, breathing hard, preparing for his risky plan. Standing atop the cliff, Chansa screams to attract the zombies and activates his aggro skill, pulling their attention with multiple timers appearing. Soyeon is horrified as she sees a high aggro value and realizes how many zombies he has drawn. Chansa bellows at the zombies to notice him and come after him. He tells Soyeon to go as he runs ahead, explaining he will draw zombie aggro toward the soldiers and that she must follow from a distance. Chansa promises to get Soyeon out alive and asks if she trusts his crazy plan, prompting her shocked response. Chansa sprints back toward the checkpoint with a giant pack of zombies chasing him, stunning the soldiers who see he has dragged the horde along. The soldiers panic and order each other to shoot him as he races past. Suddenly Chansa performs an impossibly high super jump that shocks both him and the watching viewers. Landing with a shockwave, he is confused by his own explosive leg power. The bewildered soldiers decide to just chase him, not understanding what is happening. As Chansa bounds through the trees toward the station with zombies behind, viewers marvel at his speed and wonder how much aggro he has gathered. The scene cuts to the outside of the building as gunfire and chaos continue. Chansa slams into the station's wall or door at high speed. He taunts the defenders, asking if their guns are only for show as he runs by with the horde behind him. Recognizing him as the kid from before, the guards open fire from the doorway. The zombies pour into the station interior, bursting through a door toward the soldiers. Someone smashes a zombie's head aside while shouting for it to get away. Soyeon repeatedly bashes a zombie into the ground with her rifle, yelling at it to back off. Another zombie lunges at Soyeon face to face, baring its teeth as she gasps. Chansu appears and smashes that zombie aside to protect Soyeon. Soyeon stares in shock, blood spattered across her face from the close call. Chansu urges Soyeon to go while he clears the way, telling her to get on his back. He explains that the rails are currently set toward a broken branch line as they suspected and urges her again to climb on. Soyeon, surprised he already checked the tracks and confused about riding his back, hesitates. Chansu grabs her by the waist to hoist her up. Soyeon shrieks as Chansu slings her over his shoulder and runs, telling her to hold on. Carrying her bridal style, Chansu sprints while Soyeon is stunned into silence, and he calls her name. He shouts for Jang Seoyeon to answer him as viewers note she seems frozen from shock. Chansu yells her name again until she finally reacts in confusion. He points out the nearby rail switch and asks if she can operate it alone. Chansu says the train will reach them soon and orders Soyeon to change the switch within a minute while he holds off the zombies, and she agrees. Taking cover beside the building, Chansu fires and wonders how many more people inside might become extra zombies if they all die. At the switch, Soyeon struggles with trembling hands, frustrated by her own fear. Chansu continues fighting zombies near the tracks, buying time. Soyeon forces the lever, straining as she changes the rail. Chansu, bloodied and still battling, yells back to Soyeon asking how much longer she will need. She shouts that she has finished changing the tracks. The motion of the train, or the fight sends a violent rush of force as they prepare to flee. Chansu grabs Soyeon and lifts her again so they can escape together. Dizzy and flustered, Soyeon thinks to herself that this is happening to her once more. Chansu hears the train horn and realizes the locomotive is approaching. Seeing the train barreling down the tracks, he senses that something about the situation is wrong. He realizes the train is coming too fast for them to board safely. Looking into the cab, Chansu sees the bloody body of young Mincheol and calls out his name in shock. Chansu panics that the unmanned train shows no sign of stopping. With zombies closing in, Soyeon urges Chansu to hurry, and he thinks they will be doomed if they miss boarding. Chansu checks the timer on his aggro skill and sees he has only a short time left. He tells the unconscious Soyeon not to worry and promises that they will still get on the train. Carrying Soyeon, Chansu sprints alongside the moving train while yelling to draw the zombies after them. His aggro level spikes again as zombies screech. Soyeon demands to know why he is drawing even more attention. She protests that just boarding the speeding train is already difficult enough. Chansu pushes himself harder, thinking it is still not enough, and that he needs just a bit more. As they race beside the cars, a viewer wonders aloud if they are going to miss the train. System messages tempt Chansu by saying he could board if he abandoned Soyeon, but the aggro timer ticks down while she reaches toward him. Instead, Chansu kicks away a zombie while still carrying her, refusing to let go. He cries that he only needs one last push of strength. His aggro reaches 90 with his body power boosted to 1000%, signifying a surge of superhuman strength. Chansu roars as he sprints with Soyeon, and viewers marvel that he hit 1000% and is almost on the train. He shouts for Soyeon to endure the pain and hang on as his empowered sprint launches them upward. Soyeon cries out as she slams against the side of the moving train. She manages to grab a handhold on the train's exterior. Chansu orders her to hold tight as he continues his final dash with only seconds of aggro time remaining. He curses Yang Mincheol for leaving the train out of control as he prepares to jump. At the last second, Chansu grabs onto the railing in Soyeon's arm, barely securing them to the train as his aggro expires. He calls Soyeon's name and reassures her that he has her safely. Once they are both aboard, viewers send him congratulatory gems and comment on how moved they are. Chansu tells the viewers he said he would not die, proud of surviving. Soyeon, still stunned, tells him to look ahead. They see a blood-splattered door and realize something horrific happened in the train car in front of them. Entering the cab, they find bodies and heavy blood, and Soyeon comments on the strong stench. They question if Yang Mincheol is truly dead while Chansu asks Soyeon to move the zombie corpse aside and stand back. Chansu kneels by Yang Mincheol's bloody body and calls his name. He notes that Mincheol is so drenched in blood that he cannot tell whether he was even bitten. The viewers suggest to Chansu that it might be safer to shoot his friend in the head immediately. Chansu glares angrily, and other viewers caution that he is not the kind of person to do that, and that they should stop talking. Chansu and Soyeon check for signs of life, but Mincheol is unresponsive at first. Chansu concludes Mincheol has fainted and says if he is turning into a zombie he will rise soon, promising to handle it if that happens. Mincheol suddenly groans, beginning to move. Chansu shouts his name and urgently asks if he is still himself, or becoming a zombie. Mincheol twitches and mumbles while Chansu sadly thinks it would have been nice if their journey together had lasted longer. Apologizing for giving Mincheol a task beyond his limits, Chansu prepares to end his life with a gun. Mincheol suddenly complains that he hurts, revealing he is conscious, shocking Chansu. Soyeon reacts and notices a dropped rifle near the door. Chansa grabs Mincheol's head in surprise as Mincheol cries out. Realizing there is no bite mark, Chansa exclaims that Mincheol was not infected after all. Mincheol explains he thought he defeated the zombie but slipped and hit his head, knocking himself out. Relieved, Chansa hugs him tightly, saying he truly believed Mincheol had died. Viewers advise double-checking for bites, and Soyeon is surprised to see how much Chansa cares about others. Chansa frantically inspects Mincheol and confirms with delight that there is no bite. Soyeon and Chansa happily embrace Mincheol, telling him they are relieved because they really thought he was dead. Soyeon then asks how Chansa and Mincheol even managed to get onto the speeding train. Remembering, she exclaims that Chansa threw her aboard and demands to know how he is so strong. Mincheol is shocked to hear Chansa literally threw her onto the train, while Chansa awkwardly says the description sounds worse than it was, and she adds that he also carried her while running fast enough to catch up. Mincheol, embarrassed, tells them not to look at him like trash and scolds Chansa for casually picking people up and throwing them around. Chansa downplays it, claiming he only wanted to save Soyeon and must have gotten a burst of adrenaline, joking that it was like sudden superhero strength. Soyeon, blushing, says she has heard of such things but never knew they were possible, marveling at how strong the will to live can be. As the cab radio crackles, a voice asks Chansa to release his collar before praising him, and Soyeon apologizes for grabbing him so roughly. Soyeon radios for help, asking if anyone can hear her and requesting a response. Hearing what sounds like the 7.5 division on the line, Soyeon anxiously asks Chansa what they should do. Chansa realizes the second checkpoint never warned others because he wiped them out. He answers the radio that someone is on the train and claims to be just a passenger. The soldiers ask if he passed inspection at the checkpoint, and he wonders if they are testing him. Activating his lying ability, Chansa reports that their broken train reached the second checkpoint only to find it overrun by zombies and says he alone escaped. He elaborates that the bitten conductor started the train for him then killed herself to avoid endangering him. Hearing the conductor supposedly died, the real conductor panics while Chansa confirms he is from the 7.5 military division and is asked again if he is alone. Chansa fakes bad reception, yells that the connection is cutting out, and rushes to confirm he just needs to reach Taejun Station. The military voice tells him to bring the train to Taejun Station and break there so they can handle the rest. After the call, the conductor calls Chansa shameless. He calls it showmanship, and notes they cannot take this damaged train all the way to Taejun. He asks for a discreet place to stop and disembark, and the conductor thinks about a suitable spot. She suggests a forest near a main road to Taejun where they could get off unseen. The group hikes through that forest, noting how peaceful it seems. Chansa checks Mincheol can handle his metal pipe, observing that Mincheol seems attached to this special weapon. He thinks Chansa himself urgently needs to find a better weapon than his current knife. As they walk, Chansa grows uneasy at the unnaturally deep silence. He reasons that a forest this dense should at least have birdsong, which makes the quiet more suspicious. The others also move cautiously, sensing something is off around them. Chansa halts, prompting confusion from behind as he feels something strange. He asks if the others heard anything, but they are unsure. He asks his remote allies if they noticed anything and is told only his party's footsteps are audible. He hears faint sounds he cannot pinpoint and curses internally, realizing something is lurking. Chansa asks Seoyeon how big the forest is, and she estimates a 20-minute walk across but emphasizes how hard it is to navigate in the dark. Mincheol volunteers to guide them since he memorized the forest map. Chansa approves and tells Mincheol to take the lead. As they advance, Mincheol's footsteps echo along the trail. Suddenly Chansa shouts Mincheol's name in alarm as something moves near him. Mincheol's pipe is struck by a sudden, powerful blow from a wooden tendril. Chansa yanks Mincheol back while ordering him to retreat. They see that the attacker is actually an animated tree branch. Shocked, Mincheol complains the situation is too much as Chansa keeps him behind. A towering plant monster made of wood rises, and Chansa recognizes it as a terati, explaining why they had not noticed it earlier. He realizes that if this is a terati, the entire forest serves as a habitat for plant monsters. One massive tree monster looms ominously before them. The ground shakes as another giant trunk slams down, attacking. A huge wooden limb whips towards them at high speed. Seoyeon slashes at the attacking tree in frustration, while Chansa calls for her to wait. Chansa analyzes that although the plant monsters attack quickly, their bodies move slowly overall, so he tells everyone it is better to run, ordering Mincheol to guide them. Mincheol shouts his agreement and starts sprinting. While fleeing, Mincheol leads them toward a side path off the main trail. He pushes through foliage, forcing his way along the shortcut. The trees rustle ominously overhead as they push deeper into the forest. A huge tree monster blocks their way ahead, forcing Mincheol to shout that they must turn left. Chansa is glad they can still change direction as the monster steps aside. He thinks they might actually escape at this pace. A massive wooden arm suddenly swings at Chansa from behind. The blow smashes into him and sends him flying into the ground. Seoyeon yells encouragement as Chansa crashes and groans in pain. Seoyeon curses as she watches him get hit. Seeing the monster's full size, she wonders why it is so enormous compared to the others. Chansa warns Mincheol of an attack from behind as another branch lashes out at him. Chansa tells Mincheol to run on alone while he and Seoyeon find another way out and regroup at the forest entrance. Mincheol hesitates, trying to mention something about the road. A branch smashes Mincheol, injuring him mid-sentence. Bleeding, he still screams at the others to hurry and escape. Mincheol forces himself to run, shouting for the two of them to stay safe. One of the tree monsters continues to pursue him toward the forest edge. Meanwhile, Seoyeon slashes at another terati, keeping it at bay as Chansa stands ready. She angrily orders the monsters to stop approaching while firing or slashing again. Chansa senses something off, wondering why his aggro skill is not drawing the plant monster's focus. He realizes via inner explanation that the monsters are not targeting him specifically and lack ears or eyes, prompting him to exclaim in understanding. He tests his theory by making deliberate contact. His aggro skill finally activates with a visible timer, confirming his suspicion. Chansa shouts to Seoyeon not to hit the monsters because they only recognize enemies after physical contact. She realizes that attacking them only worsens their situation by drawing more aggro. They decide to avoid fighting and instead circle around to escape in another direction. While running, Chansa silently prays that Mincheol survives. Mincheol finally reaches the park entrance, gasping in relief. He notices the monsters halt at the edge where there is no soil, deducing they cannot leave the dirt. Worried for his friends still inside, he fears they might get lost in the dangerous forest. Remembering Chance's earlier embrace, he clings to that bond. He recalls being told to wait at the entrance but feels conflicted. Despite that, he starts walking away from the gate. He heads to a nearby convenience store for supplies. Inside, he nervously checks that no one is present. He grabs bottles of soju from the fridge. Then he takes a pack of towel wipes, gathering materials for a plan. He resists the urge to take cigarettes, reminding himself he quit smoking. Packing items, he asks Chansu in his thoughts to wait a little longer. Outside, he fashions a burning torch from alcohol and cloth. Torch in hand, Minchiol charges back toward the forest, vowing to kill all the plant monsters. He thrusts the flaming torch against the wooden body, setting it ablaze. Seeing the burning monster retreat, he excitedly notes that it is fleeing from the fire. The flames spread rapidly along the creature's wooden limbs. Minchiol exclaims that the burning monsters are weaker than he expected. He taunts them, waving the torch and driving them back. Suddenly one flaming monster rushes him instead of retreating, surprising him. He yells for it to get away as flames swirl dangerously close. One of the burning monsters explodes violently in front of him. Shocked, Minchiol realizes the plant monsters are exploding as they burn. The surrounding forest canopy catches fire from the blasts. Surrounded by tall burning tree monsters, Minchiol despairs that he is doomed. He screams and tries to flee as more fiery trunks close in. The shockwave throws him to the ground. As he lies there, torrents of water suddenly douse the flames above him. Jets of water blast the burning monster, rapidly extinguishing it. Minchiol notes the monsters have stopped moving and warns that they will explode again soon. An elderly man wielding a hose yells at him to hurry over for safety. Another explosion erupts as they retreat together. The old man grabs his arm, insisting they must run away quickly. Minchiol protests about abandoning his companions. The man shouts there is no time to worry about others with monsters closing in. He drags Minchiol down an unseen side road that was not even on the map. Minchiol glances back anxiously while running. The old man opens a hidden manhole and winces in pain as he descends. He urges Minchiol to climb down the ladder quickly. Minchiol lands hard in an underground room, groaning. He sees they have entered a storage-like shelter while the old man climbs down after him. Minchiol asks what this underground place is and checks if the old man is alright. The man admits he is in pain but says it is better than being torn apart by monsters. He tells Minchiol to sit on the bed and rest. The man explains that this bunker is his home where he has been living since the world ended. Leaning over Minchiol, he ominously begins to say something more about him. He questions where Minchiol came from, recognizing his clothes as a high school uniform, and Minchiol confirms he is a student, though that hardly matters now. Remembering Chansu, Minchiol suddenly cries out in concern. The old man forces him back down, telling him to abandon hope for whoever he came with because the monsters never stop once agitated. Minchiol protests that he must save his companions, but the old man screams at him to give up. The man says if Minchiol truly wants to rescue them he must wait until sunrise, when the plant monsters root themselves and cannot move. Minchiol repeats this condition in disbelief. The old man assures him his friends will also hide until morning and insists they will do everything possible to survive until then. Minchiol reluctantly agrees to wait a while. The old man says it is a good decision because the monsters will not enter the bunker, so Minchiol can relax. He offers Minchiol a can of peaches, saying he must be hungry. As Minchiol sits silently with the can, the old man tells him to stop worrying and eat. He presses a spoon into Minchiol's hand, urging him to eat whenever he gets the chance in case he never has such food again. He adds that Minchiol needs to fill his stomach now to have energy to go out tomorrow, which Minchiol agrees with as he takes a bite. Tasting it, Minchiol thinks the peaches are delicious. The old man laughs that Minchiol has suffered a lot for someone so young and hands him a bottle of water as well. Smiling strangely, the old man tells him to chew slowly. While Minchiol drinks, the man sympathetically asks how he got here and guesses he entered through the front gate. Minchiol explains they actually came from the back gate. The old man infers that means they arrived by train, which Minchiol confirms and asks how he knew. The man replies that there is no other way to reach this place and then asks how many companions Minchiol had, learning there were 3 including him. He notes there are 2 other survivors and reacts thoughtfully. He casually asks what is in Minchiol's backpack, then reassures the startled boy that he only wants to share more food, not steal from him, saying he has plenty stored. Minchiol insists the old man has already helped enough, and the man tells him to ask if he ever needs more and points out an extra bed he can use. When Minchiol hesitates to take the bed, the man says he prepared an extra mattress precisely for unexpected guests like him. He tells Minchiol to sleep well and that they will talk again in the morning, turning off the light. Lying in bed, Minchiol admits he is too anxious about his friends to sleep. Watching the old man sleep soundly, he admires how prepared and healthy the elder is and wonders if this is wise experience at work. He feels guilty for doubting someone who fed him and shared supplies. Staring at the ceiling, he quietly calls out to Chansu in his thoughts. He imagines Chansu desperately fighting to survive in the forest right now. Remembering the sweet peaches, he thinks again how delicious the snack was. He suddenly jolts with a nightmare image of Chansu and Seoyeon starving and calling his name. Jolted awake, Minchiol stares into the darkness. His eyes drift to the stacked cans of peaches in the bunker. He softly calls out to the sleeping grandpa, getting no response. Reasoning that there are many cans, Minchiol considers taking one for Chansu later. He picks up a can from the stack. Conscience pricking him, he decides he cannot steal from the man who saved him and resolves to put the can back and return to sleep. He crawls back into bed while the old man appears to remain asleep nearby. A menacing eye opens as someone ominously promises to watch over the boy. Chansu panics while running, realizing there are far too many tree monsters in the forest. He thinks about how these tree monsters awaken at the slightest touch and are nearly impossible to avoid. Seoyeon, injured, apologizes to Chansu for losing their gun when they rolled down a hill. Chansu checks if she is hurt, but Seoyeon brushes it off and asks if they can really escape this place. While they sprint around, Seoyeon feels lost and system messages tell Chansu to look for an axe. Chansu doubts an axe would be lying around here, then suddenly notices something that makes him pause. He spots one monster tree moving in a different direction and wonders why. Chansu notices a small white creature on that tree and realizes he has seen it before. The white bear-like creature jumps down energetically, shocking him. Chansu senses the creature wants him to follow, while Seoyeon asks what is wrong. Trusting the creature, Chansu yells for Seoyeon to follow him in its direction, confusing her. Seoyun wonders if Chansu suddenly remembered the correct way to go, reassuring herself that he excels in critical moments. Chansu, led by the creature, says it landed this way and Seoyun demands to know what he is talking about. The little bear runs ahead through the forest, guiding them. Chansu calculates his 37 gem balance, and decides he will open whatever supply box the creature is leading them to, no matter the cost. As he runs, he prays there will be multiple supply boxes, then notices something off. He halts in front of a glowing chest, exhaling in disbelief at what he sees. Seeing that this chest costs 72 gems, he and the observing messages react in shock and ask what he will do. Chansu angrily complains that previous boxes were cheap and demands why this one is so expensive, while the system coolly explains that price reflects reward quality. Overwhelmed, Chansu screams by the chest and Seoyun shouts at him, asking what is wrong. He babbles to Seoyun about the gem-based supply box system and how the high price destroyed his hope, while she calls him crazy. Seoyun slaps sense into Chansu, telling him they can look for it later, and he whimpers miserably. She drags him along again, warning that the monsters are closing in, while he internally despairs. Chansu considers provoking every tree and using his aggro skill, then rejects the idea fearing disastrous consequences. Forcing himself to think clearly, he reasons that since the monsters are trees, they would need fire to fight them safely. Suddenly water splashes on his face, triggering him to shout about water. Chansu uses water to drench the monster trees surrounding them, forming a barrier. Seoyun watches in amazement as the soaked trees stop moving. A man in work clothes appears waving them over, offering help and urging them to come his way. Seeing another person, they decide to follow him toward his shelter. Chansu curses inwardly but accepts they have no better option. The man says there is a nearby shelter and tells them to follow, while Chansu resolves they have no other choice. Elsewhere, a boy under a blanket gasps weakly in his sleep. The boy realizes something is wrong, feeling dizzy and unbearably heavy, unable to get up. His supposed grandfather, lying in a nearby bed, notes he is still awake even though dawn is far off. The boy tells his grandfather his body feels strange and that he is unbearably sleepy. The grandfather calls that feeling normal and gently urges him to just go to sleep and close his eyes. With a chilling stare, the old man promises he will watch over the boy as he sleeps. Horrified, the boy snaps awake under the blanket, whispering that this cannot be real. The old man says the boy is resisting sleep well for someone so young but insists he should stop fighting it because everything will be over if he sleeps until sunrise. Struggling to speak, the boy asks what the old man means by everything being over. Standing over him in a dark room, the old man says all pain and fatigue will vanish and the boy will no longer feel tired, prompting the boy to demand what was done to him. The old man claims he only saved the boy's life, but the boy argues his condition proves otherwise. The man casually points to a stack of canned food, hinting the boy's state comes from something he touched. He explains there is a coating on the outside of the cans that the boy should have noticed. The boy remembers feeling something slippery on the can and panics about what it was. The old man flatly reveals it was poison, shocking the boy. He explains the poison is derived from the monster trees outside. As the boy collapses from the bed, the old man calmly says the toxin is only a sedative that absorbs easily through the skin. He props the boy up, warning him not to struggle, or he will get hurt, while the boy weakly begs to be released. The old man roughly stuffs him back into bed, ordering him to snuggle tightly in the blankets. Looming over him with a mad grin, he cheerfully bids the boy goodnight again. Half-conscious and crying, the boy curses inwardly and resolves that he must somehow warn others that this old man is dangerous. The boy's vision fades as the old man says he will see him in the morning. Back in the forest timeline, Chansu spots the hidden bunker entrance, and calls out for Minchio, wondering what this place is. At the open hatch, the man urges them inside while Seoyun climbs down, and Chansu insists their host go first. The man forcefully pushes Chansu toward the hatch, and Chansu notes how strong he is while politely insisting their savior descend first. The man tells him to close the door after coming. Chansu pauses halfway down the ladder, glancing back in uneasy silence. He shuts the heavy metal doors above them. Reaching the basement, Chansu hears the man remark that they barely survived and were in real danger. In a room lined with bookshelves, Chansu notices that the shelves are completely packed with books. Their host suggests introductions and names himself Yuki-sung, while Seoyun thanks him and introduces herself in return. Chansu introduces himself as Go Chansu and shakes Yuki-sung's hand. Yuki-sung smiles pleasantly and says it is nice to meet Chansu. Sitting on the floor with him, they ask if he lives here alone, and he tells them to relax and not worry. Seoyun asks Chansu for some water, so he reaches into his bag to retrieve a bottle. Yuki-sung quickly offers his own bottled water instead, insisting they not waste their supplies. Seoyun politely refuses, saying they cannot take his food since they are guests, while Chansu echoes that they are already grateful he saved them. Yuki-sung replies that they should ask if they ever need anything because he has plenty of food stored. Whispering, Seoyun asks Chansu if their host seems suspicious. Chansu admits he is unsure but is being cautious. Chansu asks whether it is safe to leave in the morning, and Yuki-sung answers that the monsters fear sunlight, offering them beds and taking another for himself. Exhausted, Seoyun quietly asks Chansu if she can use the bed, and he agrees with thanks. She collapses onto the bed, while Chansu internally praises her for acting naturally. Chansu leans against the wall by the food storage, thinking he must keep pretending their host does not seem suspicious. As drowsiness creeps in, Chansu has a bad feeling that things will become troublesome soon. His eyelids droop, on the verge of sleep. Through a narrow slit of vision, he sees Yuki-sung looming with a blanket and the system chat anxiously wondering if he was about to attack him. The messages yell at Chansu to wake up and be careful, as Yu appears ready to cover him. Chansu suddenly sits up and demands to know what Yuki-sung is doing. Startled, Yu laughs nervously and claims he was only bringing a blanket because Chansu looked cold. The system mocks Chansu for overreacting, and he realizes the others are teasing him for his paranoia. Yu gently insists he lie down, saying the floor is hard so he will even add a mat, and Chansu awkwardly thanks him. Chansu finally lies on the mat with pillow and blanket, sighing in relief. Staring up, he thinks how strange it feels to rest comfortably after such a long time. He then wonders how Minchiol is faring elsewhere. A system message orders Chansu not to sleep. He denies sleeping, but they point out he was drooling while he notes that Seoyun is already out cold. Seoyun, half asleep, internally complains that she wants to sleep too. Watching her, Chansu reflects that thanks to his skills and stats he can push on while an ordinary person would struggle. He grips his pants, repeating to himself that he must not fall asleep and needs to resist. Time passes in silence as the three rest in the bunker. Chance awakes later and notes that Yuki-sung, the man in track pants, has finally fallen asleep. Asking the system what to do next, he quietly moves toward the door while they chide him for being so suspicious of everyone. In the washroom, he observes even this bunker has full facilities and thinks his paranoia has kept him alive so far. He reasons that Yuki-sung knew the monster trees only move at night, yet still ventured out to rescue them, which seems odd. Determined to learn what kind of person Yu is, Chance notes there are no cameras in the bunker and starts snooping. He inspects the many canned peaches, thinking about how much food Yu has hoarded. Chance picks up one can for closer examination. He notices something off and calls the system's attention to it. Inspecting the can, he realizes the lid logo does not match the can's brand. Chance concludes Yu must have opened the cans, tampered with the contents, and sealed them again, prompting the system to suggest preemptively attacking him. Standing over the sleeping Yuki-sung, Chance glares down, inwardly cursing him. Yu's eyes snap open in shock as Chance moves. Chance tackles and restrains him, shouting, while Yu howls in pain and confusion. Pinning him, Chance accuses Yu of pretending to sleep, pointing out he screamed before being touched, while Yu begs to be released. Seohyun wakes groggily, and realizes she fell asleep. Chance orders Seohyun to bring blankets so they can tie Yu up, startling her into action. As she helps bind him, Seohyun exclaims that something really was wrong all along, and Chance retorts that she acted like she knew while sleeping soundly. With Yu now tightly trussed, Chance scolds Seohyun for sleeping like a baby. She claims she relaxed only because she trusted him to stay awake. Relieved, Chance says he can finally sleep, and the system suggests they also tie Yu to the ladder so he cannot escape, which Chance agrees is wise. Now bound to the ladder, Yuki-sung yells in outrage, asking why they are doing this to him. Chance lies back down and tells him to stay tied up just for the night and rest after they are gone in the morning, then bids him goodnight, leaving Yu speechless. Yu desperately begs Seohyun to free him, saying this treatment is crazy, but she apologetically insists he stay that way until morning. Seohyun rolls over tiredly in bed, ignoring his pleas. Yu mutters bitterly about their insincere use of the word please. Exhausted and slumped against the ladder, Yu finally nods off. Chansu, now safe, falls into a deep sleep, drooling again. Seohyun also sleeps peacefully, unaware of what will come. She jolts awake, sensing something strange. Alarmed by a noise, she shakes Chansu and tells him to wake up. She realizes the beeping is just Chance's wristwatch alarm going off. From his bound spot, Yu meekly asks to be freed, complaining he has not slept at all and questioning if this is how they repay their rescuer. Stretching happily in the morning light, Seohyun admits she slept very well. She notes that the sounds of the moving monster trees above seem to have stopped. Seohyun excitedly tries to wake Chansu, saying they can probably go outside now, but he remains completely unconscious. Growing worried, Seohyun shouts his name repeatedly. She stares at his unresponsive face, calling out to him again. Disturbed, Seohyun demands to know what is wrong with Chansu, while Yu insists from his tied position that he could not have done anything. She grabs Yu and accuses him of seeing something, pointing out Chansu appears unconscious, but he shrugs it off as deep sleep. Seohyun glares and accuses Yu of doing something to Chansu. Yu complains they ignore how they treated him and insists again the boy is just sleeping deeply. Furious, Seohyun yells that Chansu does not look merely asleep and orders Yu to explain, while he mockingly asks if she really wants to hear it. Yu points toward the canned food and says Chansu touched those cans. He taunts that she cannot see what is wrong with them because the room is dark. Yu finally reveals he coated all the cans with poison. He explains he did this to trap ungrateful thieves who would steal from someone that saved their lives. Seohyun, aura flaring, commands him to hand over an antidote, or be beaten senseless. Yu feigns ignorance about an antidote, then casually admits there is no such thing. Enraged, Seohyun punches him violently in the face. Bruised and bleeding, Yu laughs madly, impressed by how tough she is. Seohyun coldly says that since there is no antidote, she has no reason to untie him, and will just keep beating him while he is bound. Yu smiles eerily, and says she does not need to untie him anyway. Flames suddenly ignite around his body, confusing Seohyun. She recoils in shock as he erupts into a human torch. Wreathed in fire, Yu says they should have searched him because he keeps a hidden lighter and dresses in easily flammable clothes. Seohyun screams that he is insane. Laughing amidst the blaze, Yu declares he is just firewood and that everything in the bunker is as well. Seohyun grabs a blanket and rushes toward the flames. She tries to smother the fire with the blanket but coughs in the smoke and realizes it is not working. Nearby, Chansa still lies motionless on his mat, unaware of the chaos. Seohyun looks toward the sealed bunker door in panic, realizing their situation has become catastrophic. Someone grabs a green hose in a grimy bathroom, preparing it for use. The restrained man spews fire and smoke from his body, coughing and groaning in pain. His burnt bonds break apart, and he exclaims that he is finally free. Now unbound and manic, he lunges at his captor while screaming that he is free. Clutching the hose around the captor's neck, he taunts them to see if they can escape too. The captor curses at him and struggles as the hose tightens. Both collapse to the ground coughing in thick smoke, and the captor panics that they cannot breathe. Covering his face from the smoke, Chansu urges his ally to move while thinking he cannot see. Seohyun kneels in the smog, calling out and trying to locate Chansu. She suddenly realizes someone has approached as a voice calmly replies that she was looking for him. The gas-masked villain appears in front of her, startling her. As he chokes Seohyun from behind, he dismisses her question about his mask and says only their lives and deaths matter. While strangling her, he growls as she desperately reaches towards some stacked cans. She knocks one can to the floor while he coughs, and he casually scolds her for mishandling food. The villain says he is actually grateful because he needed more fertilizer for his plants. Seohyun, shocked, repeats fertilizer, and he explains they disturb the trees he is raising so he cannot let them go. She thinks bitterly that if he had died in the earlier fire he too would have been fertilizer, then curses that dealing with a lunatic is what makes this so hard. Refusing to give up, Seohyun urges Chansu in her thoughts and out loud to get moving. The villain mockingly explains that the substance on the cans is his poison, a sedative that makes adults sleep half a day. He tells Seohyun to just drift off, adding that he will probably kill her before the poison fully works. Seohyun's eyes close as the smoke and exhaustion overwhelm her. Suddenly she awakens to fresh air and light, surprised. Chansu opens a hatch to the outside, happily breathing the fresh air and saying the outdoors beats being trapped. Smiling at the sky, he cheers himself on, repeating his own name for motivation. The villain, still holding Seoyun, stares up in confusion at Chansu's sudden reappearance, and asks what he is. Landing on the ground, Chansu introduces himself as Go Chansu. He lightly scolds the villain for burning the ladder but shrugs, saying he can just jump out the door since it is open. The villain rants that humans cannot jump that high and demands to know how Chansu woke from the poison, while Chansu jokes that it only gave him a good sleep. Chansu adds that since they messed with his body he needs to repay them, looking oddly refreshed. He grabs the villain by the arm and hoists him up, causing the man to scream. Dangling in pain, the villain yells to be released and tries to punch Chansu. Chansu blocks the blow, saying not to hit his face because he is a streamer, and casually remarks that the man's burnt arm feels like crispy leaves. Terrified, the villain stammers in disbelief and clutches his mask. Chansu explains that his body is abnormal and regenerates quickly, so the sedative only knocked him out for half the usual time. The villain's gas mask falls to the floor as he desperately tries to object. Chansu lifts him by the throat, asking how it feels now that breathing is difficult without the mask. As the villain gasps and snarls like a monster, Chansu mocks him for acting like a zombie. Seoyun smashes a can into the villain's face. She follows up with a powerful kick that sends him flying. Calling him crazy, she knocks him to the ground. Consumed by rage, she repeatedly stomps and shouts for him to die. Chansu grabs her arm, telling Seoyun to stop. Holding the hose, he says he heard she touched the cans and remarks how much of a mess everything became while he slept, while she protests he is the one who caused it. He smirks and points out that he still woke up right when she needed him. Seoyun stands silently, conflicted. Chansu looks at the unconscious villain and says they must prevent him from escaping. He begins to drag the villain away by the leg, drawing another scream. Seeing the man is awake, Chansu calls that unfortunate as the villain frantically begs him to wait. Chansu questions why someone who burned his own body is now so afraid of pain, guessing he only hates being hurt by others. The villain breaks down, screaming for his grandfather to save him. At that, Chansu and Seoyun realize there is a grandpa involved and react in surprise. Chansu demands to know if anyone else lives in these woods and where his companions are. Elsewhere, dirt is tossed from a newly dug pit in the forest. A shovel continues digging, the worker sighing with effort. An old man in a tracksuit comments on the nice weather and wonders why Ki-sung is taking so long. At the bottom of the pit, Minchul wakes tied up and groaning as the old man peers down, remarking that he is already awake. The grandfather cheerfully notes young people's stamina and says he had better hurry with his work. As earth begins covering Minchul's face, he panics and wonders what is happening. The old man smiles pleasantly and asks if Minchul is awake. Minchul screams to be released and demands to know where he is, but the grandfather calmly says he cannot let him out. The old man says he has already offered Minchul as fertilizer, terrifying the boy as roots writhe nearby. Minchul realizes in shock that the tree's roots move even by day, while the grandfather explains they only move to absorb nutrients. The word nutrients echoes in Minchul's mind as he grasps the horror of being eaten by the roots. He desperately yells to be freed, cursing the old man. The grandfather chides him for foul language and says this is why he prefers plants that never complain. He explains that plants simply grow with nutrients or die quietly without them, while Minchul shouts for the torment to stop. When Minchul tries to climb up, the grandfather drives the shovel into his shoulder, telling him not to be stupid. Minchul screams in agony. Writhing on the ground, he continues to howl while the grandfather coldly tells him to stop wasting energy. The grandfather describes becoming fertilizer as peaceful, saying Minchul will avoid zombies and monsters by resting forever within the roots. Roots grab Minchul's leg and he mentally screams no, struggling and shouting for them to let him go. Still bound, he rages at the old man to pull him out and insults his age, daring him to come down into the pit. The grandfather laughs that Minchul is losing his manners. As the shovel swings again, Minchul narrowly dodges the lethal strike. The blade cuts to his shoulder area, prompting another painful cry. Minchul realizes his risky move worked as blood spurts from his torn arm. Grabbing the shovel, he swears that he will kill his grandfather himself. Minchul charges and knocks the old man down into the pit. The fallen grandfather coughs and groans while Minchul, bloodied, notes how hard it is to speak politely when you are the one being beaten. Minchul says the roles have reversed, while the grandfather spits that he is a useless brat. Pinning the old man, Minchul demands to know if he is alone in these woods and where his companions are. The grandfather claims ignorance and suggests that maybe his grandson already dealt with them. Shocked, Minchul demands clarification. Meanwhile, the old man secretly grabs a rock. He smashes it into Minchul's face, brutally injuring him. With Minchul staggered, the grandfather lunges for the shovel. Minchul regains focus and prepares to react. He stomps the grandfather hard in the groin. Minchul seizes the shovel handle again. He then drives the shovel into the grandfather, who cries out in disbelief. The blow lands with a sickening impact, drawing more screams. Bleeding and panicked, the grandfather begs for a moment, and warns that if they kill him they will never find their companions. Minchul, holding the bloody shovel above him, demands to know where his friends are and asks if that really does not matter. Realizing he must bargain, the grandfather claims the forest paths are too complex to explain and insists they must take him along as a guide. Minchul icily repeats his demand for their location, noting that he still would not be able to find them from verbal directions alone. A frantic answer flashes that they are in a B-rank bunker in the Broadleaves forest area. Minchul, confused about the exact spot, asks where that is, and the grandfather babbles directions and begs to be spared so he can lead them there. Switching to emotional manipulation, the old man calls Minchul a young child and says he should not treat human lives so lightly. Minchul grips the shovel while the grandfather nervously reacts to his silence. Minchul coldly says he is not naive and that at his age anything is possible. The grandfather tries again to stall, saying he will personally guide him. Minchul reveals he already memorized the forest map. He states he knows the directions are lies and brings the shovel down, blood spraying. Back in the present, Chansu soberly addresses his viewers, calling them Hyungnims. A reward chest appears, and the system declares it contains 72 gems, prompting chat messages about giving him gems. Chansu exasperatedly repeats that it is 72 gems while viewers say repeating it will not change anything. Excited, he claims something valuable must be inside and urges the viewers to test it with him, though chat responds they are not curious. As comments mock him, he trudges toward the chest in dejection. He touches the chest while a viewer reacts with a questioning message. Straining with all his might, he fails to lift the heavy chest as chat laughs and tells him to give up before he hurts himself. Collapsing in front of it, he admits it is incredibly heavy. Wondering if pushing will move it, he tries to shove the chest while Chat teases him for his obsession. The system advises him instead to roll a future roulette game using gems, explaining he can later bet with them. Realizing he cannot open it yet, Chansu groans in disappointment. A top donor asks if he wants the chest that badly, and Chansu silently considers the question. Chansu eagerly confirms he will accept the gem loan, while the donor agrees once but warns him to remember this. Told he might regret this choice someday, Chansu accepts anyway. A notification shows only one donating 35 gems and warning they will not be this generous again. Elsewhere, Seohyun runs through the forest calling for Go Chansu and asking what took him so long. Chansu meets her, claiming he was searching for a weapon in case Mincheol is in danger. He grips his new axe-like weapon and says they should hurry to find Mincheol. At the pit's edge, bloodied fingers claw over the ground. Mincheol hauls himself out of the grave, barely alive. Down below, the monstrous tree roots suffocate the dead grandfather, turning him into the fertilizer he desired. Chansu and Seohyun sprint through the forest in alarm. They spot Mincheol collapsed and bleeding and shout his name. Seeing his mangled body, they scream for young Mincheol and rush to him. Examining the wound, they note how much he is bleeding and fear he may go into shock, urging him to stay conscious. Supporting him between them, they decide to head for a nearby hospital and wish they had a way to carry him. Seohyun points out a garage and shouts for Chansu to head there. Chansu uses his axe to break the lock on the garage door. The lock is sliced apart with a bright flash of energy. Surprised by the weapon's cutting power, Chansu wonders what is going on. He strikes again, shattering the bar completely. The garage door swings open. Seohyun, holding Mincheol, asks if Chansu plans to use what is inside to transport him, and he tells her to put Mincheol in quickly. They load Mincheol into a rusty wheelbarrow, and Seohyun nervously jokes that they might be punished for this improvised stretcher. Together they rattle the wheelbarrow toward Jeonhap Hospital. Inside the apparently empty hospital, they hurry Mincheol through the entrance. Laying him on an operating table, Chansu asks if Seohyun knows how to treat him, and she vaguely suggests stitches and medicine. Chansu searches cabinets but finds no medical supplies, concluding the place has already been looted. He tells Seohyun he will check other rooms while she stays and presses on Mincheol's wound. Chansu walks cautiously down the hospital corridor. Uneasy, he wonders what strange sensation he just felt. He asks his viewers if they heard something too, while Chat offers mixed, nervous replies. He worries it might be another villain, and that mishandling it could endanger Mincheol even more. He rushes back, telling Seohyun to grab their bags because they have to move Mincheol, while she asks what is wrong. Mincheol weakly says he has a very bad feeling. As Chansu prepares to lift Mincheol's legs, an eerie woman with long hair peers in from the hallway unnoticed. Seohyun suddenly shouts a warning that something is behind Chansu, while the creepy nurse-like woman giggles menacingly. A creepy purple-haired girl delights in the scent of blood. Chansu shoves people back from the subway door, warning them to stay away as they prepare to leave. The eerie girl calmly walks toward them from the doorway. Chansu, gripping his weapon, bluntly refuses something, confused by the situation. The girl confronts Chansu up close and warns that if he goes outside, his injured friend will die. She asks if they are fine with the patient dying, explaining his body is in shock from blood loss. Seohyun nervously suggests they leave because the girl seems strange. The girl cheerfully agrees she is weird and suddenly attacks Seohyun, startling her. Seohyun shoves the girl away, demanding to know who she is. The girl shows a student ID as Kim Harong, a nursing major in charge of medicines, and asks to examine the patient. Chansu realizes she is a nursing major and wonders if this game has support characters. His unseen advisors say such supports might not always help and that Harong could be ally or villain, while she urges them to treat the dying friend immediately. Harong mockingly asks if they even know how to save him, accusing them of planning random pills and bad bandaging that could suffocate him. Chansu and his viewers react in horror that such a freak is actually a medic. Harong decides it is better for the patient to live and is thrilled to finally have someone she can still save. She politely begs to be allowed to help so the patient can keep living. Chansu looks at her seriously, reconsidering. Harong gazes back with a gentle, hopeful expression. Mincheol wakes up in a memory or dream to someone greeting him, then calls for his hyung. He recalls the terrifying grin of the old man who attacked him. The old man raises a shovel menacingly. Mincheol, in a flashback, falls into a pit as the shovel strikes toward him. He screams as he plummets. Creeping roots coil around his leg in the pit. He struggles, grabbing the roots and yelling to be released. The roots fully entangle his body as he screams in agony. Mincheol jolts awake in the hospital bed, shocked. Chansu and Seohyun react with relief as Mincheol sits up, confused. They celebrate that he is alive and ask after his condition, while viewers praise Harung's impressive support skills. Chansu jokes about how much blood Mincheol lost, and how long he was unconscious. Mincheol emotionally thanks his hyung and Seohyun, while Chat congratulates his survival. Mincheol asks about the murderous grandpa, and they confirm they saw the corpse, and that it was handled. He then realizes they are in a hospital and nervously asks who the unfamiliar girl is. Harung excitedly introduces herself as the one who saved him and modestly says thanks are unnecessary. Chansu prompts Mincheol to say thanks, and Harung beams proudly at his gratitude. Chansu thinks things worked out, and wonders if they should let Harung join the party. He hesitates, recalling that people with odd personalities often cause trouble if given a chance. Deciding to move now that Mincheol is awake, they plan to relocate. Outside, Chansu offers to carry Mincheol on his back, but Mincheol shyly refuses. Chansu points out the wheelbarrow he previously used to transport Mincheol, surprising him. As Chansu carries Mincheol again, he thanks Harung for her help despite their short time together. Seohyun offers Harung a box of food as a parting gift. Walking away, she explains they might need to run so it is best if Chansu carries Mincheol, or he will be left behind. Left standing at the hospital entrance, Harung protests to herself that she is not a kid. Seohyun notes something feels off because there are no zombies nearby. Chansu also finds it strange but tells her to stay alert regardless. Mincheol insists he can walk on his own, but Seohyun cautions him not to overdo it. Chansu agrees to let him walk and then asks if everyone is hungry. Spotting a gas cylinder outside a restaurant, he suggests they can cook there. They enter the eatery, finding it suitable for resting. Inside, Chansu confirms there are no zombies here either. Mincheol eagerly moves to open the fridge, but Chansu warns him not to. Chansu explains that with no power the fridge's contents must be spoiled, alarming Mincheol. Minchyo quickly stops himself from opening it. Seoyun searches the kitchen and finds seasonings and a couple of ramen packets, enough for a simple meal. Chansa decides to go to a convenience store nearby for more food, saying he will be right back. Outside, he walks toward the store while his viewers comment there is not enough food and grossly tease him about the fridge. At the store entrance, he jokingly complains about lack of viewer donations while chat reminds him he is the one in debt. Inside, he gathers instant rice, stew, meatballs and other provisions into a basket. Seeing the spoiled prepared food section, he decides to skip it as viewers cruelly joke about forcing him to eat it. He dismisses their teasing, saying he should head back. As he turns, he suddenly feels something is off in the store. He sees Harung eerily pressed against the glass doors outside, terrifying him and the viewers. Realizing she followed them, he asks his unseen hyungs to cover him. He opens the door and bluntly asks Harung if she tailed them all the way here. Harung timidly peeks in and invites him to let her inside. Chansa questions why she followed when they already repaid her, and she nervously starts to answer. She explains she thought they still needed her to monitor Minchyo's recovery and earnestly begs them to make use of her. She insists she really wants to care for her patient, and pleads to be taken along. Chansa coolly points out she could have asked Minchyo directly, implying she wants into the group because she sees him as the leader. Harung is flustered and can barely respond. Watching her falter, Chansa concludes this insecure side is Harung's true self. He analyzes that she becomes hyper and confident when she feels useful but grows scared and anxious when she has no clear role. He deduces she was alone because her previous group likely abandoned her. Recognizing that she is medically skilled, he decides to accept her. He tells Harung she can join them, but only if she agrees to one condition. Back at the restaurant, the others marvel at how much food he brought. Chansu urges them to start cooking with the pot and pan while assuring them he chose only safe items. Proclaiming himself an experienced solo liver, he confidently begins cooking as viewers react with curiosity. He lights the gas and starts boiling the pot. Chansu internally sets himself a 30-minute time limit to finish the meal. With flashy, almost showy movements, he wields a spoon, astonishing his companions. Meat patties sizzle in the pan as he cooks. Meatballs and sauce rain into the pan, continuing the dish. He pours instant soup and other instant ingredients into a pot, noting everything comes from convenience food. He orders the others to set the table while continuing to prep ingredients. He reflects that even crude instant items can produce something spectacular when cooked well. He theatrically flings fried rice with his spoon like a performance. Finishing, he dramatically announces his convenience store feast is ready, fully aware he is showing off. He shuts off the burner, ending the cooking spectacle. Seoyun and Minchyo, now seated in conjured theater chairs, gush over how amazing the performance was and question why there are theater seats. Minchyo excitedly declares the food delicious. Seoyun blushes and admits the meal tastes surprisingly good. Chansa stuffs food in at high speed, prompting Seoyun to ask why he is eating so fast. He abruptly finishes, setting down his utensils. Minchyo brings him water so he does not get indigestion, and Chansa thanks him. Chansa tells Seoyun that she must tolerate his strange decisions because he always has reasons. She is confused and asks what he means and where he is going. He slips outside, telling them to keep eating and that he will return soon. Walking toward the convenience store again, he wonders if Harung is still waiting. He finds her sitting dejectedly by the store door with her medical kit, confirming she stayed. Calling out to Miss Kim Harung, he gets her surprised attention. She happily runs up, thrilled that he came back like he promised. He narrates that he had told her to wait there for 30 minutes as a test of her resolve to join, without explaining the reason. Seeing that she obeyed, he concludes Harung is obedient and manageable. Harung admits she feared being abandoned again, but still chose to believe he would return. Chansu reacts with a surprised hut to her honest confession. He bends to pick up her dropped student ID and points it out. She says she does not need the ID anymore, confusing him. Examining it closely, he becomes suspicious. He notices the student number has been altered. Harung confesses she is only a second-year student, and starts describing what happened when soldiers first arrived. She explains the soldiers chose only upper-year students due to limited seats, so she tried to pass as one but was left behind anyway. She insists the ID no longer matters to her. Chansa says she should still keep it, and reassures her she will be traveling with them now. Harung is moved speechless by his acceptance. Overjoyed, she promises to help them with all her second-year training and Chansa simply says okay, thinking he only needs her to follow his lead. Walking back together, Harung excitedly asks if she can address him respectfully as Go Chansa Nim, and tells him he can speak casually to her. Chansa feels awkward about the title while viewers joke about it, and look forward to the others' reactions. Back at the restaurant, Seoyun and Minchyo are stunned when they see he actually brought Harung along. Seoyun exclaims in disbelief about suddenly adding her, while Harung bows and asks them to take care of her. Seoyun starts to object, but Chansa says this situation is. He explains Harung has had a hard time and claims she offered to help them after being abandoned by her previous team. The others realize that is why she was alone and fall silent. Chansa reminds Seoyun she promised to trust his strange decisions, and says this is one of those times. He asks the group to accept Harung into their party if they trust him. Minchyo immediately agrees to accept her, prompting Seoyun to shout at him in surprise. Minchyo defends her by saying she saved his life and that he trusts Chansa's judgment. He urges Seoyun to go together with Harung and to understand. Seoyun notes how Minchyo has grown bolder, then concedes she cannot be the only one opposing, so she relents. Harung happily concludes they will all travel together and prepares to listen to the next important briefing. Chansu explains that according to Harung there is a horde of powerful plant monsters, called terror roots, roaming this district. Seoyun realizes that explains the lack of zombies, and Chansa asks them to look at something outside. He chops a nearby roadside tree with his weapon to demonstrate. The tree gushes unnatural sap where he struck it, and he reacts in confusion. Watching from inside, the others remark that the sap proves it is no ordinary tree. Chansa recognizes a strange red mark on the trunk, something he saw earlier but ignored. As he cuts again, root-like blades burst from the tree. The red mark changes into the number 2, shocking him. He strikes again, causing more fragments to fly. The mark changes to 3 and he panics as the numbers keep increasing. He realizes the mark is counting upward with each attack. Seoyun suddenly calls him back inside urgently. Chansu, still staring at the ominous tree, asks what is going on. A radio in the restaurant crackles to life, broadcasting a message addressed to all surviving citizens. The announcer urges survivors to come to a refugee camp run by the military's 7.5 Division. The broadcast says survivors only need to head to major city landmarks like stations or terminals to find routes to the camp. It reassures everyone that the government has not abandoned them, and Chansa asks Seoyeon where she got the radio. Seoyeon explains the battery-powered radio was already in the room and she turned it on while he was out. Chansa suspiciously notes the 7.5 Division controls routes from every city and wonders why a single unit is handling such a vast area, speculating with viewers that the division may be dangerous. The blue-haired protagonist anxiously asks the others what they should do next. He abruptly stands, asking if everyone has finished eating. He declares that they will head straight to the terminal. Someone notes that the sky has become very cloudy. As the group walks outside, they remark that it looks like it will rain heavily. The leader insists he is not taking them somewhere suicidal. The woman with a ponytail warns that the terminal sounds dangerous and asks if he has a real plan. He explains that they will stop before the terminal and mainly look for a car among people heading there after hearing the radio call. The purple-haired medic panics at the idea of stealing a car, protesting that her medical oath forbids harming people. The leader skeptically asks if she is really sure about that oath. He recalls the crazed look in her eyes when they first met. Flustered, she insists she is telling the truth while he tells her to calm down. The male student reassures her that some abandoned cars must exist so they would not be stealing from anyone. As they walk through an alley, someone confirms they are following Harung's directions and asks if they are close. Harung points down the alley and says that once they turn the corner they will be near the place. She runs ahead saying they are almost there while the others follow. Suddenly the leader frantically looks for something he has lost. At the same time Harung's shirt is yanked, pulling her away. The leader cautiously peeks around the corner to observe something. They overhear a rough group nearby complain about going the wrong way and searching the area. The thugs decide to move down another street as an unseen spectator comments on how scary they look. The leader tells his group to wait before moving ahead, prompting Harung to ask who is up there. Watching the thugs leave, he says he is not sure what they are but that avoiding them is safest. The others silently watch him, uneasy. When the coast seems clear he says they should start moving again as thunder rumbles overhead. Harung stops and happily announces that they have arrived. She reveals a manhole cover on the ground as the entrance to her home. The others are shocked that she really lives in the sewers, and one mentally complains about going underground again. Harung emerges with a strange wheeled device and says she had hidden it at a nearby construction site. The leader, impressed, mutters an expletive in admiration of her preparedness. Looking at the open manhole, someone asks what their next move should be. The officer hears a loud distant sound and turns toward it warily. As a huge tree slams down outside, the leader yells for everyone to hurry into the hole. Inside the shaft, he orders Harung to close the entrance as she climbs down, and she answers that she needs a moment. The monster tree's roots extend down the shaft and react to the flashlight beam. Seeing the roots, the leader cries out in alarm. Viewers comment that Harung is somehow growing a monster tree down there. Above ground, a thick root pushes the manhole cover back into place. From below, the others exclaim that the root actually shut the manhole and ask how Harung controlled it. Harung casually explains that the tendrils are roots of a monster tree. She elaborates that shining light on the exposed roots makes them think they are in sunlight, so they pull the cover closed because the tree believes it grows only underground. Her companions stare up at this revelation in stunned silence. Harung innocently asks if what she did is a problem. The leader grins and says there is no problem. He instead tells her that she is very talented. The male student looks around and asks if she decorated this underground space herself. She says she brought simple furnishings and supplies here from a nearby market. The leader reads her research notes on monsters and thinks her work is impressive. The officer sincerely compliments how well she has arranged the hideout. Someone notices the stack of mats and points out that she even prepared extras for guests. Harung blushes with happiness, saying that praise makes it feel like she is showing friends around her home for the first time. The two students comment that the ventilation is surprisingly good for a sewer and ask if they can spend the night there. A hand pats the male student's shoulder, signaling permission. The leader drops him onto a mat, telling him to rest, and Harung cheerfully adds that she chose this spot for the best airflow. Carrying another mat, the leader says the rest of them should lie down and recover too. The four of them settle on the mats and quickly fall asleep. As he drifts off, the leader reflects that today, like every other day, has been exhausting. Before sleeping fully, he asks his unseen patrons to wake him immediately if danger appears. They respond through system messages, teasing him about waking up and asking him to dream of them, and he drowsily agrees. He then hears a woman furiously shouting at him to wake up and stop wasting her money, half thinking it is a dream. Jolted awake, he realizes he really heard a woman's voice. He wonders if he had only been dreaming as he sees his companions still sleeping nearby. A sudden clang snaps his attention upward. He sees the monster tree root thrashing wildly against the pipe and wonders why it is acting up. The viewers note he finally woke. They say even the loud noise did not wake him and credit Handachagwa for saving him again, while he complains that his patrons never actually woke him. The patrons angrily insist they did use a new speaker function at great cost, and he exclaims in surprise, asking how they managed that. They explain that a speaker ability unlocked while he slept. He decides that detail can wait because other issues are more urgent. He shakes Harung awake in a panic, calling her name repeatedly. She bolts upright, eerily muttering his full name, startling him, and he begs her to wake like a normal person. He points at the root and orders her to do something about it as it goes wild, and she groggily acknowledges it. Harung explains that the root is probably reacting to dripping water and tends to move toward water sources in search of more. Hearing that, the leader asks if it is raining outside. She answers that the root needs a lot more water to truly grow, so he should not panic yet. He concludes the situation seems okay for now and tells Harung she can go back to sleep, which she obediently does. Water begins dripping steadily from above. Puddles quickly form as the dripping intensifies. A torrential stream then pours into the chamber, soaking the leader. His patrons shout at him with insults to wake up, and he groggily demands to know what is happening. They yell that they used more gems to warn him and tell him to look ahead. He is shocked to see how high the water has risen in such a short time. The rain keeps pounding down in sheets. He realizes the hideout was too comfortable and deduces that storm water is flooding in through the ventilation system, urgently shouting for everyone to wake up. The others jolt awake, asking what is wrong as they see the water pouring in. Harung tells everyone to pack their belongings immediately. The leader warns that the place is more than an ordinary sewer. He concludes it is actually a huge underground water tank now filling rapidly. The officer anxiously asks if they should escape outside. The leader instead asks his patrons how water-loving monsters behave in heavy rain, and they speculate that such monsters may go on a rampage while drinking in the water. Harung hands the leader a raincoat she had saved for emergencies. He worries that going outside risks encountering powerful monsters, but staying means they will drown. His friends note the rising water is already close to their knees. The leader orders everyone to get to the ladder and prepare to climb out when possible, while the system highlights his name. His patrons warn that the downpour may be caused by a specific monster and not just natural weather, which he asks them to clarify. They explain there is a monster capable of causing such rain and imply this storm is that creature's doing. He grabs a stone, readying some plan. Throwing it, he asks his patrons what is up as he distracts the creature and directs his friends. The rock splashes into the rising water. A glowing eye appears in the disturbed water, and someone screams. The student shouts that an alligator-like monster has appeared and yells for everyone to hurry up the ladder. The patrons identify it as an all-rocker, a monster that manifests where water accumulates. Harung panics that the manhole lid will not open because something heavy is pressing on it from outside. The leader fears that the obstruction might be another monster. Outside, the previously seen monster tree rides in the rain above the manhole. Its trunk is clearly pinning the manhole cover, making the leader curse in frustration. His patrons say he may need to fight the all-rocker, but he worries he cannot battle effectively in deep water and desperately tries to think of another way. Inspiration strikes and he calls to Harung, confirming that the monster tree root requires large amounts of water to grow. She says it does grow quickly when it absorbs lots of water, though she has never exposed it to this much at once. The leader raises his axe and tells everyone to move away from the ladder. He had earlier chopped off a section of root, which now falls toward the water. The severed root splashes into the flooded tank. He waits tensely, gripping the ladder. Silence hangs in the chamber, as they see no immediate reaction. The patrons mock him, wondering if his plan failed. He asks Harung to confirm that the roots can indeed grow. She replies that they probably can, but admits she has never tested them in such deep water. The water roils as something begins to happen beneath the surface. The root suddenly surges upward, rapidly expanding. In moments it has become a massive tree-like mass, stretching through the torrent. The leader grins and declares that their counterattack is starting. The monstrous all-crocker and the giant woody tendrils clash violently in the water, and he remarks that this is payback in kind. The close-up shows the monster being constricted by the thickening roots. He notes that the root monster keeps absorbing water. The all-crocker struggles as the many branches coil tighter around it. The student nervously asks if this risky plan will really work. The patrons observe that the rain appears to have stopped, but they still need the mass atop the manhole to move, pointing out how enormous the root-type territory has become. The two students climb the ladder while the vast roots surge beneath them. Watching them escape, the leader remains below, determined. He looks at his axe and tells the patrons there must be more power hidden in it. He decides to test that suspicion. The patrons excitedly cheer him on. A system message appears saying several patrons have pooled rewards to issue a mission just as his friend calls out in worry. The mission orders him to kill the territory with the axe in exchange for 20 gems. He accepts, stepping into the water to confront the monster as his friends shout in disbelief that he is really going to fight it. Harung warns that it is dangerous and calls out his name anxiously. He stands resolutely with the axe and announces that it is time to begin in earnest. Raising the weapon high, he yells for his patrons to cheer him on. The empowered axe slashes, sending a glowing arc through the roots. A timer labeled aggro activates as the attack imbues the roots with sparkling energy. He follows up with a heavy blow that explodes against the enemy. His eyes narrow with fierce concentration as he charges again. Dodging a sweeping tendril, he presses forward. He lands another clean cut along the massive root body. He sees energy flaring from the wound and thinks the strategy is working. While hacking repeatedly, he reflects that the axe is strong but probably still hiding some greater ability. One ally counts strike number 5 from the ladder. Another counts strike number 6. The roots lash toward him and he dodges, momentarily startled. A severed, flaming piece of root flies through the air as the count reaches 7. A patron warns him to watch his left side, guiding his next move. He pivots and splits another tendril with an 8th strike. A 9th strike carves deep into yet another root. The axe glows brilliantly, fully awakened as a deadly weapon ready to finish the territory. Chansu lands the 10th strike with his special axe, unleashing a powerful blow. The girl watching is awestruck and gushes internally over Go Chansu. Chansu recognizes that his weapon is the 10-count axe and confirms the numbers were a countdown. He explains that every hit that makes contact increases the axe's counter, and the 10th strike releases explosive power. He notes he still cannot relax while the tree monster finishes absorbing water, and someone wonders if it is done drinking. Rushing forward with the axe, Chansu declares he no longer cares how strong the enemy is. He vows to repeat the 10-hit sequence again and swings the axe into the monster. The environment rumbles violently from his renewed assault. The 9th consecutive hit slices into the tree monster. Chansu, thinking of his older comrades, says he will send them firewood as he attacks. The 10th strike detonates, shredding the tree monster apart. One of the kids stares in shocked silence at the destruction. Debris flies as Chansu finishes smashing the wooden monstrosity. Exhausted, he collapses just as a mission window appears stating the mission is complete and rewards will follow. Lying on the ground, he begs not to chop more wood while chat messages react to the territory's destruction and suggest repeating the feat. Chansu grins weakly, still holding the axe, relieved the fight is over. He tells the others they can safely come down from the ladder now, and the 3 kids react with relief and admiration. As they approach the remains, a boy nervously asks if the monster is truly dead. The pilot warns him not to touch it, and the doctor girl excitedly says she has fresh test subjects. Chansu remarks that her reaction is crazy as she gleefully talks about experiments. Chansu says they should clean up, notes the all-crocker's death should stop the deadly rain so they can go outside, and asks Mincheol if he needs a bag. The sky outside is now clear, showing the storm has passed. The group arrives at a sportswear store and Chansu confirms this is their next destination. Inside, Mincheol jokes in a mock nurse tone while entering, with the doctor girl peeking in behind him. Chansu tells everyone to choose a weapon and picks up a baseball bat himself. A system tag identifies Chansu as a baseball player, hinting at his proficiency with the bat. Suddenly curses ring out as outside threats are noticed, alarming Mincheol and the doctor. Chansu and the pilot quickly hide in fitting rooms, watching through cracks in the doors. 2 armed thugs outside complain they are in serious trouble with their leader. They realize their targets disappeared and worry their boss will punish them for losing them. One thug spots movement and calls the others over, running toward the store. After the thugs rush past, Chansu notes they are gone and observes they are different people from the ones they saw previously. He wonders if these new thugs are related to the earlier group since they give off a similar vibe. Hearing something, Chansu turns back with a questioning look. He notices Minchio looks pale and calls his name. Chansu asks what is wrong while Minchio remains speechless and shaken. The doctor pokes Minchio's cheek, snapping him out of his daze with a simple exclamation. The pilot asks why he is so shocked. Chansu downplays it, saying the thugs did not see them, and Minchio hesitantly tries to respond. Minchio begins to say something, clearly troubled. Chansu thinks Minchio seems more worried than scared and decides to scout around a bit. After checking, he announces the thugs are gone and tells the group it is time to leave the store. The four of them walk cautiously out, weapons ready. A frantic man in a track jacket suddenly sprints toward them screaming. Chansu and the doctor girl look up, confused by the commotion. The fleeing man begs them desperately to save him. Before he can reach them, something hits him and sends him crashing to the ground. Chansu widens his eyes, realizing a new enemy has appeared. The attacker's feet land beside the fallen man. A green-haired thug leader complains that the victim is making him work too hard. He then notices Chansu's group standing there and reacts in surprise. Chansu calls his companions over while gripping the axe, ready to confront the newcomers. A system voice curses and comments that serious thugs have arrived. Assessing the numbers, Chansu tells everyone to prepare to run, thinking that tangling with such a gang would be troublesome. The green-haired leader excitedly recognizes Minchio in the group and shouts his name. Minchio freezes in horror when he realizes who the thug is. Chansu, noticing his reaction, asks if he knows this man. Pressed by Chansu, Minchio stammers that he does know him. The green-haired leader grins menacingly, clearly eager for confrontation. Chansu raises his weapon and tells the thug to wait, trying to control the situation. Standing between the groups, he warns them not to come any closer, saying they do not want trouble, while the thug mockingly reacts. The green-haired man insists they should catch up since it has been a long time. Chansu points out that Minchio does not seem happy to see him and suggests they simply leave. The leader refuses, saying he just wants to talk and asks Minchio if he missed them. Chansu scratches his head, annoyed, and mutters about how bothersome this is. Raising the axe, he declares he will make them regret not walking away when they had the chance. The thug laughs and calls both Chansu and Minchio stupid for standing up to him. He threatens to count to 3 and swings his bat menacingly at Minchio. As he starts to count, Chansu tightens his grip on the axe. Minchio trembles while the thug calls out. 2, on, 3. The thug charges, but Chansu simultaneously strikes with his axe. The leader is shocked mid-attack as the counterblow interrupts him. Chansu follows up with another swift swing. The axe slashes across the thug, spraying blood as Chansu darts past him. The remaining 2 henchmen react in horror and rush angrily toward Chansu. Chansu cuts them down in a sweeping, glowing arc as they scream. The henchmen fall bleeding while the green-haired leader, injured but alive, curses at Chansu. Chansu steps up to him and calmly asks what he just said. He drives the axe into the thug again, making him howl in agony. Standing over the broken man, Chansu mocks him for acting tough when he was this weak. He orders the thug to get up while bystanders, including a system voice, remark that he is stuck and urge Chansu to finish him. Chansu derides him as dumb as a rock while the thug tries to respond. The furious thug yells for Chansu to shut up and charges again, while Chansu dryly comments that telling someone to shut up will not change the outcome. Screaming insults and threats, the thug claims Chansu is making a huge mistake. Chansu grins maniacally and mentally declares himself the main character of this game. The thug stares wide-eyed, shaking with terror. Despite severe injuries, he roars and makes one more desperate attack. Chansu's blade slices through the air toward him. He cuts the thug again, drawing more blood and making him cry out. The battered green-haired man collapses to the pavement. As other thugs charge screaming they will kill Chansu, a system message asks if he plans to spare them. Chansu answers, no, and brutally strikes one attacker. The pair of rushing henchmen crash to the ground, one of them cursing in pain. Chansu finishes striking and tells them to stop swearing because it only makes them look weak. Blood drips from his axe as he pulls it free. He walks away down the street, dragging the bloodied axe behind him. Behind him, the mauled green-haired thug lies in a trail of blood, cursing weakly. Terrified, the thug screams for Chansu to go away while Chansu points out the irony that earlier they would not let him leave. Chansu coldly asks why they first stopped his group from leaving yet now beg him to go. The doctor softly calls to Chansu, trying to get his attention. She wonders aloud if she should heal the enemy too, debating whether foes count as patients, while Chansu decides mercy might be too cruel if they plan to kill him afterward. The thug calls them crazy and begs Minchio by name to save him. He insists to Minchio that they have history and pleads with him to make Chansu's group stop. Chansu asks Minchio how he knows these people, and Minchio admits the green-haired man is someone he used to hang out with long ago. Minchio explains they were only briefly friends before he met better people who helped him return to school, after which he cut ties with the gang. Chansu comments that judging by their behavior they would never have let Minchio live peacefully if given the chance. Minchio says one of his helpers was related to a police officer, so the gang probably backed off to avoid police trouble. Chansu realizes that with those protectors gone the gang now feels free to harass Minchio again, while the thug frantically tries to negotiate. Chansu asks the thug if Minchio's story is true. The thug hurriedly confirms they stopped bothering Minchio after he went back to school. Chansu casually accepts the answer and raises his axe toward the sky. The thug screams in terror as he sees what is coming. The pilot pauses Chansu, asking if he is truly going to kill the man, and Chansu answers that he probably should, while the thug momentarily believes he is saved. She clarifies she only wants to question him first to get useful information before any execution, which surprises the thug. Later, they bind the green-haired man to a tree and he panics, demanding to be released. Chansu tells him to keep his voice down or he might attract those things, making the thug nervously repeat the phrase. Chansu presses his face close and asks if he knows about the monstrous trees, while the thug says they should not appear while the sun is up. Chansu notes the thug knows of the tree monsters but not the ones lurking in dark sewers. He warns that if the thug keeps stomping and yelling, the monsters might surface, which makes the thug panic and deny he wants that. Chansu lies that the thug is too injured to fight such creatures and must obey them if he wants to live. The thug, terrified of dying, starts to promise compliance. Chansa recalls that one of the thug's victims also pleaded not to die with the same words, puzzling Minchio. He points out that the man this thug killed begged for his life too, holding the thug morally accountable. Overwhelmed, the green-haired man breaks down and agrees to talk, revealing their gang is called Black Tattoo and has 20 members. Chansa asks if their group habitually kills other survivors. The thug insists they were only stranded because their vehicle broke down and claims they plan to repair it and then head for a safety zone. Chansa thanks him for the information with a pat, satisfied they got what they needed. As the group walks away, the thug yells in disbelief that they are leaving him tied to the tree. Chansa suddenly stops and remembers something. He decides they cannot leave loose ends and contemplates finishing the thug. Elsewhere, a masked man and his followers observe the scene and wonder what happened. They notice the bloody tree where the thug was bound. Seeing his corpse, they ask what happened to him. The masked men deduce he was killed by another survivor group and discuss whether to report this to their chief, agreeing to first identify who did it. Observing the state of the corpse, the leader wonders if he was tortured and curses whoever is responsible. Another subordinate runs up to report finding more bodies nearby. The gang surveys multiple corpses in the street, and their leader questions what happened. They speculate the dead might have fought each other. The masked leader rejects that idea, saying only enemies would leave the bodies where they fell. Thinking this incident will anger their chief, he orders his men to search for the killers who must still be close by. He remarks grimly that they will have to hold several funerals today. Minchio later identifies the scarred man as Ju Sangjin, likely a leader in the organization. Minchio explains that Ju Sangjin has a large scar and seemed like a leader even back when Minchio briefly followed him. Chansu assumes Ju is still with the gang since the green-haired thug remained a member, and Minchio apologizes that his past may cause them trouble. Chansa tells him not to worry because those thugs would have become his problem anyway, and asks for more intel on them. Minchio says the chief divides members into specialized squads such as patrol, bodyguard, and combat units. Chansa asks if the people they just fought were a patrol group. Minchio confirms they patrol assigned areas and scout locations to loot. Chansa counts that with 3 dead there should now be 17 Black Tattoo members left. The group then spots a large, blood-stained truck and wonders if it is the same vehicle the thug mentioned. Chansa moves to inspect the gore-smeared truck interior, saying he will look around while the others wonder if some of the gang were infected. The nurse calls Chansa over, saying the front of the truck is open. Chansa inspects the engine bay, noting missing parts and no battery. Seeing only random leftover pieces, Chansa concludes the truck is no longer usable. Asked if the infected took the truck, Chansa answers probably and says it is unusable due to missing parts. Chansa wonders why anyone tried to repair such a wreck, mentally mocking their stupidity, then starts to say they should do something. Chansa suddenly stops and tells the others to wait, having noticed something. His movement startles someone nearby, indicated by surprised reactions. Chansa raises his weapon toward a hiding man, who panics and shouts for him to stop. The terrified man begs Chansa not to attack him. Chansa threatens the man to answer quickly if he wants to live. The man explains he was riding in the truck when it was attacked and hid out of fear, which Chansa finds suspicious since he is unharmed. Chansa asks Minchio if he knows the man. Minchio says no, and the man nervously thanks them. Chansa observes that the man appears to be wearing some sort of uniform. The man says he revealed himself because he saw they were not with a certain group and even had a student with them, prompting Chansa to ask about that group. He describes a tattooed group who arrived after someone in their group became infected and, after pretending to help, began killing everyone. He desperately asks if they have seen anyone else in his uniform, while Chansa realizes the man does not know his coworker is dead. Chansa calms him and asks which direction the tattooed group went. The man points south, saying the tattooed group headed that way, and Chansa remarks it is opposite their route and prepares to leave. The man, confused and desperate, calls after them. He protests about being left behind, but Chansa bluntly says that is not his problem. The man asks if they are not going the same way and suggests they must need a car. Chansa replies that they want to avoid the tattooed group. The man warns they cannot continue north without a car. Chansa presses him to explain what he means. The man recounts seeing many monsters to the north that tore people apart, and insists they would die on foot, saying they need a vehicle. Chansa's companions ask if a car can really protect them, and the man asserts that the monsters do not attack moving cars. Chansa asks his unseen helpers what kind of monsters these are, getting the explanation that they are detectors that sense slow movement, like a reverse speed camera or Venus flytrap. Realizing they need a car to travel anywhere, Chansa asks if the monsters were confined to one place. The man replies that people came from everywhere and the monsters seem to be all over, so nowhere is safe. Chansa notes that the north is mostly forest and train tracks, making it hard to drive, and Minchio worries about heading south where the tattooed gang is. Minchio, anxious, says he knows Chansa is strong but warns that the tattooed men are dangerous. Chansa dismisses them as ordinary thugs and says that with help from Kim Harung and Jang Seolyan they can handle them, and would have to face them eventually anyway. He tells everyone not to worry, which makes the uniformed man think Chansa must be very strong. Chansa agrees they must go that way and asks the man's name. The man introduces himself as Oh Young-jun. Chansa thanks Oh Young-jun for the valuable information and wishes him luck in surviving. Horrified, Oh Young-jun asks if they really are not taking him along, while observers urge Chansa to bring him. Chansa says he would take him if he could but cannot. He then notices the bloody, abnormal wound on Young-jun's hand, and Young-jun nervously asks what he means. Harung points out the injured hand and suspects the wound is not just from a bump. Young-jun, shocked, says he thought it was only a scratch, while Harung concludes he is infected. Chansa emphasizes that Harung is a nurse and knows infection signs well, while Young-jun panics and curses. Young-jun begs them to help him. Desperate, he begs them to cut off the infected part of his arm. Chansa is taken aback by the extreme request. Harung calmly tells Young-jun that amputating his arm would likely kill him from shock and complications, so it is not guaranteed to work. She further explains that without enough anesthesia an amputation would cause massive pain and a large wound prone to bacterial infection, so it is extremely risky. She asks if he still wants to attempt it after hearing all the risks. Chansa tells Harung to stop, saying he only wanted Young-jun informed before consenting. Chansa adds that he is willing to cut the arm off if Young-jun insists but warns that if too much time has passed since the bite, it may only delay the inevitable. Young-jun, crying, declares he wants to live and is willing to try anything. He blames the tattooed group for his situation and refuses to die unfairly, while Chansu wonders if he is truly just an NPC. Chansu decides to proceed and tells Harung to sanitize his axe, while another unseen voice asks for a related mission. Chansu requests a mission that will help Youngjun move after losing his arm, prompting his system to question his reliance but prepare a mission. A system message appears stating that a user named Crying Mental Patient has issued a mission. The mission orders Chansu to sever Youngjun's arm within 5 blows using any item, rewarding 1 hour without aftereffects from the amputation. Chansu thinks the mission is crazy. Harung returns the disinfected axe to Chansu, who thanks her. Chansu asks Harung if she knows what to do next as he raises the axe over the restrained Youngjun. Harung covers Youngjun's eyes to spare him the sight, startling him. Chansu tells her instead to hold Youngjun's arm steady, and she sheepishly says she only wanted to keep him from seeing, which others find endearing. Chansu braces himself, thinking he must satisfy the mission's 5-hit requirement. Harung confirms that he cannot simply do it in 1 blow, and unseen spectators react with disgust at the thought of multiple cuts. Chansu warns Youngjun that he is about to start. Outside, Mincheol and Seoyeon react in horror to Youngjun's screams while acknowledging Chansu and Harung are really performing the amputation. Hearing the continued screaming from inside, they comment on how scary Chansu is and wonder what he is doing now. Seoyeon says they should still be grateful Chansu let them wait outside so they do not have to watch. Mincheol awkwardly agrees, clearly disturbed. Seoyeon suddenly worries aloud about how many cuts Chansu is making. The screaming abruptly stops, and the two outside wonder if the procedure is finished. The operating room door opens, startling them. Harung peeks out with an eerie smile, and invites them in. Inside, Mincheol hesitantly asks if the operation went well while Youngjun lies bandaged with a bloody stump and Chansu cleans his weapon. Seoyeon recoils at the blood, realizing the arm really is gone, and Chansu tells them not to stare while giving a thumbs up. They initially think he is showing the severed thumb but realize it is his own thumbs up sign, meaning the surgery succeeded. Mincheol asks anxiously if Youngjun will really be alright. Chansu says he is unsure, and that if Youngjun does not wake in 5 minutes they will leave without him. He adds they cannot stay long with the tattooed gang nearby and doubts whether Youngjun will ever wake up. Youngjun suddenly jerks awake. Seeing his bandaged stump, Youngjun panics over his missing arm. Chansu explains Youngjun fainted from pain mid-surgery after the 3rd hit, and asks how he feels now. Youngjun, surprisingly energetic, says he feels good and thanks Chansu enthusiastically. Chansu praises his endurance but privately worries what will happen when the 1-hour mission effect expires. Youngjun bows and thanks Chansu again despite everything. Chansu looks at him, puzzled by his attitude. Elsewhere, a thug angrily kicks a vehicle part, cursing about finding a functional one. Another thug tries to calm him, while he rants about why they must fix that specific truck instead of using any working car. Chansu secretly observes these new thugs arguing outside while one warns the other not to be so loud. One thug wonders why their chief cares so much about that particular freezer truck. Chansu overhears and realizes a mobile freezer could be very useful for his own group. The complaining thug still insists that fixing the truck is impossible. Another explains their trouble is because idiots stole random parts off the truck, leaving them hunting replacements, and doubting they will ever find them all. The thug vents that he is going crazy, while Chansu notes from cover that their chief must be frightening. Chansu returns and tells his group that 2 members of the Black Tattoo gang are outside. He suggests they could defeat the 2, but it may be smarter to trail them to locate the gang's base, which they need to find anyway. The others agree to follow quietly, and one suggests only a single person should tail them to avoid detection. Chansu agrees that one person should go. He then glances meaningfully, clearly thinking about who to send. Youngjun realizes Chansu is looking at him, shocked that he might be chosen. Outside, a tattooed thug loads a wheel, his distinctive arm tattoos visible. The thugs start moving off and notice something odd. They think they heard a noise, but one dismisses it, saying there should be no monster trees around during the day, while Youngjun hides nearby. Youngjun internally curses his situation, wondering how he ended up spying on dangerous men. The thugs react again, looking around in confusion. One nervously asks what has brought someone there as a tire rolls toward an unseen figure. The tire stops at the feet of their scarred chief, signaling his arrival. The henchmen greet their leader Ju Sangjin, who coolly comments that they seem to be working hard. Ju Sangjin says he is not there to supervise but to look for something. He explains that someone recently killed 3 of their members and believes the culprit is still nearby. The panicked thug asks if the chief knows yet and fears his anger, while another says the chief probably has not heard. Ju Sangjin orders some of them to distract the chief while his group secretly deals with the perpetrators. As they prepare to leave, Youngjun thinks they are going and realizes something is wrong. He deduces that if they head in that direction, Ju Sangjin will run into Go Chansu. Youngjun agonizes over whether to return and warn Chansu or keep tailing the gang to learn their base location. He decides to just find out their general heading then go back, while one thug suggests they simply return to base. Youngjun, stressed, wishes the gang would walk faster so he can finish and warn Chansu sooner. As they move, he tells himself to follow them just a little more. He keeps repeating that he will follow just a bit farther. Finally deciding he has enough information, Youngjun runs back, determined to return to Chansu. While running, he suddenly spots something that alarms him. Meanwhile, Seoyeon and Mincheol ambush and take down 2 of the tattooed thugs. Mincheol ferociously beats another thug in the face with his weapon. Harung kills an enemy by stabbing through his face. Youngjun arrives at the scene of the battle, bewildered by the chaos. Chansu, facing Ju Sangjin, confirms his name. Chansu taunts Ju Sangjin as weaker than expected and wonders how such a man intimidated Mincheol so much. Ju Sangjin angrily accuses Chansu of killing his members, and Chansu casually admits it, saying Ju is not much stronger. Chansu continues mocking that such a weakling used to bully Mincheol. Ju Sangjin snarls that they once allowed young Mincheol to leave their group and now sees this as betrayal. Chansu tells him to fight someone his own caliber, and proposes they settle things as leaders. Ju Sangjin charges, laughing that Chansu thinks victory is already his. Chansu smirks confidently and asks if he has not already won. Realizing the tables are turning, Ju Sangjin internally curses. He whips his head around, reacting to something. Youngjun, racing back toward them, is shocked by what he sees. He cries out in confusion and fear. Ju Sangjin suddenly stabs Youngjun in the neck from behind. He then grabs the wounded Youngjun as a hostage and warns Chansu to stay back or he will cut Youngjun's throat. Chansu coldly calls Ju even more pathetic than he imagined, surprising Ju. Chansa says he expected more skill and presence from someone called a leader but sees none. Ju repeats his warning not to come closer while pressing the blade to Youngjun's neck. Chansa says thugs like Ju should be handled in a thug-like way. Ju insists again that Chansa stop advancing. Youngjun shouts for Chansa not to worry about him as Ju raises the knife. Ju drives the knife into Youngjun's torso mid-sentence. Youngjun collapses in a spray of blood as Chansa watches. Ju retreats, leaving the bleeding Youngjun on the ground, while onlookers note the severity of what he has done. Enraged, Chansa mutters that the man is a piece of trash. Ju, panicked, runs away while cursing. Chansa sprints after him. Chansa catches up and brutally stabs Ju Sangjin in the back, eliciting a scream. Chansa wounds the thug and, while he screams, starts talking about the most common comment people get on live streams. Chansa answers his own question, saying that viewers usually tell streamers to apologize. He continues maiming the man, whose agonized screams echo. Fixing the thug with a cold stare, Chansa orders him again to apologize. Chansa brutally beats the man, demanding that he apologize for what he has done while chat messages react with amusement. Holding a bloody weapon, Chansa repeats that he told the man to apologize. The terrified thug begs to apologize if Chansa will stop, but Chansa pretends not to hear and forces him to repeat it. Panicking, the thug shouts a desperate apology and begs Chansa to stop attacking him. Chansa refuses, grabbing the thug by the hair. Dragging him upright, Chansa says the apology should be directed to the victims lying nearby, not to him. Chansa adds that apologies should not be given so insincerely. He slams the thug's face into the ground, saying this is how a real apology should be done. As the thug's face shatters, he tries to plead for Chansa to wait. Chansa smashes his head into the floor again. One of Chansa's allies casually cheers on their classmate Chansa from a distance. The same ally calls for Chansa to stop, thinking he has done enough. Chansa halts, holding the broken thug up by the head as someone yells for him to stop. He drops the thug and sighs, the fight finished. The purple-haired girl checks the wounded man they saved and warns that his zombie infection is spreading quickly despite amputating his arm. She explains that his injuries weakened his immune system, accelerating the spread of the infection. Lying in blood, Youngjun apologizes and says he does not have much time left. Chansa tells him not to apologize and instead asks if he found the headquarters of the Black Tattoo Gang. Youngjun confirms he did and insists he can still stand. Chansa is surprised Youngjun can move and thinks that his injuries will not matter once he turns zombie. Youngjun resolves to personally guide them to the gang's hideout. Chansa asks his team if they are ready because they plan to wipe out every member of Black Tattoo. Mincheol agrees enthusiastically, saying they will destroy the gang. Youngjun approaches the barricaded Black Tattoo base where the gang is gathered around trucks. In pain, he clutches his infected stump as he walks toward them. He suddenly bellows at the gang to come fight him, drawing their confused attention. Their red-haired chief orders the men to go to him, while some realize Youngjun is infected. The chief demands to know who Youngjun is, while Chansa internally notes this man is Gu Yangdian, leader of Black Tattoo. Youngjun observes the chief matches the student's description and tells him he has come to kill him. Yangdian mocks Youngjun for thinking he can kill him in his condition, while his men jeer at Youngjun's ruined arm. The gang laughs at the armless Youngjun for trying to act tough while he silently glares. Yangdian taunts his expression, saying he must be eager to die, and looks forward to the fight. One of the lackeys hands Yangdian a metal staff. Armed, Yangdian rages that after finally fixing the truck, Youngjun thinks he can stop them. Glaring, Yangdian tells Youngjun he is dead meat. Youngjun charges forward with a feral scream. The gang and Chansa's allies react in shock at Youngjun's sudden rush. Chansa's purple-haired ally sprints in and slashes one of the gang members. Mincheol follows up by cutting another thug down. Yangdian is suddenly slashed from behind and spins around in shock. Chansa's allies continue their bloody assault, mowing down more gang members. One thug is gruesomely stabbed, screaming in pain. Chansa dashes in, announcing it was a surprise attack and urging everyone to protect their chief. He lands a lethal strike from above, causing someone to recognize him as the Grim Reaper. Terrified, Yangdian demands to know who this attacker is. As Mincheol strikes him again, Yangdian starts to recognize the name Yang Mincheol. Yangdian asks if Chansa is the one harassing Mincheol. Yangdian accuses Chansa of being bribed by Mincheol for revenge, while Chansa dismisses that as an exaggeration and does not care what Yangdian thinks. Raising his axe, Chansa warns Yangdian to be ready to lose his limbs. Enraged, Yangdian screams at Chansa for daring to attack him. Yangdian roars for Chansa to die and swings, only for Chansa to confidently block the blow in his armored form. Chansa casually notes that he blocked the attack. Shocked and angry, Yangdian curses him. Yangdian repeatedly swings while howling for Chansa to die, but Chansa parries blow after blow. Chansa smiles and taunts that this is all Yangdian's got. Straining against the blade lock, Yangdian wonders why this thin guy is so strong and again demands to know who he is. Chansa responds that Yangdian already defined who he is. Chansa explains that Yangdian himself said he is the pawn being used by Yang Mincheol. Panicking, Yangdian backs away and begs them not to come closer. Chansa remarks that Yangdian and his lackeys are identical, often begging others to stay away, and asks if he taught them that line. Terrified, Yangdian calls for his men. The scene cuts to another part of the street where a scream rings out, drawing Yangdian and Chansa's attention. They see that Youngjun has turned into a zombie and is viciously biting into a thug's neck. A new figure with purple eyes, apparently noticing, addresses Youngjun. In Chansa's eye reflection, we see the now monstrous Youngjun glowing with eerie light beside Yangdian. Yangdian freaks out and runs away while Chansa watches, calling his retreat pathetic and mocking the gang as cowards. Chansa prepares to finish Youngjun off as the live stream chat eggs him on to go for the neck. Chansa thanks Youngjun for everything and closes in, while the girl urges him to wait. The girl tells Chansa to look, and they both notice something about Youngjun. Chansa asks Youngjun if he might somehow still be human as the infected man staggers and groans. After assessing him, Chansa thinks he is still doomed and that there is nothing more they can do. Chansa notes that Yangdian's truck is still parked nearby, so the chief cannot have gotten far. Chansa asks Youngjun to do one final job for them by using that truck. Youngjun, dazed and barely coherent, reacts weakly. Meanwhile Yangdian, who had fled into a building, curses Mincheol and blames him for the loss of his comrades. He broods that Mincheol was once just one of his lackeys, yet because of him the whole gang was destroyed. Hearing survivors search the building, Yangdian hurriedly suggests they all leave together. He decides it is too risky to face Mincheol and Chansa's group head-on and plans to gain an advantage from higher ground. Spotting a metal rod, He happily notes that he has found another weapon. Yandian thinks that if he can seize the truck, he can rebuild his power base by gathering food and followers again. He resolves to start anew with fresh underlings he can train into loyal subordinates. Convinced the truck rightfully belongs to him, he vows to kill Chance's group and reclaim it just as Mincheol appears at the stairwell entrance. Yandian roars that Mincheol has betrayed him, while Mincheol calmly asks if that is really how he greets him. Yandian insists Mincheol betrayed the one who fed him, but Mincheol retorts that Yandian ruined his schooling and future. Mincheol explains Yandian never took care of him, only used him so much he had to repeat a school year, and sarcastically wonders if Yandian now wants his uniform too. Yandian orders Mincheol to know his place and raises his weapon, but Mincheol replies that Yandian is the one who should know his place. Mincheol demands to know who gave Yandian the right to derail his life and points out that he continued bullying others the same way. Yandian angrily says Mincheol is no better, claiming he also fought with the gang, while Mincheol says the worst Yandian did was teach him to smoke and insists he never murdered people like Yandian. Mincheol tells him that if he believes they are the same, he should come down and fight him directly, provoking Yandian. Yandian panics, insisting the others must be hiding behind the door and blaming Mincheol for bribing them. When he turns, Yandian realizes there is nobody else on the stairs, only Mincheol and the ominous silhouettes above. The two murderous siblings appear above him, cheerfully announcing their arrival. Yandian, now terrified of all three, screams for them not to come closer, while Mincheol says he already predicted this cowardly tactic. Mincheol points out that if Yandian truly wanted the high ground advantage, he should have run all the way upstairs, as he and the siblings close in. Realizing his mistake, Yandian's eyes widen in panic. Mincheol ominously advances as Yandian screams his name. Yandian vows to at least take Mincheol down with him. Mincheol simply slams the door into Yandian's face as he charges. Stumbling back, Yandian hears Mincheol and the siblings descending the stairs behind him. The siblings loom with glowing eyes, closing in from above. Terrified by their presence, Yandian bolts up the stairs. He bursts onto the rooftop, realizing that Chansu is not there. Spotting the truck moving outside, Yandian believes he can still survive by escaping with it. As he reaches the truck, Chansu suddenly appears behind him and asks where he thinks he is going. Yandian runs screaming from Chansu, who corrects him that his name is Go Chansu while chasing. Yandian frantically grabs the truck door handle, yelling at Chansu to get away. Opening the door, Yandian is shocked to find one of his masked men still alive inside. Something suddenly strikes him, making him cry out in confusion. Disoriented, Yandian's thoughts blur as he begins to black out. He wakes tied to the passenger seat and groggily wonders what is happening. As the truck speeds down the road, Yandian realizes someone is driving and exclaims in disbelief that he has been saved. Laughing hysterically, he calls the driver a loyal lackey for rescuing him. Moments later he finds himself bound more tightly and panics, yelling to be freed as the masked driver groans. Yandian nervously comments that the driver looks thinner, noticing something is wrong. As the driver's condition worsens, Yandian screams in horror, trying to speak as the man turns on him. The truck hurtles down the road while Yandian panics, demanding to know what is going on and where they are heading. A loud crash shakes the vehicle, and Yandian shouts for the driver to stop, insisting something is outside. Then he instantly changes his mind and yells for the driver not to stop and instead to swerve. The truck loses control, skids, and finally overturns in a catastrophic crash. Bruised and bleeding, Yandian curses his unseen tormentor. He looks out to see thorny brambles tearing through the shattered windows. The vines impale the driver's body as he screams in agony. More brambles lash through the cab toward them. Yandian screams as the tendrils close in. The vines wrap around and drag him violently out of the truck. Skewered and coughing blood, Yandian struggles to breathe. The zombified driver smirks mockingly at him while restrained by vines. From afar, Chansu whistles at the explosion and says the spectacle is impressive. Standing with Mincheol, Chansu notes that Yandian actually reached the detector zone and thinks it is unfortunate they lost Youngjun that way. Mincheol asks if they did not need the truck, but Chansu replies that such a huge vehicle is inefficient for them because it guzzles fuel. Chansu then asks if Mincheol is sad about the death of someone he once knew. Mincheol says he feels relieved and happy that Yandian is gone, and Chansu accepts that as good. Later, Chansu asks their pilot ally if she likes the newly acquired truck, and she says she prefers it over smaller vehicles. Chansu reminds her fuel is scarce and tells her to drive carefully, while she tells him to get their supplies ready. The purple-haired girl proudly shows Chansu the watches and items she looted, excited for his opinion. She confirms she took them off corpses and gushes about how cute they are while the others watch. Embarrassed, she admits they are not useful and she only took them for fun, but Chansu says they suit her. Blushing, she smiles brightly when Chansu asks her to choose one for him as well. Chansu reflects that their party is actually pretty good, with each member having different strengths that complement each other, and then tells everyone to move out. Riding together in the truck, the others ask Chansu which direction they should go, and he suggests a big destination like Jeju Island. Chansu then consults his livestream audience, asking if they should go to Jeju by boat or plane, puzzled by their silent reaction. After thinking, Chansu decides they should start by heading east. He reasons that they lack information and need a new safe zone, and that many survivors are likely gathering in the east. As they drive, the girl comments on the many potholes in the road. Looking out, she deduces that the holes were caused by the thorny brambles Mr. O talked about. As their truck approaches the wreck site of Yandian's crash, someone remarks that, speaking of Mr. O, his fate is now clearly visible ahead. As the truck drives east, a system message informs Chansu he has reached a new milestone. A notification tells Chansu he has unlocked a new skill function and should check his skill window, which surprises him. More notifications explain that the new function uses the verbal command offer and also unlocks a shop, making Chansu remark that he is getting many messages. Chansu thinks heading east was the right choice as the viewers excitedly note he has unlocked new features. He reviews his skills, seeing permanent skills like aggro and record keeping plus a single-use vision skill called New Master's Reward, and learns he can only hold 3 skills in each slot. Chansu realizes skills are divided into repeatable ones in slot 1 and one-time skills in slot 2. Upset, he notes he can only have 3 skills per category, while the chat teases his frustrated expression and points out the delete option. He asks what happens if he gains a new skill when already at the maximum, and the chat says he will have to delete one after receiving a notification. Chansu complains that this restriction is a disadvantage, while the viewers laugh and suggest he check the other new functions. He confirms that to use the new function he just has to say offer aloud and then does so. A mic icon appears on the dashboard, and Chansu wonders what it is. He gives a test command to eat food for a Zen reward, the mic reacts, and the viewers mock his greed. A 10-second countdown begins for the eat food mission. Chansu stares at the timer, and wonders what will happen when it reaches 0, while the viewers tease him. The countdown ends, the icon vanishes, and the chat laughs at him. Chansu realizes that for offer missions one of the viewers must accept for the mission to activate. He tries again, proposing a mission for Chansu to eat food in exchange for invincibility worth 1 million Zen and is shocked by the cost. Viewers say the price makes sense for invincibility, but Chansu laments that he does not have enough Zen and grumbles about the cost. A warning shows he has failed offer twice and a third failure will lock missions for the day, but he at least now understands the system and decides the last thing to check is the shop. Before he can, the driver slams the brakes, jolting Chansu. He angrily asks why they stopped, and the driver tells him to look ahead. They see a section of road torn up with large holes and barriers, which Chansu notes looks different from the damage the brambles caused. He studies the scene, thinking the destruction appears man-made and wondering whether the monsters moved and what caused this if not them. Examining a nearby crater, one teammate concludes the truck cannot pass over these gaps. The group decides to abandon the truck and walk to the riverside. At the bridge, they see the river level has risen dramatically. Chansu notes they cannot continue with the truck but can still cross on foot despite the wrecked and burning vehicles. His friend nervously asks if they really have to cross the damaged bridge, and Chansu insists they have no choice, believing the earlier milestone proves heading east is correct. As they approach, Chansu spots smoke in the distance and urges everyone to hurry. While crossing, he notices abandoned military binoculars on the ground and wonders why such gear is there, thinking crossing will be even harder if the bridge collapses. The 4 of them carefully walk across the cluttered bridge. Suddenly a loud boom echoes from another bridge. They see a distant bridge erupt in an explosion and begin to collapse. Harayan points out another nearby bridge is also being blown up, and they realize the blasts are moving toward them while they are still mid-crossing. Chansu yells that they need to run as they all dash across the bridge while viewers pessimistically comment on their chances. While sprinting, Chansu uses offer to propose a mission for someone to grant them double speed if they pass through the flames ahead. The mission appears as get past the flames for 100 Zen, and Chansu begs the viewers to accept while they complain about the price. He reasons that if such a mission costs that much, something extremely dangerous must be approaching. When no one accepts in time, a penalty activates, locking all missions for the rest of the day, and Chansu curses. As they run, a flash of red light appears behind the cars on the bridge, drawing Chansu's attention. An explosion blasts them off their feet. A massive blast erupts under the bridge, engulfing it in flames. The bridge begins to crumble, and Chansu realizes they are in serious danger. As the structure falls apart, Harayan shouts for Chansu while he clings to the railing on a breaking section. Their hands desperately reach for each other but miss as the section tilts. Chansu sees Harayan slipping away and cries out in shock. The shattered bridge plunges into the swollen river with a huge splash. Harayan screams Chansu's name as his hand disappears beneath the water. Submerged and choking, Chansu gasps for air in the turbulent river. Harayan yells directions for him to swim left, but he thinks he cannot see anything in the churning water. She keeps shouting to go left as debris from the collapsing bridge crashes around him. A wave and falling rubble slam into Chansu, sending him tumbling and groaning. She urgently orders him to hurry and swim right this time while he coughs and struggles, thinking he is a poor swimmer. Exhausted, he begins to sink again as Harayan encourages him, saying he is almost there. She tells him to hang on longer, but Chansu internally questions what he is hanging on for and feels he cannot continue. Debris and waves crash over him as the broken bridge continues collapsing into the water. Later, on a riverbank, someone shakes the unconscious Chansu and yells at him to wake up. Chansu stirs and groans, prompting the person to happily announce he is awake. Sitting up sore and coughing, he thanks the unseen rescuer for saving him, while the chat jokes they are broke from paying his costs. Looking at the wide river, Chansu realizes the current carried him far and that he never crossed to the other side. He wonders where his companions are as viewers speculate they were swept away too and suggest looking for a boat. Rubbing his head, he complains about his situation and then notices something nearby. He spots Harayan's distinctive medical bag lying on the ground. Grabbing the bag strap, he admits to the viewers that he is in a tight spot. Chansu notes that the bag is all he has left, and says he does not know where any of his friends are, assuming they were washed away elsewhere, while viewers tell him to pull himself together. Playing up his misery for the audience, he hints he could use cheering up and asks for any Zen donations to lift his spirits. When the chat mocks him and reminds him his friends might be dead, Chansu insists he is serious, saying he is doing this because his friends are missing and the situation is an emergency. A comment says Chansu has lost it. He pauses, then wonders if he really has. He thinks about how odd it is that even the supposedly great Chansugo is alone now while the chat offers awkward consolation. Reflecting more calmly, he realizes this is his first time truly alone since leaving his home neighborhood, and the viewers remark he used to be a loner anyway. Chansu wryly answers that being a loner by choice is different and listens as someone suggests building a raft to cross the river. He repeats the idea of a raft, and thinks at least one viewer is on his side, meaning he might not drift off helplessly if he uses one. Just then, he spots a motorized raft carrying armed soldiers speeding along the river. Hiding in the bushes, Chansu recognizes the men and listens as they say they have already destroyed most of the bridges. From the boat they discuss having blown the bridges on both sides to stop people from crossing, unaware they are being watched. Chansu realizes these are soldiers from the 7.5th Division and angrily curses them in his thoughts. One soldier hears a noise, spins with his rifle, and shouts to identify who is there. The source of the sound is revealed to be only a dog staring innocently at them. Relaxing, the soldiers dismiss it as just a dog and remark that the mysterious threat that caused chaos earlier already left. They say their mission is done, order the boat turned around now that they have confirmed the bridges are destroyed, and start heading away while Chansu panics that they are leaving. Chansu desperately thinks they must not leave as a long bramble whip suddenly lashes out toward the boat. The bramble pierces through one soldier's body, killing him gruesomely, and Chansu realizes it is a bramble attack. He is shocked it can reach this far from the bramble detection zone and wonders if something else is happening. He then sees the towering form of a monstrous tree-like entity, concluding it might be a cruel tree fused with a zombie, which viewers call a wood zombie. As the looming wood zombie attacks again, Chansu frantically asks his audience what the creature is, and they confirm it is a wood zombie formed when a cruel tree consumes many zombies. The wood zombie graphically munches on a soldier's body. Another terrified soldier fires his gun at the creature while its branches whip toward him. Chansu hides in the bushes, cursing as the battle rages and the soldiers scream. One soldier is flung through the air above Chansu. The soldier's rifle lands near Chansu, who notices it with surprise. Watching from cover, Chansu sees the wood zombie draining the life from a victim and is horrified by its power. He thinks facing such a fusion monster is overkill, and that the situation is absurd. Only one soldier remains struggling to start the boat's engine as he desperately tries to escape. The surviving soldier suddenly reacts to something rushing toward him. A bramble whips the water and boat, but this time it severs rather than impales. The soldier shields his eyes, confused as the attack seems to miss him. Looking up, he sees Chansu on the bank wielding an axe and having chopped through the extended bramble. Chansu explains that the wood zombie already detected him and the soldiers would just practice, activating his aggro skill as he prepares to fight. He yells at the wood zombie not to come while the monster charges toward him. Chansu trips the creature, sending it tumbling down the embankment. The wood zombie splashes into the river, roaring in anger. Chansu, holding the rifle, calmly remarks that he warned it not to come. He explains as he aims that people think trees float, but waterlogged trees like this one sink, and prepares to fire. Bullets streak toward the thrashing monster. Chansu shouts at it to stop moving so much because it makes aiming difficult. Meanwhile, the remaining soldier finally revs the engine repeatedly, but Chansu calls out to him. Chansu orders the soldier to stop messing around and swim over to shore. When the soldier hesitates and protests, something startles him. Chansu points the rifle directly at him and coldly repeats that he must swim over or be shot. Later, after stripping the soldier of his equipment and changing clothes, Chansu asks where he came from. As he puts on a new hoodie, he questions whether the man came from Taejun Station or the bus terminal. Now indoors with the soldier tied to a pillar, Chansu reminds him that he saved his life and demands answers. Approaching with the gun, he notes the man's unmarked uniform and pointedly asks what exactly the 7.5th division is. Chansu pulls up his hood, preparing to interrogate more seriously, saying they should see. The wounded soldier stares nervously while viewer comments ridicule his appearance, describing him as a typical outcast. The chat jokes he resembles Chansu, and Chansu bristles at the comparison. Smirking, Chansu denies being similar and reminds the viewers what he looks like, then prepares to push the interrogation further. He tells the soldier he has no dog tags and intimidating eyes, which unsettle the man. Annoyed by the man staring, Chansu jabs a finger into his eye, making him scream. The soldier swears at him, but Chansu dismissively replies and maintains control. Chansu racks his gun and sternly repeats his question about why they blew up the bridges, demanding an answer. The soldier hesitates in silence. Chansu responds by shooting him in the leg. When the man tries to protest, Chansu fires again into another leg. A third shot makes him howl for Chansu to stop. Chansu tells him if he wants the shooting to stop he needs to answer the questions. With a fierce expression, Chansu presses him on why they summon people to this area only to destroy the bridges, asking if they are toying with everyone. In pain, the soldier finally breaks down and agrees to talk, shouting that they are the 7.5th division. Chansu says he already knows their name as he checks the gun again. The soldier flinches when Chansu says bang while manipulating the rifle. Chansu grins darkly and claims the safety was still on, playing up his intimidation. The soldier calls him a bastard, and Chansu agrees, insisting he now explain what their unit is doing and why they are gathering people. Chansu suggests they destroyed the bridges because they had already secured enough people and challenges the soldier to correct him if he is wrong. Chansu reveals he learned their password the end from another man and uses it to strengthen his claim of wanting to join them. Shocked, the soldier asks what he just said. Chansu internally recalls the terrified official who told him the end is the password and tells the soldier he knows it because he plans to join their side. The soldier wonders if Chansu is really one of the VIPs, and Chansu plays along, saying he was promised collaboration with high-ranking people but got attacked before learning details. The soldier laments their mistake of shooting at him, while the chat marvels that Chansu's bluff is working and Chansu blames them for making him angry by blowing up the bridges. The soldier protests that further violence will only complicate matters, but Chansu coldly asks so what. Chansu claims he was chosen because he is a combatant and mercenary, implying he is used to such brutality. Continuing the act, he says he is a battlefield veteran who vents his anger like this when not treated properly, amusing the viewers. Convinced, the soldier says Chansu's story makes sense, and Chansu offers to take him along if he reveals everything he knows. Chansu further claims to be a field specialist who can treat the man's wounds and tells him the decision is his. The soldier hesitates, wondering aloud if the information he has will satisfy Chansu. He finally explains that the 7.5th division is a special aid force created to handle national crises by gathering key personnel and restoring order to a collapsing society. Chansu is skeptical and internally questions whether talk of a collapsed society is serious, while the chat teases his facial expression. When the soldier asks if something is wrong, Chansu quickly bluffs that a bug flew into his mouth and spits, then warns vaguely about strange bugs. Chansu thanks him for the warning and confirms that only part of the 7.5th division is currently in Taejun, which the soldier admits while withholding their exact numbers. Chansu presses further, asking what their forces plan to do next and where they are heading. The man refuses to reveal that destination despite Chansu questioning his silence. Irritated that the soldier is selectively withholding information, Chansu guesses their destination is the supposedly safe Jeju Island. Through a radio, the protagonist hears that Jeju Island is safe, trains are running there, and the 7.5th division is directing people to go. The message urges civilians to flee the city by train toward Taejun, and someone asks the protagonist to explain how he will reach Jeju Island. A wounded soldier decides their group is heading to Cheongju Airport. The protagonist is shocked that Cheongju Airport is their destination, finding it completely unexpected. The injured soldier, bleeding heavily, says he needs medical treatment. The protagonist agrees that the soldier really does need treatment. The tied-up soldier begs to be untied, explaining no more boats are coming and they must build a raft, and the protagonist confirms that no other boats will arrive. The protagonist asks one last question, confirming the soldier's job was to gather people efficiently, and asking if the bridges were blown up because they already had everyone they wanted. The soldier admits they only needed a limited number of civilians, and that bringing too many would make controlling them difficult. Hearing this, the protagonist angrily questions the idea of keeping civilians in line. The soldier is rattled as the protagonist notes that collecting just enough people could be justified as avoiding panic and chaos. The protagonist points out that deliberately destroying the bridges still seems suspicious. He concludes something is off and that the operation feels more like a coup than a rescue mission. The soldier furiously denies being a rebel, insisting they are helping the country. The protagonist pointedly asks if the soldier truly believes that. The soldier glares hatefully and mutters an insult at the protagonist. Deciding he has heard enough, the protagonist readies his gun and prepares to stop talking, while the soldier protests at being betrayed after revealing everything. The protagonist says the soldiers were the ones who betrayed civilians first, and that he cannot treat them as allies. A zombie appears outside the store, and the protagonist snidely greets it as an old acquaintance. He quickly pulls the door closed to keep the zombie out. Grabbing the soldier by the hair, the protagonist beats him in revenge for what happened to his friends. As screams sound from the store behind him, the protagonist walks away outside. Later, he stands by the riverside, wondering if he can really cross it. He notes the dangerous wood zombie has not reappeared yet but could at any time, then steels himself. He opens his system's shop window and views a purchasable 10-meter rope. Browsing the shop, he follows chat advice to search for an inflatable tube. The shop lists an inflatable donut tube for 2 zen, and the chat comments on how useful it is. Seeing only a few items, he is disappointed by the shop's limited selection. He notices a message that the shop's inventory updates randomly and may remove current items, prompting confused questions to his viewers. Complaining that he still owes a viewer zen, he jokingly asks for the tube for free as donations begin to come in. More viewers donate zen, and he wonders why they did not donate earlier when he was performing better. Reading chat about big spender status, he realizes this system also has a fan ranking mechanic, and notes he still owes 10 zen. At the river again, he observes the boat has drifted away and the current has grown faster, while another donation comes in. He tells his top donor not to overdo it, thinking privately that he must not exhaust this generous supporter. A loud sound draws his attention, and chat wonders if the wood zombie has returned. The wood zombie emerges from the river with a visible aggro timer, prompting the protagonist to curse. He bolts up the embankment as the monster charges ashore behind him. While fleeing with a medical case, he panics at how fast the wood zombie is and wonders what to do. From above, he decides he must gamble on a risky plan and abruptly changes direction despite chat warning that route is dangerous. He sprints up a stairwell toward a building's rooftop. From a high window he notes that the monster has not spotted him yet as it searches below. He then kicks open a rooftop door, bursting outside. Looking down, he sees the wood zombie moving as if to return to the river and is incredulous. Determined not to allow that, he rummages through his medical kit for supplies. He opens a can of tuna from the kit. Viewers are confused as he casually eats the tuna while standing on the roof. After finishing, he announces the monster will die here and hurls the empty can. He braces himself, stomps forward, and calls out that it is time. Using the momentum, he leaps off the rooftop. He lands on the next structure with a heavy thud. His landing goes poorly and he trips hard. He crashes painfully to the ground below as chat mocks his lack of parkour skill. Bruised but determined, he decides to attempt the maneuver again. His second try ends with another painful flop, drawing more teasing comments. Lying on the ground swearing, he rides as viewers question what he is even doing and warn him about the danger. He forces himself up with a groan. He dashes again, body blurring with speed. This time he rolls through the landing and manages to recover smoothly, impressing his viewers. From another rooftop he locates the destroyed bridge area he was aiming for. Digging through the medical kit, he prepares more tuna, following viewers' reminder about the wood zombie's detector. He recalls that the wood zombie wore its detector only on one arm, prompting speculation it might have simply picked it up. Noting the wood zombie's lack of injuries, he reasons it and the other boss have likely never fought each other. He throws the tuna can with a loud clang to draw attention. The enraged wood zombie races toward the noise. The can's impact and noise alert a second large creature nearby, setting up a confrontation. From the rooftop, the protagonist exults and orders the monsters to fight each other to the death. After his brief dramatic pose, he sprints back downstairs to execute the rest of his plan. He says that 1 second of showing off is enough and that he now must cross the river while the monsters battle. Seeing the wood zombie already entangled in combat with plant-like vines, he is pleased things are going as expected. As the monsters clash, he cheerfully wishes them fun and runs off. Suddenly hearing snapping vines, he turns in confusion. He sees the wood zombie breaking free, and chat reacts in alarm. Realizing the fight ended quickly, he curses and races toward the river, knowing he must hurry across. Reaching the riverside, he notices the water level has dropped and the current has slowed compared to before. Viewers urge him to jump in, while he protests that it is not that simple. He laments that he is a poor swimmer just as a roar from behind pushes him to act. Shocked that the wood zombie actually won the fight, he sees it charging after him again. While sprinting along the embankment, he begs viewers to immediately donate 11 zen. Confirming he wants the donut-shaped tube, he grits out a yes as chat jokes about nearby bakeries. Growing frantic at their teasing, he yells that they should give him zen first and mock him later. He finally jumps into the river, shouting in panic. Underwater, he feels the current is stronger than it looked, as a system notice announces viewers have set a joint mission. A joint mission appears, offering 11 zen if he can cross 2/3 of the river, and he gasps for air while swimming. He realizes that 2/3 is basically the entire way across and screams for the tube while struggling in the water. The wood zombie splashes into the river after him, questioning why someone who cannot swim would jump in. The current sweeps him rapidly downstream as he spits out water. While gasping and glancing back, he fears the sinking wood zombie is still pursuing him. Nearly exhausted but seeing the opposite bank close, he wills himself on as viewers cheer and tease him. The mission completes with a reward notification as he shrieks and immediately calls up the shop. He frantically purchases the inflatable tube with his new funds. A beam of light appears above him in the river, startling him. The purchased inflatable tube materializes beside him, and he grabs onto it with relief. A wooden hand snags his foot underwater, causing him to scream. Clinging to the tube, he desperately kicks at the submerged wood zombie to get it off. Eventually he manages to drift free on the tube, though Chad complains he seems to be giving up on crossing. He explains he is letting the current carry him farther downstream to gain distance, admitting he is barely staying afloat as it is. Something makes him widen his eyes in alarm. He then sees the wood zombie riding the current like a wave, rapidly gaining on him, and is horrified by its new speed. With no zen left, he resolves that if he is to escape he must rely on a new idea. He adopts a streamlined tubing pose he calls skeleton, believing it will maximize his speed. He decides the suction force near the collapsed bridge debris will accelerate him even more, aiming to shoot through the wreckage. Viewers warn a single mistake will trap him among the falling debris as the structure continues to crumble. Ignoring the risk, he rockets forward shouting enthusiastically. He successfully passes through, but realizes the wood zombie is still following like an eel. Angered, he prepares to retaliate while still on the tube. A huge crash sounds as something behind him is smashed apart. Finally drifting calmly on the tube, he sighs that he survived but that it was far too much effort, while viewers joke about how stressful it was. Hearing something, he glances back in surprise. He spots a swimming dog approaching him in the river and reacts in confusion. He calls out to the dog, which looks back at him curiously. Desperate, he orders the dog to tow him to shore, baffling the viewers. To his surprise, the dog actually starts swimming toward him, so he calls it a good dog. As several dogs swim around and push his tube, he affectionately nicknames one black furball and asks it to keep pushing. When the helper dog swims away, he angrily yells for it to come back and push, while viewers tell him to act his age. Resigned, he starts paddling the tube himself toward the bank. He realizes the dog is actually guiding him toward a section of the river with a weaker current, and concludes it is smarter than he thought. After finally reaching land, he collapses on the grass, thanks his viewers for their help, and listens to the dog barking. Panting beside him, the dog prompts him to rest a bit, and he wonders aloud if it is asking for a reward. He opens a tuna can and shares some of his cherished food with the dog, acknowledging it must be hungry as viewers remind him he cannot linger. He gets up, agreeing he needs to move on, and prepares to travel again in his now soggy clothes. At a bus stop, he notes he must reach Taejeon Terminal and doubts any buses are running. He clarifies he only wants to check the route map to estimate the distance, while the dog watches alertly. The dog suddenly barks, and he peers around the bus stop, wondering what is happening. A display flashes an express route number, indicating a bus is approaching. A red express bus pulls up and opens its door with a hiss. Stunned, he questions why a bus is operating here at all. The stern, armed driver leans out and orders him to board. Confused, the protagonist wonders what is going on. The driver yells that if he wants to live he must get on, as a pack of creatures rushes down the road behind them. Seeing the red-eyed beasts, he realizes they are wolves. He leaps onto the bus amid chat messages telling him not to forget the puppy. Remembering the dog, he shouts for the little mutt to get on board too. The dog hops into the bus just before the doors close and the vehicle accelerates away. The driver warns everyone to hold on tight as he floors the accelerator. As the bus speeds up and the fare machine beeps, an automated voice asks him to scan his card again. Stumbling from the acceleration, he curses at the timing. Looking out, he and the viewers identify the pursuing beasts as dangerous gray wolves. Walking down the aisle with the dog, he reminds viewers they had insisted he save it, and they now suggest opening the back door. When the driver demands to know what he is doing, he replies that he is going to handle the wolves. The dog sticks its head out of the window, enjoying the wind even in the tense situation. Holding the dog in a tuna can, he muses that pets resemble their owners even though he is not actually this dog's owner. Asked if he will feed the wolves, he says he plans to hit them with the tuna instead. Leaning out the back door, he taunts the wolves to draw their aggro timer onto himself. The wolves snarl and bare their fangs as they chase the bus. He dramatically declares it feeding time and prepares his attack. He smashes a flying tuna can into one wolf's head with a loud clang. As one wolf falls and others trip, he mocks their lack of pack loyalty compared to real wolves. Spotting a larger wolf with a scar, he deduces it is the leader. Deciding on a target, he winds up another tuna can. He hurls the can into the leader wolf with a crushing blow, vowing to bring it down. A monstrous wolf snarls menacingly. The protagonist worries that his attacks are not affecting the wolf, and that he is running low on canned explosives. He successfully trips one of the wolves and is relieved that his plan worked. The wolf skids across the ground after being tripped. The pack pauses, their scarred leader landing heavily at the front. The wolves watch as a red express bus speeds away from them. Safely on the bus with his small dog, the protagonist remarks how frightening the encounter was and hopes it is over. The bus driver introduces himself as Chansik Park, driver of the number 2 express bus, and asks where the protagonist came from. Surprised he was picked up despite being a stranger, the protagonist says he crossed the river. The driver is shocked, recalling that all the bridges collapsed. The protagonist explains he had to swim across, astonishing the driver. The protagonist privately thinks the driver is more unbelievable and again asks where the driver came from. The driver casually says he came from the garage, while the protagonist reasons that under these circumstances the bus must have stopped somewhere special first. The driver reveals he came here after meeting soldiers at the Taejeon Terminal, which surprises the protagonist. He explains that soldiers at the terminal are protecting civilians and loading them onto buses because they will be leaving soon. The protagonist internally wonders what the soldiers are planning by loading people on buses. The driver says he wanted to rescue at least one more person before the soldiers depart. He tells how he has driven this route his whole life, ferrying all kinds of passengers, and considers it his life's mission. He adds that as long as people's destinations match his route, he feels obligated to help them, which the unseen chat praises as selfless. The protagonist insists to his viewers that he is selfless too, just prioritizing his own survival first. He asks the driver if they will stop at every stop, and the driver replies he will only visit locations mentioned by people at the terminal, though the earlier monsters surprised him. The driver thanks the protagonist, saying they escaped the monsters because of him. The protagonist asks how long these extra stops will take, and the driver estimates about 15 minutes. Hearing it will take 15 minutes, the protagonist contemplates resting. He decides he cannot sleep because he still does not fully trust the seemingly kind driver and feels the lack of reliable companions. Relaxing in his seat, he asks his invisible chat about a question he has regarding the concept of a superfan. He reasons that the existence of superfans implies extra mechanics in the streaming system and presses the chat to admit it. When the system reacts, he cheerfully claims he just appreciates the superfan's support, while his chat accuses him of playing favorites. He waves off their complaints and argues that if superfans exist, there must be other special roles or functions in the system. The chat reacts in confusion to what he is hinting at. He declares that every streamer needs one crucial thing, namely a moderator. The system freaks out that he has discovered this too early, and he nervously asks if having a mod is really that serious. Realizing the system might be afraid of his potential power, he smirks and taunts it. He laughs maniacally, suggesting the system fears him becoming too strong, while the chat reacts in mock terror. He then reassures the viewers that he would never harm them, joking that as long as they keep paying he will keep them around. Eager for more knowledge, he demands an explanation of how the mod system works and how to set superfans. Before he can learn more, the bus jolts violently and he is thrown to the floor, yelling in confusion. The driver shouts that a group of wolves has appeared on their left side. One of the glowing-eyed wolves roars as it closes in on the bus. The protagonist is stunned that the wolves have already caught up and slams into the window as one attacks. He sees that 3 wolves are now chasing the bus but their leader is missing. Remembering that the pack previously stopped when the leader tripped, he realizes something is wrong. The wolf leader, left behind, howls into the blood-red sky. The protagonist suddenly understands that the howling is signaling an ambush. He urgently tells the driver they must flee immediately despite any planned stops. He argues they cannot save anyone if they die here and that many more wolves must be nearby, especially if this is Grey Wolf territory. Looking ahead, he spots a lone wolf howling in their path. He warns that the wolf is charging directly at them, and they must avoid flipping the bus. The enraged leader rushes them with bared fangs. The driver decides to spin the bus around and tells everyone to brace themselves. Someone cries out that they have to escape as the bus accelerates. The bus slams into a wolf, knocking it aside. The protagonist notices that 6 wolves are now pursuing the bus. Another wolf hurls itself against the side of the vehicle. Yet another crash rocks the bus as wolves keep ramming it. With wolves slamming the vehicle, the protagonist worries they will soon breach the bus and wonders how to stop them. A heavy impact shakes the bus again. The driver realizes something has struck and damaged a wheel. The bus skids and swerves wildly down the road. While chat members cruelly suggest using his pet as bait, the protagonist grabs a pole, determined to fight instead. He looks at his small dog and decides that if it will not move away, he must protect it. Seeing that his aggro skill is not drawing the wolves, he deduces they are targeting the bus itself rather than him. He orders the driver to open the rear door. The frightened driver protests that opening the door will let the monsters in and risk everyone's lives. The protagonist insists that if the bus stops and the wolves surround them, they will be doomed, then moves toward the door controls. Ignoring the driver's objections, he manually flips the switch to open the back door. He instructs the driver to shut the door as soon as a single wolf enters. Stealing himself, he provocatively yells for the wolves to come after him. His aggro skill activates, pulling the attention of one wolf as it leaps toward the open doorway. The panicked driver hits the door control, screaming. A glowing-eyed wolf lands inside the bus, growling. The protagonist steps forward calmly, preparing to engage it. He draws his axe, telling the creature to try its taste. He swings and cleaves into the wolf with his axe, making it howl in pain. The recoil from the blow sends him sliding back on the bus floor. The wolf is slammed away inside the bus, to the viewer's relief. Focusing, he goes in for another decisive strike. He repeatedly hacks at the down wolf, shouting with each blow. He continues to shout for it to come at him as he batters it, impressing his viewers with how easily he handles it. When the driver hesitates, the protagonist yells at him again to keep the door open. 2 more wolves charge through the doorway under his aggro effect. Overwhelmed by facing 2 at once, he curses and swings his blood-streaked weapon wildly. One wolf is wounded and yelps while another darts around him. A wolf lunges dangerously close to the protagonist, forcing him to brace himself. The chaos sends a wolf hurtling toward the driver, who screams. The driver frantically turns the steering wheel as the protagonist slams into nearby seats. Another wolf dashes inside amid the turmoil. The protagonist raises his axe, vowing to finish this one in a single blow. As he swings, the bus motion causes his weapon to catch on something, ruining the clean attack. He kicks the wolf in the head, shouting for it to get off him. Regaining his stance, he prepares another swift chop with the axe. His next strike lands, making the wolf whine in agony. His little dog bites and pins one wolf's paw, earning the protagonist's praise. Taking advantage, he brutally cleaves through the wolf while shouting about making it pay the bus fare. Exhausted and battered, he collapses into a seat, relieved that he survived the fight. The stunned driver asks if he is alright, and how he can fight so well. The protagonist downplays it, claiming he has trained his whole life, while the chat credits buffs and items. Internally he admits that the buffs help, while the driver remarks that the protagonist truly is remarkable. Looking at his dog, the protagonist suggests they go for a walk outside. The bus door hisses open as they prepare to disembark. Man and dog step onto the road together. The driver worries the damaged bus is near its limit, and wonders if the protagonist's plan is sound. The wolves, still under his aggro effect, rage in the distance with a timer counting down. The protagonist and his dog sprint down the street, taunting the wolves to chase them while a viewer donates money. Thanking the donor, he says they devised a simple plan that will start once he leaves the bus. At the terminal, the stern eye-patched officer listens carefully, sensing developments. The protagonist instructs the driver to honk after 5 seconds, integrating the bus horn into his plan. The approaching wolves react in confusion as the situation changes. The protagonist blindsides them with a fierce strike, mocking them for looking away. He follows through with a powerful slash that sprays blood. After the fight, he and his dog stand on a blood-soaked street, and he suggests they return to the bus while noting the dog is stronger than it appears. Walking back, he asks his viewers whether the little dog is some kind of special item, only to be told it is just an unusually smart mutt. He concludes that as long as it listens to him that is enough, while the chat notes that rare powerful animals do exist even if this one likely is not. Back at the bus, they see the rear tire has been destroyed beyond repair. The driver steps out to greet the returning protagonist, who says they will have to continue on foot. The driver hesitates about walking to the terminal even though it is close. The protagonist insists they must hurry because he never saw the wolves' true leader, meaning that threat remains. He states he will accompany the driver only until they meet the soldiers at the Taejun terminal. At the fence terminal, panicked refugees beg soldiers to let them in and complain about their injuries and confinement. 2 soldiers discuss how another team requested more time and that there should not be any more civilians remaining to rescue. A superior remarks that they have already gathered everyone they needed and cynically wonders if the remaining refugees realize what awaits them. The eye-patched officer coldly says that as long as these people serve as expendable shields until they reach Cheongju Airport, their ultimate fate is irrelevant. Gunfire and shouts erupt as someone screams for help, drawing the soldiers' attention. Chansik Park, now alone, runs toward the terminal gate pleading for help. He yells that monsters are chasing him as a pack of wolves bears down behind him. Refugees panic when they see the wolves heading toward the terminal. A soldier angrily orders someone to deal with the threat just as they were about to depart. The soldiers open fire with automatic weapons at the incoming wolves. The commanding officer orders them to cease fire once the immediate threat seems handled. Grateful, Chansik thanks the soldiers for saving him. When asked if he is alone, he answers yes and is told to come with them. As he walks past the seemingly dead wolf, it quietly growls, and a watching soldier senses that something is wrong. That soldier privately questions how the old man could have outrun so many agile monsters by himself. Another soldier asks what is bothering him, and he replies that it is strange an old bus driver made it here alone. They rationalize he might have hidden nearby before coming, though they admit the timing is troublesome just as they plan to leave. The eye-patched commander arrives, and a subordinate greets him with a salute. The commander scolds him for saluting outside, not wanting his higher rank exposed. The flustered subordinate apologizes, and the commander warns him not to make him a target again. The commander announces that they will soon depart for Cheongju Airport, and instructs the men to prepare, adding that contact with one KTX team has been lost. He privately tells his trusted subordinate they will ignore requests to cooperate from Taejun Station, and instead claim full credit for themselves. He emphasizes that as his top man, the subordinate must meet his expectations during the upcoming operation. Elsewhere, the protagonist hears the distant gunfire stop, and hopes the old driver was not shot. Watching from a roof or vehicle, he concludes the Grey Wolves did in fact follow them to the terminal. Thanking Mr. Park for the earlier information, he looks over the parked buses and suggests taking a good vehicle to trail the soldiers when they leave. As he approaches the parking lot, he abruptly ducks behind a car at the sudden arrival of someone. A man in a red jacket closes a car door, identified by the chat as the person they were waiting for. This man rattles a box full of keys, introduced as the key man who has been gathering car keys at the terminal lot. Chansik explains that this key man is likely clutching his friend's bus key and used to work in the terminal office. The key man greets Chansik politely. The protagonist approaches with his dog, assuring the man he only just arrived at the terminal. The key man studies him warily and then points out where the soldiers are assembling, noting they will depart soon. Chansu approaches the parking lot dog and asks if the man is just gathering car keys. The man snaps that he is busy and warns Chansu not to stick around and end up like him. Chansu says he is not leaving because he is waiting for a friend. The man realizes Chansu means the friend who left him the bus key. Chansu asks how he knows that, and the man says he heard it from the number 2 express bus driver. The man grumbles about the old driver spreading that story, explains his friend left a key and never returned, then asks if the old man is still alive. Chansu confirms the old driver should now be with the soldiers and asks why the man is still here. Chansu says he has his own reasons and some tasks to handle first. The man accuses him of wanting to take a car after he worked to collect all the keys. Chansu clarifies he only wants to borrow a car and even invites the man along, but the man insists on staying to guard the vehicles. The man agrees to wait for his friend while doing his job, convinced the friend will eventually return for the key. He hands Chansu a remote key and tells him to find the corresponding car. Chansu thanks him and wishes that he reunite with his missing friend. Once alone, Chansu clenches the key in determination. He locates a small, cute-looking car with the remote and silently reacts. Resigned, he gets into the car despite his misgivings. Inside, he notes that at least the car's GPS still works even though phones do not. A system notification announces that the shop has been updated, exciting Chansu. He opens the shop, sees an item called Accelerator Cover of Fury, and reads that it lets a car run at 300 km per hour for 7 minutes. He sees the drawback that once max speed is reached and later reduced, the car's lifespan drops to 60 minutes, and he finds the low price suspicious. Viewers comment that the chaotic item appeared because it suits the situation and tease him for being scared, prompting Chansu to insist he is not afraid of an item. Irritated, he loudly confirms the purchase. A bright light appears above him as the item materializes, and he panics as it descends. The accelerator cover slams painfully into his face as it equips. Bleeding from his nose, Chansu curses under his breath. He notices the dog staring at him in startled silence. The dog barks Chansu's name in panic, shocking him further. Recovering, Chansu rummages around and attaches the accelerator cover to the pedal. The car's navigation system powers on and announces that guidance is starting. Chansu fastens his seatbelt and stomps on the gas. Fired up, he yells for departure as the car roars forward. Despite his earlier bravado, he starts off moving very slowly, confusing his viewers. He explains this is a one-box car whose lifespan is now limited by the pedal, so he plans to drive as carefully as possible. The parking lot attendant informs him the soldiers just left the terminal and wishes him luck. Chansu wishes him luck in finding his friend. Chansu adds that if anyone comes looking for him, they should be told he went ahead to Jeju Island. Watching him speed off, the attendant muses about his destination. On the road, Chansu says he will follow the military convoy from a safe distance. The buses and military trucks travel together along the highway. Passengers on the lead bus relax, believing the soldiers have chosen a safe route and will not abandon them. One passenger notices their bus is overtaking the soldiers and nervously suggests slowing down. Another passenger tries to reassure him that the soldiers must have a good reason for slowing, though he is sweating with worry. Tension rises inside the bus as people murmur and chatter uneasily. A soldier shouts that there is a monster ahead of the convoy. A passenger repeats in shock that there is a monster. He looks ahead in horror as realization hits. A towering, screeching creature appears beside the lead bus, causing passengers to scream. Soldiers open fire from their trucks, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the monster. The monster recoils as the soldiers believe their attacks are working. One soldier notices something is wrong as he looks around anxiously. He realizes there are several of these monsters chasing the convoy and yells to stop the bus. The bus driver, terrified, is urged to halt the vehicle immediately. The lead bus swerves off the main path, trying to escape as more monsters crawl after it. Passengers on another bus panic, shouting that the monsters are closing in and demanding to go faster. The driver of that bus, equally frightened, floors the accelerator to escape. He stares ahead in dread as the situation worsens. one of the buses crashes violently into a monster, sending both tumbling. Farther back, Chansa hears the distant explosion and reacts alertly. He comments that conflict has already started up ahead while viewers report that a bus has gone down. As he drives past, Chansa notes that although the soldiers looked in his direction, they did not seem concerned with his little car. Listening to the distant screams from the convoy, he keeps driving as the chat remarks that he treats them as background noise. A particularly harsh viewer message calls him an inhuman orphan, making him pause. Chansa wonders who this abusive commenter is, since he does not recognize them and the others ask who they are as well. Another message mocks his looks by saying his face matches his cute car, prompting him to address the commenter as bro. Chansa flips the insult by saying that calling the car cute means they are calling him cute too, and he decides to take it as a compliment. The troll doubles down, calling him ugly and not funny, while other viewers tell the troll to stop and Chansa bristles in anger. Grinding his teeth, Chansa complains that the troll will not shut up and asks how to appoint a moderator to deal with them. The system explains that he cannot pick a mod until he has a superfan and that both he and a superfan must agree on the mod. Chansa is dismayed that he needs a superfan to moderate his chat, while the troll smugly notes he still cannot be kicked. Sighing, Chansa asks if there is anything else he can do as the streamer, only to be told no, which frustrates him. He then calls out to Maxed Out Card, confirming they are present, and says there is nothing to apologize for before changing the subject. Chansa bluntly asks Maxed Out Card how he can make them a superfan, amusing the rest of the chat. Maxed Out Card explains they would need to give Chansa 30% of their assets to become a superfan, calling it the most realistic method. Chansa asks about the other method, but the chat claims it is impossible and keeps mocking him as powerless. Other viewers tell the troll to shut up and speculate they are just poor and annoying, while Chansa feels dizzy from the drama. Suddenly, a notification shows Maxed Out Card donating 40 Zen, shocking Chansa. The system announces that Maxed Out Card has become a superfan. The chat erupts in disbelief that someone who was supposedly broke could donate 40 Zen. Deeply moved, Chansa promises Maxed Out Card that he will grant them one wish in return for the huge donation. Brushing off a dismissive remark, Chansa tells his new superfan that he wants their help choosing a moderator. A system prompt appears asking if he accepts the superfan's suggestion to select a stream mod, and he immediately agrees. Another prompt asks him whom he wants to nominate as mod. Many viewers volunteer excitedly, and someone jokes that he should nominate the troll. Chansa leaves the choice to Maxed Out Card, trusting them to make the nomination. The rest of the viewers react in surprise and confusion to the chosen candidate. Chansa wonders why everyone is reacting so strangely, and asks if mods can be replaced later if needed. Maxed Out Card vouches that the nominee is reliable, so Chansa agrees and confirms Crying Lunatic as the stream mod. The system finalizes Crying Lunatic as moderator, while the troll bitterly comments that everyone else seems to be enjoying themselves. The newly appointed mod immediately orders the troll to leave, startling Chansa and amusing the rest of the chat as he nervously addresses his mod. Chansa thanks Crying Lunatic, asking them to only punish people who go overboard, while the mod replies they will think about it, and others laugh. Energized by having a superfan and a mod, Chansa says he feels recharged and tells his viewers he is ready to focus on the mission again. Up ahead, someone in the convoy notices Chansa's little car behind them, and wonders if it is a concern. Soldiers speculate that the captain may have decided to ignore the car, suspect it might just be following them for safety, and consider reporting it. Their leader decides not to report it yet, assuming it is a civilian vehicle they can deal with after reaching Chongja Airport, then asks for updates on Bus 2. Another soldier explains they told command that Bus 1 went off course due to a sudden monster attack, so as long as buses 2 and 3 proceed as planned they should be fine. Suddenly, screeching brakes from a bus interrupt their planning. A bus tumbles off the road with a purple multi-eyed creature clinging to it. The officer frantically calls over the radio to find out what is happening with the affected unit, and curses. The purple, grasper monster lands on the road and shrieks menacingly. Watching from afar, Chansa sees the commotion ahead while chat concludes that another bus has been thrown. He reasons that something unexpected, not just a detector, has forced the convoy to scramble and decides to accelerate to investigate. Maxed Out Card identifies the monster as a grasper and urges Chansa to go faster. Maxed Out Card explains that a grasper sticks to the underside of vehicles, disables them, and then explodes once their speed falls too low, making Chansa worry about crashing while speeding. Frightened, Chansa asks how fast he must go to stay safe. His speedometer shows he is already well over 100 km per hour. The chat tells him simply to go as fast as possible, suggesting around 300 km per hour to prevent the grasper from latching on. Chansa protests that such speed is impossible for his tiny car. He suddenly realizes something crucial. He glances down, remembering the special accelerator cover. Understanding that the pedal cover is meant for this situation, he prepares to fully commit, while the chat jokes about him heading to Valhalla. He steadies his breathing to calm his nerves. Chansa then screams for maximum acceleration and slams the gas, with the dog barking beside him. Meanwhile, soldiers discover more graspers and open continuous fire as they swarm the convoy. A soldier shouts about something behind them just as Chansa's car races up from the rear. His car rockets past the overturned bus through the smoke, stunning everyone. Soldiers gape and question how such a small car can be moving so fast. Viewers panic that there is no path through the chaos and plead with Chansa to stop before it is too late. As the dog barks anxiously, Chansa hushes him and concentrates. Determined, he pushes the pedal harder, trying to reach 300 km per hour despite chat accusing him of having a death wish. He calmly answers that he has no intention of dying. Chansa declares he will make it through as his car blasts along the road. His wheels narrowly avoid a grasper's tentacle as he threads the needle. He speeds between buses and trucks, clearing the dangerous zone. The dog looks thrilled by the adrenaline-filled run. Chansa keeps his focus on driving as they surge ahead of the convoy. A nearby military truck suddenly swerves, causing viewers to warn Chansa to watch out. The grasper stuck to that truck explodes behind him as his car continues onward. Laughing manically, Chansa celebrates being in first place ahead of the soldiers, while viewers compare it to a racing game and ask what he will do next. He reminds them that they were the ones who told him to stop the gas and warns that the danger is not over. Analyzing the situation, Chansa concludes the front buses were used as bait but the soldiers still intend to save most of them, meaning a greater threat lies ahead. Once clear, he eases off the accelerator and a system message announces that, because he slowed after using the pedal, the car will rapidly deteriorate and last only 60 more minutes. Viewers note he must reach the airport within the hour. Chansu agrees and decides to stop briefly at a nearby place. He pulls into a rest area, saying he does not want to get too far ahead of the military convoy. Inside the parked car, he asks whether graspers will come this far and hears that they only react to movement. So he reasons that if soldiers pass here it will mean they have survived them. Looking at the sky, he quietly wonders how many soldiers and civilians are still alive. Soon after, the remaining buses and trucks roar past the rest area, and maxed out card alerts him that the convoy has arrived. Watching them go by, Chansu notes they have saved 6 buses and considers that a decent outcome. He starts the car again, telling his viewers it is time for them to move as well. Elsewhere by the riverside, an exhausted man catches his breath after escaping across the water. His shoes drip as he reaches solid ground. Wiping his face, he exhales in relief. He wonders aloud whether the rest of his group is still alive as he wrings out his soaked jacket. Thinking of Chansu, he reassures himself that Chansu must have survived. As he walks along the path, he feels relieved to have crossed the river but then spots something unexpected. He discovers Harayong sitting silently on a rock by the path, soaked and barefoot. Overjoyed, he runs to her shouting that she is alive, while internally wondering why she chose the rock instead of the nearby bench. Harayong, still shaken, says she does not know whether the others are safe. Grabbing her shoulders, he urgently asks what happened and begs her to tell him if the others are still alive. She replies bleakly that knowing would be pointless. Confused, he starts to ask what she means. Just then someone else runs up calling Mincheol's name, interrupting the tense conversation. Mincheol is startled when Seo-yeon suddenly hugs him, saying she thought he was dead. Seo-yeon happily confirms Mincheol is alive and explains they had been searching for him because he drifted farther than expected. Relieved, Mincheol asks if Chansu is safe and where he is. Seo-yeon hesitates nervously as she begins to answer about Chansu. Mincheol panics about what happened to Chansu, and Seo-yeon only manages to say that at least he is not dead, confusing Mincheol. Mincheol is shocked to hear Chansu might have already left the city. A woman explains she did not personally see Chansu leave, but another woman did. Flashback shows that woman anxiously looking around an alley. She suddenly brightens as she spots something. She sees Chansu boarding a red bus at a stop. She recalls how he fled on the bus as if escaping monsters. Back in the present, Mincheol and Seo-yeon silently worry because Chansu, the core of their group, is gone. Mincheol feels lost and tries to think where Chansu would go in this situation. A radio broadcast urges remaining survivors to head to a division-run survivor camp. Chansu, elsewhere, decides his group will head straight to the terminal mentioned. Hearing this, Mincheol realizes Chansu must be aiming for the Taejeon terminal and proposes they go there too. Mincheol tells Seo-yeon he believes Chansu stuck to their original plan and went to the terminal. Seo-yeon warns that abnormal soldiers guard the terminal and that without Chansu they lack a solid plan. Mincheol admits he is unsure too but insists they should continue toward the terminal since it is still their best option. Seo-yeon is impressed that Mincheol is calmer and more dependable than she expected. Mincheol says he is scared but hopeful they will reunite with Chansu soon, and Seo-yeon agrees to proceed. Seo-yeon asks Mincheol where he got his clothes and offers to take him to the store so he can change as well. Seo-yeon tells the seated woman to prepare to leave for the terminal and to change clothes too, but the woman silently broods. As the woman suddenly jumps up and walks off, Seo-yeon calls after her, asking if she does not want to see Chansu again. The woman marches back toward them with a frightening aura. She continues approaching with an even more unsettling expression, making the others sweat nervously. She abruptly announces they should go, terrifying Mincheol and Seo-yeon. The woman strides ahead toward their destination, while Mincheol and Seo-yeon scramble to follow. Close-up shows the woman forcing a strained smile as she walks. At a major intersection, military vehicles and civilian buses are jammed while someone angrily yells at soldiers to work faster. A commanding officer orders his men to connect vehicles to buses and tow them aside to clear space. Chansu, waiting in a car nearby, senses something is wrong as he watches the soldiers moving vehicles and reads online comments about it. He mutters that walking to the airport would get him shot since some soldiers still distrust him, noting they leave him alone only because he keeps his distance. Growing impatient with the delay, he hears that the path ahead has finally been opened. A loud bang and shouted order to move startle Chansu. As the convoy begins moving, Chansu urgently asks his unseen chat companions what just happened. The chat speculates that the threat may be a big head-type monster. Chansu then sees a massive hand-like appendage slam down on the road ahead. Horrified, he realizes this monster's hand is far larger than that of a normal big head. A gigantic evolved big head called a big body appears, and Chansu curses, realizing the soldiers may have left him behind for this. He worries what will happen if that monster follows them all the way to the airport. He deduces that the many buses were likely meant as sacrificial bait to keep monsters busy while the plane prepared for takeoff. The big body chases the moving vehicles, stomping after them down the highway. Chansu finds his car trapped between giant legs and complains he is blocked on both sides while spectators joke about his predicament. Shocked by the soldiers' actions, he wonders what they are thinking. Seeing the buses stop and people fleeing on foot under the monster's feet, he questions why the convoy has halted. The big body grabs fleeing civilians as people scream that their bus has broken down and beg to be taken along. The monster crushes the captured humans in its fist. Chansu reacts in horror to the gruesome scene. He trembles, stunned by the brutality he just witnessed. This triggers a memory of a man earlier inviting him to come along, saying he would feel safer with Chansu. That earlier scene shows a big head preparing to eat a screaming victim. The man in that memory begs Chansu for help. Chansu's current ally calls his name, snapping him from his daze. The voice orders him to pull himself together, and he agrees. Chansu speeds away, noting that the main convoy has abandoned some buses but that he can still catch up. Determined, he tells his unseen companions to hang on as he accelerates to chase the fleeing buses. He is forced to brake hard when another stopped red bus suddenly blocks the road. Panicked civilians pour out of that bus, screaming for it not to leave them behind. Hearing their cries for help, Chansu hesitates at the wheel. Survivors rush toward his car, begging to be let on. Chansu yells no and tries to pull away as they reach for the vehicle. The desperate crowd chases his car, still pleading for rescue while he speeds off. After barely escaping, he reflects that the people must have been forced off the bus and admits the scene was too gory to watch. Furious, he curses the soldiers for abandoning civilians as bait. A system message warns the car has only 10 minutes of life left. and Chansu laments the time lost at the intersection. He calculates that any further obstacles will push his time too close to the limit, and that he cannot narrow the distance much more. When his supporter asks if he has a plan, Chansu says he intended to reach another checkpoint for more information. Checking the in-game shop, he sees only a robe for sale and decides his best option is to blend in with people at the airport. A navigation notice says he will soon arrive at his destination, which his chat confirms is the airport. Chansu admits he is unsure what will happen next but reasons that the soldiers clearly knew about monsters on the route and had prepared for them. However, he notes they did not anticipate the Grasper monsters, revealing an inconsistency in their intelligence. From this, he infers that someone at the airport must have been radioing monster information to the ground forces. His supporter warns there will be many people at the airport. Chansu agrees and concludes the information likely came from other soldiers or airport staff. Noting that the military convoy took the most direct route, Chansu decides he will instead take a detour to reach the airport first. He races along the alternate route, urging himself to hold out just a bit longer. The scene shifts to the airport, where planes are being prepared on the tarmac. Chansu's car arrives at high speed and comes to a jarring stop outside the terminal. He lets his dog out of the car, calling it a little furball. Hearing no gunshots, he tells the dog they should move, while the chat teases him for possibly using it as bait. Sprinting to the entrance, Chansu insists he does not want the dog to die either. A message warns that soldiers are approaching, prompting Chansu to hurry inside. Inside the seemingly empty terminal, he is alarmed to find no one around. A soldier suddenly appears and calls out to him. The soldier urgently asks if Chansu is the one who sent a rescue request, confusing Chansu. Chansu notices the soldier's Air Force insignia and realizes he is not from the 7.5th Division. The Air Force officer says they are out of ammo and must hurry because monsters are coming, while subordinates call him Major Jean. Other soldiers report that the plane is ready for takeoff, then notice Chansu and ask who he is. Major Jean explains Chansu is a newly arrived survivor and orders that he be taken onto the plane. While being escorted, Chansu gives his name and is told to board the plane immediately, with explanations to come later. Chansu starts to ask about the dog, and a soldier tells him to bring it along but hurry. As he is led toward the gate, Chansu wonders if other people will not be boarding and insists he has something important to tell them. He warns the soldier that the arriving 7.5th Division troops are dangerously immoral, having used civilians as bait. Chansu says he does not know how those troops contacted the Air Force but believes the two groups do not truly share the same goals, urging the soldier to warn his major. He then rushes down the jet bridge with the dog, shouting for them to hold the aircraft door as onlookers comment on his timing. Chansu boards, cheerfully announcing 2 passengers and thanking the crew. Walking into the cabin, he looks around curiously. Seeing the crowded interior, he observes that the plane feels like a shelter. He wonders if all these people were rescued by the soldiers. Concluding the 7.5th Division must have convinced the Air Force they were rescuers, he hears an announcement ordering passengers to sit for imminent departure. Chansu sits with his dog beside him and prepares for takeoff. As the landing gear moves, he notes the plane is taking off without the usual in-flight announcements. Other passengers react in horror to the sight of numerous monsters outside the windows. Chansu nervously asks if they will be safe, while his chat reassures him that the plane is obligated to depart, and he should treat it like a cutscene. He mentally retorts that he would have died if he had arrived any later. Watching the wing against the sky, he is just relieved he managed to board in time. He reflects that events are moving quickly but that, for the moment, the situation is tolerable. He reminds himself not to relax, resolving that until the deadly game ends he cannot trust any apparent peace. Viewers wonder why he still looks anxious and tell him to breathe, as he sits tensely in his seat. Sensing something off, he wonders aloud why the plane is changing direction. Looking out the window, he questions why they are turning the way they are. From outside, the plane is shown banking away from the expected southern route toward Jeju Island, prompting his concern. When he stands to investigate, a soldier grabs him and orders him back to his seat. Chansu pulls away, saying he needs answers before sitting down. He strides toward the front of the cabin. Pushing aside a curtain, he confronts a flight attendant, asking where the plane is headed. She asks if he means their destination, and he urgently repeats his question. She tells him to sit because it is dangerous, but he insists he will only comply after learning their destination. As he walks away, she finally says they are headed to Jeju Island and that someone should have informed him earlier, while he grumbles about wasting time. He bangs on a locked door, calling out for a response. Soldiers restrain him and demand he return to his seat, but he refuses, asking if they even know where the plane is going. The commotion spreads through the cabin as passengers wonder what is happening and whether they truly are bound for Jeju. Chansu struggles, insisting he must know their route while soldiers question his behavior. He yells for them to ask the pilot why the plane just turned if they are supposedly heading to Jeju Island. Before they can respond, a sudden jolt rocks the plane, startling the soldiers. The cabin shakes violently, and everyone panics, wondering if it is turbulence. Bracing himself, Chansu curses and asks what is happening now. He then spots something alarming outside the plane. As turbulence worsens and people scream, his supporter urges him to hang on. Chansu shouts to his unseen audience, saying he thought he saw something, just as the pilot begins an emergency announcement. The pilot states they are under attack by unknown monsters and tells everyone to stay seated as another crash rocks the plane. Looking out, Chansu sees strange wings and realizes a flying monster called a mayfly is attacking. A monstrous mayfly appears at the window, buzzing menacingly and terrifying a nearby passenger. Chansu realizes the mayflies are repeatedly ramming the aircraft and complains that no one warned him about this danger. Panting, he exclaims that he is already shocked enough, while his supporter promises big Zen donations if he survives. Chansu bitterly jokes that the promise is depressing because it is probably true. He reasons that his main supporter has likely spent most of their Zen already and might be saving the rest for an even worse emergency, but concludes they must trust his abilities. Resigned yet appreciative, he says he values their faith in him as the chat expresses support. Another viewer comments that sometimes mere survival is the mission and suggests a challenge to survive a plane crash, making Chansu fear the plane may actually go down. Alarmed, he frantically asks soldiers whether any parachutes are available, only to be told passenger planes do not carry them. Realizing there is no easy escape, Chansu screams that he is doomed while viewers tell him to calm down. When the outside suddenly goes quiet, he wonders if they are safe for the moment and notes the monsters die after a single impact. Relaxing too quickly, he jokes to his supporters that he panicked for nothing and asks when drinks will be served. Prompted by the chat, he remembers he still does not know their destination. He returns to the attendant and urgently asks her again to check with the pilot about where they are headed. She radios the cockpit while he waits in tense silence. She relays that the pilot refuses to answer the question directly. She explains that the pilot says another plane reported huge numbers of monsters to the south before crashing. Chance presses her for clarification, asking where that leaves their own destination now. She finally reveals that they are diverting to a different nearby airport instead. Chansu is shocked to hear about another airport, but admits he has no idea where it is. The flight attendant says only that the pilot thinks flying south is impossible, so Chansu decides to question the pilot himself. She hurriedly stops him from using the phone, and he asks what the problem is. The attendant explains she already revealed more than allowed and that the pilot seems intent on keeping his plans from the passengers. Chansu is appalled that the pilot wants to hide their destination, and she says it is to avoid panic and because Chansu seems sensible enough to stop probing. Seeing her sweating intense, Chansu realizes the attendant is nervous too. He presses her for at least one answer, asking if the alternate airport can safely accommodate their landing. She firmly insists the landing will be safe, and Chansu notes from her eyes that she wants him to stop asking questions. Dropping the interrogation, Chansu requests water, claiming he is just thirsty and does not know where beverages are kept. Relieved, the attendant cheerfully agrees to get him a drink. She hands him the water and asks him to rest and keep their conversation secret, and he agrees. As Chansu walks back with his cup, nearby passengers whisper that all his commotion was just to get water and label him a weirdo. Sipping his drink, Chansu addresses his unseen viewers and brings up the mission system mentioned earlier. While he drinks, Chad responds that they remember and tease him about setting a new mission, joking about preparing for the worst. Chansu internally scoffs at the idea of a safe landing, clearly doubting they will survive. He reasons that if they are airborne they could have altered course south, so the pilot must consider that direction impossible, and is instead plotting a route west with limited intel. Chad impatiently urges him to set the mission now, some joking that they might refuse. When a viewer is suddenly banned, Chansu panics and angrily yells at his moderator for banning them. Another viewer explains it was only a timeout, and that the previously troublesome viewer is still watching silently. Horrified that the muted viewer is still present, Chansu berates the mod in full panic while Chad jokes about the situation. A loud notification sound makes Chansu think something terrible happened to the plane, startling him. The alert reveals that user Hellwater has been removed, and a viewer remarks that now the person truly cannot watch. Realizing the noise was just a banned sound effect, Chansu screams in exasperation, while Chat laughs at him. Regaining composure, he tells the mod to handle bans more appropriately and asks that the earlier timeout be lifted. The mod agrees and urges everyone to set a mission, and moments later the system announces a joint mission created by several viewers. The new joint mission appears, ordering them to survive the crash for a reward of 15 Zen, which Chansu thinks is stingy for the danger involved. He tells Chat they can set a better mission and reflects that asking too openly for high rewards could backfire with his viewers. Chansu wonders if the mod orchestrated the timeout and banned just to gauge what standards Chansu expects, questioning why they did not simply ask him. His dog whines beside him, and Chansu asks if the animal is nervous. The dog looks up at him anxiously, confirming his concern. Chansu glances out the window and reacts to something he notices. The system notifies him they have passed the checkpoint, visible as a glowing line across the sky. Excited, Chansu calls for an info panel as a bright flash appears. The panel warns that remaining in one place for too long is dangerous. Another info panel reveals their plane is headed toward Pohang Airport. A second info panel explains that southern flight paths are blocked by monsters. Chansu is stunned to learn their destination is already fixed as Pohang Airport, while Chat mocks that he was tricked. He muses that either the attendant hid this out of worry or the pilot decided afterward, then asks his viewers to confirm Pohang's proximity to a port. Chat gives vague answers about it being near the ocean, and Chansu cuts off their nonsense, prompting a joking reply that they were only trying to make him laugh. With a headache, he concludes that choosing an airport near a port likely means he will have to continue by sea after landing. A loud thump draws his attention, and he wonders if another monster mayfly has hit the plane. Thinking about their westward course and their avoidance of Gunsan Airport, Chansu infers that many monsters probably lie further west. He announces to his viewers that he needs to search for something on the plane. The scene shifts to Taejeon Terminal, showing a large empty bus terminal complex. Inside the terminal, a man sits alone in the waiting area, flipping through a book. He closes the book and rests it on his lap, signaling someone is approaching. Looking down, the man curtly asks what the newcomer wants. Irritated, he says they interrupted his reading as another person steps up. A younger man nervously asks if the older man works there, and the elder replies that under the circumstances they can say that he does. The young man asks if he has seen Chansu go, describing him as a tall, sharp-eyed man a few years older. Recognizing the name, the older man says Chansu passed through and entrusted him with a message for anyone seeking him. The younger man is relieved Chansu really came through the terminal and marvels at meeting someone who was asked to pass on a message. Overwhelmed, he grabs and shakes the older man, desperately demanding to know where Chansu went, prompting the elder to protest. A girl in a yellow hoodie dashes over, telling him to calm down. Mistaking the situation, she leaps onto the older man and slams him down, accusing him of attacking their friend Minchio as Minchio cries out in alarm. Another girl's foot steps into view, indicating someone else is entering the confrontation. The purple-haired girl approaches with a glowing knife, declaring that violent patients deserve punishment, while Minchio frantically insists it is a misunderstanding and the man did nothing wrong. Minchio, panicking, explains he only asked where Chansu went. The knife-wielding girl stares, suddenly surprised by his explanation. Chansu, shown separately, incredulously repeats Minchio's explanation as if he were hearing it. Pinned and sweating, the older man can barely react. The trio bows and apologizes for attacking him, explaining they thought he was fighting Minchio and asking if he needs medical help. Coughing but forgiving, the man says he is fine and remarks that the world is no longer what it used to be. Minchio timidly asks again if the man knows where Chansu went. The man replies that Chansu only said he was heading for Jeju Island and gave no other details. The three teens are surprised to hear Jeju Island, and one excitedly says they must hurry there because Chansu is waiting for them. The girl in yellow questions if that is really all the message contained and asks if Chansu mentioned how he planned to reach Jeju. The man simply answers no, leaving the group frustrated that Chansu did not specify his route. Mincheol thinks he can deduce it and asks if Chansu might have followed a convoy of soldiers, which the man recalls is likely. When asked where those soldiers were heading, the man answers Cheongju Airport, based on what he overheard. The purple-haired girl points out it is probably too late to follow, since the airport is an hour away and the soldiers already left in a rush. The man advises them to head somewhere else entirely if they want to survive. Mincheol worries aloud about where such a safer place might be. Suddenly he remembers Taejeon Station and realizes they still have one viable destination. He urgently taps the man on the shoulder to suggest an idea. Mincheol asks whether Taejeon Station could be their alternative route. The story cuts back to GB Airlines flying through the sky. On board, Chansu studies a map, tracing a route through Gimcheon and Yangkeen while a viewer comments he is lucky the soldiers left maps. He notes that a crash landing makes their exact landing spot uncertain as Chat tells him to stop sighing and insists he looks best when smiling. Chansu snaps that he is already stressed and tells Chat to stop mocking him, while a viewer donates Zen. Grumbling about the timing of donations, he mentally tallies his funds, now totaling 43 Zen. Determined, he opens an overhead bin with a creak. He rummages through the overhead compartments, alarming the nearby attendant who asks why he is going through all the bins. Chansu answers that he is searching for something specific and promises to open and close each bin properly so she will not worry. The attendant hesitantly agrees, thinking it is safer to just let him do as he pleases as long as he does nothing too strange. As he continues checking the mostly empty compartments, Chat wonders what he is looking for and jokes that he is trying to steal something. Finding nothing in another bin, Chansu closes it in frustration. He then pulls aside a curtain to move to another section of the plane. Chansu steps into the dim rear cabin with his dog following behind. He hears something and reacts with a confused double take. He spots a small animated bear mascot waiting by the wall and exclaims in recognition as Chat comments on how it finally appeared. The mascot waddles down the aisle and Chansu enthusiastically tells it to lead him to the prize. Following the bear, he eagerly asks if the item is in the indicated spot as the mascot flops onto a seat back. The bear taps an overhead bin, signaling where to open. Chansu opens the marked bin to reveal a treasure chest with a shield icon worth 10 Zen, recognizing its defensive nature. The mascot flops on the floor, declaring it will open the chest. It lifts something blue from the chest and gasps at what it reveals. Chansu pulls out a blue suit, cursing in disappointment as Chat guesses what it is. Realizing it is a wingsuit rather than a parachute, Chansu stares in horror. Chat mocks that at least his descent will be fun and jokes about stopping by hitting the ground, while Chansu frantically insists the wingsuit must have some special function and yells for them to stop laughing. Trying to calm himself, he reminds himself that previous ordinary-looking items had hidden abilities, so this wingsuit might be special too. Under Chat's amused gaze, he begins awkwardly putting the wingsuit on, prompting a nearby passenger to ask what he is doing. Chansu promptly trips in the cumbersome suit and slams into the aisle, while the startled passenger asks if he is okay. Groaning on the floor, Chansu recovers from the fall. The boy hurriedly explains he did not intend to scare him, and Chansu notes to himself that it is just an ordinary kid. The boy offers Chansu a hand, but Chansu refuses the help. Jumping up dramatically in his suit, Chansu boasts that a real man does not need assistance getting up, astonishing the boy. The boy enthusiastically praises the move, comparing Chansu to an inchworm from nature documentaries, while Chat remarks how entertained he is and Chansu wonders what is with this kid. Chansu tells the boy he is just doing his own thing and that the kid should return to his seat, while the boy asks if Chansu plans to use the suit to descend. When Chansu curtly asks why, the boy shyly says he hoped to go with him, but Chansu explains the wingsuit can only carry one person. Chansu adds that he might have considered it if it were a parachute, but he cannot bring the boy with him, telling him to ignore what he is doing and go back. After a pause, Chansu softens and says the boy can sit next to him if he is bored. The boy sits, insisting he is not bored, and Chansu zips the suit while asking if the boy is traveling alone and where his family is. The boy reveals his parents were taken by monsters, and Chat urges Chansu to apologize. Chansu falls silent, then asks how the boy ended up on the plane, and whether he met soldiers along the way. The boy says Air Force soldiers rescued him, and Chansu asks if they mention anything significant. He presses further, asking if the boy overheard the soldiers' conversations. The boy recalls seeing one of them calling a person referred to as commander on the phone. Chansu deduces that if they report it to a commander, the group must be part of a tactical unit. He reasons that the Air Force still has an intact chain of command despite losses and remembers Major Jin's behavior suggesting that coordinating with the 7.5th Division was not originally in their plan. Chansu concludes that the commander mentioned might not belong to the 7.5th Division at all. He thanks the boy for the valuable information, but the indignant boy insists he is not a kid. Chansu retorts that he is obviously a kid since he is short, and scolds him for caring about his hairstyle, while the boy protests and tells him not to touch his hair. Chat teases Chansu about bullying an orphan and mocks his expression, leaving him flustered and at a loss for words. Chansu privately wonders who would style their hair in such dire times and concludes the boy might be coping poorly with his parents' deaths. Relenting, Chansu promises not to touch the boy's hair anymore. Sitting back, Chansu notes that the flight from Cheongju to Pohang is short, and that the crucial event should begin soon, while the boy asks if he is going to sleep. Chansu says he intends to and advises the boy to sleep as well because it will help, just as his dog barks. Seeing his dog, he calls it over and tells it to shelter under the seats. While Chat urges him to take the dog along, Chansu admits he may have to leave it on the plane for its own safety, with viewers sympathizing. Settling in, Chansu thinks he is at least relieved that his viewers understand his predicament. Suddenly he is jolted by someone shouting hey, his eyes widening in shock. Realizing it was only the boy, he says the kid scared him because he thought Mincheol was calling. The boy asks who Mincheol is. Chansu begins to say it is someone the boy does not know, but a violent jolt interrupts him and he senses that the real event is starting. He orders the boy to fasten his seatbelt because things will get rough. The boy asks about Chansu's own safety, and Chansu admits the belt does not fit him in the bulky suit. Instead, Chansu forces the boy's head down and insists he follow instructions and stay low. The boy is slammed around by the turbulence, crying out in fear. Chaos erupts in the cabin as passengers scream, beg for help, and ask if the plane is about to crash. Chansa hears a horrible crunching noise and reacts in alarm. He sees a section of the fuselage being torn open, realizing something is breaking through and thinking no way. A massive impact rips a huge hole in the side of the plane, exposing rows of seats and sending debris flying. The breach creates a vacuum, and Chansa feels himself being pulled toward the opening and out of the aircraft. As he is sucked toward the sky, a dark shape whooshes past, making him exclaim in confusion. Stunned, he starts to question what just happened. His shock deepens as he processes the sudden change. Looking back into the cabin, he and the boy scream when they notice that the dog that was under the seat has vanished. Chansa frantically asks his viewers where the little fur ball went while Chat reacts in disbelief and dark humor. Panicking, he shouts again about the dog's disappearance, and refuses to believe it jumped out on its own. Viewers urge him not to hesitate, and warn he will regret wasting time, while Chansa steels himself despite his fear. Minchul, wearing an oxygen mask, thrusts another mask toward Chansa and yells for him to take it as the cabin continues to explode with noise. As giant insects tear open the plane's fuselage, and it starts to fall, someone yells that it is going down, and wonders if a tough passenger might survive the crash. The crew orders everyone to brace for a crash landing in a nearby reservoir since there is no safe runway. Chansa thinks he needs to leave his seat, while a safety announcement warns that even a survivable crash can still kill them with smoke. The announcement explains to passengers, including the blonde kid, to cover their faces with wet cloths and stay low while moving to survive the smoke. The plane continues its desperate descent through the sky. The aircraft begins to stabilize as its engines whirl. Chansa sees an opening, decides this is his chance, and believes he can now move around without an oxygen mask. As he rushes toward the breach, the roaring wind hurts his ears. He steels himself, thinking about what he must do to survive. A huge flying insect darts past the gaping hole in the plane. Chansa resolves that the situation has become a do-or-die moment. From his seat, the kid is urged by Chansa to survive. The kid reacts in silent shock. Chansa leaps out of the aircraft in a wingsuit. A flashback shows Chansa eagerly watching a wingsuit video, fascinated. The video narrator explains wingsuit speed and glide ratio, while Chansa studies it intently. Alone in his room, Chansa calculates the glide distance and mutters that it is impressive. Convinced by the video, he decides he can definitely perform such a flight. Back in the present fall, he remembers thinking wingsuit flying looked easy, now screaming in terror. Plummeting from the plane, Chansa curses as the wind howls around him. Overwhelmed by speed and unable to control his body, he desperately reaches for a nearby insect. While viewers in chat discuss the suit's features and doubt his chances, Chansa screams for advice from his viewers, while chat laughs at his panic. A viewer named Maxed Out Card advises him to place his wrists behind him to activate an air brake feature of his 10 Zen wingsuit. Chansa obeys, snapping his arms back. He feels his speed dramatically decrease, and realizes the air brake has halved his velocity. Maxed Out Card apologizes for withholding info to avoid spoilers, but Chansa says it is fine as he stabilizes. Chansa thinks he cannot rely only on Maxed Out Card and needs more fans to keep helping him in situations like this. Diving toward a mayfly-like monster, he loudly declares that he chooses that target. He adjusts his arm again, further refining his flight. Chansa and the unconscious mayfly fall in parallel, and he urges himself to get a little closer. He finally grabs onto the creature, injuring his hand in the process. Grimacing from the pain, he hangs onto the monster's back. Relieved at having succeeded, he hears streaming donations pour in praising his stunt. He notes that although his hand is damaged, his Zen balance has now risen to 39. Chansa observes that the mayfly seems dead or knocked out from hitting the plane. Hoping the monster does not wake before they land, he keeps glancing around. Suddenly he spots something alarming. He sees the torn open airplane again and notices the kid still at the breach. The kid yells in fear, begging Chansa not to jump. Chansa shouts back from atop the mayfly, ordering the kid to stay on the plane as more monsters crash into it. Despite this, the kid is blown out of the aircraft and starts falling. Chansa watches in horror as the kid plummets faster than him, with chat commenting he is dropping like a meteor and will die. A mission window appears from a viewer named Crying Lunatic, offering 19 Zen if Chansa can rescue the kid and asking if he can do it. As viewers react in disbelief, Chansa immediately dives after the boy in his wingsuit. Reasoning that he now understands the wingsuit and that the boy is within reach, Chansa commits to the rescue. While descending with several mayflies, he yells for the kid to spread his arms so Chansa can place him on a mayfly to increase his survival chances. Wondering if the boy has passed out, Chansa decides to speed up even more. He rapidly closes the distance, cursing at the reckless kid. After catching up, he angrily demands to know why the kid jumped out, while chat ridicules the boy's timing. Chansa sighs and adjusts his arms to generate wind resistance, thinking the wingsuit should allow it. Carrying the boy under his arms, he believes the suit will handle the extra drag. Chansa shouts for the kid to wake up as the boy slowly regains consciousness. He explains that they are going to grab onto another mayfly and tells the kid to be ready. The terrified boy yells in disbelief as Chansa insists he try to grab the creature himself. Chansa reassures him that even if he fails, falling straight down is enough because Chansa will be there. He promises to support the boy, warns that he must do it or die, and uses his wingsuit to maneuver close to the mayfly. Turning to his audience, Chansa declares he will show them what he can really do. The kid reaches out in midair toward the gliding Chansa. Chansa adjusts his wing again for control. He slams into another mayfly, successfully grabbing it while chat praises his courage and fast learning. He notes that the situation is not over yet and urges the kid not to disappoint him. The kid bounces painfully off the mayfly's side. Chansa yells for him to fall toward his position. In panic, the kid screams for Chansa to help him. Chansa manages to catch the boy midair, straining with the weight. Holding him securely, Chansa asks the kid to move closer along his body, and the boy shakily agrees. A mission complete alert appears as Chansa, clinging to the mayfly with the boy, celebrates their success while viewers marvel at the miracle. Chansa calculates that once he completes the crash landing mission he will have 73 Zen, then tells the crying kid to toughen up. He scolds the boy for ignoring his instructions and jumping, but cuts the argument short due to the ongoing danger. Pinching the kid's cheek, Chansa orders him to stop crying and save his emotions for later, and the boy yelps in pain. Chansa calmly explains that they just need to jump off the mayfly before hitting the ground and asks if the kid can handle that. They crash through treetops and slam into the forest below. Lying on a cushion of leaves, they groan but realize they survived. Chansa zips up his suit, saying it feels good to stand on solid ground while the nauseous boy complains he might throw up. As dead mayflies rain down around them and Chat notes the plane is probably destroyed, Chansa remarks that the sight is disgusting. Watching the burning passenger plane fall and explode in the distance, Chansa checks if the boy is okay and wonders aloud about the fate of the others. When the boy confirms he is fine, Chansa pats his head and says that is all that matters. Chansa grumbles about the reckless dog they lost from the plane, while Chat teases him for pretending to care. Viewers urge him to look around and at least find the animal's body, and though reluctant, he agrees. A black dog suddenly sprints through the forest toward them. The dog happily barks as Chansa recognizes it as the missing fur ball. Shocked that the dog is alive, Chansa and the boy are surrounded by several excited barking dogs. Chansa observes that the dog looks completely uninjured. When the dog licks his face, Chansa tells it to stop. A viewer donates Zen with the instruction to let the dog lick him, but Chansa instead shoves the dog away, speechless. Suddenly remembering something, Chansa studies the dog more closely. He realizes the dog must have copied his own mayfly grabbing trick to survive the fall and notes the bug flesh in its teeth while Chat reacts with disgusted curiosity. Proud, Chansa declares that such cleverness is expected from a dog he personally chose, while Chat mocks him for previously trying to abandon it. As they walk, Chansa asks the kid's name so they can at least know each other properly. The boy introduces himself as Chansa Go and suggests they get along during their short journey. Chansa warns that they will be moving quickly and will leave the kid behind if he slows them down, and the boy nervously agrees while the dog barks. They note with relief that the airborne monsters seem uninterested in people on the ground. A large military transport plane roars overhead, startling Chansu. Chat identifies it as a national defense aircraft as Chansa sees it firing flares to distract the mayflies. Chansa deduces that the monsters are attracted to bright lights and regrets not boarding that plane, while Chat jokes about his constant hardships. Seeing no other planes in the sky, Chansa tells June they need to hurry. He reasons that if the aircraft is headed for Cheongju Airport, it might already be arriving there. The scene shifts to Pohang Airport, showing its exterior. Inside the terminal, Chansa senses a heavy tremor shaking the building. Thrown off balance, he wonders what is causing the vibration. He looks on in alarm as the shaking intensifies. Part of the airport collapses into rubble, and he fears the entire building is coming down. Chansu is torn between relief that he and his group left earlier and concern for the people still inside. Amid evacuation efforts, officers shout for civilians to hurry yet descend the stairs calmly. On the ruined concourse, Air Force personnel arrive, and observers note the absence of the 7.5 Division troops. A gray-haired major recognizes Chansu and comments that he appears to have landed safely. Chansu urgently explains that the terminal just partially collapsed from a tremor, and insists they evacuate before it happens again. The major stiffens and calls out to Sergeant Lee Byung-chul. He orders the sergeant to lead the civilians out first. Chansu asks what is wrong, and the major admits they need vehicle keys located beyond the collapsed area. The major explains that other soldiers promised to leave the keys for them, but now accessing them will be difficult. He then asks about the earlier passenger plane, assuming there must be more survivors if Chansa lived, and Chansa bluntly states that the plane crashed. Chansa tells him he was only saved because he latched onto a slowly falling giant insect. The major is stunned and questions whether such survival is even possible. Confirming he and a few others lived, Chansa introduces himself and mentions the rescued kid and dog waiting outside. Outside the airport, June hides with the dog in the bushes, planning to wait there until Chansa calls. Inside, the officers discuss how many people might still arrive from Cheongju Airport, unsure if the other groups made it. A soldier confirms that Chansa's warning did reach them but implies they still had to load soldiers and civilians onto planes. Chansa says they had no choice but to evacuate those people despite the risks. The major blames himself, reasoning that since those planes never arrived, something went wrong and he failed to choose the best option under pressure. Chansa cuts him off, saying self-blame is not the issue right now. He stresses that what matters is retrieving the key from the rubble and urges Major Jean to focus on getting the vehicle. Chansa adds that they must first move all remaining people to safety, while Chat teases him for sounding heroic. Major Jean silently steels himself, seemingly impressed by Chansu. Chansa points out a narrow gap in the debris that is too small for him, or Major Jean, and asks them to wait, while he considers another approach. The major brings forward their smallest soldier, hoping the man can squeeze through. The small soldier crawls in but soon reports he is stuck and cannot advance farther. Chat grimly notes they need someone even smaller, and Chansa suddenly realizes who that could be. When asked where he is going, Chansa says he will be right back. He returns with June and the dog, presenting the boy as another survivor of the crash. Chansa proposes that since the key is inside the rubble, they should send the boy in, and the major hesitantly agrees while doubting the child's capability. Chansa asks June if he can do it, and the boy, wanting to help because Chansa needs him, agrees to try. Chat wonders if the boy is forcing himself just to obey Chansu, while the adults silently watch him. June cheerfully declares he memorized the instructions and will retrieve the box with the car keys, with Chat saying he clearly wants to repay Chansa for saving his life. As he squeezes into the rubble, Chansa warns him to be careful and the boy insists he can get inside. Chansu, appreciating the gesture, decides it is safer if he goes instead, noting the wreckage still seems stable for now. The soldiers protest that Chansa does not need to risk himself, but he is already moving. Then Chansa suddenly realizes an even better candidate, and sends the agile dog into the gap instead. He shouts instructions to June inside, telling him not to rush and to take his time finding the key. We see June crawling anxiously through the dark, unstable wreckage. Major Jean asks if the boy can really handle it, and Chansa replies that they have no better option and can only hope for success. Chansa tries to reassure himself that it is only about retrieving a key, when a terrified scream erupts from inside. Panicking, Chansa yells for June to answer and demands to know what happened. Major Jean peers in with a flashlight, concluding that something serious has occurred. Chansa realizes the situation is dire, while Chat alternately suggests running away or dismisses it as the boy simply tripping. Ignoring the comments, Chansa crawls forward, wondering what is really inside the rubble. He peers in with growing dread, silently begging for things to be okay. Major Jean suddenly spots a monster inside and screams for the kid to escape immediately. Chansa frantically calls out Park June's name as debris clatters. June's terrified scream echoes from within the wreckage as he is chased by what Chansa realizes are zombies, while Chat insists the key is no longer the priority compared to saving the boy. Amid crashing noises, someone urges Park Jun to escape first while others wonder about the prolonged commotion. Chansa notes that Jun's shifting screams mean he is still evading capture. A snarling zombie dog bites at Jun's bare feet, shocking everyone. Realizing what the noise must be, Chansa reacts in alarm. Jun crawls out from the rubble and throws Chansa a metal box. Chansa catches the box in surprise as Jun is dragged away. Chansa thinks Jun has been seized by zombies again and marvels at his bravery confronting the dog. They urgently scramble under the debris, yelling for Jun to hurry. Jun crashes out onto open ground, leaving Chansa exhausted but relieved. Chansa checks if Jun is hurt, and Jun replies he is fine while others joke about zombie bites. Chansa suddenly notices the dog is missing from the rubble. The little dog bursts out uninjured, startling the group. Chansa sprints toward the dog. Recognizing it, he starts to call out to his pet. Chansa joyfully identifies the dog as Furball. He flips Furball over, confirms there are no infection signs, and praises the dog's performance. Chansa grumbles that nobody should expect him to fight a zombie dog. A major praises Jun's courage, but Jun downplays his actions. Jun happily says he is just glad he could help. Chansa proposes to the major that they depart now, and the major agrees. Chansa declares they are leaving Pohang Airport as their convoy of cars lines up. The major suggests everyone, including the dog, ride in the same car, and Chansa gets permission. Chansa calls to Park Jun. Jun answers cheerfully while surrounded by friendly soldiers. Jun runs up asking what Chansa was doing, and Chansa claims he was chatting with an acquaintance. Chansu, acting oddly, tells Jun to ride in another car. He reminds Jun that since Jun knows many people here, he should travel with them. Chansu explains to onlookers that Jun originally belonged to that group, despite Jun's panic. Jun reluctantly asks if he really has to go, and Chansa says it is not a permanent goodbye. Chansa waves with a smile as inner narration accuses him of abandoning the boy. Jun runs away crying while soldiers look on. Chansa tells the major's driver they should depart as well. The major climbs into the vehicle. The major suddenly senses something ominous. As the car jolts, Chansa panics and calls out to the major, wondering what is happening. Behind them, Pohang Airport collapses with thunderous crashes. The major jumps back into motion, shouting for everyone to hurry and go. Their vehicle speeds away, tires screeching on the wet ground. They race out as debris falls, barely escaping the destruction. Chansa realizes they would have died if they had left any later. While fleeing, the car begins to shake violently again, alarming Chansu. He suspects an earthquake as the ground cracks open beneath them. Chansu realizes it is not an earthquake but something large forcing its way up, while others guess a giant monster is emerging. A massive white creature bursts from the ground near the parking lot, and Chansu curses in disbelief at its appearance here. The major orders all troops to move away fast and head to the port immediately. In the car, Chansa asks their destination, and the major says they are going to Inga Port, hoping for a ship. The major believes a prepared evacuation ship should be waiting there because earlier soldiers left on this car. Chansa suggests Pohang New Port as an alternative, and wonders if they should head there first. The major explains Pohang New Port mainly handles large steel freighters, making it difficult to board, though he has contacts there. Chansa thinks Singapore is still their best option but worries if that choice is truly safe. He asks if they can fight the giant monsters, and his inner knowledge says their adult forms die within hours, so escape is wiser, which reassures him. Another soldier in the lead car shouts directions. Their car slams through debris, jarring the vehicle. The driver struggles to keep control, yelling in shock. The major yells at him not to release the steering wheel. He orders everyone to hold on and stay focused if they want to survive. Chansa sees in the mirror that the rest of the convoy may have left the major behind but reasons that such orders likely came from the major himself. He concludes the real issue is his own survival and urges that they must move faster. The road in front collapses as they speed over it. The driver screams while fighting the wheel. Chansu and Furball are thrown around inside the car by the rough driving. Chansa yells at the driver to be more careful, then reacts to something unexpected. From above, Chansa asks where they are going and what happened to the other car. The driver explains they diverted onto a secondary route after the monster blocked the main road, and Chansu is surprised there is another route. The major announces they are now heading toward Pohang New Port instead. Chansa confirms that the major is familiar with that port, and the major admits he only knows it somewhat. The damaged car begins rattling again as the passengers cry out. The driver reports the vehicle is too damaged by obstacles to travel far. They realize there is no choice but to reach a ship and wonder how long the car can last. The driver says he does not know and is urged under threat to drive even faster. Chansa notes with relief that they are finally widening the distance from the giant monster. He laments that every vehicle ride has been dangerous, and now they must risk a boat as well. Their battered SUV roars down the road, and someone remarks that it was a narrow escape. In the car, Chansa tells the major that Jun mentioned high-ranking Air Force officers speaking with a certain general. The major says he is unclear on the details and that a communications-based commander randomly picked up that call, not him. Chansa asks the major to share what was discussed. The major is surprised Chansa wants to know now. Chansa explains he hopes that information will reveal whether the military still has an organized defense plan. The major answers that they only discussed the difficulty of acting under current military structures and the need for inter-unit cooperation. Nothing secret. Chansa concludes some forces must still be resisting but hears that most units likely suffered heavy losses. The major adds there is hope because a corps in the capital managed to contact them. Chansu is shocked that a capital-based corps is still operational, and the major says they recently heard from them, so they must be holding out. Chansu realizes the capital is not completely overrun and thinks he has overlooked an important detail. He reconsiders the earlier KTX train, suspecting it had a purpose beyond being simple bait. Chansu thanks the major, saying news of surviving soldiers comforts him, but asks if it is acceptable to hear such information. The major replies that since they are cooperating he can share it, and notes the contact was not formally through the Air Force anyway. Chansu laughs awkwardly in response. Their driver exclaims that they have finally arrived. Chansa leans out the window in surprise at the sight before them. He recognizes that they have reached Pohang New Port with its towering container cranes. Staring ahead, Chansa nervously calls to the major. The major confirms he sees the troubling sight as well. They behold a massive luxury cruise ship and the major says the situation looks bad. Chansu, the major, the soldiers, and Furball stand at the dock, stunned by what they see. Chansu excitedly asks Furball if he noticed the ship, and the dog barks in reply. Chansu reflects that he once dreamed of taking such a luxury cruise in his lifetime. As Furball happily wags, Chansu forces a smile, thinking that in survival horror games cruise ships are ominous settings. Chansu and the Major agree the ship, and especially its docking position, appear extremely dangerous. Chansu notes that the ship is anchored far away from the pier. He wonders aloud if anyone is even aboard the vessel. Furball suddenly barks sharply. The dog barks repeatedly, drawing Chansu's attention and making him ask what it saw. Chansu spots a figure waving from the distant cruise ship railing. The group excitedly shouts that there are people aboard, and Chansu confirms he sees the person. The lone figure stands silently on the rail as everyone watches. Chansu mutters that the scene looks ominous, and commentators remark on his fear. The Major notes the person has stopped waving and asks Chansu for his thoughts, sensing something is wrong. Chansu hesitates, about to give his assessment. Feeling another tremor, Chansu realizes they are short on time and that he must reach his friend on the ship quickly. The Major is shocked Chansu wants to go over, but Chansu insists he will improvise another plan if his friend is not there. Chansu decides to trust the Major's familiarity with the port, while a nervous soldier asks what they should do. Chansu wonders if that soldier is having a panic attack. He reflects that the young man is probably his age or younger, as a message from over the limit warns that the giant monster and the pursuing 7.5th division may soon arrive. Chansu sighs that their only choices are to hide or board the cruise ship. He reasons they must hide for hours until the monster dies, but hiding now and running later still might not be safe. He concludes they must ultimately escape by sea, ideally by moving the cruise ship before the monster comes, since delaying could mean losing the vessel entirely. His thoughts sum up that, in the end, there is only one viable option. Chansu reluctantly decides they have no choice but to board the cruise ship. Nearby, the Major starts up a mobile cargo crane, surprising Chansu. The Major announces he has brought the necessary equipment. Chansu realizes in shock that the equipment is a cargo crane. The Major runs over, explaining that with the crane they can definitely reach the ship, and Chansu asks where he found it. The crane operator reveals he is the Major's friend and had been waiting there since other soldiers departed. Chansu is surprised the friend waited so long and internally wonders what is really going on. He deduces that because the friend prepared the crane in advance, the cruise ship has likely been anchored there for a long time. Chansu speculates the ship can move, but the crew is afraid to dock it at the pier. The Major shouts that his friend can operate the crane and that riding the suspended platform will get them close to the ship. Suddenly Chansu hears distant gunfire, and wonders if other soldiers are converging on this dangerous port. Chansu asks Major Jean for a gun, but the Major explains he discarded their rusting weapons due to lack of usable ammo. Chansu realizes the approaching forces are the hostile 7.5th division he mentioned and urges they must avoid them by moving fast. The Major silently acknowledges the urgency. Chansu, Furball, and a soldier board the crane's platform and call to the Major. The Major orders them to go ahead while he stays with his friend in the crane cab, alarming the friend. The Major insists the friend can simply work the lever now that the angle is set and urges him to board too, while the friend protests. The friend shouts back that he will find his own way to the ship and that the Major should stop making him wait and escape first. He yells that only by hurrying over will the others survive. Chansu realizes the Major intends to unfold the crane and then traverse the dangerous beams himself, and internal voices debate sacrificing the man versus saving him. Chansu hauls the protesting friend onto the platform, arguing they must all go together or the Major's efforts are wasted. He urges the friend to hurry before the situation worsens, then reacts to a sudden new threat. A van from the 7.5th division skids onto the dock, prompting Chansu to curse. An eye-patched officer from the 7.5th division steps out, confirming their arrival. He and his armed soldiers sprint toward the crane, ordering Chansu's group to stop. One of their vehicles plows through several of the masked soldiers. Chansu and the others recoil in shock at the violent crash. Nearby, someone retrieves a fallen soldier's rifle. The armed newcomer, Park Chang-sik, furiously aims at the 7.5th division and screams insults as he opens fire. The eye-patched commander rages that they followed him here to kill more people and vows to kill Chang-sik. A bullet tears through his leg, making him cry out in pain. The wounded commander gasps in agony. Another shot smashes into the crane truck beside him as he collapses to the ground, screaming. A soldier frantically bangs on a construction vehicle, begging for help while someone inside calls him a crazy civilian. The driver calmly unlocks the door as the desperate soldier looks in, shocked. The soldier is suddenly struck in the face, crying out in pain. He is flung to the ground as the vehicle moves away. From a suspended platform, people call to Park Chang-sik, explaining they will use it to reach the cruise ship, surprising him. The blue-haired man urges Chang-sik to hurry aboard so they can escape together, and Chang-sik realizes there might be a way out. The viewers note that Chang-sik looks more cheerful now, realizing he previously thought there was no escape. The older man suddenly tells them to wait. Looking at the fallen soldier, he thinks people like that deserve punishment. He readies his rifle, implying he is about to act. After firing, he's questioned about his actions while others yell that they must leave quickly or abandon him. From the platform they shout to Major Jean, who sits tensely in the crane cab and begins operating it. Major Jean raises the platform toward the cruise ship, telling everyone to hold on tight. The chat notices the cruise ship starting to move and worries they may not reach it in time. Then they see the cruise ship turning, and the chat insists there is still a chance if he keeps it together. Chansu thinks they can still make it as long as the crane extends at its current speed. He opens the system store and spots a purchasable thick rope suitable for their situation. Despite the emergency, he confirms the purchase through the interface. The rope materializes in midair. Chansu catches it, confused where it came from. He decides its arrival is perfect timing and asks Chang-sik for the gun. Chansu ties the rope to the rifle, explaining he is preparing it just in case. The crane reaches its maximum length, but they are still too far from the ship. Chansu spins the rope-tied rifles around like a lasso, baffling the others. He tells everyone to stay calm and remain on the platform as he prepares to act. The others react in alarm at what he is about to do. Chansu hops off the platform. He plummets toward the ship while holding the rope. He swings through the air toward the ship's superstructure. The rifle at the rope's end collides with metal railings. Chansu yanks hard on the rope. The rifle wedges firmly between the bars, and he notes that his plan worked. The Chad exclaims in disbelief as Chansu dangles from the anchored rope along the ship's side. He starts climbing, while the Chad asks if he can really make it up. The gun and rope creak under strain as he urges himself to climb a little more. Clinging to the hull, he pushes for just a bit further, and the chat realizes he was aiming for a checkpoint. The improvised anchor groans as he thinks he needs only one more step forward. He stomps onto a glowing checkpoint mark on the ship. A system message declares he reached a checkpoint and gained a new skill, updating his skill information as he keeps climbing. The jammed rifle slips from the railing, alarming him. Chansu falls past the hull, screaming. He manages to grab a hanging chain. He swings onto a lifeboat's surface, relieved, while the chat marvels at his luck. Notifications show viewers donating Zen and praising his talent and narrow escape. Chansu, still tense, calls up his new skill information. A reminder warns him that remaining in one area too long is dangerous. Info 1 reveals terrifying monsters roam near the cruise ship SS Nakala. Info 2 adds that dangerous sea creatures threaten smaller ships in the ocean. Chansu concludes he will need allies and tells his viewers he plans to take the others with him. On the platform, the others wonder how he will bring them over without the rope while he begins to explain about the ship. He identifies the craft as a free-fall lifeboat, surprising the chat with his obscure knowledge. He explains that it is a lifeboat designed to be launched by a single person, meaning he can lower it himself. The scene shifts to the group now safely on the cruise ship's deck, coughing in amaze they survived. They recover on the railing, and someone calls out to Major Jean, still shaken. Dong Jin, upset and clenching his fist, laments that the monster cost Major Jean his life. Chansu confirms Dong Jin Cha's name, and Dong Jin introduces himself as a longtime friend of Major Jean. The survivors formally introduce themselves, including Chansik Park and Corporal Young Hun Ju. The corporal anxiously asks if Major Jean is truly dead. A silent moment hangs over the group as the ship continues forward. Chansu solemnly states that Major Jean could not escape the crane in time. A flashback shows Major Jean and the crane being engulfed in the sea. Dong Jin reflects that Jean probably felt content saving their lives, consistent with his selfless nature. Chansu prefaces that he does not want to dampen their mood. He cautions that it is too early to relax because they know nothing about the ship. He commands the system to show his skills. Skill 1 details aggro, which boosts his stats when many enemies target him. Record keeping, which permanently stores part of that increase. And a locked recovery skill. Skill 2 describes New Master's Reward, a single-use ability to see through the eyes of a touch target for 10 minutes. Chansu realizes he cannot use a certain function yet, and a notice says a viewer named Crying Lunatic has banned some words, while chat remarks that he looks upset. He asks the controlling viewer what words were banned, and Crying Lunatic replies that they simply blocked phrases used by a previously banned user. Chansu accepts this explanation and then wonders where the man who had waved to them earlier has gone. He concludes that to learn the ship's status they must go to one specific place. Pointing upward, he identifies that place as the control room high above. Chansu urges everyone to move out toward their destination. The group enters the ship's opulent interior, awed by its grandeur. Staring at the vast lobby, they realize they are likely in the ship's main lobby, while chat jokes about their first cruise. Overwhelmed, Chansu spins happily in the luxurious space before refocusing. After venting his excitement, he readies his axe and declares he is prepared to kill any threat. The chat laughs at his sudden switch to a deadly mood. Humming, Chansu strolls deeper into the lobby until someone calls for him to wait. The older man says he just saw someone nearby, puzzling Chansu. Chansu insists he definitely saw a figure resembling a child and decides to check, just in case. The older man urges him to stay together, warning that whatever he saw might not truly be a child and reminding him that Major Jean died to save him. Dong Jin internally curses but resigns himself to following this new selfless leader. Chansu relents, saying Dong Jin can act as he wishes but he will not be responsible for the outcome. Dong Jin, moved, says he wants to help others in need and promises not to forget what Chansu did for him. The corporal volunteers to accompany Dong Jin, feeling obligated as Major Jin's subordinate to ensure his friend's safety. Chansu sighs and asks the corporal to keep Dong Jin safe. The corporal firmly agrees. Chansik worries about splitting up, but Chansu says they have no choice. Chansu then asks Chansik to partner with him so they can support each other again like before. He includes the dog as part of their team. Chansu walks through a glowing mall-like area, marveling at how luxurious cruise ships for the rich can be. He continues to be stunned that the ship contains a full shopping mall. Chansik points out elevators they can use to travel between decks, and Chansu agrees to head there. As they walk, Chat questions the absence of other passengers, and Chansu admits the emptiness is making him uneasy. A bloodied, shambling passenger appears nearby, prompting Chansik to shout in alarm. Chansu raises his hooked weapon, saying he sees the threat. The infected man charges at them screaming as Chansu's aggro skill activates, with a countdown. Chansu, energized, invites the zombie to come at him. He destroys the zombie with a powerful axe strike. Looking at the blood spatter, Chansu mutters in frustration. A ship staffer in a vest remarks that this proves other people are on board. Chansu agrees while staring at the corpse. He anxiously asks his viewers whether they think all the passengers boarded and wonders if many are now zombies. He estimates that a ship this size could hold up to about 2,000 people. Overwhelmed, he briefly considers escaping by lifeboat, while Chat teases that sea monsters would stop him anyway. Chansu advises Chansik Park to find a weapon since he looks capable in a fight, and Chansik agrees. Chansik mistakenly heads into a clothing store, confusing Chansu. Chansu decides it's fine and offers to pick out something for the dog too. In a pet supply shop, he asks the dog if anything on the shelves catches its eye while Chat comments on the unexpected store. The dog sniffs a row of treats, and Chansu asks if that's what it wants. He gives the dog a bone treat and tells it to eat. Watching it happily, he decides to grab extra snacks for the dog. As he rummages through items, he notices Haryang's bag full of medical supplies. He reasons the cruise ship likely has a medical station, so maybe they did not need to haul so many supplies. Unsure what is necessary anymore, he stares at the shelves. The dog then indicates interest in a collar, and Chansu muses that it actually looks decent. He reflects that being called a weirdo is not necessarily bad as he looks at the eager dog. After putting the collar on, he notes that the dog now looks more intimidating. Chansu asks if the dog likes the new look while the Chat notices its face seems fiercer. He encourages his little furball to do its best with him, then wonders where Mr. Park went. He is interrupted by Chansik shouting his name amid a loud crash. Chansik dramatically slides in wearing a flashy Hawaiian outfit, asking Chansu's opinion of it. Embarrassed, Chansik asks if he looks lame, and Chansu admits he expected him to be searching for a weapon instead of clothes. Chansik realizes he forgot and Chansik grabs a nearby mop. Chansik breaks the mop handle and offers the staff end to Chansik as a makeshift weapon. He explains that wide-swinging weapons like a mop are best for beginners in combat. They decide to take the elevator and Chansik warns Chansik to stay alert as they approach the bloody doors. Chansik presses the elevator button. The elevator doors open with a clunk. After confirming it is clear, Chansik leads them inside, weapons ready, while Chat praises his caution. He tells his viewers that zombies can play dead or drop from ceilings, so they must always stay careful as Chansik hits the button. As the elevator rises, a system message says the shop has been updated. Chansik reacts happily to the update, but a sudden crash interrupts them. A powerful red-eyed zombie smashes into the closing doors from outside. The creature repeatedly slams the doors, denting and shaking them. The elevator reaches the 5th floor with a ding. When the doors open, they see how badly bent the metal is and the chat concludes this is no ordinary zombie. On the upper level, Chansik runs to the railing to look down at the threat. Below, the enraged red zombie roars, confirming a stronger variant has appeared. It charges with terrifying force, and the chat comments on its temper. Chansik decides they cannot ride the elevator back down, and Dongjin yells that they should flee instead of staring. Panicking, Chansik asks his viewers if he can really fight that monster, while a supportive donor in chat tells him he can do it. He admits the ship environment is making him nervous, despite the chat's attempts to reassure him. He wonders if climbing the ship's exterior would have been safer but concludes that would have been too risky. Reasoning that the chat has not tried to steer him outside, he commits to advancing through the ship's interior when Chansik warns something is approaching. A blood-soaked female crew member zombie descends the stairs toward them. Chansik readies his axe and tells Mr. Park to stay close. The zombie shrieks and lunges at them. Chansik counters with a brutal strike, cutting into the attacking zombie. After killing a zombie and seeing only one enemy targeting him, Chansik wonders why his aggro count is so low. Watching a grotesque zombie trapped by closing elevator doors, the observer concludes that monster was only interested in the elevator. Chansik approaches with his companion, recognizing the creature as a dangerous mutated zombie likely responsible for earlier noise. They reach doors marked theater, and Chansik calls Mr. Park over. Chansik explains he wants to use the multi-floor theater to move upward, not to watch a movie. Chansik cautiously opens the theater doors. Mr. Park freezes after opening the door, prompting chat messages and Chansik to call out to him. Chansik starts to ask if something is wrong as he peers inside. They find several people collapsed on the floor and chat confirms they are alive but unconscious. Chansik notes the down people are still breathing yet seem to be in a strange state beyond simple unconsciousness. Mr. Park anxiously asks what to do and if Chansik or the viewers hear anything inside as they hesitate to enter. Deciding it is too risky, Mr. Park suggests they back away from the theater. Once the doors are closed, they agree to abandon that route. Chansik, Mr. Park, and the dog choose to move quickly and quietly along the main path instead. Seeing more bodies ahead, Chansik and Mr. Park realize the same strange condition afflicts people here too. Confronted with unconscious people piled on an escalator, Chansik swears in frustration. Mr. Park is shocked to find more people here and Chansik asks Chad if these people pose any danger. Chad reassures him the collapsed people are harmless and says the real threat is whatever caused this situation. Thanking the viewers, Chansik heads up the escalator while Mr. Park nervously protests. Chansik heedlessly steps on bodies as Chad reacts to his lack of delicacy. He urges Mr. Park to follow quickly, insisting they do not have time to worry about the people underfoot. As Mr. Park hesitates in fear, a red zombie roars nearby. Feeling guilty walking on people, Mr. Park says it feels wrong, but Chansik tells him to treat them like mattresses while Chat jokes about it. Chansik wonders if these people are simply sleeping as he steps on another limp body. After they get off the escalator, Mr. Park complains about the experience while Chansik casually brushes it off, leading Mr. Park to wonder if Chansik had special training. Chansik replies that his past experience was terrible, shown as obsessive gaming, which Chat jokingly calls virtual reality training. Impressed, Mr. Park says he knew Chansik was different, while Chansik playfully boasts about being special and Chat teases them. Spotting more collapsed people on the stairs, Chansik wonders what exactly has happened on this ship. Strange scratching and gnawing sounds echo from above, making Chansik wary. They discover a blood-soaked woman actively eating a man's body on the stairs. Chansik smashes the feeding zombie's head with his weapon. He then kicks the corpse aside, noting that the victim has already lost half an arm and is likely dead. Chansik asks if being bitten fails to wake these sleepers, and Chad explains that once in this state they likely never awaken, prompting him to demand more information. Chad admits they do not fully understand yet and tell him he will figure things out as he goes. Chansik tells Mr. Park the way is clear now and that nothing dangerous remains ahead. Mid-sentence, Chansik's aggro indicator suddenly lights up, warning of imminent danger. A red zombie abruptly awakens with a roar, shocking Chansik. The mutated red zombie lets out a powerful scream, its eyes glowing. Chansik orders Mr. Park to flee toward the stairs while the red zombie bears down on them. Refusing to rely on Chansik again, Mr. Park charges the red zombie and jams his staff into its mouth. Despite the blow, the enraged zombie rushes forward with the staff still lodged in its mouth, knocking Mr. Park back. Chansik dashes in, realizing the monster's priority target is him. He intercepts the charging zombie and blocks the staff with his axe. Chansik scolds the zombie for recklessly running with a stick in its mouth. He follows up with a strong strike to the zombie's head. The blow fails to finish it off and the red zombie continues roaring. As it swipes at him, Chansik prepares another move. He rams the axe deep into the monster's mouth yet is surprised it remains standing. While the red zombie gnaws on the embedded axe, Chansik remarks that such a wound is still not enough to kill it. He then hacks into the zombie's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Realizing the neck is the weak point, Chansik resolves to aim there from now on. The dog growls, ready to assist. The dog bites the zombie's leg, distracting it. Using that opening, Chansik slips past the zombie's extended tongue attack. He stomps hard to brace himself. Chansik delivers a decisive horizontal slash that nearly severs the red zombie's neck. The monster collapses with a final growl while Chat celebrates the kill. Chansik staggers back, catching his breath amid the flying blood. Mr. Park rushes over, worried, but Chansik reassures him he is fine. Chansik reflects that he barely discovered the creature's neck weakness before needing a 10th strike. When the dog seeks praise, Chansik compliments it for helping, though he notes it reacted a bit slowly. He pats the dog's head affectionately while Chat jokes about his teasing. Chansik tells Mr. Park to obey quickly next time, insisting he always has a reason for his orders, and Mr. Park nervously agrees. Seeing Mr. Park deflate, Chansu softens and says he appreciates the older man's willingness to help. Chansu thinks to himself that such self-sacrifice is rare, and that he wants to avoid needless deaths. The dog suddenly dashes upstairs, prompting Chansu to ask what it has sensed now. Chat mentions seeing someone, which makes Chansu realize a human presence might be ahead. Chansu calls Mr. Park to hurry as he races up the stairs. He concludes that another survivor must be aboard somewhere on the ship. A roar causes Chansu's eyes to widen in alarm. More red zombies appear, also reacting to the new disturbance. Mr. Park warns Chansu that additional red zombies are approaching. Looking up, Chansu sees 3 red zombies converging on them, and Chat freaks out at the number. Chansu evades an attack by flipping past one of the zombies. He lands near 2 of the red zombies, cursing the situation as they tumble toward him. Surrounded by screaming red zombies, Chansu internally swears at the escalating danger. Mr. Park uses a fire extinguisher to blast foam at the zombies, telling Chansu to protect his eyes. The red zombies howl as the thick extinguisher cloud engulfs them. Chansu seizes the moment, pulling Mr. Park through the smoke and saying this is their chance to escape. Coughing in the fumes, Chansu suddenly notices something unexpected. Through the smoke, he hears his dog barking in front of a partially open door marked as a restricted area. The dog excitedly barks at a female figure who has appeared beside the door. Chansu, axe raised, peers through the smoke and wonders who this new person is. A ship attendant opens the restricted door and urgently beckons them to come inside. Chansu and Mr. Park hurry through the doorway. The heavy door slams shut behind them, sealing out the zombies. As pounding sounds hit the door, the attendant assures Chansu the reinforced door is designed to withstand high water pressure and will hold. She leads them up a stairwell, saying they can talk more once they reach a safer area. While Chad is excited to finally meet her, Mr. Park asks who she is, but Chansu suggests they follow her for now rather than linger in danger. Observing her calm demeanor and Chad's comments, Chansu judges that she does not seem like a hostile NPC. Climbing a tall internal staircase, Chansu notes these stairs appear to connect all the way to the upper decks while Chad complains about the climb. Reaching a landing, the attendant pauses with a relieved sigh. She tells them they have arrived at a safe area and asks Chansu to lower his axe. Chansu insists on keeping the weapon ready just in case, and she reluctantly allows it. She shows them the empty corridor to prove it is secure and mentions that all other paths here have been sealed. Smiling, the attendant belatedly welcomes them aboard the cruise ship SS Nakala. Chansu reads her name tag, realizes she is Hana Song, and asks if she is Korean. Hana jokingly asks if she looks foreign, then explains she is Korean and that the ship simply hired many Korean crew members despite not being a Korean vessel. She clarifies that the ship itself is foreign-owned but employs numerous Korean staff to attract support for a domestic cruise line. Chansu asks why she risked herself to save them when she appears to be alone on this deck. Hana shrugs and says she did it simply because she saw them being chased while checking the area. Chat describes Hana as carefree but trustworthy, and Chansu says he is grateful for her rescue regardless of the reason. Hana notes that their rescue may be moot anyway since the ship itself will not remain viable for much longer. When Chansu presses her on what she means, she suggests they continue to the bridge, which is currently serving as their shelter. Hearing that the bridge is still active, Chansu urgently asks if the captain is alive. Hana confirms the captain is alive and was previously on the upper deck, so Chansu asks her to escort him there. On the way, Hana nervously asks if Chansu is going to seek revenge on the captain. Chansu's silent grip on his axe implies his lingering anger. They burst onto the bridge, startling the crew who begin to scold Hana for leaving her post. The crew is further shocked when Hana brings Chansu, Mr. Park, and the dog into the bridge. Hana calls out to the captain, who has been staring out the panoramic windows. She explains to Chansu that the stern-looking man is Russian but reassures him. The captain approaches, apologizing that he could not rescue them personally, and Hana notes he speaks multiple languages including Korean. Chansu introduces himself as Go Chansu and mentions he boarded only recently, prompting the captain's curiosity. When Chansu says he embarked at Pohang, the captain reacts in shock. Chansu questions why the captain is surprised, while the captain explains they had to move the ship using a crane in difficult circumstances and did not expect anyone to board that way. Chansu glares and asks why the ship stayed anchored in such a dangerous situation instead of leaving. The captain hesitates, clearly uncomfortable. Hana and the crew urge Chansu to calm down, insisting they had no other choice and would have died if they had approached closer. Chansu mentally tells the other crew to stay out of it, focusing his anger on the captain. The captain apologizes again and says there was a specific reason for their actions. Chansu presses him to explain that reason. The captain fidgets in silence, and Chat comments that he clearly knows more than he is saying. Chansu bluntly summarizes that the captain lacked the courage to save them, then downplays it by saying even trained soldiers had struggled, and he drops the topic by asking for water. Sitting down heavily, Chansu says he is over it, and requests a drink because the long walk made him thirsty. Some crew members angrily call him arrogant for a mere stowaway. Chansu retorts that he is only asking for water while Chat mocks the angry crew. The captain decides it is fine and orders them to fetch water from the outside fridge, telling them not to go alone. One crewman objects that the fridge is close, but Chansu notes it seems like the captain is conveniently sending them away, and the captain insists he will be fine. Chansu asks Mr. Park to accompany the crew with the dog, separating them from the upcoming conversation. Once alone with Chansu, the captain pointedly asks what Chansu knows. Chansu feigns ignorance, and asks what the captain is referring to. The captain focuses on Chansu's earlier mention of soldiers, repeating the word with emphasis. Chansu recalls how deliberately the captain stressed that term and suspects intentional nuance. He wonders if he is misreading the situation. The captain confirms Chansu's suspicion, admitting he emphasized it on purpose. He then brings up the mysterious 7.5th division and asks if Chansu has heard of them. Chansu says he is not one of that division soldiers but only crossed paths with them on the way to Pohang, and he asks how the captain knows about them. Sighing, the captain explains that the 7.5th division contacted him over the radio, saying they would soon reach the port and required a ship. Chansu asks if the captain overheard that by chance, and the captain admits he had been actively listening for soldiers because the ship was overrun by monsters. The captain describes how monsters have long infested the ship, so he sought military help to clear it since he could not even confirm the other crew's survival. He adds that something about the soldiers' request felt wrong because they wanted the ship anchored nearby and claimed they would board on their own. Chat suggests those soldiers might have wanted the captain to watch their demise, which makes Chansa think. Chat then questions whether these are even the same 7.5th division Chansa met earlier, sparking a realization in him. Chansa reasons that the captain could not have spoken with the Cheongju-based 7.5th division via this ship's systems beforehand, implying there must be another unit of the 7.5th division in the area. He notes that no soldiers ever actually made it aboard and asks if the captain hid this information from his crew when he sent them out earlier. The captain says he did tell them but downplayed it, claiming the approaching soldiers were just ordinary Navy personnel. Chansa concludes that the captain sensed something suspicious about those soldiers from the start. The captain reluctantly agrees, admitting he indeed found them suspicious, as Chat mocks and praises Chansa's insight. Finally, the captain reveals that the 7.5th division said they needed a ship to reach Jeju Island for some vague greater goal, which both Chat and Chansa find highly suspicious. Chansa angrily realizes the captain still meant to let some dangerous people aboard. The captain, conflicted, says he felt forced into that decision. He explains to Chansa that the ship is close to failing. The captain shouts that the controls are breaking down, and he can no longer steer the ship properly. Chansa tries to calm him, and asks what problem he wanted soldiers to solve. The captain says the engine room at the bottom of the ship must be cleared. He reveals that before contact was lost, an engineer reported a monster rampaging in the engine room, which Chansa now understands. The captain adds that one engineer survived by not being there when the monster appeared. Desperate, the captain begs Chansu to take that engineer and solve the monster problem. He insists Chansu is the only one capable, since he managed to board the ship and reach the bridge. Chansu points out that this is a lot to demand from someone they barely know. The captain is startled by his objection. Chansu then says impossible jobs are his specialty but wants to discuss it with the others first. The captain reacts with overjoyed admiration. Later, crew members serve Chansu water while some staff glare at him. Chansa asks Mr. Park about the floor's situation and hears that barriers protect them but also restrict movement to just bathrooms and rest areas. A crew member suggests the captain should address everyone, and the captain prepares to speak. While the crew chats, Chansu, already familiar with the speech, tunes it out. He remembers the system shop reset and calls up the shop window. The shop displays a mask locator item, and viewers comment curiously about it. Chansa wonders if he actually needs masks now and asks his unseen bros, while they clarify it finds special masks. He demands an explanation of what useful masks means, and the viewers just tell him to buy it. Mildly exasperated but fond of his audience, Chansu agrees to purchase the mask locator. The purchased mask locator materializes as a pendant. Chansu notes his remaining Zen balance and grabs the new item as someone off-screen says their preparations are done. The captain reports that everyone now understands the danger and has agreed to assist Chansu, with viewers urging him to take the engineer along. Chansu doubts inwardly whether the crew truly grasps the situation. He identifies Yang Ho Bei among the staff and addresses him by name. Yang Ho says he will cooperate but refuses to act as Chansu's subordinate. Chansu repeats the word helper. Surprised, Yang Ho clarifies he will not blindly follow orders, and Chansu cheerfully replies that was never expected, saying the crew can handle themselves while he focuses on his own tasks. Chansu, pleased that he can operate independently, says that sort of arrangement suits him best while the others react in awkward silence. He decides there is no point delaying and tells everyone to move out. In the gear room, Chansu radios the bridge that they will arm themselves and start descending toward the lower decks. The captain and others on the bridge urge him to be careful. Yang Ho asks if Chansu is really going down with only an axe, and Chansu confidently confirms while asking about their weapons. Yang Ho shows a metal pipe and says they will manage, and Chansu jokes that he briefly thought Yang Ho wanted to borrow his axe. Chansu smirks possessively over his axe while Chat comments tease the ego clash. Yang Ho curtly tells the group to finish their preparations. Chansu clicks open the mask locator, thinking it is time to use it. The locator displays an arrow and nearby, leading Chansu to complain internally about the vague range while viewers compare it to a radar. Chansu questions the surviving engineer about the unconscious people scattered across the ship, and the engineer confirms seeing them. Chansu asks what caused that, and the engineer reveals another type of smaller monster besides the humanoid ones. The engineer explains this small creature clings to a person and then explodes, shocking Chansu. He further explains it detonates into dust that is dangerous when inhaled. The engineer says breathing that dust will leave you in the same state as the collapsed victims. A flashback shows the engineer with soldiers earlier when they first encountered the threat. Chansu suddenly remembers Mr. Cha and Corporal Ju went off to rescue someone, likely a child, and grows worried. He asks if there is a countermeasure against the exploding creature. The engineer admits there is no perfect solution but hands Chansu a cloth, advising him to wet it and cover his face to reduce risk. Chansu ties the damp cloth over his mouth and reflects that it is only a temporary fix. Yang Ho, similarly masked, says that if everyone is ready they should start descending. The others head out without waiting, and Chat jokes that Chansu is being ignored again. Chansu scoffs that he has suffered worse bullying from children. He thinks Yang Ho is only hostile because an outsider like Chansu was recognized by his beloved captain. Chansu tells his dog Furball to stop drinking and come along. On the radio, he informs the bridge that his team is now heading down. Reaching a restricted door, Yang Ho volunteers to lead the way for the group. As he opens the door he glares suspiciously, still tense. The others note that he practically stared Chansu down before opening, which Chansu ignores. Chansu says it is fine since at least he himself is not in the most danger, and the chat jokingly urges him to teach Yang Ho. Chansu answers the banter while internally worrying that red zombies still roam below. On the stairwell, Chansu's sudden readiness with his axe startles the crew. One crewman begs him not to loom so threateningly behind them, and Chansu replies he is only staying prepared for monsters. At a heavy door on a lower floor, Yang Ho offers to open it. Chansu stops him with a tap, sensing something. He signals for silence. Yang Ho is frightened and starts to speak. Chansu presses a finger against Yang Ho's face covering and orders him to stay quiet, shocking everyone. Chansu leans in to listen carefully on the other side of the door. He complains that the door is soundproof and explains to the nervous crew that he was trying to hear any lurking monsters. He then tells them to open the door as quietly as possible while stepping safely behind them, leaving the others confused. Watching them hesitate, Chansu taunts them about being scared. He thinks that if Yang Ho wants to lead, he should at least understand the danger ahead. Embarrassed, Yang Ho clears his throat. Despite his nerves, he slowly turns the heavy handle. He cautiously peeks through the opening. Seeing nothing inside, he announces the area is clear while Chansa simply nods, with Chat mocking his backseat leadership. As they proceed through an empty hallway, Chansa wonders where all the monsters have gone. The mask locator indicates that more than 5 masks exist somewhere on this floor. Chansa notices the arrow blinking faster as he moves, realizing it also indicates distance. Suddenly a noise erupts, and the whole team sprints while shouting about where it came from. Chansa orders everyone to gather by the escalator railing and hurry. Lined up at the railing, the crew anxiously asks if he has a plan, and he explains that once the monsters notice them they will single out a target. He tells a worried crewman to focus, comparing the monsters to enraged bulls that charge once provoked. Chansa instructs everyone that when a monster rushes them, they should simply step aside at the last moment. A red-eyed zombie charges down the hallway toward them. One crewman realizes in terror that the monster has locked onto him. As the zombie grabs him, Chansa yanks the man toward the railing despite his protests. Chansa shouts for the zombie to release him. The zombie continues roaring as it barrels forward. Chansa uses the man's momentum to pull him aside so the zombie flies past toward the open drop. Chansa points out that this is exactly what they must do whenever an infected charges them. More enraged zombies appear, prompting another crewman to warn that multiple enemies are incoming. 2 red-eyed zombies sprint straight at them. Young-ho panics when he realizes both new zombies are targeting him. He narrowly dodges their leaps while onlookers comment on his reaction. One zombie crashes into the railing and stumbles. Chansa watches this misstep and reacts with a dry "Oh my." He then launches a powerful kick that punts the zombie away like a ball. The kicked zombie smashes through glass, showering the area with shards. Chansa checks if Young-ho is alright, noting he would have been crushed without that kick. Young-ho coughs from the lingering dust and debris. Chansa urges him to stand, downplaying the dust while Young-ho struggles to breathe. Chansa says he needs to search for something and asks if anyone wants to accompany him, prompting confusion about what he seeks. He answers that he is looking for a mask, holding up the locator. The engineer wonders why this new priority suddenly matters. Chansa points out that their damp cloths are inadequate and insists they need better protection before entering the engine room. Young-ho silently nods, now more cooperative after Chansa saved him. Following the locator, Chansa realizes the masks are somewhere in a luxurious lounge area. The lounge appears, and Chat questions why masks would be stored there instead of in a pharmacy. Young-ho notices the odd device in Chansa's hand and asks what it is, prompting Chansa to deflect. Chansa blatantly lies that it is just a pocket watch, confusing his inner audience. When another crewman tries to question the item, Chansa cuts him off, saying their priority is staying alert for more attacks. Chansa flatters one blushing crewman as a knowledgeable veteran and presses him for information about the ship. The embarrassed crewman stammers at being called a veteran. Chansa says he trusts that crewman to know more about the ship than he does. The flattered man admits he knows the ship well, so Chansa entrusts navigation to him while he focuses on fighting. Chansa smiles and promises to help save the ship if they guide him. The crewman shyly vows to do his best, as commentators note how easily he is swayed by praise. Chansa happily tells everyone to keep moving. He wonders aloud where masks might be stored in such a lounge, and the engineer calls out his name. The engineer points to a set of doors, suggesting masks could be in that room. He explains it is a multipurpose storage where any emergency supplies would likely have been stowed, and Chansa decides to investigate. As they walk, someone asks how Chansa knew masks were nearby, and he lies that Hannah told him paranoid chefs stock supplies in this area. Observers joke about how easily he lies while the group peers through the storage doors. Looking in, they see only shelves and boxes and consider their next move. Chansa knocks to provoke any hidden threat. A zombified crew member appears inside, confirming Chansa's suspicion that such storage rooms always hide at least one monster. Chansa asks the engineer to open the doors while he raises his axe to strike. The 2 men nod and silently count together in preparation. On 3. The door is flung open and Chansa swings at the attacking zombie. He cleaves the zombie in a single brutal blow. The engineer watches the corpse fall and marvels at how decisively Chansa acted. Chansa replies that hesitation would only get him killed. Stepping over the body, he turns his attention to searching the storage room. He quickly finds shelves full of bags labeled as masks, estimating there are at least 10. Inside, he begins packing gas masks into a bag while answering the engineer that everything is fine. Chansa happily notes that these proper gas masks should filter out the dangerous dust. Furball runs in barking as Chansa looks back toward the doorway. Realizing there might be no masks made for dogs, he laments internally that such an item probably does not exist. Feeling guilty, he apologizes in his thoughts to Furball, thinking the world prioritizes humans over animals. He tells the dog there is no food here, trying to shoo him. Furball barks insistently at one of the shelves, which Chansa insists does not contain food. As Furball keeps barking, Chansa explains that what he is holding is a mask, not food. Chansa then notices something surprising on the shelf. He sees bags labeled as large masks specifically for dogs and is stunned. Chansa exclaims to his unseen bros that he never knew people made gas masks for dogs. He reasons that because the ship allows pets, there is even a pet shop on board, and wonders how Furball somehow knew where to find the animal masks. Looking over the stock, Chansa realizes that only 5 masks are for humans and the rest are for cats and dogs, glaring at his viewers in disbelief. Annoyed that no one is explaining things, Chansa threatens to ignore the chat and calls his masked dog over. Chansa affectionately pats the gas mask dog and decides they will head to Jeju Island together. Chansa and a crewman check a case full of gas masks and agree to distribute them to everyone. Wearing his own mask, Chansa says they can finally go rescue the ship. While descending an escalator with the masked group, Chansa spots a powerful zombie and quietly asks if there is another way down. A crewman leads Chansa through a side route used by staff, offering to guide them. As they walk, the guide explains the emergency route is little known and should keep them safe. The guide opens a hidden door along the route. Going down the stairwell, the crew explains this passage connects all lower decks except the engine room. One crewman walks in tense silence. Chansa thinks about how the engine room fell silent when the monster appeared, meaning they are nearing danger. The guide slips through another door and sighs in relief. He signals the others to follow through the doorway. The guide's mask suddenly shatters with a brutal impact to his eye. Screaming, the wounded man clutches his face while Chansa rushes toward him. Chansu cleaves through attacking zombies in a powerful swing. He pins the injured man down, orders him to be quiet, and checks the situation. The others anxiously ask if the injured man will be okay. Chansu internally concludes that of course the man is not fine. The injured crewman kneels, bleeding from his eye, while viewers urge Chansu to decapitate him before he turns. Instead, Chansu tells Yang-ho to remove his mask. Seeing only a glass-cut eye and no bite marks, Chansu deduces Yang-ho was hurt by flying shards. Another crewman worries about Yang-ho, who groans that his eye is in bad shape. Chansu coldly decides they will leave Yang-ho behind. When the others protest, Chansu insists they cannot delay their mission for every injury. The corporal orders the group to move on despite their shock. Chansu tells the hesitating crew to focus on the task and hurry. Bloodied Yang-ho urges them to go save the ship, saying that is the fastest way to help him. One crewman promises they will return for Yang-ho later. Chansu notes they are already down one man as the group proceeds. Moving through quieter lower decks with Furball, Chansu realizes most people here were probably put to sleep instead of zombified. He wonders where the real monster is when he suddenly hears a heavy impact. The team pauses, confused, as Chansu interprets the noise as repeated blows. Furball suddenly stares into the darkness, prompting Chansu's curiosity. Chansu whispers for Furball to go scout ahead. He gives the dog a shove, drawing teasing comments from the chat about using him as bait. Furball sits in stunned silence, while the chat jokes about his indignation at being pushed. Chansu watches Furball trot off and notes him disappearing around a corner. Soon Furball returns at a run, surprising Chansu. The dog pokes Chansu's leg with his mask, signaling him to follow. Following Furball, they discover a soldier fiercely beating down zombies. The soldier smashes a zombie with a glowing, explosive punch. Chansu joins the fight, cutting through zombies alongside the soldier. Working together with crewmen, Chansu and the soldier finish off the nearby horde. Chansu greets the man as a corporal, and the soldier recognizes him as Chansu. The corporal warns they cannot go farther down. He explains that the child they tried to rescue below turned out to be the dust-emitting monster. The corporal describes how the creature latches on, explodes, and releases strange dust, which Chansu connects to the known threat. Curious how the corporal survived, Chansu hears that Mr. Cha sacrificed himself to save him. The corporal recalls realizing too late that the child was a monster, with Mr. Cha shutting the door to face it alone in the narrow corridor. After inhaling the dust, Mr. Cha collapsed instantly and the corporal dared not reopen the door. Racked with guilt for abandoning him, the corporal is told by Chansu that he had no choice. Chansu says that is why they came prepared with masks, and the corporal remarks he only recognized Chansu by his intimidating eyes. Chansu is bemused about his supposedly scary eyes while the chat comments on them. A commenter says his eyes look kind, and Chansu tells the unmasked corporal to evacuate. Chansu directs the corporal to rescue another crewman and head to their previous lifeboat, warning him not to be controlled by guilt. Chansu also tells him to aim for that lifeboat as a backup escape plan. The corporal agrees and urges Chansu to stay safe. After bowing among the corpses, the corporal departs. He runs off, leaving the group to continue deeper alone. Reaching the lowest floor, they comment on how ordinary it looks and suspect the monster may be hiding nearby. Chansu cautiously peers through the engine room door. He spots Mr. Cha collapsed just inside and calls out to him in shock. They pull Mr. Cha's body into the hall while Chansu notes the monster is not visible. Chansu confirms Mr. Cha is alive but in bad shape and asks the chat if there is a cure for the infected. The chat argues about whether a cure exists, while Chansu sighs at their bickering. Chansu instructs everyone that once they enter, protecting the engineer takes priority, no matter how long repairs take. The crew agrees on formation, with Chansu and Chansu's ally covering the rear. As they advance, Chansu expects the dust monster to appear any moment. He grips his axe tightly, readying for combat. A crewman braces his metal rod in anticipation. Two crewmen violently club down an attacking zombie, which growls in response. Chansu and a crewman continue smashing zombies while Chansu searches for the real dust monster. Both Chansu and Furball tense up as they sense something ahead. They finally see the bandage, shrieking dust monster at the end of the red-lit corridor. The monster charges at terrifying speed. A crewman intercepts it with a strong blow. The creature explodes on contact, releasing a huge blast of dust that knocks them back. Chansu observes how far the dust cloud spreads. As the dust rolls over them, he notes with relief that their masks are effectively blocking it. While a crewman checks on Chansu, he suddenly spots new danger and shouts a warning. More dust monsters sprint toward them through the mist. Chansu recovers and insults their grotesque appearance as he faces them. One crewman is startled by a sudden movement. A small monster lunges in and clings tightly to a crewman. It explodes again, engulfing them in dust. Another red zombie rushes through the lingering cloud toward Chansu. Furball tackles the monster away from Chansu. The red zombie detonates where Furball drove it, the blast just missing Chansu. Amazed, Chansu praises Furball in his thoughts while the chat gushes over the heroic dog. Chansu starts to check on a fallen crewman. He realizes one crewman inhaled dust when his mask cracked and is now convulsing. Chansu grimly states it is too late for that man and orders the group to keep moving. With only 3 people and Furball left, they run toward where the engineer should be. Chansu tells the others he will head directly to the engine room and commands them to keep the door sealed. He and Furball step out while the crewmen stay back at the door. A viewer warns Chansu to be careful, but he is unsure what exactly to watch out for. The viewer hints that masks can also hinder perception, making Chansu suddenly realize something. Chansu starts to suspect what the warning means. Kneeling before Furball, Chansu says he needs a favor. He explains he needs Furball's sense of smell, implying the dog will guide him without a mask. Chansu hands over an extra mask and asks if Furball can handle the job. When a crewman questions him, Chansu calmly insists everything will be fine. He tells Furball to alert him to any strange scent. Watching Furball trot ahead, a crewman nervously asks if this plan is really okay. Chansu answers that Furball is no ordinary dog and that he trusts him. They spot an only bear supply mascot down the corridor, surprising Chansu. Chansu runs toward it, telling his ally to wait behind. He reasons that these supply chests have always given him something useful, so one here must be important. The mascot reveals a glowing chest containing 20 Zen, and the chat celebrates the discovery. Seeing the paw icon and no combat symbols, Chansu realizes this chest is meant for animals. He recalls the ship's pet-friendly design and confirms the existence of dedicated pet equipment. Looking at pet masks, he understands their earlier mask find was not a coincidence. Opening the chest, Chansu concludes that meeting Furball was his chosen option among possible companions. He pulls out what appears to be canned dog food from the reward. Furball barks, having sniffed out something else, and Chansu rushes after him. As alarms flash red, Chansu yells for the others to follow him. Entering the blazing hot engine room, he curses the oppressive heat. Amid hissing steam and crushed zombies, Chansu and the chat react in disgust. Someone touches the spray, yelping from the scalding temperature. Chansu realizes the burning vapor is hot oil mist. A crewman panics at the horrific scene while a mutated chief engineer zombie lunges at them. Chansu identifies the creature as a powerful red zombie at the worst possible time. He darts toward the human engineer to try to save him. The red zombie explodes again, catching Chansu in the blast. Chansu is hurled away by the explosion as someone shouts to him. Getting up with his axe, he warns it is too dangerous and suggests retreating to rethink, just as more threats emerge. Instead, Chansu charges and blasts another incoming monster with a mighty strike. The chat warns him that monsters are now dropping from above. Chansu looks up to see numerous bandaged zombies lining the catwalk in the dust cloud. The creatures leap down toward him en masse. Chansu tackles an exploding one away, taking another blast. He staggers through the pink fog, reaching for the engineer. Grabbing the figure, he realizes in horror that it is a zombie-fied man, not the engineer. Chansu recoils, the chat commenting that he grabbed the wrong person. A red zombie then slams into Chansu and drives him forward. The chat notes how dangerous red zombies are, warning Chansu might die if slammed into a wall. Chansu defiantly tightens his grip on his axe. He unleashes a furious flurry of blows, hacking into the red zombie through the dust. He follows up with swift kicks to knock the monster back. Chansu smashes the zombie into the wall and targets its neck as the weak point. Raising his weapon overhead, he vows to finish the creature. He counts off brutal strikes, nearing 10 blows to the red zombie's head. With a final 10th swing, he violently decapitates the monster. Exhausted and bloodstained, Chansu pants heavily while standing over the fallen foe. Still breathing hard, he senses something is wrong. He notices pain in his arm and strained breathing. The throbbing wound on his arm worsens as his breathing grows harsher. The chat frantically asks if he was scratched, while Chansu clutches his bleeding forearm. Realizing with alarm that he was wounded during the chaos, Chansu curses and wonders when it happened. Chansu panics, wondering if and when he was bitten. He recalls the chaos with the red zombie and admits he cannot tell if he was infected. The system and chat yell at him to snap out of it and use his axe before it is too late. Cursing in fear, Chansu raises his axe to cut off his own arm. A shout to stop him interrupts as the axe is about to fall. Maxed Out Card orders Chansu to stop and insists he will be fine if he leaves the wound alone. Confused, Chansu questions that advice while Maxed Out Card keeps urging him not to cut. Chansu asks if Maxed Out Card saw how he was hurt, and she replies that his injury resembles something. Chansu, short on time, prepares to act as other viewers warn that cutting his arm will kill him. Messages say someone already handled the situation, leaving Chansu baffled about what that means. Maxed Out Card asks Chansu to trust her, but he thinks he does not even know who she is. Looking at his bleeding arm, Chansu worries whether he will actually be okay, noting only pain so far. He rationalizes that his fever and breathing issues might just be from the hot, fume-filled engine room. Deciding to believe Maxed Out Card, Chansu holsters the axe and says they should keep moving. As alarms blare, someone runs toward him calling for the engineer. They find the engineer with a broken neck, presumed thrown by a dust monster. Chansu inspects the body and solemnly confirms the engineer is dead. His heart pounding, he thinks about how disastrous everything has become. His ally and the dog rush over, shouting his name. Chansu tells him the situation is hopeless, and that they are basically doomed. Declaring he is heading back, Chansu is stopped and asked about saving the ship, but he says the vessel is beyond saving. He explains that the dead engineer and an oil leak near the head engineer mean the ship could explode any moment. Despite protests, Chansu insists they must reach a lifeboat because he refuses to die here. He fits a gas mask on the dog and tells it they are leaving together. Over the radio, he orders Hannah to evacuate everyone from the bridge to the lifeboats, admitting the repairs failed. Hannah agrees to inform the captain, and Chansu tells her to meet them at starboard lifeboat 3 or find another escape route. After ending the call, he grips his weapon tightly. The ship rumbles, and Chansu thinks the entire situation is completely ruined. A system reminder warns that lingering too long in one place is dangerous. New info reveals terrifying monsters roam near the cruise ship SS Nakala. Another info note states that powerful sea creatures threaten smaller vessels in the ocean. As the ship shudders, Chat speculates it will explode and urges Chansu to flee immediately. An explosion rocks the corridor, making Chansu, his ally, and the dog stumble. His ally shouts that they have to run. The ally insists they must close the bulkhead door, confusing Chansu. He explains that if the blast opened a hole in the hull, they must shut all bulkhead doors they left open. Chansu yells that they should flee instead, but the ally remains fixated on the doors. The ally dashes off to close them while Chansu calls after him to wait. Chansu curses, admiring the man's sense of duty but doubting what one person can accomplish. The dog barks, and Chansu tells it they need to keep going. Hearing pained moans, Chansu runs on, realizing dust zombies are present in this area too. He spots Yang-ho slumped against the wall and calls to him. Yang-ho shakily asks what happened and what became of the others, while Chansu says their mission failed and they must escape. Yang-ho reveals the others are dead and the last crewman went back to close the doors, urging Chansu to hurry. While moans echo, Yang-ho tells Chansu to go first and promises to catch up, worrying Chansu. Yang-ho says he cannot abandon the ship or his comrades and pushes Chansu to leave. He insists he will stay, while Chansu hesitates mid-step. Chansu walks away, vowing he will never forget the people he is leaving behind. Yang-ho smiles weakly and thanks him. As Chansu and the dog exit toward the deck, Yang-ho wishes him a safe journey. Chansu sprints across the deck as more explosions erupt. The SS Nakala violently explodes behind them. A soldier at the lifeboat frantically asks Chansu how to lower it. Chansu says he will handle the lifeboat, and tells the soldier to get the dog aboard while calling for Hannah. Over the radio, Hannah says she is on her way and begs for 5 minutes. While Chat remarks the ship is already sinking and Chansu urges her to hurry. Gripping the radio, Chansa prays that at least one of his remaining companions will make it, overwhelmed by how cruel this all is. He reflects that since being separated from Minchio's group he has not formed a capable team. These people were decent but unremarkable. Hana arrives shouting his name, and Chansu immediately asks where the others are. Hana says the captain chose to go down with the ship and she lost track of the older passenger. Chansa thinks of Mr. Park, the kindly older man. He orders Hana and the soldier into the lifeboat, saying they must launch immediately. The lifeboat speeds away from the burning ship into the dark ocean. Exhausted at the controls, Chansa slumps back and wonders what just happened. He notes they escaped with fewer people than they started with, and the system's info about deadly sea creatures reminds him they are still in danger. Hana explains the captain stayed behind to protect the remaining passengers. She shares that the captain entrusted her with protecting those who managed to escape. The soldier sits in heavy silence, processing the loss. Chansu, staring at his bandaged arm, tells the viewers something feels wrong about how events unfolded. He wonders if he was ever meant to board this ship at all. Remembering the ordinary yet kind crew he met, he thinks about how none of them were special except for their decency. He admits the catastrophe on the ship far exceeded what he could handle alone and suspects Furball might be the reason he was drawn there, yet they still lost more than they gained. Holding a can of dog food, he concludes their material gains are trivial compared to the lives lost. Overwhelmed, Chansu calls out to his viewers, asking why they are suddenly so quiet. He screams for an answer, desperate for reassurance. As he reaches for something, his wounded arm throbs violently. Agonizing pain and red energy surge through him as he begins to transform. His heart races, his vision blurs, and he struggles to breathe. A red warning interface declares that his life is in danger. Horrified, Chansu realizes something is happening to his body. He looks at his arm, now grotesquely blackened and dripping blood. Thinking the tourniquet is too loose, he tries to adjust it but finds he can no longer control his movements. From the cabin, the others watch in fear as Chat comments that he is turning into a zombie and mockingly say he should have amputated. Chansu shouts at them to stay away and extends his corrupted arm, startling Hana and the soldier. Hana panics at the sight of his monstrous arm. Chansu feels his eyes burning like they are aflame and accuses Maxed Out Card of lying about his safety. He stares upward, thinking of how she promised he would be fine. Maxed Out Card cheerily praises him for making it this far and admits she feared he might not end up infected. Chansu, racked with pain, demands to know what she is and what her words mean as Chat suspects she and Crying Lunatic are conspiring. He collapses to the floor, coughing and choking. He feels his joints twisting and his entire body burning, while alarms keep beeping. The system reports he is in critical condition. As his vision fades, he thinks he cannot keep his eyes open. A bright pink light flares from his eye as the transformation intensifies. Overcome by hunger, he internally admits he wants to eat the others, while the soldier rushes toward him in terror. Chansu lunges and grabs the soldier's face, driven by a desire to tear him apart. Fighting that urge, he roars and kicks the soldier away even as thoughts of biting him flood his mind. Still overwhelmed by hunger, he screams uncontrollably. His vision blurs red as his predatory urges continue. He notes he can no longer even read the chat while his body convulses. Chansu unleashes another feral roar, consumed by the desire to eat. The soldier desperately struggles with the hatch, begging for mercy as Chansu howls behind him. At that moment a message says a new skill has unlocked and that recovery will start to work. The timer shows he has 30 seconds left in this state as he continues roaring like a monster. The soldier yells for Chansu to snap out of it as the raging Chansu closes in. They grapple on the moving lifeboat, the soldier pleading with Chansu to stop. The soldier loses his footing and slips toward the open doorway. He falls into the ocean, and Chansu, still half feral, leans out of the lifeboat as water splashes up. The timer hits 0 and the system announces recovery is now fully active. Blue energy surges through Chansu as he howls again, this time as the healing takes hold. His eyes clear to bright blue and he gasps in surprise. Standing in the doorway of the lifeboat, he realizes his vision has completely returned. Confused, he coughs up blood, wondering what just happened to him. He examines himself and finds his body restored, with only a scar remaining where the bite had been. Startled by a realization, he gasps. Looking out into a sudden thick fog, he calls for Corporal Ju and wonders when the mist appeared. Surrounded by dense fog on the open sea, he mutters in frustration. Peeking into the passenger compartment, he sees Hana sitting motionless and calls her name. Dread rising, he starts to say no while Chat celebrates his survival and jokes about preparing for his funeral too soon. He thinks about the recovery ability that revived him and calls up his skill window. The interface appears. He reads the description of Skill 1, Recovery, which restores him 30 seconds after dying from infection but does not fully heal the original wound, and is shocked that it finally unlocked. He recognizes that this was the locked skill he saw when first boarding the ship. He reasons that the condition for unlocking it required him actually dying from infection and briefly moving as a zombie. He concludes that if Hana were bitten, she should also be turning soon. Gripping his axe, he approaches her cautiously. Seeing no visible injuries on her body, he wonders why she has not changed. He starts to step closer as Chat now warns him not to go near her and to leave her alone. Puzzled by their reaction, he asks the viewers what happened after he transformed. Ignoring the warnings, he steps up and calls Hana's name. Hana slowly raises her head, her eyes hidden in shadow, and stares at him. She suddenly tackles him to the floor, taking him by surprise. Pinning him down, she groans and he struggles to understand what is happening. Leaning over him with glowing pink eyes, she teasingly asks if she scared him. Smirking, she proudly claims she really frightened him. Chansu, unsettled, asks Hana what she is doing. She remarks on how heavily he is breathing and asks if he is nervous, which leaves him wordless. He shoves her away reflexively. Scrambling back with his axe, he demands to know who she really is, sensing that despite her appearance she is not the same Hana. He states outright that she is not Hana, while the woman calmly says they are already well acquainted. A notification says Crying Lunatic has lifted a language filter, and Chat explodes while Chansu reels in confusion. The woman grabs his collar as he shouts, demanding to know what is happening. She excitedly yells in admiration, saying it is amazing to watch his shocked expressions up close. When he swears and asks who she is, she cheerfully insists that it is just her. She then reveals her identity as Maxed Out Card in physical form. Chansu screams in disbelief at this revelation. Chat jokes that the scene alone was worth it, and questions if they must indulge this bizarre fan meeting. The woman proudly introduces herself again as Maxed Out Card standing before him in person. Chansu stammers in denial, while she says he should appreciate the effort she went through to make this meeting possible. She explains that she spent a lot of money and even planted a moderator, expecting he would ask her for a recommendation. She adds that none of it would have mattered without triggering the critical warning that led to his infection, while Chansu can only ask in shock what she actually is. The system explains that, like his skill, certain conditions such as him entering critical condition were needed to unlock the fan meeting feature, which he realizes was triggered by the warning. Maxed out card reveals that moderators like her also have in-game features, including the fan meeting function they are using now. Chansu begins to connect this to the previously banned words. She cheerfully admits she set things up so no one could interfere with him, even if he was dying. Chansu is speechless while the chat criticizes the moderator's interference and calls for only one's opinion. She dismisses the idea of firing her, stating that Chansu cannot manage without her. She clarifies that a superfan and player may replace a mod only if both agree, hinting at the rules binding her role. Chansu thinks to himself that this woman is something else. He internally confirms she truly is maxed out card, his powerful superfan. He realizes he fell perfectly into her plan because he trusted her as his only superfan. Reflecting on the ship incident, he notes she never tried to stop his reckless behavior, meaning he made himself an easy target. Corporal Ju calls to Chansu in concern. Maxed out card insists he call her sis rather than bro. Chansu apologizes, explains that he calls all fans bro, and then asks if she did all this for more than just an autograph. Worried, Chansu asks if she is physically present and thinks that if audience members can leave chat, it could be dangerous. She laughs off his probing and praises how quickly he is trying to exploit the new function. Chansu says he is only exploring the feature, but she reminds him fan meetings are brief and her time here is limited. She explains she can only stay for an hour and even needed pre-approval from other superfans to appear. Chansu points out she is the only superfan, essentially giving her total control, and she confirms while also refusing to give spoilers about future events. Chansu silently takes in that restriction. She says there are still some things she can do, then suddenly grabs his head. Startled, he asks what she is doing as she holds his face. She only smiles mysteriously in response. Their faces draw close in an intimate, suspended moment under the night sky. Chansu hears a distant song and wonders if it is singing, then calls out to her. She continues listening, focused on the sound. Chansu listens tensely as well, eyes narrowing. Her eyes sharpen as the threat becomes clear. Outside, a strange vessel moves through a fog-covered sea. Maxed out card pulls her hand away from his neck and remarks that danger nearly struck. Chansu demands to know what just happened, and she identifies the source as a siren. She explains that siren songs can overwhelm minds at high volume, noting this mental attack monster is tougher than expected and asks if he is unaffected. She says her borrowed body is weak but her mind is intact, then pats a seat and invites him to sit with her. Smiling, she reminds him this is a fan meeting and urges him not to waste it on grim topics. Chansu gulps nervously, unsure how to respond. Narration states the world is heading toward ruin as their lifeboat speeds across the dark ocean. However, Chansu's gaze suggests something may yet change. Sitting beside him, she comments on his unreadable eyes while he wonders what the point of this meeting truly is. She says seeing him up close feels completely different, while the watching chat jokes about their eye contact and her flaunting her status. She looks around their lifeboat, quietly reflecting. She muses aloud about how this world feels from her perspective. Chansu asks if she is literally from another world, and she jokes that nothing escapes his notice. Chansu senses a distinct, undeniable feeling about her. He concludes internally that she really seems like she belongs to another world. He admits to himself that maxed out card has outplayed him this time. He reflects that players and audience are supposed to stay at a distance, merely observing and reacting. He believes everything collapses once the audience begins directly molding the player. Acknowledging her kindness, he still feels she crossed the line by intervening this far. Chansu hesitantly asks if this fan meeting will be the only chance he ever has to see her in person. She is taken aback and asks whether he would be disappointed if that were true. He admits he would be, while she teases that he likely just sees a practical use for her. She remarks that it is fitting for only one's chosen player to try recruiting an audience member, though she herself dislikes that idea. She wonders aloud if another stay near-death situation would even be possible, since that is what is needed to trigger a meeting again. Chansu deduces that being near death both unlocks and activates this function, and worries she might spend his last recovery charge. When she notices his expression and asks what is funny, he comments that the condition is simple yet complicated. She adds there is another way to meet and that fan meetings have a 3-day cooldown, which he acknowledges. Growing bored, she complains that their talk about mechanics is no fun. Chansu asks what she wants him to do, but she replies she does not need anything more from him. She says just sitting here together like this is enough for her. Chansu reacts as something catches his attention. He spots his dog Furball peeking out in a gas mask and exclaims in relief that the pet is alive. He scolds the shaking bundle of insulation for hiding while he was a zombie. The dog whines, and Chansu looks at him, confused. Maxed out card calls the animal his beloved puppy and beckons it over. The dog whimpers and cowers instead, making her remark that he is less brave than she thought. Chansu notes that Furball has never feared monsters and wonders what the dog sees when it looks at maxed out card. Suddenly the entire lifeboat rumbles, startling them. Chansu dashes to the window to see what is happening. He realizes a large ferry is drawing dangerously close to their small lifeboat. As the hull splashes past, he curses that they are too close while the chat speculates about the other ship's intentions. Chansu calls the ferry's behavior rude as maxed out card steps toward the hatch. He calls after her, asking what she is doing as she pops her head out of the open hatch. A bright light flashes from the ferry, and he realizes they have finally noticed the lifeboat. He laughs oddly to himself as the light glares, puzzling Chansu. The men on the ferry mock their tiny boat and jeer that he will never get anywhere in it. The viewers piece together that this ferry is another ship entering their area. Chansu notes the ferry is inferior to the SS Nakala but still calls to maxed out card. From outside, she tells him to relax and leave things to her. She insists he rest instead of getting involved, since he badly needs it. Gazing at the lights on the sea, she remarks that she now understands how hard Chansu's role really is. She shouts a mocking farewell to the ferry, and Chansu thinks she is enjoying living his life. As the lifeboat speeds away, the chat comments on letting the ferry go. When chat suddenly bursts into laughter, Chansu asks what joke he has missed. The audience urges him to just watch, reminding him maxed out card prefers he not interfere, as the sea rumbles again. Opening the hatch wider, she wonders aloud if what happens next will satisfy everyone. The boat shakes harder, and both she and Chansu react in alarm. Huge waves crash as something massive stirs in the water. Chansu stumbles and urgently tells her they should shut the hatch. Giant tentacles rise from the sea beside the ferry, shocking him. She tells Chansu to sit back and enjoy the show, and to watch carefully. She explains that the colossal tentacled beast attacking the ferry is an Emperor-class monster. The Kraken's limbs thrash in the distance while their tiny lifeboat bobs safely nearby. Chansu, horrified, identifies it as an Emperor-class monster and calls for more information. A system reminder warns him that staying in one place too long is dangerous. Info Window 1 explains that strange fog covers the ocean and that small and large ships face different hazards. Info Window 2 states he has died once, unlocking the hidden title He Who Did Not Know Death and granting the real-time info notification feature. The system activates real-time notifications as the chat laughs at his new title. Chansu suggests stopping the boat so they do not get caught up in the Kraken's attack, but she calmly assures him they will be fine. She points out that the info window already hinted that small and large ships encounter different threats. She clarifies that in this scenario the siren counts as a minor threat compared to a Kraken. She adds that sirens usually ignore ships they cannot physically climb onto. Chansu still worries about the greater danger, so she takes his hand and offers to ease his mind. She explains the Kraken targets large ships it deems equals and ignores small ones like their lifeboat, urging him again to relax. She notes the fatigue showing on his face. She offers to let him sleep, saying staying up so late must be hard, and he privately admits he could pass out any moment. Though he resists, she points out he is already nodding off. He says he will not be able to sleep as they are, but she promises she is not that clingy. Chansu asks if she always needs this woman's body to meet again. She replies not necessarily, meaning it is his choice whether this body accompanies them further. He accepts that answer. She gently covers his eyes with her hand and bids him good night. Time passes as they lean together watching the sea, waves splashing softly. Dawn breaks over the horizon as the lifeboat continues drifting. Chansu wakes with a headache. Seeing the open hatch and morning light, he wonders how long he was out. Beside him, the woman stirs awake and calls out to Bro. With her head on his shoulder, Chansu panics internally, unsure how to handle the situation. She suddenly opens her golden eyes, now clearly herself rather than maxed out card. Realizing how close they are, she cries out in shock. Flustered, she instinctively punches him in the face. She backs away, yelling why he was so close to her. Bleeding from the nose, Chansu can only sigh. He recognizes from her reaction and aura that maxed out card is no longer controlling this body. As she anxiously questions what happened, he calmly lies that they both lost consciousness. He elaborates that she probably lost some memory because she passed out first, and that he then fought mind-attacking monsters alone. He adds that Corporal Ju fell overboard and he could not find him in the fog, prompting her to apologize for doubting him. Chansu begins to reassure her before noticing something is wrong. Looking outside, he sees the lifeboat has stopped moving. He frantically works the controls, wondering what is wrong, while she asks if there is a problem. He observes that nothing happened while the door was open and the Kraken has disappeared, concluding the engine is broken and they are now adrift. When she nervously asks what to do, he admits he does not know. He calls out for maxed out card, but Chad reminds him he cannot contact her for 3 days after a fan meeting. Reading the chat about meeting rooms in their own community, he realizes fans can gather and even meet offline without him. As he grabs a drink, the insulation cover behind him wiggles. He lifts it to find Furball hiding again, wondering how much maxed out card must have scared the dog. He coaxes the dog out and removes the mask, saying it must be uncomfortable. Watching the dog drink water, he says he is glad Furball is healthy and remembers he has something else for him. He pours out dog food and tells Furball to enjoy it as the dog eats ravenously. Chansu then calls out to Hannah, saying he has a question. She peeks in and asks what he needs. Seeing her, he briefly flashes back to maxed out card. An image of maxed out card's intense face lingers in his mind. He sighs aloud, making Hannah panic and ask what she did wrong. He assures her it is not her fault, just his frustration with their situation, and immediately asks about procedures for a damaged lifeboat. Hannah explains they must rely on the distress signal device and emergency supplies since the lifeboat can broadcast their location for rescue. Chansu grimly realizes they must passively wait for a rare sea rescue while a Kraken lurks nearby and asks if there are any alternatives. She says the only other thing is firing a flare if another ship approaches, though there is no guarantee anyone will. Concluding they will be stuck for a while, Chansu suggests sitting down and conserving their strength. Hannah agrees but admits she remembers nothing from before blacking out, which he attributes to her losing consciousness early. Feeling guilty, she apologizes for collapsing when she was entrusted with everyone's safety, but Chansu tells her it was not her fault, and she does not need to apologize. Chansu, worried about survival, asks the dejected Hannah if she has any special skills. Hannah explains her best skill is balance from doing gymnastics when she was young. Chansu asks Hannah to demonstrate, and she nervously wonders if this is some kind of test. Chat comments joke that Chansu must be bored and should be using the time to craft tools instead. Chansu confirms it is a survival test, promising to help Hannah survive if she proves capable. He tells Hannah the decision is hers, leaving her gulping as she considers it. Hannah steps forward, taking off her shoes to get ready. She performs an impressive one-handed gymnastics move, fully showing her flexibility. Her motion continues fluidly as she flips through the air. Hannah lands gracefully and asks how her performance was. Viewers marvel at her extreme flexibility while Chansu privately doubts its usefulness. Out loud he praises her display as amazing. Smiling brightly, Hannah asks if she passed his test. Their dog suddenly reacts to a loud whirling sound outside. Hearing the same sound, Chansu realizes it might be what he thinks it is. He spots a helicopter approaching and urgently tells Hannah to grab the flare gun. Chansu readies the flare gun to signal the chopper. He discovers the gun is empty and shouts for Hannah to find a flare quickly. Hannah cannot find any flares and instead grabs a whistle, hoping it might help. Hannah blows the whistle with all her strength to attract the helicopter. Despite her efforts, the helicopter flies away and Chansu gently tells Hannah she can stop. Hannah keeps whistling in shock, while Chansu laments that the helicopter probably did not see them. He warns that loud noise could attract nearby monsters, so they should stay quiet unless sure of rescue. Hannah protests that they had no flares, trying to justify her whistling. Chansu wonders why there were no spare flares, and Hannah recalls signs someone used one as a weapon on the cruise ship. He reasons an extra flare gun should exist and guesses a crew member might have taken it, thinking their lifeboat is especially unlucky. Chansu is distracted by the sound of chewing. He notices Furball is still busily eating canned food. After finishing, Furball barks as a notification announces he has reached level 2 and become a proper pet. Chat comments react to Furball leveling from food while Chansu stares, shocked he is already level 2. Furball stands proudly, glowing as if boasting about his newfound greatness. Chansu, intrigued, calls up the mysterious pet window. The pet window reveals Furball at level 2 with a skill called Bright Dog that can expand to a 5 km radius for limited use. Chansu is puzzled by the vague skill description, while Furball starts barking insistently. Hana spots more helicopters outside and urgently calls Chansu over. Chansu looks from Furball to the sound of rotors, realizing something. He focuses on Furball, calling out to the level 2 dog. Desperate, he loudly commands Furball's new skill Bright Dog to activate. Furball only thinks in confusion, unsure how to use the skill. Suddenly Furball erupts into an intense golden glow, startling everyone. The blinding light flashes like an overpowered flashbang, hurting Chansu's eyes. Chansu likens the effect to a flash grenade, begging for the light to be dimmer as he and Hana are knocked back. While Furball continues to glow like a warm lamp, Chat mocks the ridiculous skill and jokes about dog abilities. Chansu realizes the helicopter is gone but reassures the whining Furball he is not blaming him. Hana, pinned under Chansu, complains about his weight then is stunned by Furball's luminous state, while Chansu wonders how to explain this. Trying to play it off, Chansu claims he has never seen anything like it either, though Hana insists she heard him shout Bright Dog earlier. Chansu ignores the suspicion and notes that Furball's timing is perfect for their situation. Smiling, he lifts the glowing dog and remarks that they no longer need a flare. Hana stares up in awe and confusion at the living flashlight. Chansu decides not to question Furball's nature as long as the light helps them survive, and Chat notes he has given up on explaining it. Later, Chansu tells Furball their survival now depends on him and asks if he knows Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Furball responds with a curious bark, indicating he understands. Chansu calls him Twinkle Twinkle and says he knows Furball can understand human speech, amusing the viewers. He instructs Furball to blink his light when he spots a helicopter, at flare level brightness, and Furball nods in agreement. Chansu leaves Furball on the lifeboat roof as a lookout, while Chat teases him for making the dog stay outside. Inside, Hana worries about Furball, but Chansu insists Furball can handle it, and that keeping the bright light outside is safer for them. Chansu reasons that the frequent helicopter traffic suggests this stretch of sea is relatively safe and that more should pass by if they wait. Some viewers question trusting the helicopters, but Chansu says risking rescue is better than dying adrift and recalls that Maxed Out Card led him here. He reflects that although the path she suggested was dangerous, he believes Maxed Out Card would not send him to his death. Still suspicious about the engine failure and missing flares, Chansu eyes Hana, making her nervously ask what is wrong. He abruptly asks Hana's age, surprising her. Chansu claims they should get to know each other since they are stuck together and seem to be about the same age. Hana freezes in comedic shock at his casual comment. She indignantly declares she is 26 years old. Chansu calmly replies that he is also 26 and suggests they get along, leaving Hana flustered. He then asks if she thinks they can trust people they meet later, making her anxious. Chansu clarifies he is talking about how she should protect herself since loners like them are easy targets. He points out that others might exploit them if they know their partnership is temporary, so pretending to be comrades could deter that. Chansu says the decision to go along with his idea is entirely up to her. He adds that she must accept responsibility for whatever happens because of her choice. Hana hesitates, struggling to answer. When Chansu bluntly asks if her silence means no, she quickly insists that is not what she meant. She instead asks if all she has to do is make people believe they are friends, which Chat finds amusing. Chansu agrees and tells her to say they survived life or death situations together if anyone asks. Just then, Furball spots another helicopter and barks, blinking his light to signal it. Chansu yells for Hana to get ready because a helicopter is approaching again. The lifeboat rocks as the aircraft closes in above them. Chansu calls up to Furball, announcing he is coming onto the roof and that Furball can turn off the light. Furball happily licks Chansu's face in gratitude, and Chansu promises praise later. The helicopter hovers overhead and the crew calls down to ask if everyone is alright, prompting Chansu's relieved thought that they hit the jackpot. A rescuer shouts that they will save them and begins the operation. The helicopter circles above as its rotors continue to whirl. Chansu and Furball watch as multiple helicopters rush past in the same direction. Hana asks what is happening, and Chansu answers that many helicopters are just flying by overhead. Chansu worries the noise will stir up nearby monsters and urges that they hurry. The rescue crew lowers a stretcher and asks if they can climb on by themselves, and Chansu wonders why they seem short-staffed. While getting onto the stretcher, viewers remark that Chansu probably saw a lot of horrors on the way and sounds nervous. The trio latches onto the stretcher as it begins rising toward the helicopter. The winch pulls them up steadily as the cable hums. Suddenly a massive tentacle splashes out of the ocean and slams against the lifeboat. Chansu identifies it as the Kraken while Hana panics and Furball barks. Chansu frantically asks his unseen bros if Krakens can attack helicopters, and Chat confirms the monster will attack anything that threatens it. Realizing the danger, Chansu clicks his tongue and hurriedly invokes an offer. He offers to throw away his bag in exchange for everyone on the stretcher weighing half as much for 3 minutes, despite the highs and cost. Up in the cockpit, the rescuers see the Kraken's tentacles and panic that it will soon grab them. As the stretcher swings violently, Hana screams while Chansu yells again for someone to accept his offer. The helicopter's winch groans ominously under the strain. The paramedic warns the pilot that the cable will snap if they keep pulling with all that weight. The Kraken thrashes and churns the sea around the lifeboat as Chansu curses their predicament. A notification informs Chansu that new master accepted his offer and orders him to complete the mission, surprising him. Chansu hurls his bag away as part of the bargain. Watching it fall, he thinks it is a waste but necessary. As the stretcher continues to rise, Chat reminds Chansu to hold on before he gets flung off. The system announces that the reward from his offer is now being applied. The sudden change in weight yanks them upward, and Hana cries out in confusion, while Furball growls. Chansu realizes that if they had reduced their weight any further they might have been pulled apart. The Kraken's tentacles shoot even higher after them, and Chansu shouts that it is coming. He yells to the crew to fly higher as fast as possible. The rescuer echoes the urgency, shouting for the pilot to hurry. He then orders everyone to grab onto something tightly as the stretcher swings. Another tentacle whips through the air toward them. It slams into the stretcher, knocking Furball loose and sending him flying with a whine. Hannah snatches Furball's leg in midair before he falls. Her grip leaves her dangling upside down beneath the stretcher with Furball as Chansa calls her name in alarm. The helicopter lifts them higher while Kraken tentacles lash just below, and Chansa urges Hannah to hang on. The winch keeps hauling them up toward the helicopter. Chansa shouts to the crew to secure another rope and lower it to help. When another rope appears, he throws it toward Furball, yelling for him to grab it. Furball bites down on the rope, clinging to it with his teeth. Chansa tells everyone to hold on tight as he and Hannah brace themselves. Viewers nearly have a heart attack seeing Furball dangle, then donate to affirm that dogs count as comrades too. The rescuer finally pulls Hannah, Furball, and Chansa into the helicopter, all of them panting with exhaustion. He then signals that Chansa should come in next. As Chansa steps forward, the stretcher lurches from restored weight, confusing him. He realizes the 3-minute effect has already ended and his weight is back to normal. Just as he risks falling, Hannah reaches out and grabs his hand. She yells for Chansa to hold on as she pulls him towards safety. Chansa stares in shock at her determined grip while hanging on. The helicopter flies away from the danger, rotors whirling over the ocean. Inside, Hannah slumps down, saying she thought they were done for, while Chansu and Furball rest on the cabin floor. Chansu, still defensive, claims he would have been fine without her help, drawing mocking comments from viewers. Hannah brushes off his attitude with a laugh, agreeing half-heartedly and letting it slide. Chat praises Hannah for handling him well, and Chansu turns away awkwardly in silence. Hannah thanks the paramedic for saving them, and he says he is just relieved to finally rescue someone after losing so many. Chansu notes, there are only a pilot and one paramedic aboard. He tells the paramedic they actually saved someone very important, piquing the man's curiosity. Chansu then casually asks if they have any water and gulps it down gratefully when given a bottle. After drinking, he offers the bottle to Hannah, who accepts. Before she can drink, he warns that if she accepts it she is admitting he would have been fine without her help, needling her again. Hannah glares silently until Chansu backs down, thanks her sincerely for saving him, and drops the joke. Chansu internally scolds himself for being petty about accepting help. He reflects that he underestimated Hannah, assuming she was helpless without maxed out card but being proven wrong when she saved him. Admitting she outdid him this time, he turns to ask the paramedic a question. Chansu asks where the helicopter is headed. The paramedic answers that they are flying to Jeju Island, which shocks Chansu. Chansu asks if all the other helicopters are also headed for Jeju. The paramedic confirms this, saying other routes are blocked and this corridor is considered safe. When Chansu asks who decided that, the paramedic explains someone on Jeju reported that the airport defenses are holding. He says everyone believes they will be safe if they reach the airport, so they are all trying to get there. Chansu, suddenly wary, presses further and asks if the people who provided this reassuring information were actually soldiers. The first responder admits he only heard Jeju Island was safe and is unsure about anything else. Chansu learns that vague rumors of safety sent everyone to Jeju because there are so few safe places left. Chansu asks if Jeju is the only refuge remaining. The first responder, surprised, hears Chansu wonder if there are any other options besides Jeju. Chansu recalls earlier wondering if Jeju was a final destination or waypoint and suspects he missed important information en route. The first responder says he does not know other options but mentions hearing something odd. He explains to Chansu that some people are actually heading north toward Seoul. Chansu, shocked that Seoul is the opposite direction, asks if there are special rumors about Seoul. The man repeats he knows little but confirms many people are moving toward Seoul. Chansu thinks he lacks enough information and broods while the dog watches him. A system message announces that new information has become available. Chansu excitedly reacts to receiving new info. The system reminds him that staying in one location too long is dangerous. Info 1 warns him to be cautious of the people at Jeju Airport. Info 2 tells him Jeju Airport has supplies he will need. Info 3 reveals that Mincheo Yang, Seo Yun Jang, and Harayang Kim are traveling to Yangdempo Station. Chansu is stunned by this revelation. He realizes his acquaintances are alive and heading to Seoul and questions why they would go there. He rereads the warning about people at Jeju Airport and falls silent. Chansu asks the pilot exactly where at Jeju Airport they will land. The pilot replies that their landing spot will depend on circumstances and expects guidance from the control tower. Chansu asks if they can land somewhere with fewer people instead of directly at the airport, and the pilot answers noncommittally. Chansu silently wonders why the pilot is so dismissive of his concern. The pilot says nothing, prompting onlookers to realize he is not actually part of a rescue crew. Chansu remarks that the pilot feels different from a real first responder, and the firefighter explains he just recruited a stranger who could fly a helicopter. Chansu formally requests the pilot to consider landing somewhere quiet since they do not know who is waiting at the airport. The pilot again responds that they will see, unwilling to change plans. Chansu justifies his caution by recalling how badly things usually go whenever they approach an airport. The dog suddenly barks at something outside, drawing Chansu's attention. Chansu is startled to see an enormous number of aircraft around them. He realizes that all the surrounding planes and helicopters are converging on Jeju Airport. Chansu notes that the helicopters are all accelerating and urges the pilot to divert before they cause a midair accident. The pilot insists landing elsewhere is more dangerous, while Chansu argues that without coordination they will crash into each other. Chansu grudgingly says he understands the pilot while clearly seething with anger. He forces himself to calm down, patting the seat or dog. Hannah watches him anxiously as he quiets. Someone points out that insect-like mayflies are swarming behind the aircraft, explaining the chaos. The mayflies trigger explosions among nearby helicopters, igniting a deadly aerial battle. Chansu yells that they must escape as the pilot grips the controls tensely. Realizing the situation is spiraling, Chansu shouts for everyone to brace themselves. Their helicopter weaves violently through explosions and falling aircraft. Inside, the passengers slam around the cabin as the chopper bucks. The pilot pushes the machine hard to dodge incoming threats. Around them, other rescue helicopters are hit and begin crashing or exploding. Chansu struggles to stay upright, while his companions tumble from the wild maneuvers. Many aircraft plunge into the sea amid fiery blasts. Their rescue helicopter manages to keep flying while others fall away. Once the worst passes, the firefighter nervously asks if the danger is over. Chansu, still intense, checks on Chansu the firefighter's condition. Hana comments on the unsettling look on his face. Chansu praises her perception and tells her to look outside where the mayflies are causing aircraft to interfere with one another. She sees the swarm and predicts that, at this rate, the air traffic will certainly crash. Hana observes that all the other pilots are panicking, unable to safely bail out as they near the airport. Chansu confirms everyone is using a public radio channel and asks the pilot about it. He then asks to be patched into that channel so he can listen and speak. Over the shared frequency, he hears angry, panicked pilots cursing and arguing as they fight for survival. The pilot calmly remarks that cooperating with such people will be impossible. Chansu internally judges the situation as a complete mess. The pilot still refuses to agree to landing away from the airport. Chansu asks if the pilot fears they will not be protected if they avoid the airport. The pilot admits that is exactly his concern, while Chansu notes how stubborn he remains. Chansu pointedly asks the pilot to assess his own flying skill level. The pilot answers that he is fairly skilled. Chansu begins to propose an idea based on that confidence. He bluntly asks whether the pilot could fly even with his eyes closed, startling him. Clarifying, Chansu asks if he can handle flying with limited visibility instead. The pilot says that if he has the flight path in mind he can manage that for a short time. He then asks Chansu if he has a specific plan in mind. Chansu grins and says he intends to use a powerful flare. The dog looks up in confusion at this announcement. The dog suddenly erupts in blinding golden light while barking. Hanging beneath the helicopter, the glowing dog blinds surrounding pilots, who cry out about the intense light. The blinding flare leads to more explosions as pilots scream that they cannot see. Other helicopters crash or panic from the sudden flash while Chansu's crew shields their eyes. Chansu, eyes burning, endures the brightness at the open door as the dog continues to shine. The firefighter struggles against the overwhelming light, wondering what it is. Chansu cackles ominously, clearly enjoying unleashing the flare. The pilot protests that a few regular flares would not be enough, and that they have none left anyway. Chansu says ordinary flares are nothing compared to his dog's light, and presses the pilot again about flying while effectively blind. The pilot agrees he can manage as long as Chansu does not blind him directly, and Chansu instructs him to keep his sunglasses on and connect him to public comms. Over the now chaotic channel, other pilots angrily yell at him to move out of their way. Chansu calmly addresses the channel, telling everyone to settle down because clustering together will kill them, but is shouted down by desperate pilots. He argues that planes require the runway while helicopters do not, and warns that unless they compromise on who lands where, Jeju Airport will become a bloodbath. When he tries to push for cooperation, someone rudely tells him to shut up. Another arrogant voice demands priority because of the important passengers on board, claiming their lives are more valuable than everyone else's. Hearing this, Chansu's demeanor darkens as he asks the speaker to repeat that assertion, confirming they see others' lives as expendable. Chansu tells his own group to put on sunglasses if they want to survive. Over comms, pilots curse at him while he orders them to stop being selfish, wear sunglasses against the light, and organize a landing order while he handles the monsters. The others refuse to trust him and insist on landing first as Chansu sighs and notes again that the monsters are weak to light, and he will take care of them. One furious pilot declares he will ram Chansu's helicopter out of the sky. Hana gasps at Chansu's now menacing expression and asks why he looks that way. Power crackling around him, Chansu snarls that he already warned them and implies he will now act without restraint. He opens the helicopter door decisively, ready to proceed. Hana screams after him as he moves with the glowing dog, demanding to know what he is doing. Chansu drops the dog toward the mayfly-infested sky, commanding it to unleash maximum light. The radiant dog detonates another blinding wave, causing more helicopters and monsters to crash and explode. Back inside, Chansu relaxes, satisfied that the chaos around them has quieted. The firefighter slowly opens his eyes, recovering from the brightness. Still stunned, he begins to ask what just occurred. Looking outside at the now quiet sky littered with wrecks, he wonders aloud what happened. Chansu closes the door and orders the dog to stop emitting light. The firefighter demands an explanation, while Chansu responds evasively. Chansu, holding the nervous dog, casually says that all the other aircraft simply had accidents and crashed. He then suggests they take advantage of the opportunity to land safely at the now clear airport. As they approach Jeju Island, Chansu thinks about only having visited here on a school trip before. Their helicopter lands on the runway, and someone exclaims that they arrived safely. The firefighter notes uneasily that their group appears to be the only one that managed to land. Chansu tells him to go ahead without them, saying he and Hana will catch up later. The firefighter agrees and walks off, clearly unsettled by Chansu. Chansu tells his unseen viewers that the man is not scared, just uncomfortable. He internally acknowledges that he deliberately caused all those crashes and assumes the first responder wants no association with someone who violates his ideals. Hana starts to say something to Chansu while they notice the pilot silently staring at them from near the helicopter. Chansu and Hana simply bow slightly and leave together with the dog as the pilot watches in confusion. Chansu tells Hana not to worry about the pilot, and that his own thanks should have been enough repayment. As they walk away, he notices the pilot still staring, jokes to his viewers that the man is not his type, and dismisses the attention. Chansu privately admits the pilot was skilled but criticizes him for insisting on landing in the open, calling him stubborn. He recalls Info 1's warning about the people at Jeju Airport, and wonders if it means some of them, including their recent companions, might be dangerous. He concludes that even the firefighter and pilot could be threats, possibly including himself, and that this is why he separated from them. Peeking around a corner with Hana and the dog, Chansu asks his audience if they can see anything suspicious inside the terminal. Hearing there is nothing obvious, he cautiously opens the door. He glances around warily as he steps through the entrance. Outside the glass, he notices strange patches of brightly colored moss on the walls and ground. When Hana asks what is wrong, Chansu downplays it and suggests they keep moving inside. As they ride an escalator up, the dog senses that something feels off about the place. At the top, Hana remarks that the terminal is completely empty, and Chansu agrees. Chansu notes that the interior is unnervingly clean, with no monsters or zombies in sight. The only oddity he spots is moss growing on the windows. His commentators identify it as hell moss, prompting him to ask what that is. They explain that hell moss is lethal to touch or breathe, so Chansa resolves to avoid the windows entirely. The dog suddenly barks after spotting a human figure lying far across the hall. Hannah asks if that distant shape is a person, and Chansa orders the dog Furball to investigate. Furball sniffs the unconscious man closely. After checking his scent, the dog barks happily, indicating the man is not a zombie. The man stirs and begins to regain consciousness. Chansa watches as the stranger starts to sit up. The startled stranger jerks awake with a loud shout. Chansa stares back, confused by the outburst. The man abruptly drops into a fighting stance, as if preparing to attack. He takes a decisive step toward them. Chansa reacts to the sudden charge. He swiftly kicks the attacker away, sending him crashing over the benches. The man rolls on the floor screaming that his back hurts, while Chansa wordlessly watches. Chansa plants his foot on the man's head, pinning him down as he groans. Chansa demands to know who he is. Keeping his boot pressed on the stranger's neck, Chansa coldly asks what he thought he was doing. Hannah runs up, calling for Chansa to wait. Instead of stopping him, she quietly asks if he wants her to search the man for weapons. Chansa says there is no need, directing Furball to search the man while asking Hannah to stay alert for other threats. As the dog sniffs and rummages around the pinned man, Chansa reasons that if the stranger had a weapon he would have drawn it before attacking. Chansa leans in and tells the captive that he is quite strong, implying the man must have hoped to surprise him with that reckless attack. The gray-haired man lies on the floor in pain, weakly protesting. The blue-haired man notes the other has no weapons while his dog shakes its head. The gray-haired man, still on the ground, demands to know the blue-haired man's intentions since this is no simple spar. Coughing, the gray-haired man nervously claims he is just a homeless person and not worth attention. The blue-haired man doubts a homeless person would be in Jeju Airport right now, while the other insists he only panicked at seeing the axe and truly is homeless. Threatening to beat the truth out of him, the blue-haired man advances, and the gray-haired man hurriedly changes his story to being a free traveler. Hearing the term free traveler, the blue-haired man pauses in confusion. The gray-haired man hurriedly explains he is Korean-British, his trip started in the UK, and he was supposed to transfer at Jeju to a flight for China. The blue-haired man pieces together that the man was flying from the UK to China, got stranded when his connecting flight was cancelled, and has been living in the airport because it was the cheaper route. The gray-haired man enthusiastically confirms this explanation and praises the blue-haired man's deduction, while the latter remains wary. The blue-haired man asks if the gray-haired man even knows what is happening outside, and the latter, confused, asks what he means. Doubting his sincerity, the blue-haired man asks if he really has not seen the monsters or zombies. When the gray-haired man says no, the blue-haired man angrily steps on his face, unable to believe such ignorance. Pinned underfoot, the gray-haired man insists he is telling the truth and begs to know what is outside that has everyone so terrified. The blue-haired man questions his talk of freaking out, while the gray-haired man pleads for him to move his foot. Lifting his foot, the blue-haired man asks if there is some threat outside the airport. The gray-haired man, still coughing, says he never checked outside himself, only that everyone else here did, prompting the blue-haired man to ask about these people. The gray-haired man explains the airport's first floor is packed with evacuees from nearby regions using the domestic flight area, though he is not sure why they came. The blue-haired man points out that people are panicking over monsters, yet the gray-haired man speaks as if he has never seen one. The gray-haired man swears he has not left the airport, and only heard chaotic talk about monsters from others, including the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man silently observes him, scrutinizing his story. Looking outside, he notes that while many people seem to have left the airport, the runways remain empty of planes. He reasons that something significant must have happened at the airport, and debates whether to trust the odd gray-haired man or simply discard him. Deciding on a new plan, the blue-haired man announces he will go downstairs to question the people there and learn what is going on. The gray-haired man, uneasy, suggests they keep questioning him instead so they will not need to go downstairs. The blue-haired man wonders if the man enjoys being beaten, but the latter frantically says he is just scared because something is off about the people downstairs. He emphasizes that the people downstairs are frightening and begs the blue-haired man not to go there, even admitting the blue-haired man himself is scary. Clarifying his motives, the gray-haired man says he only wants to avoid trouble for his own safety and does not want the blue-haired man provoking the dangerous group below. The blue-haired man asks if the downstairs people will target the gray-haired man if he goes down, then questions why, if flights were cancelled, the man left the international floor at all. The gray-haired man explains he got restless, found the planes and passengers gone when he woke up, and with no one stopping him, he wandered to the other floors. He repeats his warning not to go downstairs, calling the vigilantes they're horrible and blaming everything on a group referred to as the 7.5th Division. Hearing the name 7.5th Division shocks the blue-haired man. Seizing him by the collar, the blue-haired man demands to know what he just said, while the gray-haired man panics, saying he is as clueless as anyone. The gray-haired man explains that members of the 7.5th Division promised to escort everyone to a safe zone if the airport was kept secure, which led the evacuees to form a vigilante group, but that division never returned. The blue-haired man thinks that such entrusted power could easily corrupt people and thoughtfully releases his grip on the gray-haired man. He asks Hannah's opinion, and she suggests verifying the traveler's story with simple checks, adding that she has enough travel experience to do so. Hannah begins by confirming his transfer was on the same airline, which the gray-haired man says it was. She then asks to see both his passport and boarding passes, noting he should already have them if the flights are on one airline. The gray-haired man hesitates, asking if only his passport will suffice, but Hannah insists they need both to verify the story. The blue-haired man inwardly approves Hannah's thoroughness. The gray-haired man pretends to rummage through his clothes, claiming he must have left the documents in his bag. He explains he kept them in his bag so they would not get lost, while the dog growls suspiciously at him. The blue-haired man tells his dog, Furball, to accompany the gray-haired man as he goes to retrieve the bag, and the man nervously says he will be right back. Left waiting, the blue-haired man says they will give him some time, while his unseen viewers question his fixation and suggest abandoning the stranger. He responds that he is not doing this for help from others but because any possible gain is worth pursuing, noting this floor is for international flights and relatively safe. He thinks that danger is more likely once they reach the domestic terminal area. The gray-haired man sprints back with Furball, shouting that he has returned and holding something aloft. Hannah examines his documents and tells the blue-haired man that, as far as she can tell, everything matches his account, so he appears to be telling the truth. The blue-haired man says he still does not fully trust him but will listen, while the gray-haired man is surprised that even proof has not fully convinced him. Addressing him by the name on the passport, the blue-haired man invites Hugh Howard Holmes to accompany them. He explains they need a guide familiar with the airport, but Hugh protests that he does not know the place that well and, more importantly, still does not want to go downstairs. The blue-haired man accepts Hugh's refusal, tells Hannah and Furball they will go on without him, and prepares to leave. Hannah worries their plan might be dangerous, but he insists they cannot waste time staying put. As they depart, he thanks Hugh for the warning and promises they will be careful, while Hannah bids him goodbye. Hugh silently watches them go, clearly unsettled and thoughtful. The blue-haired man and Hannah walk through a quiet shopping corridor, noting that despite Hugh's claim of many people, they see no one around. Suddenly the blue-haired man notices something off ahead and reacts in alarm. He dashes forward with Hannah chasing after him, while she anxiously asks what is happening. Coming to a stop, he realizes whatever he saw has vanished and wonders where it went. He then spots a small teddy bear peeking out from behind a counter. Delighted, he puts on an exaggeratedly sweet smile and mentally commands the bear to lead him to its destination, amusing his unseen viewers. Chasing after the wobbling teddy bear, he declares this little guy the only one he can truly trust right now, though he quietly worries about his limited funds. He walks forward, and sparkling particles gather around his feet, signaling a system event. Looking ahead in shock, he realizes something unexpected has appeared. 2 glowing treasure chests materialize, and he marvels that such a thing is possible. Discovering that both chests contain defense items, he is stunned, while his viewers comment on his reaction and current Zen balance. Weighing his options, he worries that spending too much Zen on these chests could hurt him later, debating whether to open just the costlier one. Deciding to be conservative, he chooses to open the cheaper 6 Zen chest first. He swallows nervously as he commits to this choice. The chest opens to reveal only a flashlight, prompting his disappointed outburst and his viewers teasing. Remembering the same flashlight he previously used against the terrifying creature, he realizes this is that identical item again. He laments his bad luck at pulling the same tool twice, even if it did help him escape earlier, while Chat mocks his failed gotcha. He reflects on how narrowly he survived his last encounter with that monster and thinks he never wants to see it again. Resolving to compensate for the disappointment, he decides he might as well open the second, more expensive chest. Determined, he vows to make up for the first dud by opening the remaining 23 Zen chest. The second chest creaks open with a flash of light. Inside is a simple key, leaving him momentarily speechless as spectators joke that his mind has shut down. Suddenly elated, he excitedly shows off the key to his viewers, insisting it is valuable despite their confusion. He explains that in games, keys usually open treasure rooms or exits, so this one is likely extremely important. Proclaiming that you should always grab a key when you find one, he pockets it as a donation in the chat dings. He thanks the donor and notes that chat reactions have already confirmed his hunch that the key is useful. Examining the key more critically, he muses that such an item would not appear in a low difficulty zone, so it might signal serious danger ahead, when Hannah's scream suddenly echoes. Hearing Hannah, he whirls around and yells, questioning why Furball is not guarding her. He and Furball sprint toward the sound, racing down the corridor. Peeking around a corner with Furball, he sees Hannah being grabbed and hears her begging to be released. From their vantage point, he sees 2 uniformed men restraining Hannah and initially assumes they might be actual police. He theorizes that they are part of the airport security staff as they continue to hold Hannah. Whispering to Furball, he begins to outline a plan. Furball appears dejected from being scolded earlier, while viewers comment he is sulking. The blue-haired man apologizes to Furball for yelling and promises him a future treat, which immediately perks the dog up. Grinning, he instructs Furball to attack the guard on the left while he handles the one on the right, noting how easy the dog is to motivate. He starts a countdown for Furball, beginning with 1. He finishes the count with 2, preparing to move. On 3, he lunges forward into action. He brutally strikes one guard in the head with his axe, dropping the man. The remaining guard, still holding Hannah, recoils in fear and demands to know who the attacker is. The blue-haired man coolly replies that he does not owe any explanation. Surveying the scene, he realizes Furball has vanished and wonders where the dog went. Chat teases him for losing Furball's affection, while he inwardly complains about the idea of an affection meter. The remaining guard, enraged, shouts at the blue-haired man, calls Hannah his accomplice, and labels them both outsiders for intruding. The blue-haired man casually admits they are outsiders, prompting the guard to curse them for disrupting the airport. Ignoring the insults, the blue-haired man sarcastically comments on how unfriendly Jeju Island has become compared to his last visit. The guard rants that he hoped monsters would wipe out people like them and declares he will personally handle them now, while the blue-haired man thinks this is even worse than Hugh's warning. Hannah, still in his hold, defiantly asks who is really going to deal with whom. The blue-haired man tells the guard to release her because she is having trouble breathing, brandishing his axe menacingly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hannah stomps hard on the guard's foot. She follows up by landing a powerful blow to the guard's torso. The guard staggers back in pain, stunned by her counterattack. Hannah finishes with a devastating kick to his groin as viewers react to the clean hit. Furball then slams the guard to the ground, clamping his jaws over the man's face. As the guard screams, the blue-haired man chides Furball for swooping in to steal the finishing blow. He calls Furball off, reminding him they need at least one enemy alive for interrogation. Looking at the brutal injuries, he remarks on how violent Furball is, while Chat notes the irony given the blue-haired man killed the other guard with an axe. The blue-haired man explains that the uniform clearly belongs to a high-ranking inspector, which seems suspicious for someone so young, implying it is stolen. He concludes that the guard must have taken the inspector's uniform, reinforcing that they are not legitimate police. Later, still wearing the stolen uniform himself, the blue-haired man demands to know who this captured guard really is. Observers joke that the man can no longer talk properly because of the damage to his mouth. Looming over him, the blue-haired man insists he answer, forcing the man to stammer out the beginning of a word. The prisoner weakly utters vigil, hinting at a vigilante group. The blue-haired man confirms he means a vigilante group, but before he can elaborate, the guard mutters a threat and loses consciousness. Annoyed that the man passed out so easily, the blue-haired man complains about his lack of toughness while Chat points out he was seriously injured. Hannah, rubbing her neck, thanks the blue-haired man for saving her, and he casually asks how badly her neck hurts. When the guard coughs awake again, the blue-haired man notes that he still has enough energy to interrupt them. Smiling darkly, he decides the prisoner can still be useful and moves toward him. He points out the guard is awake and asks Hannah if she has seen house tour videos, hinting at what is to come. Hannah is confused by the sudden topic. He theatrically shows off the bathroom's windows, praising its excellent ventilation as part of his improvised setup. He highlights the sinks, calling them perfect for washing and refilling water. Finally, he reveals the guard bound to a toilet, describing the bathroom as an ideal custom interrogation room. He splashes water over the guard's head to rouse him fully. Commenting on the convenience of the still running water at the airport, he stands over the drenched, bewildered guard. He yanks the man's eyelids open and asks if he is awake, drawing screams as the man's eyes burn. Satisfied he is conscious, the blue-haired man coolly informs him they are in a bathroom. When the guard demands to know who he is, the blue-haired man reminds him he is the outsider the guards previously threatened. The prisoner lunges and curses at him, but his restraints limit him. The blue-haired man points out that while he struggled, he was stripped of his gear and effectively robbed. Now wearing the stolen police uniform himself, the blue-haired man asks if it suits him, while the guard reacts in horror. Chat comments that the uniform looks surprisingly good on him as he brushes off the praise. Returning to business, he says he only wants information and begins questioning why the vigilantes are staying in the airport. The guard initially refuses, shouting that he does not have to answer anything. The blue-haired man agrees he could stay silent but ominously hints that it might not be wise, asking if he has even realized his friend is missing. Panicking, the guard demands to know where his partner is. The blue-haired man casually says the partner misbehaved and was sent far away, implying he killed him. He tells the prisoner he hates wasting time and delays, gripping his axe as an unmistakable threat. Announcing that he has no choice if the man stays silent, he turns to leave, prompting desperate protests. He swings his axe toward a shower fixture, ready to escalate the torture. Terrified, the guard screams for him to wait. The blue-haired man pauses mid-swing and coldly asks why he should stop. Broken by fear, the guard offers to tell him everything he wants to know. The blue-haired man smiles in satisfaction, saying the guard will now avoid his friend's fate and inviting him to start talking. Chansu interrogates the tied-up man in the bathroom, demanding an estimate of how many people are present. The beaten man guesses there are roughly 100 people here. Chansu is shocked to hear there might be 100 of them. He asks why, if there are that many, he has not seen anyone else around. The captive explains that everyone is waiting for a bus on the first floor. He adds that the bus is supposed to be sent by the 7.5th division. Chansu realizes the man is linked to that dangerous division and mentally notes how troublesome this will be. He tells his unseen viewers that the captive is arrogantly obsessed with being one of the elite. Chansu interprets the man's attitude as thinking he has something special and that only selected people from the 7.5th division will be allowed onto the bus. Chansu concludes that the man assumes outsiders like them will never be permitted to board. Chansu then questions why, if outsiders cannot board anyway, they are attacking outsiders instead of just waiting for the bus. The captive replies that the division has stopped sending them buses altogether. He rants that outsiders ruin things and insists they must kill off all those who are not chosen. Chansu points out that if the unchosen are being culled, the captive himself appears to be among those abandoned. He suggests that the 7.5th division has essentially stranded the captive group at the airport, and questions whether a return bus was ever guaranteed. When the captive angrily accuses him of calling him a liar, Chansu shrugs and says he is only following logic. Chansu asks if everyone else shares the captive's mindset, and the man proudly confirms that they all plan to eliminate the unworthy to secure seats on the bus. The captive warns that sneaking aboard is impossible because the first floor has been fully locked down. Chansu interprets the setup as a prison-level scenario. He imagines the airport as a survival game map where he must escape while avoiding prison guards. Chansu mocks the man for obsessing over a bus that will never arrive, calling him a discarded loser. The captive, stung, demands to know what Chansu just said. Chansu lays out his deduction that they blocked the first floor to control boarding and left the runway passage open as bait to ambush people. He thanks the man for the information, saying he can now move more carefully, and will repay him by letting his comrades know he spilled everything. The captive is thrown off as Chansu explains he will tell the others he only had to scare him a little before he betrayed them. Chansu notes how easily the captive abandoned his elitist act and ratted out his own group. The captive explodes in rage and moves to attack, but something slams into him. Chansu, hurt but unfazed, reminds him that they are enemies. While bludgeoning the man's head, Chansu mocks the idea of him being chosen, saying it clearly was not for his eyes. He adds that the man lacked even the sense to recognize that Chansu was not someone to mess with. Chansu leaves the now limp captive behind, amused at how opponents always end up like this. Outside, Hannah asks if he is done, and Chansu calmly replies that he has taken care of the captive. Hannah remarks that Chansu's uniform looks too big, and he explains he is only using the shirt over other clothes. She recalls finding properly fitting pants in a nearby clothing store, and Chansu comments that the outfit suits her. Hannah wonders where their dog Furball went, then spots him trotting back. Furball returns carrying something in his mouth, prompting Hannah to ask what it is. Chansu discovers the item is a pair of dog sunglasses and asks Furball if he wants them put on. The others tease that Furball is copying his owner's quirks as the dog strikes a pose. Chansu suspects Furball is getting back at him for a helicopter incident, but decides to indulge him since the dog seems pleased. Furball proudly shows off wearing the sunglasses. As they move again, Hannah asks Chansu what their next plan is, noting how dangerous the people here seem. Chansu thinks that although Hugh only mentioned a vigilante group, it is likely they are coercing others into helping them. He adds to himself that Hugh is not entirely trustworthy either, and that something about him feels off. Chansu proposes that each of them grab a bag for supplies. He eyes a handbag with a sturdy chain strap, hinting at another use for it. He unhooks the chain and asks Hannah to give him her hand for a moment. Chansu wraps the chain around her hand, saying it will work better than rings and can also be unraveled as a tool. Hannah exclaims that it is like wearing brass knuckles, while Chansu clarifies he does not intend for her to fight monsters with it. He explains that the chains are mainly for her self-defense. He instructs her to use them to beat back anyone who underestimates and rushes her. Then he cautions Hannah not to go overboard with their use. Fully geared up, Chansu, Hannah, and the sunglass-wearing Furball decide to head down to the first floor. Reaching the third floor exterior, Hannah reacts with shock to what she sees outside. Chansu realizes that the third floor connects to an overpass he never noticed before, something obscured because arrivals usually leave through the first floor. He wonders why Hugh never mentioned this route. They discover the overpass has collapsed and speculate that a monster may have destroyed it. Chansu inspects the rubble, concluding the break is too clean and probably man-made, suspecting the 7.5th Division sabotaged it. Hana reaches toward a strange red flower growing from the debris, curious about it. Chansu shouts to stop her. A vine lashes out from the plant, and Chansu yanks Hana away from the sudden attack. They see the flower's fang mouth and learn from the system that it is a red devil, smaller than the ones near the runway. Chansu confirms these deadly plants match the species he saw around the runway. He scolds Hana for recklessly touching unknown things, and she nervously agrees not to do it again. Chansu asks his unseen viewers how dangerous the red devils are, hearing that they are carnivorous, paralytic plants that eventually eat victims outright. He observes that the plants appear able to grow on any surface. Seeing that every escape route has been severed, Chansu decides they must head back inside and investigate the fourth floor. They find the upper lounge area empty and untouched. After looping through the fourth floor and returning to the third, Chansu grumbles that it was a dead end with no one around. He reflects that the fourth floor is like unused map space and that the division members never bothered sweeping the third or fourth floors. At least, he notes, the detour let him find some coffee. Relaxing briefly in the lounge, he muses what high-end airport lounges are like while chat messages tease him about being so calm. Hana tosses him a chocolate bar as he lounges with his drink. She points out he probably has not eaten, and he admits he has not and thanks her. As he bites the bar, Chansu thinks he should not sit idle for too long. Still snacking, he reminds himself that the shade monster they fought earlier survived and is likely to reappear. Chansu asks his viewers how long he stayed at Myeongaseo Elementary, linking the memory to the shade encounter there. They recall that episode together, mentioning the flashlight he received and that he still has time to restock here. A donor urges him to head downstairs instead of lingering, which amuses the chat. Chansu thanks the donor and says he was about to descend anyway. Determined again, he declares they will move down to the first floor. Hana worries whether wearing police uniforms will really protect them, but Chansu says even a brief confusion among enemies will be enough. As they step onto the empty second floor, Chansu notes it is completely deserted because the vigilantes have concentrated on the first floor. While they descend further, he tells Hana not to be so nervous despite nearing the dangerous level. Hana timidly asks why, and Chansu explains they are not here to fight but simply to find a way out, unconcerned with what happens on the first floor. He reflects that he originally thought survival was his only goal, yet the 7.5th Division has been behind every incident he has faced. Chansu realizes the 7.5th Division is central to the overarching story and not just a side objective. He decides he cannot waste effort on unrelated side stories. He resolves to quickly locate the 7.5th Division's base. Meanwhile, two uniformed vigilantes complain about still being on duty as they leave their post. They worry that their comrades might be looting upstairs and remark that their captain will be angry if so. The men mention an outsider they captured, apparently a firefighter, and the only one they found alive. Snickering, they speculate that the rest of the firefighters likely died in earlier explosions. Suddenly a door slams, startling them. They wonder if it closed on its own, one suggesting it might just be the wind. Heading toward the door, they question how there could be wind inside the airport, and assume someone else closed it poorly. Nervously, one man reaches for the handle. As he opens it, Chansu brutally slams the door into his face. Both guards stumble, one covering his face in pain. Chansu bursts out, shoving past them and yelling for them to move. In the chaos, one of the men trips on the threshold. The two tumble violently down the stairs, crashing and groaning. Safely behind the door again, Chansu admits the sudden encounter scared him, and his viewers praise his quick reaction. Hana notes that the guards are motionless, while chat points out that Chansu actually broke their necks. Chansu casually calls their deaths natural causes, joking that they would have survived if they were as flexible as Hana. Hana peeks in with furball and checks if Chansu is all right. He assures her he is fine and hands her one of the fallen guard's batons as an extra weapon. Hana hesitates for a second, fidgeting as she gathers herself. She wraps the designer chain around the baton, delighted at the idea of using the luxury strap at least once. Chansu calls Furball over and asks him to scout the area. Furball peeks into the open space while Chansu quietly asks if anyone is present. Furball signals the all clear, and chat jokes about dealing with enemies the same way or needing stairs. Chansu tells the group it is time to move out, nicknaming Hana's weapon the brand name baton, while she insists on being called by her name. As they walk the hallway, a distant shout claims someone has everything wrong. Chansu and Hana pause, confused by the shout. They see a firefighter being dragged onto a stage before a crowd, protesting that there has been a misunderstanding. Chansu, hidden, reacts in disbelief to what he is witnessing. The eye-patched leader calls the firefighter a rat who tried to infiltrate their waiting area. The leader accuses him of planning to sneak onto their bus. The terrified firefighter cries out in confusion, while the leader coldly declares that he must be punished. Facing the mob, the leader asks the assembled vigilantes what they think should be done with the prisoner. The crowd screams for his death, shocking Chansu, who internally questions their madness. The mob argues that outsiders like the firefighter are the reason the division stopped sending buses and demands his immediate execution. When the firefighter pleads that they are mistaken, a guard smashes him in the head with a baton. The crowd continues to chant for his death and execution as the guards hold his limp body. Chansu, watching from concealment, sees chat calling the vigilantes insane and notes that the open layout makes it difficult to hide. He observes that the exit is unusable because the arrivals' doors are barricaded and heavily guarded, leaving them trapped. Thinking hard, he admits he still does not know where his mysterious key fits but recalls the tour guide once mentioning a solar power plant nearby. He wishes it were dark, since that would favor him, when a familiar blue glow suddenly catches his eye. Spotting a blue lit panel below, he suspects it might be another system checkpoint and decides to slip away while everyone is distracted by the execution. Chansu stealthily sneaks out from the side door toward the source of the blue light. Reaching the lit doorway, he mutters about striking while the iron is hot and opens it. He steps onto the glowing strip on the floor. The system notifies him that he has reached a checkpoint. He closes the door behind him to avoid drawing attention. Annoyed that no skill window appears, he wonders where his reward information is. Instead, a system message pops up saying the shop has been updated, surprising him. The new shop display shows a uniform badge, that upgrades his outfit and lets him swap positions with others wearing similar uniforms within a set range, for a price in Zen. Chansu balks at the steep cost of 25 Zen, realizing it would leave him with only 6 left. After a moment of cursing, he decides to buy it anyway. The new badge materializes in his hand as someone suddenly knocks on the door outside. On the other side, a patrolling officer knocks at the same moment, mirroring Chansu's motion. They briefly face each other through the door, both pausing. The officer opens the door and steps through, unknowingly triggering Chansu's swapped position. Now alone in the room, the confused officer notices no one is there, and wonders what he thought he saw. Scratching his head, he mutters about stepping inside without realizing it while Chansu walks away unnoticed. Rejoining Hana, Chansu remarks that it was a close call, and she whispers that it looked like he and the officer suddenly swapped spots. Chansu simply smiles and jokingly calls it magic. He internally confirms that the badge let him switch places before the guard saw his face and decides the expensive item is worth it. With 9 uses left, he plans to memorize the faces of the vigilantes while the captain announces they have chosen a punishment method. The captain declares that the execution will be scheduled for dawn, which he claims is the best time to carry out such a killing. The firefighter is ordered to be imprisoned despite his protests, and is dragged away. As he is taken off, bystanders and unseen commentators doubt his chances of escape and ominously hint worse is coming. Chansu and Hana search the building, wondering where the helicopter pilot disappeared to. Chansu reassures Hana and fiddles with his badge, trying to calm her. He steels himself, and tells her they still have possible ways out. Chansu asks his live stream viewers how he should escape, but they refuse to give free help. He insists it is mutual help, admits he may be plotting, and jokes that manipulation is just their usual relationship. Viewers suggest escaping through a blocked door. Chansu agrees it is logical but also the hardest route. Assessing sleeping bags and camp setup, he concludes that many hostile people occupy the first floor, making open conflict dangerous. Chat proposes searching for more treasure chests, but Chansu grumbles that risking his life for a small reward is not worth it. When asked what other options he has, he muses that maybe this route is not actually meant to be his escape. He thinks some earlier clue or item might be the real hint, and pleads again with viewers to aid someone stuck like him. Realizing that a small hint would let him solve it, he coaxes them until a viewer named New Master donates currency, and offers to help. Chansu claims he has already guessed the answer and asks New Master where he can use a certain key, thinking his usual helper would have told him. Viewers tease him to call the donor Master, but Chansu decides to nickname the viewer New instead. He asks New directly to answer his question and plans to pressure him further if needed. Chansu pointedly laments that Maxed Out Card, another viewer who usually helps, is absent. New replies that he will help, saying there is a place for the key but Chansu should follow his current plan first, so Chansu moves to the next phase. Chansu instructs Hana to return to the helicopter, suspecting the missing pilot may have gone back there despite the craft's poor condition. He tells her to wait at the helicopter so they might repair it, even if nobody else is there. Hana anxiously asks if he plans to abandon her, and he insists she can re-enter the building if danger appears. When she asks what he will do, Chansu says he will search for the missing firefighter and suggests she take their dog Furball for comfort. Hana reluctantly agrees to go wait by the helicopter, and leaves with the dog, warning him to show up. After she departs, Chat notes he clearly sent her away intentionally to watch the pilot, and use Furball as a warning system. Viewers also realize Chansu is trying to save the firefighter for strategic reasons, possibly because the pilot is imprisoned with him, and worry about him acting alone. Chansu walks off, assuring them he already has a plan. The captured firefighter is marched down a dark corridor, frightened and asking where he is being taken. One guard silences him with a heavy blow as they continue dragging him. The vigilantes say outsiders like him must be punished but claim they are still following the law as they haul him toward a door. Bleeding and terrified, the firefighter thinks these people are insane and wonders what is happening in this place. The guards open a metal door and announce they have arrived. Inside, the firefighter sees cages and recoils in shock at the prison-like room. They lock him in a large cage as he begs to be released, mocking him that he should be grateful for the bigger cell. Looking across, he notices another prisoner slumped in a neighboring cage. The other captive is a badly beaten older man, barely able to groan. Horrified, the firefighter screams while the guards jeer that they hope the two prisoners get along. The captors leave for a smoke break, slamming the door and abandoning both men in the cages. Panicking, the firefighter rattles the bars and gasps for breath, desperate to escape. He throws himself against the cage with a loud crash, but only hurts himself. Realizing brute force will not work, he despairs over how a simple desire to leave the airport led to this. He regrets not leaving with the helicopter pilot earlier, recalling how the man reluctantly helped him rescue people at sea. Now he bitterly thinks he should have trusted the pilot. He calls out to the older prisoner, relieved when the man weakly responds. The firefighter urgently asks how long the man has been trapped and if there is any way out. He suggests they might cooperate, but the old man only chuckles ominously. The firefighter recoils as the old man laughs eerily, calling him another sacrificial victim. The old man declares that a new sacrificial lamb has arrived and pities him. The firefighter begs for information on escaping, and the old man snaps that if he knew, he would not still be here. The old man advises him to give up, saying it will be easier, shocking the firefighter. Ignoring that advice, the firefighter yells to be freed, while the old man warns him not to draw attention. The firefighter insists they will both die if they stay, but the old man claims he will not die the same way because he is not considered an outsider. He explains that as someone who has been here from the beginning, he will not be killed like new arrivals. When the firefighter struggles to understand, the old man clarifies he was imprisoned for opposing the others when they tried to kill outsiders. He adds that he did not act from pure kindness. He simply could not stand listening to the fanatics boast that they were chosen. Asked what chosen means, the old man says the 7.5th division abandoned everyone here, promising to move chosen survivors to a place called Newtown. He reveals Newtown is a new base where they plan to rebuild society with only people they deem useful. The old man confirms they are soldiers and exposes that the Jeju airport is safe. Broadcast was a leftover recording. All dead outsiders came here because of it. All survivors escaped by plane. He then asks if the firefighter's friends abandoned him, and the firefighter replies he did not come with real friends at all. The old man remarks that the firefighter seems like someone who devoted his life to saving others, yet now no one has come to save him. The The firefighter falls silent under this observation. The old man says that if karma exists, the firefighter might still get a chance to escape, so he will share one crucial tip with him. He tells the firefighter that if he does escape, he should head to the Yongmun Tourist Center, where the 7.5th Division is rumored to be going and where it might be safer than here. The firefighter thanks him but doubts he can ever leave this place. The old man repeats that karma might make him lucky. The old man describes how the remaining vigilantes are so fanatical they will likely stay here until supplies run out and then kill themselves. For that reason he urges the firefighter to escape before everything collapses. But then he starts mumbling and weakening, alarming the firefighter. At that moment the guards return from their break, casually discussing dinner as they enter the room. They see the firefighter's earlier panic and suspect he was planning an escape attempt. Grumbling that outsiders never stay obediently still, they approach the cages. Their eyes glowing with cruel intent, they decide to play with him since he is going to die anyway. One takes out a tool and threatens to break part of the firefighter's body, ignoring his terrified pleas. They mockingly offer to let him choose whether to lose an arm or a leg. The firefighter screams at them to stay away as they open his cage, while the old man mutters an insult at them. The old man tells them to stop tormenting the firefighter and questions what they gain from this cruelty, provoking their anger. He repeats that they should stop because the firefighter is a firefighter and deserves some respect. Outraged, the guards accuse the old man of repaying their supposed mercy with insolence and approach his cage. The old man retorts that everyone here is crazy and suddenly snatches at them through the bars. One guard says they have been too lenient with him, and the firefighter watches nervously. They give the old man one last chance to retract his words. The old man only smirks in defiance. The enraged guards brutally stomp him, calling him impure and unfit to be near them. Bleeding on the floor, the old man still sneers and calls them trash. The firefighter closes his eyes in pain shock as he hears the beating. The guards realize they may have fatally crushed the old man's skull and conclude he is dead. They dismiss his death as inevitable punishment for talking back, while the firefighter panics internally that he is doomed. The guards turn back to him with manic grins, saying they have not forgotten about him. One begins unlocking his cage as the firefighter cries out in fear. The firefighter raises his arms to shield himself as the door opens. Suddenly one guard is stabbed from behind, crying out in surprise. A white-haired stranger appears, having silently taken down one guard, and the other stares in shock. The newcomer knocks the second guard aside and says he is the reason their vigilante group exists, sarcastically noting how much fun they seem to be having. Holding a knife, he scolds them for forming the group to hunt him yet using it instead to torture others. Pinned guard recognizes him mid-sentence, horrified. The stranger confirms they know him and angrily calls them murderers, revealing his own notorious reputation. He argues that calling only him a murderer is hypocritical when they also kill anyone who enters the airport. As he prepares to stab the pinned guard, the man grabs his wrist and curses him. The stranger warns the guard not to let his guard down because a single lapse can be fatal, then forces the knife toward him. The guard musters strength to shove the stranger off, believing he has turned the tables. The knife is knocked away, clattering across the floor. The guard slams the stranger to the ground and vows to kill him. He pummels the stranger's face while shouting for him to die. Still enraged, he keeps beating him, calling him a murderous bastard. The stranger suddenly counters with a powerful strike that shocks the guard. Barely fazed, the stranger states the blows hardly hurt, and punches the guard in the body. He then chops the guard's neck, eliciting a pained gasp. With a kick, he throws the guard off of him and starts to get up. Standing, he casually wonders if his counterattack was too dirty. He decides it was a bit of a cheap shot after all. He then kicks the guard hard again as the man cries out. The wounded guard can only groan and sputter an unfinished threat. The stranger says he was not asking for a reply and repeatedly stomps on him. The firefighter watches from his cage, stunned as the stranger turns to leave. The stranger waves dismissively at him, saying he is not interested in him. He clarifies that he only hates people who insist on staying in this airport, not temporary guests. Continuing to stomp the guard, he explains he has decided to make the airport his own home because he is tired of being homeless. The firefighter silently concludes he has encountered yet another unstable person. Observing a rope hanging from a ceiling panel, he guesses that is how the stranger entered the room. The stranger repeats that the firefighter has nothing to fear from him since he treats passing guests kindly, and claims he previously warned others about these guards. Hearing him mention guests, the firefighter wonders if he is referring to the pilot, or possibly Chansu and Hannah. The stranger retrieves his knife and says it is time to move on. Brandishing the glowing blade, he bids farewell to the beaten guard. He raises the knife to deliver a finishing blow. Before it lands, Chansu intercepts it, blocking the strike with a clang. Chansu, now on top, demands to know what is happening as he holds the knife. The stranger, shocked and furious, struggles beneath him with the blade still in play. Chansu punches him away, saying he always suspected something was wrong about him. Standing, Chansu admits he did not expect to encounter the stranger here. The bewildered stranger asks how Chansu suddenly replaced the guard, while Chansu thinks about having swapped positions to arrive. Chansu internally wonders how to explain his teleporting ability, and decides to bluff instead. Out loud he claims he has been here all along, telling himself to just stick with the lie. The stranger is left speechless and confused by this answer. Chansu hastily adds that he was only pretending to be a vigilante, calling it acting, which even the chat finds ridiculous. The stranger repeats in disbelief that Chansu was acting, and Chansu challengingly asks what he will do about it. Still wary, the stranger questions whether Chansu intends to kill him too. The stranger reiterates that he does not hurt short-term guests, implying Chansu is safe if he leaves. Chansu, startled by the word guest, considers that the stranger was likely explaining this rule right before Chansu swapped in. Frustrated, Chansu demands his viewers give him a clear explanation of the stranger, and they reply that the man is basically a homeless person trying to claim Jeju Airport. Hearing he wasn't a danger, Chansu still distrusts him, and finds even his name suspicious. Chansu notes the stranger's name resembles that of the infamous American serial killer H. Holmes. He recalls that killer built a hotel to murder guests, and resolves that this similarity is a serious warning sign. Chansu concedes the first name is different so the man might not be exactly the same, but he still feels unsettled and wonders if he is losing his mind. Chansu bluntly tells the stranger that yes, he is crazy and obviously not in his right mind. The stranger reflects and admits that might actually be the most logical explanation. Chansu says he is glad they agree and tells the stranger to go back upstairs. He adds that the stranger should stop attacking people like this, and the man sheepishly agrees to leave, admitting fault. The stranger climbs back up through the ceiling as outside commentators joke Chansu chased him off like a stray. Chansu sighs in relief and turns his attention to the firefighter still locked in the cage. Realizing only the firefighter is here and not the pilot, Chansu is annoyed that rescuing him has not immediately advanced his main goal. Suddenly someone shouts elsewhere that an unconscious person has been found, and Chansu realizes the guards have discovered the man he previously swapped places with. Knowing his ruse will be exposed, Chansu panics and understands the authorities will soon suspect something. He curses that they found the decoy too quickly and urgently orders the firefighter to get out of the cage so they can escape together. Someone above orders the others to climb the rope hanging from the ceiling hatch. In the ventilation tunnel, the silver-haired man pulls the rope up and says he helped them escape. Smirking, he tells Chansu that Chansu now owes him a favor. Chansu scowls silently, clearly annoyed by the remark. Chansu grips a glowing light stick, preparing for what comes next. Outside the airport, Hannah runs toward a man with a helicopter, calling for him to wait. The pilot in sunglasses asks what she wants. Hannah urgently explains that dangerous people are inside the airport, that Chansu sent her to get his help, and he checks that Chansu is the guy with her earlier. The pilot says he already knows the airport is dangerous and that he is trying to leave. He adds that her timing is useful because the toolbox is heavy to carry up to the helicopter. He asks Hannah to pass the toolbox up and she asks if the helicopter is damaged. The pilot explains there is a problem with the control rod that he must inspect before takeoff. Hannah asks if he can fix it quickly and he replies he is not an engineer but can get it working well enough to leave the area soon. Hannah senses a sudden rumbling and is shocked. The ground shakes under Hannah and her dog. The dog barks as Hannah turns, thinking she just felt the ground tremble, and wondering what happened. The area outside falls eerily silent, making Hannah uneasy. The dog suddenly slams against something, reacting to the disturbance. Hannah, alarmed, calls out to the pilot as a booming sound continues. The pilot, hearing the same booming, shouts back that he hears it. Hannah looks toward the sea with her dog as the rumbling intensifies and says it is coming from over there. They see the ocean waves suddenly surge and rise violently. Hannah is stunned to realize the pilot is already trying to fly away. The pilot insists something massive is headed toward them, and they must escape as far as the helicopter can take them. Hannah protests that they need to wait for Chansu, but the pilot bluntly says they cannot. As he warns that delaying is too dangerous, the dog growls menacingly at him, startling him into silence. The nervous pilot asks Hannah to control the dog, but she says the dog only listens to Chansu. Frustrated, the pilot says they will regret staying as the ground and air rumble. He points to the towering waves and insists they will all be swept away if they do not leave immediately. He yells that they must depart now. Hannah, watching the growing waves, fears they are doomed. As a gigantic tentacle rises from the sea spray, Hannah thinks that she and Chansu are finished. The tentacle crashes violently into the water and structures, revealing the monstrous scale of the creature. The helicopter lifts off while Hannah objects that he is taking off without the others. Hannah angrily demands to be put back down, but the pilot tells her to be quiet and hold on, saying landing now would mean being swept away. Furball the dog snarls with glowing eyes, baring its fangs fiercely. The pilot, eyes glowing as well, snaps at the dog to stop and tells it to go find its owner instead, declaring he has made up his mind. The dog responds telepathically or via message, promising to keep the helicopter hovering and wait, and instructs Hannah to bring Chansu to the roof if she finds him. The dog glances back with determination. Hannah, eyes now glowing similarly, silently acknowledges the plan. Furball leaps from the open rescue helicopter as Hannah shouts after him. The dog lands and dashes off, barking. Chansu hears the barking and turns in surprise. Furball sprints up to Chansu, barking frantically, and Chansu realizes something has happened. Chansu deduces from the tremors and Furball's urgency that his earlier suspicion was right. He identifies the massive tentacled creature as the Kraken. Chansu laments that of all monsters, it had to be a Kraken, while the system messages mockingly urge him to run. His silver-haired companion nervously asks if the airport will collapse, calling it his home, while Chansu snarls at him not to act friendly. Their firefighter ally stammers that arguing is pointless, and they should focus on escaping. Chansu urgently asks Furball what happened to Hannah. Furball barks rapidly, trying to explain. Chansu yells that he cannot understand dog language as Furball keeps barking, while the system suggests he make an educated guess. Chansu remembers to ask if they found the pilot. Furball nods, confirming they did. Satisfied, Chansu declares they should head for the runway and takes off running. Furball suddenly grabs Chansu's pant leg with his teeth, startling him. Chansu is tripped and slammed to the ground by Furball's tug. Holding his face, Chansu demands to know what the dog is doing as Furball points upward with its snout. Chansu realizes Furball wants them to go up, toward the roof. From more barking, Chansu infers the helicopter is already airborne. Chansu decides that at least they still have a way out, and orders everyone to head for the roof. As they run, a group of hostile uniformed men spots them and shouts to capture them. Chansu curses that they are cut off and the system explains the enemies used another stairway. More enemies rush from behind, and the system notes the group is now pincered. The masked leader blocks their path, declaring they have no right to leave. Chansu protests that they only want to escape and leave the cultists alone, saying he is done with this place. The leader says they humiliated his group and therefore none of them can be allowed to live. Chansu grabs the silver-haired man and half-jokingly suggests handing him over, shocking the guy. The silver-haired man yells that he should never have trusted Chansu and rants about basements, while the system snarks about his ominous name. Chansu resigns himself that they have no choice but to fight and dashes forward with Furball. He orders Furball to bite anyone who comes too close, and the dog replies with a questioning bark. Chansu charges straight at the group with Furball close behind, surprising everyone. He uses his ability to suddenly reposition himself near an enemy's leg. Chansu's maneuver sends a guard crashing violently to the floor in front of both allies and enemies. The sudden move shocks the silver-haired man, the captain, and others. Chansu then unleashes a bloody slash attack that cuts through several masked officers at once. The horrified captain demands to know what Chansu is. Chansu smirks and feigns innocence, asking what the man means. While battering another opponent, Chansu claims he is just a cosplayer like them. More guards are gored as Chansu counts that only 4 enemies remain. Covered in blood, Chansu yells at the captain to stop hiding behind his subordinates, and attacks again. As Chansu charges, the captain panics and flees, leaving his men to face the onslaught. One remaining guard swings a weapon at Chansu from behind. Chansu scoffs that the man is still defending a leader who abandoned him. Chansu calls the loyal guard a fool as blood splatters from another quick strike. In a blur of motion he carves through the rest of the guards, leaving them screaming. Furball savagely mauls the throat of another enemy, helping finish the fight. Chansu shouts for everyone to follow him through the now unguarded doorway. The silver-haired man runs behind them, wondering how long he is going to stick with Chansu's group. At the stairwell door, Chansu discovers it had been locked from the inside. Confronting a remaining guard there, the man insults them as trash while Chansu's ally mutters he is tired of this. The captain appears ominously at the top of the stairs, preparing something. Suddenly the captain finds himself shackled in front of Chansu's group instead, confused at the teleportation. Chansu, now on the free side of the door, is shocked to find himself there instead of trapped. The captain is abruptly struck and gruesomely killed, likely by the distant Kraken's tentacle. Chansu stands over the captain's corpse holding a bloodied weapon after the killing blow. As blood arcs through the air, someone is left starting to say, "Who?" in disbelief. Chansu, furious, asks the dying guard who he just called trash while striking him down. The remaining cultists scream that Chansu must be the devil himself and panic, while the system warns his ability is spent and advises escape. Chansu coldly tells the surviving enemies they can stay in the airport if they want, but he and his group are leaving. As they descend another stairway, Chansu questions why the silver-haired man insists on coming with them. The man says that even as a homeless person he is picky about where he lives and is intrigued by Chansu's magic. Chansu sighs at this troublesome companion. They finally reach the door to the roof access. Chansu realizes this must be where he is supposed to use the special key he obtained. When he tries it, the roof door is already unlocked and open, puzzling him. He quickly deduces that the key must belong to something else, and feels the structure rumble. On the roof, the group sees the full form of the colossal kraken towering above them in a sea of water. A tentacle slams into the building, and Chansu exclaims that the monster is right on top of them, and the situation is dire. Chansu, watching the devastation, groans that he cannot catch a break. Looking around the roof, he realizes the helicopter is no longer there. Then he hears the distinct sound of rotor blades as the helicopter appears overhead. Chansu notices the helicopter wobbling dangerously, and wonders what is wrong with it. His silver-haired ally laughs nervously, pointing out that their supposed rescue craft can barely stay balanced, and might kill them if they board it. Meanwhile, a kraken tentacle crashes against the terminal, showing the monster closing in. Chansu yells at the hovering helicopter to throw down a rope. Over comms, he urgently asks the bros about the hell moss, clarifying how its spores destroy lungs. He shouts for a clear answer, saying he needs to know whether using the moss will buy them time, and is told it acts like a biochemical gas that causes pain wherever it enters the body. As another tentacle slams into the glass facade, the danger escalates. The impact sends Chansu and the silver-haired man tumbling across the wet roof. Chansu sees the helicopter circling away and calls out that they are still alive and need rescue. He yells up to Hannah, asking if she is in the helicopter and begging her to convince the pilot to help them. Moss balls splatter onto the building walls and begin thudding and swelling. They erupt in a massive green cloud around the tentacle, bathing the kraken in toxic spores. As the kraken writhes in pain, Chansu shouts that this is their chance to move. The helicopter finally drops a rope with a clip for them to grab. Chansu catches the rope, telling the others to take his hand so they can climb up. The silver-haired man grabs Chansu's hand, trusting him. As Chansu is pulled upward, the firefighter yells at him, furious that he grabbed the rope first, while the silver-haired man plays dumb. Hannah urges Chansu to climb a little higher so there is space for the firefighter to hold on as well, wondering why Chansu is like this. The silver-haired man warns the firefighter he will kick him off if he tries anything weird, then lets him grab his leg and the rope. Furball bites onto the dangling rope and barks, joining the chain. Chansu shouts up that they are all secure and ready to go. The helicopter rises, carrying the 3 men and dog hanging below it. Chansu struggles to hold on, thinking that if the helicopter does not stabilize they are in serious trouble. He feels the craft finally level out and is relieved. Chansu prays it stays stable until they get beyond the airport, while everyone dangles over the kraken and twisted red plants below. Chansu notices Furball's tail is dangerously close to a snapping carnivorous flower among the red growths. As the helicopter loses altitude over the forest, Hannah anxiously asks Chansu if they will really be okay. Chansu realizes the helicopter will not last much longer and yells for everyone to jump. The silver-haired man reacts in panic to the sudden order. Chansu throws Furball off toward the trees, repeating that they have to jump. Furball crashes through the foliage but lands among the bushes. The firefighter follows, tumbling into the vegetation with a thud. The silver-haired man also hits the undergrowth roughly. Still clinging to the skid, Chansu shouts Hannah's name and tells her to hang on. Chansu's harness or bag snags on a tree as he brushes the treetops. The now unburdened helicopter spins out of control. On the ground, Chansu sees it plummeting toward him and runs as the wreck approaches. The helicopter's landing gear scrapes violently along the ground, signaling the imminent crash. Chansu is startled as a loud crash occurs. He and his group sprint toward a crashed rescue helicopter while shouting for Hannah. The dog Furball finds Hannah's buried hand and starts digging her out. Chansu grabs Hannah and pulls her from the wreckage as she groans. He checks if Hannah is alright and she says she is but worries about the pilot. Chansu orders Furball to find the pilot, and the dog starts sniffing around the debris. Furball digs rapidly in the dirt. The pilot bursts out of the ground coughing as Furball uncovers him. After rescuing the pilot, Chansu and the man look toward the city as a distant explosion sounds. They see the purple kraken attacking the airport. Observers remark on how strong the monster is and tell everyone to flee. Chansu runs with the crowd, shouting for people to move and saying they must escape. While fleeing, he worries that the kraken might not stop at the airport, and wonders where they can go. A black van races toward them and Chansu wonders if the 7.5th division sent it. The van screeches to a halt in front of them and Chansu notes the yellow license plate, thinking it might be a taxi. The anxious driver looks out, shocked by the monster, and asking what it is. A silver-haired man inside yells at them to hurry and get in. He tugs on the locked door and complains that it will not open. The taxi driver hesitates, saying he must confirm they are the ones he was hired to pick up, while Hannah begs him to let them in or they will all die. The driver refuses, saying he was paid to pick someone up, so the silver-haired man grabs him. The silver-haired man throws the driver aside when he protests, knocking him down. The pilot jumps into the driver's seat of the van and orders everyone else to get in. As the others dash into the vehicle, the original driver weakly calls for help. The silver-haired man pins the driver down, insisting he only came to pick up a customer and begging. Chansu yells for the silver-haired man not to hurt the driver, reasoning that if he were an enemy he would not have been sent alone. While the van rumbles, the interface reminds Chansu he can leave the driver or take him, hinting that Hugh is a killer who hunts other killers. Chansu reflects on Hugh being a killer of killers and debates leaving him behind versus using him as an asset. He decides and shouts for Hugh to grab the taxi driver and get in the car so they can all escape and find Hugh a new home. Hugh is momentarily surprised by this order. Hugh casually agrees and drags the protesting taxi driver into the van. Everyone gets inside and Chansu yells at the pilot to drive them away as fast as possible. The van's tires spin as they speed off. The Kraken crashes down onto the road in front of them, destroying the pavement. The van barrels along while Chansu tells everyone to hang on tight. The pilot swerves the wheel sharply. Debris smashes against the van as they continue driving. The pilot floors the accelerator. Chansu, noting the Kraken's fury, praises how skilled the pilot is at driving, remembering his helicopter skills. The pilot's friend says he trusted the pilot with the wheel because of that skill. Hannah slumps in relief, saying they are saved and remarking that she did not expect the monster to come this far inland. Hugh jokes that they were almost dead while the shaken taxi driver asks to be released. Chansu thanks the pilot for saving them and comments that he seems good with any vehicle, which the pilot modestly confirms. The pilot glances ahead in silence as they keep driving. Chansu thinks about how the pilot could have abandoned them but chose to return, likely thanks to Hannah, and concludes that he came back to save everyone. Chansu formally introduces himself to the pilot, learns the man's name is Byung-hun John, and gives his own name, Chansu Go. Chansu then asks the firefighter's name. The firefighter introduces himself as Yoon Jae-so and Chansu shakes his hand. Chansu's inner monologue turns to the nervous taxi driver whose clothes clearly mark him as a cabbie. Chansu questions the driver about the fare he was promised and asks if the 7.5th division hired him. The driver stammers in confusion, not understanding the reference. Chansu reasons that whoever hired the driver must have known survivors remained at Jeju Airport, but logically doubts it was the 7.5th division. The driver insists he has never heard of the 7.5th division and says someone else hired him. Chansu asks who hired him and who he was supposed to pick up, and the driver answers that a couple hired him to fetch an elderly man. Chansu presses for details, surprised an old man warranted such a trip, and asks how much money was offered. The driver nervously reveals he was promised $300,000. Chansu is shocked at the enormous sum. The driver explains that dollars still have value and he needed the money to take his family onto a boat and escape. Chansu asks if the man plans to leave Jeju Island even though the 7.5th division has a base there. The driver replies he came from Chiguido Island for the job and that conditions there are hardly better. Hannah repeats the island's name, recalling it lies west of Jeju. He remarks that the situation sounds suspicious, doubting the driver's ignorance of the 7.5th division, while the driver insists he is telling the truth. The driver shows them a photo of the frail elderly man he was supposed to pick up. Yoon-jae recognizes the man in the photo. Yoon-jae explains that the old man was imprisoned with him. The driver realizes that if the old man is not with Yoon-jae, something bad must have happened. Hugh bluntly states the old man was already dead when he found him and confirms this with Yoon-jae. Yoon-jae painfully agrees that the man died while helping him. The driver despairs that his hope of earning escape money is gone. Chansu thinks the driver seems honest and asks where the hiring couple came from. The driver says the couple claimed they were from Jeju Airport and left because the people there seemed suspicious. He adds that they befriended the old man, who was too sick to travel, so they promised to send a car for him. Yoon-jae recounts that the old man told him to head to the Yungmun tourist complex where the 7.5th division built a safe area called New Town. Chansu thinks it is odd the old man would direct Yoon-jae there if he meant to reunite with the couple, and reasons the man mentioned New Town because he did not fully trust them. The system asks Chansu whether he will head for Chiguido Island or New Town. He weighs the choice, thinking he must find his parents, and also choose the route that best helps him clear the game. Chansu asks if everyone on Chiguido Island is trying to escape, and the driver replies that some remain because mainlanders warn the outside world is worse and monsters are everywhere. Chansu concludes the driver's only hope is fleeing to another country. The driver says that without payment, he cannot even attempt to take his family off the island. Chansu feels the whole situation is strange, wonders if the NPCs are meant to be trapped and die, and asks if the couple said anything else. The driver says they did not, but he still has the receipt they gave him. He pulls out a business card bearing the name Gangi and Go. Chansu snatches the card from his hand in shock. Hannah, alarmed by his reaction, asks what is wrong as commentary notes how wide his eyes are. Chansu stares at the card in disbelief, muttering that it cannot be. The close-up reveals the card belongs to instructor Gangi and Go. Chansu realizes the card is his father's. He frantically confirms with the driver that the couple gave him the card and asks if they were both alright. The driver says they were and asks if Chansu knows them. Chansu thinks in disbelief that his parents have been on Jeju Island all along, and that the timing of this discovery is cruel. The system announces that he must now make a decision. Chansu is told each destination choice grants a unique benefit. The system describes the New Town option as a safe one-on-one meeting with the 7.5th division commander. It describes the Chiguido Island option as learning a possibly irrelevant truth. Chansu realizes he must choose between pursuing his parents or the commander, while a countdown warns that a random destination will be chosen if he does nothing. He anxiously asks his unseen viewers what the prompt is, and they answer that it is a choice that can technically be ignored. Chansu thinks he cannot ignore this, staring at the Chiguido option, while the system notes the choice only sets a destination. He confirms aloud that he is not forced to follow the chosen route, though it could complicate the game. With 10 seconds left, Chansu panics over what to do. He fixes his gaze on the two options, torn between the benefits of New Town and Chiguido. He considers that a private meeting with the commander would yield crucial information. Yet he also thinks there is a strong chance his parents are on Chiguido Island. Images of previous deaths flash through his mind as he recalls believing he could fix everything by clearing the game. He reflects that he tolerated others' deaths because he believed clearing the game would restore the world. Now he fears that if he fails to rescue his parents, and also fails to clear the game, everything will be lost. He realizes that in that case the world would remain as it is. With 1 second left on the timer, Chansu tenses and forces himself to act. He slams his finger onto one of the glowing choices. Panting afterward, he alarms Hannah, who asks what is wrong. Chansu answers that it is nothing while the interface shows he selected New Town. A comment notes that he ultimately chose the commander, and Hugh reaches out to him. Overwhelmed, Chansu slaps Hugh's hand away. He coldly tells Hugh not to touch him. Hugh silently notes in the interface that Chansu is on edge, and other comments criticize his choice. Chansu grits his teeth as someone calls him a terrible son. Another viewer intervenes, telling the others to lay off Chansu. Chansu realizes he is losing control of his emotions and forces himself to calm down. Recovered, he insists he can still be a good son by focusing on long-term plans and protecting his parents later. He then wonders where his parents got such a large sum of money and asks the driver if he knows their destination. The driver only recalls being in a hurry and accepting a large deposit. Hannah suddenly realizes the significance of the business card and asks if it belongs to someone Chansu knows. He admits it is his father's card, shocking the driver, who realizes the couple are Chansu's parents. Chansu agrees they most likely are but says he cannot see them yet because he has a prior destination. He asks the driver for a favor, confirming that the man plans to return to Chiguido Island. When the confused driver reacts to being called Mr. Somebody, Chansu explains he did not know his name, and the man introduces himself as Seonung Lee. Chansu repeats the driver's name and asks if he will likely meet his parents again when he goes back to Chiguido. Seonung says yes since his family is there, and Chansu tells him not to worry about the missed pickup, only to deliver a message that their son is on Jeju Island and they should stay put unless things become dangerous. Seonung is surprised Chansu is not going personally and infers he is heading to New Town instead. Chansu confirms this and asks the driver not to reveal his destination so they do not miss each other later by crossing paths. Chansu then turns to Yoonjae and asks the firefighter for a favor as well. Yoonjae, startled, asks why him, and Chansu replies that Yoonjae is among the most trustworthy people present. Chansu asks Yoonjae to accompany Mr. Lee to Chiguido Island and protect his parents, thinking their having a firefighter nearby will reassure them. Yoonjae says he is unsure what he can do but agrees since he currently has nowhere else to go. Hugh questions Yoonjae's plan, reminding him that the old man told him to go to Youngman, but Yoonjae replies he cannot trust the 7.5th division after what happened at the airport. Chansu is relieved by Yoonjae's answer and says he will leave his parents in Yoonjae's care, suggesting they reconnect somehow later. Furball suddenly barks, sensing danger. The van screeches and everyone is thrown around inside. Chansu and the others tumble to the floor and he realizes he forgot to fasten his seatbelt. He pulls himself up and asks Mr. John what happened. The pilot tensely says there is something up ahead. They see the road blocked by 2 trucks positioned across the lanes. Armed men hiding behind the trucks spot the van and gloat that disaster brings opportunities. Their leader smirks, noting that some survivors always manage to escape. He orders his men to rob the newcomers of everything they have and then leave. The pilot brakes hard, tires screeching. The armed group advances toward the stopped van. The van's doors unlock as someone inside prepares to act. Hugh comments that he can feel murderous intent from the approaching men. The bandit leader notices movement and looks toward the van. Hugh casually steps out, saying the thuggish group reminds him of a vigilante gang. The leader and his men are confused, wondering why a shabby, homeless-looking man emerged from the vehicle. Hugh coolly admits they are right that he is homeless. The bandits laugh at his admission, joking that he must be trying to avoid being looted. A suited man dismissively tells his companion not to worry about the lowly thugs blocking them. The thug leader glares and angrily demands to know who has approached. The blue-haired man introduces himself as Chansu and politely asks the thugs to move since he and his group need to go somewhere. The thugs laugh mockingly, repeating that Chansu wants them to step aside so he can pass. The thug leader threatens to spare their lives only if they hand over all their possessions, including the car, which Chansu calmly repeats in disbelief. Chansu proposes a fairer deal where both sides wager their cars, thinking more vehicles will benefit his group regardless. Chansu's dog suddenly appears, growling fiercely at the thugs. Startled that Chansu has a dog, the thug leader flinches back in alarm. The dog savagely mauls the thug leader's face, splattering blood. The remaining thugs are shocked and cry out in horror as their leader collapses. Seeing the opening, Chansu and his ally dash forward to counterattack. Chansu swiftly incapacitates one thug with a powerful strike. His ally slashes down another thug, cutting through them with ease. As the 2 heroes sprint away, the remaining thugs realize they are heading toward the parked trucks. In a car, the bearded man furiously orders his allies to stop them. Chaos erupts as a vehicle crashes into some of the thugs. Chansu floors the gas and shouts for his dog, Furball. The dog leaps up onto a truck while the furious thugs shout for their men to pursue. Chansu mocks that their enemies will never catch up using just one truck as he speeds away in one of the stolen vehicles. Off-screen commentators remark that Chansu has essentially obtained 2 trucks for free and praise his timing while mocking the thugs for underestimating him. One of the stolen trucks screeches to a halt after they have escaped. Chansu remarks that they have driven far enough, while his dog looks out from the truck window. Mr. Lee approaches the stopped vehicles and calls out to Chansu. Chansu hurriedly asks if Mr. Lee is hurt, then reassures him they barely fought and simply stole the enemy's trucks as viewers tease that he is obviously being overprotective because of his employers. Chansu's ally jokes that thugs like those always leave their keys in the ignition, and Chansu thinks with relief that they finally have a moment to breathe. Chansu instructs Mr. Lee to take Hugh's truck and head toward Chiguido. Mr. Lee anxiously asks if Chansu truly does not plan to accompany them. Chansu tells Mr. Yoonjae to go with Mr. Lee and explains that they will part ways here, which Yoonjae accepts. Yoonjae gratefully thanks Chansu for all his help. Chansu replies that he also appreciated Yoonjae's help and suggests they may meet again, then recalls they still need a method to keep in contact. Chansu explains that they might need to coordinate later, while the chap mocks him for trying too hard to act cool. Yoonjae thinks and proposes using a signal fire, which Chansu questions. Yoonjae describes an old signal fire site near Chiguido called Dangsangbong that was recently rebuilt and could be used again. Chansu notes the location is quite far and wonders aloud if he will be able to see any fire from there. Yoon-jae explains that although it is distant from the tourist complex, Chansa should see it as he approaches and says they will only rely on it if radio contact fails. Yoon-jae further clarifies the system, saying 1 constant fire will indicate that everything is fine. He adds that 2 fires will mean danger and 3 will tell Chansa not to come. Chansa agrees to this arrangement and entrusts the signaling responsibilities to Yoon-jae as they shake hands. Their vehicles split up as Yoon-jae and the others drive away in their truck while Chansa continues in the van. Chansa decides it is time to really begin his next objective, then notices something as he drives. Hannah nervously asks if she can ride with Chansa instead of Hugh, and he internally notes that she is uncomfortable sharing a taxi with Hugh. Hugh pops up happily saying he would also like to ride with Chansu, startling Hannah. Chansa complains that they are giving him a headache with their odd behavior, and orders both of them to just ride in the taxi, while onlookers gossip about Hugh acting overly friendly. Chansu and his dog drive off alone in the stolen truck. As he drives, online viewers comment humorously about Chansa riding alone, calling him a king. Chansa talks to his dog, who barks, and he remarks that the dog seems to feel the same excitement. He tells the dog it is the companion he trusts most, and says he is eager to see what the upcoming level 3 will be like. Suddenly the dog barks in alarm, causing Chansa to swerve the truck in surprise. On the road ahead, they see a ragged man slowly dragging a large coffin-like cart behind him. Shocked, Chansa wonders aloud if the figure they almost hit is really a person and what exactly he is pulling. As they pass, Chansa realizes the object is actually a coffin, and the chat reacts with surprise and speculation that something significant is about to happen. Disturbed, Chansa wonders what the man is doing with the coffin as viewers urge him to go ask directly. Byung-hun advises Chansa to ignore the stranger because something feels off, but Chansa tells his dog to wait while he investigates anyway. Chansa reasons that he cannot just ignore anything that makes the audience react strongly and prepares to approach by adjusting the van's gear. He pulls up alongside the coffin-dragging man and politely calls out to him. The exhausted stranger continues dragging the coffin, panting heavily, as Chansa calls again to get his attention. When the man still does not respond, Chansa grows irritated and sighs in frustration. Losing patience, Chansa threatens that if the man ignores him again he will run him over, making the audience remark that Chansa seems slightly unhinged. The warning works as the man finally shouts back and drags the coffin toward the van. Chansu, face shadowed, accepts this response and prepares to continue the conversation. He dramatically speeds the van past him in a show of intimidation. Then Chansu screeches to a stop ahead so that the man with the coffin is forced to approach. Chansu shifts the gear again as he prepares to confront him directly. He accelerates backward toward the man and coffin at high speed. The stranger braces himself, gripping the rope tightly and glaring with determination. He casts a wary sideways glance at the approaching vehicle. Chansu brings the van to a halt, planting his foot on the brake. Face to face, Chansu pointedly asks if the man is finally ready to talk to him, while the man stays silent. As the dog growls menacingly, Chansa calms it and urges it to relax for the moment. The chat warns Chansa that the stranger is almost certainly associated with the sanctuary, catching Chansa's attention. The man repeats the word sanctuary in confusion, showing that the term means something to him. He brusquely tells Chansa to get out of his way because he has places he needs to go. Chansa acknowledges that the man looks busy but asks about the safety of the road ahead, and whether the area has been cleared of threats. When Chansa casually refers to the monsters as mobs, the man realizes Chansa means the same creatures that the 7.5th division calls by that term, which surprises Chansu. Inside, Chansu is annoyed to learn the 7.5th division uses the same gaming terminology he does and feels irrationally irritated. The man insists Chansu move aside, saying he still must atone for something. Chansu seizes on the word atone and asks if that is why the man is dragging the coffin and what exactly lies inside. The man opens the coffin to show it is empty and admits that the coffin is meant for himself. He explains that he failed his mission correctly and is now searching for a place to die in the coffin as penance. As he trudges away dragging the coffin again, commentators suggest to Chansu that the man is already beyond saving and should be left alone. Chansa quietly watches the desperate man continue down the road, thinking only in silence. Still unsettled, Chansa asks his invisible audience what exactly the sanctuary is, receiving only vague assurances that he will understand once he arrives. Passing a road sign, Chansa notes that Yungmun Resort is near and concludes they will reach their destination soon. He then asks his unseen guides if it is safe to drive directly into the resort area. The responses he sees are uncertain, which frustrates him as he demands what they mean by not being sure. Further comments explain that he is currently safe and only needs to leave the car if he wants to stay stealthy or avoid attention. Chansa spots several military trucks rapidly approaching, realizing this is probably a patrol. Tensing up, he wonders if he should accelerate and flee but is told by a donor message to remain still because he will be fine. Other chat messages urge him to trust them and promise they would not mislead him after he has come this far, so he reluctantly decides to trust their judgment. Nervous but resigned, Chansa sighs and says he has no choice but to go along with this. The military convoy screeches to a stop in front of his vehicle. Soldiers file out of the trucks and march toward Chansa's van. The troops form a line blocking the road as they advance toward Chansu and Byung-hun's vehicles. One soldier steps up to Chansu's window, snapping to attention and addressing him as Sir, which surprises Chansu. Introducing himself as Lieutenant Hak Yong-kim, the soldier politely asks Chansu if he knows where he is heading. Chansu thinks this lieutenant is unexpectedly friendly and replies that he was told this area is supposed to be a safe zone. The lieutenant accepts that and then asks from which place Chansu has traveled. Chansu, still wary, hopes the man is honest and answers that he came from Taejeon. The lieutenant records this information with some admiration and asks Chansu for his name. Chansu gives his name as Chansu Go, which the lieutenant repeats as he writes it on his clipboard. Suddenly beaming, the lieutenant announces that they will escort Chansu to the resort area and says someone like him is always welcome. Chansu is stunned by this enthusiastic welcome and yells in disbelief. Following the escort, Chansu's vehicle pulls up to a guarded hotel entrance, as he exclaims in awe. Looking around at the shining light, Chansu wonders what the bright beam in the sky is. The sky flares with a brilliant vertical beam as commentators marvel that Chansu reached this far so quickly and call it impressive. Chansu asks his viewers what this phenomenon means, and they vaguely tell him to think of it as the next stage while refusing detailed spoilers. The scene shifts to a luxurious high-rise hotel complex bathed in warm light. Soldiers politely guide Chansu's group toward the hotel entrance, inviting them inside. Chansu cautiously peeks through the opening door as he enters the hotel. A pair of polished shoes walks further into the well-lit interior. Inside, Chansu observes a functioning fountain and lively lobby, astonished that the hotel still has electricity. Overwhelmed by the normalcy and comfort, he questions whether they are truly living through an apocalypse as a staff member welcomes him. A hotel employee confirms Chansu's identity, and he awkwardly acknowledges it. The staff member informs Chansu that a room has already been prepared for him and asks if that arrangement is acceptable. Handing over a keycard, the employee takes Chansu's silence as agreement and formally welcomes him to Sanctuary, inviting him to enjoy his stay. In the lobby, Chansu privately wonders if this hospitality might be a trap while the audience teases that the 7.5th division simply values someone who has survived this far. Examining the keycards, he notices both are for room 110. Chansu remembers the staff calling the resort Sanctuary and connects it with the term used by the coffin man earlier. He thinks uneasily about how that strange man had also spoken of the Sanctuary just before Hannah suddenly calls his name. Hannah runs up scolding Chansu for going on ahead without waiting, while he casually notes that she managed to arrive, ignoring her complaint. Chansu pointedly asks Hannah where the rest of their group has been taken. Hannah explains that soldiers escorted the others to a different hotel while directing her here, and Chansu confirms they went along without protest. She recalls that Byung-hun silently complied while Hugh happily gushed about having found a beautiful new home. Chansu thinks to himself that Hugh really creeps him out. He tells Hannah to follow him. They arrive at the door labeled 110, and Chansu notes the room number aloud. Looking at the seemingly normal hallway, Chansu wonders if staying here is truly okay, prompting Hannah to ask if he expects something hidden inside. Hesitant, Chansu asks his unseen bros if entering the room is safe while scanning the keycard and hearing assurances that this is likely the best shelter available. As the door opens, both Chansu and Hannah react in astonishment. They discover that room 110 is actually an opulent 5-star suite. Chansu explores further, amazed that such a spacious, sunlit bedroom is part of their room. As he walks in, the Chad jokes that his wonder shows he has probably never stayed even in a mid-range hotel. Slightly defensive, Chansu tells the brothers he has probably stayed at a 3-star hotel before, which they doubt. He tosses his bag aside near the bed, already relaxing. Overcome with relief, Chansu flops dramatically onto the bed, shouting. Sinking into the mattress, he blissfully remarks that he has not enjoyed a proper bed in a very long time. Hannah protests that if Chansu claims this bed, she has nowhere to sleep. Half asleep, Chansu lazily mumbles that she can sleep on the floor, amusing the viewers. Utterly comfortable, he starts to drift off, savoring the softness. Chansu jolts awake, reminding himself he cannot afford to sleep yet. He grabs the room keycards, and the Chad is surprised he actually got back up. Chansu tells Hannah to call the front desk for an extra bed and informs both her and the dog that he is going to scout the area while they stay put. As Hannah moves to stop him, Chansu says she can relay any calls or information to him later and walks out. The hotel room door slams shut behind him, leaving Hannah inside. Chansu strolls through the resort grounds with his dog, wondering why the place feels so calm. Considering the ruthless nature of the 7.5th division he has seen, he is surprised this supposed base is not horrific. The peaceful environment leaves him conflicted, and commenters remark that he could have pondered this while resting. Despite the tranquility, Chansu insists he must mentally prepare himself for whatever lies ahead. His dog's ears twitch as a loudspeaker announcement welcomes all residents. Chansu listens as a formal speech explains that new town exists to safeguard the survivors and rebuild the ruined world, prompting his curious reaction. The military commander gives a welcoming speech, promising everyone a comfortable life in this place. Chansu notices the 2 stars on the officer's beret and realizes this man must be the commander. The commander tells everyone to relax and enjoy the facilities to their heart's content. Chansu doubts inwardly whether this relaxed man is really the top authority of the 7.5th division. The gathered civilians clap and shout their thanks to the commander for saving them. After the speech, the commander approaches Chansu, identifies him as a new arrival, and Chansu acknowledges it. The commander comments on Chansu's dog, mildly impressed that he brought a pet with him. The commander mentions that every newcomer must have a one-on-one interview with him, which Chansu assumes is now. Instead, the commander postpones the interview until later and walks away, leaving Chansu surprised. Chansu grumbles internally that the commander apparently interviews everyone and that his own choice to come here is not special. Someone calls out to Chansu, snapping him from his thoughts. Chansu's acquaintance arrives, joking that Chansu looks like he has seen something unpleasant. Chansu admits he still isn't used to this friend, while the friend cheerfully insists they're comrades after fighting together. Chansu asks Mr. Byung-hun if something is bothering him, and the man says yes. Byung-hun says the man with the coffin and the pillar of golden light prove there are many inexplicable things here. Chansu agrees and admits the commander is the only one who can explain this place, yet he does not trust him. Byung-hun says that's why he questioned people on the way, and Chansu eagerly asks what he learned. Byung-hun reports that people call this place the Sanctuary. He explains that the Sanctuary likely exists because of the golden pillar, under which they are building a foundation while waiting for something to arrive. Chansu wonders what it means to be waiting for something. Byung-hun says rumors claim a mysterious tower will appear there. Chansu is startled and presses for details about what kind of tower is expected. Byung-hun says the tower is rumored to be a path to escape the ruined world, though he admits he only knows hearsay. Chansu muses that in a monster-ridden world with a light pillar and a sanctuary anything seems possible, and recalls previous mentions of a cult. He directly asks his unseen Chad if there is some kind of cult in this place. Hannah calls out to Chansu as she approaches, getting his attention. She runs up saying she finally found him, and Chansu asks why she is here. Hannah reminds him they both have scheduled interviews with the person in charge, hers sooner than his. Time passes and Chansu is ushered into a luxurious room where the commander greets him by name and invites him to sit. Chansu silently takes a seat, preparing for the interview. The officer introduces himself as Jae Baek, commander of the 7.5th division, while reviewing a file. Chansu confirms his own identity to the commander. The commander, holding Chansu's file, says he has something to ask and asks Chansu not to take it the wrong way. Chansu responds by asking what the question is. The commander asks whether Chansu really traveled all the way from Taejeon to reach the sanctuary. Chansu, suspecting this might be a test, answers that he did. The commander praises the feat as remarkable, saying it's hard for anyone to reach this place without military escort. A flashback shows a bridge exploding violently. In the memory, Chansa dangles from a collapsing bridge while others yell for him to hang on. Soldiers in a boat discuss having destroyed all bridges and crossings to cut off access. Another flashback shows panicked civilians near gigantic feet as a bus is halted and people scream and flee. The giant hand plucks a person while people cry that the bus has broken down and plead to be let in. Returning to the present, Chansa seethes internally at the commander, thinking he has some nerve. The commander notices Chansa's expression and remarks that he doesn't look happy, prompting Chansa to think he must not antagonize the man. Chansa decides to change the topic and outwardly says he has no complaints, while the commander asks if he has issues with the 7.5th division. Chansa's eyes narrow, showing tension at the question. He wonders to his chat what the commander is up to as suggestions tell him to treat it like a normal talk. Chansa mentally protests that he has every reason for prejudice against the division. The commander concludes that Chansa must have had bad encounters with his troops and admits the division has had problems lately. Chansa repeats the word issues, and the commander says they likely resemble what Chansa experienced. The commander explains that some of his men, ordered to rescue civilians, instead abandoned their duties or committed atrocities, which Chansa must have seen on his journey. Chansa suspiciously wonders what angle the commander is playing. The commander insists Chansa can speak honestly because he has no intention of hiding the division's mistakes, though Chansa says he must still choose his words carefully. Chansa claims he only focused on surviving and paid little attention to the division's actions, even though his unseen chat calls that a lie. He adds that he was surprised upon arriving here, and the commander asks what surprised him. Chansa notes that the soldiers stationed here seem much kinder than those he met on the way and directly asks what the commander's goal is. Beck says he will help however he can if it restores the country, and begins explaining his situation. He gestures and asks Chansa to look at something. Chansa is confused because Beck's hand is empty, and says he doesn't see anything. Beck confirms that emptiness was typical of how unnoticed the 7.5th division was before the world collapsed. He explains that the division's purpose is to rapidly restore order in national emergencies, but with no missions or recognition many troops lost their way, and he apologizes for their misdeeds. Chansa accepts this and asks some questions, beginning with whether the 7.5th communicates with other branches. Beck answers that, as an officially non-existent unit, they avoided open communications to stay hidden, though they had covert channels and didn't expect that to be a problem. Chansa says he saw many conflicts between this division and other branches, and Beck replies that it's hard for soldiers to prove their identity in chaotic situations but agrees to hear more questions. Chansa asks if Beck knew there were still people left at Jeju Airport. He reports that many survivors remained there, waiting for the 7.5th division to return. Beck is shocked, saying reports claimed everyone was evacuated, and Chansa insists he saw hundreds, suggesting a mistake. Beck immediately orders a subordinate to summon the captain responsible so he can question him. Chansa looks toward the door, surprised by the sudden development. Someone knocks at the office door. Captain Gusian Yang enters and salutes, announcing he came because the commander called him. In a sudden move, the commander draws his pistol. Chansa's eyes widen as he realizes what is about to happen. Beck levels the gun at the captain, ready to fire. The captain is shot in the leg and collapses to the floor in pain. The spent shell casing clatters and rolls on the ground. Chansa reacts in disbelief, stunned by what just happened. The commander calmly notes Chansa's quick combat reaction and clarifies that the shot was meant for the captain, then mentions there were issues with transporting the Jeju airport people. The wounded captain stammers, recognizing that this is about his actions. Beck coldly orders the captain to explain himself. He apologizes for shooting before questioning but says this captain has repeatedly opposed letting more people into the sanctuary. The captain shouts that they lacked manpower and supplies, but Beck cuts him off and tells him to be quiet. Beck states that their duty is simply to help construct the sanctuary for those who want to stay, not to worry about whether the rumored tower appears. He notes, however, that despite this, the captain wears a particular necklace instead of his dog tag. Beck points out the necklace, criticizing him for wearing it again. Chansa sees the pendant shaped like a tower and wonders if it represents the rumored tower, while Beck reiterates that he shot the captain for failing his duty. Beck then directly accuses the captain of abandoning the Jeju airport civilians after learning that entry into the tower would be first come, first served, and the captain tearfully apologizes. Beck says apologies are not what he wants to hear. He fires again, inflicting another gunshot. Beck orders the soldiers to treat the captain's wounds, lock him up, and says he will punish him further, while Chansa watches in shock. After setting the gun down, someone nervously asks Beck at least to give warning next time. Beck relaxes into his chair and admits he can be reckless. Looking at the golden pillar, he complains that its promise of escape makes discipline harder. Chansa remarks that despite saying that, Beck is still mediating the tower's construction. Beck explains that after an apocalypse people easily go mad searching for safety, and everyone here, himself included, is desperate for a permanent safe zone. He emphasizes that he is working to keep the sanctuary secure, which Chansa has observed since arriving. Beck says that with more people they should be able to endure and purify Jeju Island, a term that makes Chansa uneasy. Chansa briefly wonders whether the giant sea monster they faced might follow them even here. Beck tells Chansa that, given everything he has survived, his future choices in this place are entirely his own. He notes that residents now call this place the sanctuary rather than New Town. Beck adds that in a day or so Chansa will have to make his own decision about his path. Outside, the golden light pillar roars, growing more intense. Later, Chansa collapses on a soft bed in his assigned room, relieved by the comfort. He mutters that he still isn't used to such comfort. He notices Hannah fast asleep in another bed and thinks she looks cozy even as the sun is setting. A close-up shows Hannah snoring peacefully, drooling on her pillow. Chansa's dog starts barking urgently at the door. The barking makes Chansa sit up on the bed, wondering what's going on. Elsewhere, Beck sighs and muses that Chansa must have strong spirit to make it here from Taejun. Chansu, thinking back, calls Beck an interesting man. Beck reflects that perhaps he should have asked Chansa more questions, noting that only a third of the 7.5th division members have reached New Town. He concludes the rest are likely dead or deserters, then asks his subordinate for an opinion. Beck asks the officer where he thinks the missing soldiers went and suggests they probably headed to Seoul. He explains the original reconstruction plan was to evacuate people to Jeju, but later conflicting reports claimed Seoul and Baekdu Mountain might be safer. Frustrated, Beck curses that despite Jeju being safest, people now doubt it. A subordinate wonders if they should question Chansu again, but Beck says provoking him with needless questions is pointless. Beck also worries about troublesome cultists, then resolves to test whether Chansu is someone he can rely on. Back in the room, Chansu answers the intercom phone and asks who is calling. Voices outside reply that they are room service bringing his meal. They set up an elaborate table of food and invite him to enjoy it, surprising him with such luxury. As Chansu stares, the two attendants stand nearby, making him ask what is going on. They smile and say they were ordered to handle his chores while he eats. Chansu says he'd be more comfortable if they left, but they insist he relax and enjoy his meal while they stay. Feeling awkward, Chansu thinks he should never have let them in, then reluctantly agrees to eat as long as they just stand quietly. He tastes the soup and is instantly shocked by how good it is. He marvels that it is just soup yet tastes unbelievably delicious. Overwhelmed, he gobbles the food, wondering if canned meals have ruined his palate, while his dog whines beside him. The dog drools, staring longingly at the food. Chansu scolds the dog, saying it cannot eat human food, clearly unwilling to share. One attendant interrupts, addressing him politely. She slides a document with a pendant toward him, which captures his attention. Chansu slams down his spoon and asks incredulously if they are serious. They tell him not to be upset, and that they only want to deliver a positive message. Chansu replies that he has not decided what he believes and asks them not to try converting him. Smiling, the woman says they only want him to read the paper, insisting they are not trying to convert him. The form explains that their group, called The End, is recruiting people and would give him a role contributing to the sanctuary, which makes Chansu demand clarification. When she begins to explain his potential assignment, he stops her and asks about what she said earlier. Chansu repeats her wording that their group The End is recruiting, asking if something is wrong. A memory resurfaces of someone shouting a code at a departing train, and Chansu recalls hearing the name The End before. The flashback shows the desperate man yelling that the code is The End as he is abandoned. Snapping back, Chansu abruptly snatches the form from the attendant's hand. He unfolds it, shocked by what he reads. The document confirms that The End is a cult-like organization recruiting workers to serve the tower in exchange for blessings. The attendants cheerfully explain he can join in any role, recommending the search party since everyone is hunting for a key. They say they found a keyhole near the tower and ask if he wants to help find the key that might offer the ideal escape. They insist they are simply believers seeking salvation, claiming they have no strict doctrine and won't coerce him beyond doing his share. Chansu is left speechless while they politely ask him to think about it and depart since his meal is finished. As they leave the room with their carts, they tell him to come find them if he has questions. Alone again, Chansu sits with his dog and silently studies the recruitment form. Nearby, Hannah stirs slightly in her sleep, still dozing as the evening continues. Hannah, half awake in bed, asks if he has eaten something. Chansu curses in frustration. Holding the crumpled flyer, he realizes this is what the commander warned him about. Chansu recalls the commander saying he will soon have to make a decision. The commander had explained that New Town is no longer what it used to be. He said New Town is merely a fragile illusion that will crumble once the tower appears. Chansu again notes this paper is what the commander mentioned. He remembers being told he would soon choose his path. He reflects that New Town, a supposed refuge in the apocalypse, still forces people into roles and cults. He deduces the cult preys on desperate people and drags them deeper the longer they stay. He concludes the crazed man with the coffin lost his mind after being cast out by the cult. Texts ask why he is upset when he found a clue, and he answers that the problem is how straightforwardly it was given. He worries whether the tower really exists, and that pursuing it might stop him reaching Chiguido Island. He panics that choosing this route might prevent him from seeing his parents, or clearing the game as planned. Calming down, he reasons the 7.5th division was only a veil hiding the tower, which is the true main stage. Morning comes with peaceful birdsong. A lavish breakfast buffet is laid out. In the dining hall, someone yawns and is asked if they are tired. A couple chats over breakfast, the man encouraging the sleepy woman to eat. As she happily leans in to be fed, something slams into their table. Chansu sits down uninvited at their table, startling the couple. The boyfriend awkwardly points out there are many empty seats elsewhere. Chansu suddenly stabs a croissant with his fork. He casually agrees there are other seats and starts eating. As he munches, chat messages mock his behavior and urge him to teach the dating couple a lesson. He thrusts his fork toward the man's tower-shaped pendant, fixating on it. Chansu points with the fork and bluntly asks the couple if they are members of the group called The End. They admit they are members and ask why he wants to know. Chansu shows that he has the same tower necklace. The man relaxes, saying he did not realize Chansu was a fellow member. Chansu clarifies he has not joined yet and only wants their opinion because he is still deciding. The man says they would welcome a new member. Chansu internally notes the man's attitude is different from the recruiters who came to his room and not as friendly as he expected. He recalls they said access to the tower is first come, first served, yet he senses no murderous intent from them and finds it strange. Walking away, he asks the chat if the group is truly a cult, and they tell him to find out himself. Stepping outside the hotel, he grumbles that the chat never helps when his dog barks. He sees his dog running toward him and wonders if it escaped the room on its own. The dog nods while he assumes Hannah is still asleep and tells it to stay quiet. Chansu smiles and calls the dog along as it happily follows. Looking at the sky, he says they should investigate the distant pillar of light. He and the dog head down the street toward the glowing column. A military commander pulls up beside him, asking where he is going, and Chansu internally groans at seeing him. Chansu says he is going to inspect the pillar of light, prompting the commander to call it sanctuary as well. The commander remarks that he did not expect Chansu to be interested in such things, and Chansu replies he really is not. Chansu ends the conversation, saying he has somewhere to be, and continues walking. When the commander does not try to stop him, Chansu suspects the man is confident about something. Chansu imagines the commander's thoughts, believing the pillar is an illusion and assuming Chansu will give up and join him eventually. Chansu scoffs internally, vowing that the 7.5th division will end soon. At the excavation site, a massive pillar of golden light erupts from a central platform. Workers toil in the pit as Chansu approaches with determined steps. His presence surprises one of the workers. The worker nervously asks how Chansu entered, while Chansu notes how organized they are with helmets and gear. Chansu claims he came to offer support, and shows his application form. The worker directs him to the office trailer for processing. Seeing the tower emblem banners, Chansa thinks they definitely look like a cult. Approaching the shabby office, he knocks and wonders why their headquarters is so run down before calling out. As the door opens, he starts to say he is there to apply. He freezes when he sees the blonde officer inside. The woman, Jenna, calmly invites him in, while the chat excitedly reacts to her appearance. Hearing the barrage of chat messages, Chansa wonders why everyone is suddenly so excited. Following Jenna into the plain office, he presses the chat to tell him what they know, but they dodge the question. Someone pours a drink, preparing tea. Sitting in the modest room, Chansa notes how plain the interior is. Jenna sets down the hot tea, remarking that even a tea bag is a luxury now. She adds that the 7.5th division probably has better resources than they do, and Chansa awkwardly agrees. Chansa states that he is here because he wants to join the end. Jenna says she wished people would stop applying but notes that the missionaries must have still approached him. Surprised she wants to halt recruitment, Chansa asks why, and she replies they already have too many members. She explains that missionaries only follow their leader's orders, then asks to see his application. Reading it, she confirms that Mr. Chansago wants to join their construction team. Chansu enthusiastically claims he loves manual work and thinks it will be fun, while the chat jokes he only wants to use the key. Jenna glares and bluntly calls him a liar. She tells him they do not accept just anyone. He is too confident and unlike the desperate believers they usually take in. Jenna explains she is not there merely because she believes in the tower but because she thinks climbing it is the only way to protect her soul. She says that by their rules she would normally accept him, but she despises people who treat joining like a joke, tearing up his application as he laments the time he spent on it. Her eyes harden as she orders him to leave immediately. Chansa stands and admits he did not come out of faith, but complains that her reaction is excessive. He provocatively asks what she would do if he were actually the one capable of summoning the tower. Jenna slams the table and rises in shock and anger. Outside, the dog barks fiercely as the ground quakes. Jenna warns that if he says such things he must be ready to face the consequences. Chance's eye twitches as he notes her intense reaction. Walking away, he thinks to himself that she does not know who really holds the key and calls for his dog to follow. Determined to prove her wrong, Chance grips the glowing key and vows to put the arrogant woman in her place. As he strides back through the pit with his dog, workers call after him, demanding to know where he is going without permission. He steps up to a sealed stone door at the center of the light, thinking this must be the place. He pictures the game interface with 2 treasure chests, and decides this is where his 23 Zen key should be used. Seeing the massive door, he realizes it is meant to summon the tower, and tells Furball to guard the area. The dog growls and barks at approaching workers, keeping them at bay. Chance slips over the barrier and heads for the door with the key in hand. Standing before the gathered crowd, he holds up the key while people murmur in confusion. He tells Jenna to just watch, thinking that with an exit in sight he no longer has to worry about anything else. He decides he wants no further involvement with this religious group. Only escape matters. Fixated on his goal, he thinks that his exit is all that counts and clicks the shining key into the lock. A deafening explosion erupts from the ground. The earth heaves violently, and everyone panics, wondering if it is an earthquake. Chance gleefully confirms to himself that the quakes mean the tower is about to appear nearby. He reasons the tower should logically appear somewhere away from the key, when his dog suddenly barks a warning. Furball races toward him, barking frantically, as Chance asks what is wrong. The dog bites his sleeve and drags him as the ground crumbles beneath them. Realizing the danger, Chance runs with the dog at full speed. A thunderous boom sounds overhead. The newly formed tower rises, shaking the entire area. Chance watches in disbelief as the colossal structure bursts forth directly from the keyhole. The terrain collapses around the base of the tower, sending people screaming. Chansu and the dog sprint to avoid falling into the widening abyss, with him shouting for Furball to carry him. Instead, the dog runs even faster on its own, to the chat's amusement, leaving Chansu cursing after it. Amid the chaos, a worker cries for help as he dangles over the crumbling edge. Chansu screams, thinking he is about to be swallowed by the collapsing ground and tower. A van suddenly rockets toward the falling pit. The driver screeches to a halt beside Chansu. A blonde ally throws the door open and yells for Chansu to get in. As he runs for the van, Chansu wonders why this man has shown up here. He leaps toward the moving vehicle. Chansu tumbles into the seat as his friend welcomes him aboard. The van speeds away from the collapsing site. Inside, someone checks if Chansu is okay while he jokes that they must have just been out for a casual drive. As they race away, the ground still rumbles ominously beneath them. Furball runs after the van, frantically barking. Chansu yells at the dog to hurry and jump inside. The dog launches itself into the air. Chansu catches Furball in his arms as it barks. The dog affectionately licks his face while the chat approves of the moment. Spotting Jenna ahead, Chansu urgently tells the driver they need to pick her up as well. The driver accelerates toward her and shouts for her to get in. Jenna's eyes widen in surprise. Chansu reaches out from the door and yells for her to hurry. The van roars past the chaos, carrying them away from the collapsing site. Jenna now sits silently in the back of the van, stunned. Chansu lounges across from her, cheerfully reminding her he had hinted he might summon the tower. Her eyes widen as she recalls his earlier words. She remembers him asking what if he were the one who could summon the tower. Chansu smugly says he saved her just so he could brag about it directly, feeling exhilarated while the chat calls him crazy. His blonde companion recaps that Chansu predicted the collapse and Jenna refused to believe him. The blonde man remarks that he is not sure saving her was the right choice. Chansu internally wonders what his friend means but concludes from the situation that Jenna is clearly important. He reasons, based on the chat's earlier excitement, that she must have a significant role later, and notes how oddly quiet she has become. The driver comments that the tremors have finally stopped. He says he will stop the car as dust and winds swirl outside. Stepping out, the group stares ahead in shock and awe, asking what they are seeing. Jenna answers that what they see is the tower. Everyone gazes at the colossal, fog-shrouded tower rising into the sky while chat messages marvel at the challenge ahead. Chansu eyes the ominous fog and remarks that it seems far too gloomy for a place of salvation. Nearby survivors groan in pain, crying for help and describing their injuries. Chansu notices that, despite being their manager, Jenna ignores her wounded followers lying on the ground. Cult members instead scream excitedly that the tower has appeared. Many of them hysterically shout to charge toward it. They fight to be first at the tower entrance, shoving each other aside. Jenna suddenly dashes toward the tower ahead of everyone, leaving Chansu and his allies reacting in surprise. Amid the chaos outside the newly appeared tower, Byung-hun declines interest, saying it looks too dangerous. Chansu assumes Byung-hun is out, while Hugh pops up and eagerly asks if he can go instead. Chansu, exasperated, admits he never wanted to go with Hugh, who wonders why Chansu hates the idea so much. As a car roars past and they walk, Chansu reluctantly tells Hugh he can come along. A soldier steps out, stunned that the mysterious tower has actually manifested. The commander orders his troops to investigate the tower thoroughly, and they charge forward. Watching soldiers flood in, Chansu realizes he will end up entering the tower last at this pace. Chansu asks his unseen bros if entry is really first come, first served, and they answer that he should not rush yet not take too long. Still walking, Chansu feels an inexplicable sense of unease about the situation. Hugh smugly says Chansu really did want him along, but then warns Chansu to be wary of the mysterious manager woman. Chansu demands to know what bad feeling Hugh is talking about. Hugh calls it a killer's instinct and says he gets a dangerous vibe from that woman. We see the woman leading panicked cultists through a corridor, while Chansu wonders if this is what Hugh meant. Picking up gear at the tower entrance, Chansu protests to his bros that he is not some serial killer, though Chad jokes it suits him. He grumbles that nothing about this seems good and that if Hugh does not murder him in his sleep he will reconsider things, while Chad calls Hugh abnormal. At the entrance, people shove each other to be first up the stairs. Chansu and Hugh watch the scramble and comment on how crazy everyone is. Chansu decides they should head inside the tower as well. Inside the dark interior, they feel a chill as torches flicker along the walls. Chansu notices there are no people or monsters yet, finding the empty corridor strange. Hugh, alerted by barking, tells Chansu something seems to be up ahead. Following the dog, Chansu asks what it has found. He discovers a giant red digital timer on the wall and wonders why there is a clock. The numbers tick down, confirming it is a countdown. Chansu panics that the tower has a time limit, and Chat speculates he might need to reach the top within 2 hours. He reasons the tower will likely become dangerous when the timer ends but is unsure whether the task is to climb or do something else in that time. Unsure, Chansu asks his bros if he should start climbing, and they recommend it. Chansu heads off with the dog while Hugh chases after, insisting it is dangerous and he should come along. Chansu tells Hugh to quit hiding behind him, lead the way, and also check if the others are safe, which Hugh agrees to. Hugh immediately sprints far ahead, leaving Chansu complaining that he did not mean for him to disappear like that, while Chat jokes about using Hugh as a shield. Walking with only the dog now, Chansu mutters that this was not the arrangement he had in mind. As the timer continues to tick down, Chansu wonders what lies deeper inside the tower. They emerge from the corridor into a bright, open meadow under a blue sky within the first floor. Feeling the wind through tall grass, Chansu reacts in surprise to the serene field. Standing in the lush meadow with the dog, he realizes this vast outdoor space is actually the tower's first floor. Chansu marvels at the floor's immense size and questions how such a landscape can exist inside a tower. He notes that even the clouds above are moving realistically. Hugh calls out to Chansu from afar, awestruck that a place like this can exist. Hugh excitedly declares this floor the perfect place to settle down, while Chansu internally tells him to go ahead and live here forever if he wants. Observing the meadow, timer rock, ceiling-like sky, and new staircase, Chansu notices the countdown has paused now that they are outside. He recalls how the chat reacted wildly to the manager woman but much less to the tower itself, and then someone screams nearby. Chansu spots people struggling at a new staircase and wonders if these are the stairs the chat mentioned. On the stairway, cultists fight and blame each other for falling as they struggle upward. Hearing someone yell, Chansu laughs and thinks there is no way one of these people is truly religious. He sees that the countdown timer is displayed in the stairwell too, still ticking away. From his steps, Chansu senses that the timer is not simply telling him to clear the entire tower within the limit. When he notices it counting down again at the stairway entrance, he concludes that time only flows inside these mission zones. Realizing this, Chansu breaks into a run, deciding he cannot just stand around anymore. He reaches the second floor, which appears as a sprawling residential complex at sunset. Down below, people are fighting violently and shouting as they scramble for scattered keys. Everyone claws for the glowing keys, turning on each other in a frantic free-for-all, which Chat likens to a battle royale. Watching this cult faction descend into chaos, Chansu disparages their group and wonders what their absent leader was thinking. Chansu silently watches, eyeing the key situation. He points out a specific man holding a key and orders his dog, calling him Furball to target that person. The dog bites the man's hand, making him drop the key in pain. The key clatters to the ground. Chansu quickly snatches the fallen key. Hugh notes that someone might get killed at this rate, leaning over Chansu as he examines the key. Chansu tells Hugh not to say such things, while Chat comments on how eerie it is hearing that from a murderer but also how useful he is. A crazed cultist lunges at Chansu, demanding that he hand over the key. Hugh casually kicks the attacker away, sending him crashing to the ground. Looming over the man, Hugh offers to deal with him, implying a willingness to kill. Hugh then violently beats the man, prompting Chansu to internally curse at how brutal his companion is. After finishing, Hugh tells Chansu they should move on and look for a house, and Chansu reflects on how obsessed Hugh is with finding a home. Chat jokes that Hugh trusts Chansu to find the best home because he seems like a main character, and Chansu reluctantly agrees to search with him. Reasoning that they now have a key, Chansu begins trying houses one by one to see which door it opens. The first house he tests does not match the key. Chansu orders Hugh and the dog to gather as many keys as possible, which they enthusiastically agree to. Hugh and the dog savagely attack others to steal more keys, collecting them amid the chaos. Even with multiple keys, Chansu finds house after house that still will not open, fearing they will never find the right one in time. He panics about the sheer number of houses and the dwindling 2-hour limit, wondering where the timer is on this floor. The dog and Hugh bring him additional keys and call out to him. Chansu mutters that this house also fails to open with their keys. Another attempt fails as well, and he despairs that none of the collected keys are correct. A glowing clover-like hint triggers Chansu's memory of a game where he had to find a lucky clover. He realizes every door is designed with misleading hints like those clovers, making each one look like the winning choice. Surveying the huge housing complex, he notes there are hundreds of houses, roughly matching the number of people, and that too many hints effectively mean none at all. Accepting that the key puzzle is a red herring, he tosses the keys away, deciding they are useless. Chansa concludes that the real solution is to understand the game designer's logic rather than chase decoy clues. Acting on this new idea, he grabs a specific door handle to test his theory. The door opens with a distinct sound, confirming it is different from the others. Straining against the heavy door, Chansa deduces that its weight is meant to trick people into thinking a key is necessary. As he manages to open it, Jenna appears behind him and taps his shoulder. She urgently begins to plead with him. Outside, Jenna shouts for him to wait, and Chansa wonders what she wants now. He slaps her hand away and yells at her not to touch him, demanding to know what she wants. Chansa declares that this door is his and tells her to find another, ignoring chat comments defending her. Jenna is taken aback and silent. Introducing herself as Jenna, she tries to appeal to him, but he snaps that she should not touch him or pretend to be friendly just to steal his door. He brusquely tells her to try another door and stop following him. The door slams fully open. Chansa calls Hugh and the dog inside, and they eagerly comply, with Jenna also stepping in. All three dash through the doorway together, surprising Chansa. As they enter, another cultist runs toward the door, and Chansa shouts at Jenna that he told her to stay away. Jenna suddenly kicks the charging cultist back out of the doorway. She orders Chansa to shut the door, and he is shocked she so easily attacked one of her own followers. Jenna yells for him to close it quickly. Chansa slams the door shut, stunned at what just happened. He locks it. Chansa glances nervously, at a loss for words. Inside, he questions what is wrong with this woman and wonders if she has some kind of split personality. Chat tells him to focus on her eyes, and he repeats the hint in confusion. Noticing Jenna's red eyes, he realizes they were not always that color. Jenna reaches toward him. Chansa reacts by pinning her to the floor, startling her. He demands to know what she is and what ability causes her eyes to change. The narration explains that Jenna's eyes change color when she uses her power, a trope Chansa finds cliché. Calmly, Jenna says she is glad he noticed and apologizes for earlier rudeness, claiming she understands him better now. She recounts how she had thought the tower's appearance and the earthquake were coincidences until she observed Chansa's involvement. She explains she rushed here after the tower appeared and noticed something odd while switching viewpoints in search of a key. Jenna tells Chansa she saw exactly what he was looking at, implying she was seeing through his perspective. Chansa feigns ignorance and asks what she means. Jenna points out that must be why he covered her eyes before, while Chansa privately labels her a weirdo. Chansa confirms her name and bluntly says he is in a hurry and does not understand her ability, so she should stop using it. He adds that otherwise he will have Hugh attack her, and Hugh readily agrees he would not mind. Jenna agrees to stop using her power but politely asks to accompany them. Sighing, Chansa relents since she is already with them and tells the dog to watch her as they head for the third floor. On the third floor stairway, he sees the timer still ticking down with about an hour and a half remaining. Chansa notes that the tower is not only tall from the outside but also spacious on each floor and worries the third floor may be just as huge. Climbing, he wonders aloud if he can really reach the top in time, while Chad advises him not to obsess over the timer. Remembering how he could not see the tower's full height from outside, he speculates it might even be endless. He then questions why such a seemingly endless tower would appear in the first place. Reaching the third floor's exit, he sees a grim ruined town ahead and reacts in curiosity. Stepping out into the desolate village under stormy skies, he wonders what is going on with this eerie floor. Dark birds suddenly burst into flight overhead, deepening the ominous mood. Chansa realizes the setting resembles a survival horror game map. He nervously hopes he will not be forced into classic horror tasks like fixing generators. Hugh cheerfully remarks that the town smells strongly of blood, and Chansa tells him not to say such ominous things. Chansa urges the group to leave quickly, thinking that a killer could appear at any moment. They move through the abandoned streets as the oppressive atmosphere grows. Passing through a graveyard with no enemies in sight, Chansa wonders why nothing has shown up yet. He notes that every floor so far has been carefully designed, making the complete lack of enemies here suspicious. Then he spots another countdown timer above an archway and questions what it signifies. With Chat suggesting he ask Jenna, Chansa turns to look at her. He balks at the idea of asking the cult for answers, wondering if he really has to rely on this unpredictable woman. Jenna leans in close and asks if he has a plan, startling him. Chansa bursts out that he cannot get used to this version of her, and she realizes he actually does not know what she sees. Jenna, eyes glowing red again, says she assumed he understood the vision she is having. Hugh, confused, asks what she means and calls out to Chansa. Chansa suddenly notices Hugh's eyes are now red as well and confronts him about it. Both Chansa's and Jenna's eyes glow red as he reels in shock. He finally realizes Jenna's ability allows her to see through his eyes. Jenna apologizes, saying she did not know he was that kind of person, while Chansa internally panics that he is in serious trouble. Hugh stares at Chansa in confusion, having thought Chansa was merely an eccentric man living freely. As Jenna begins to mention divine guidance, Chansa clamps a hand over her mouth, thinking that letting her talk is dangerous. He reflects that he expected strange powers in this tower but never an NPC who could break the fourth wall, and regrets not recognizing her status as a cult administrator earlier. Watching her with glowing eyes, he concludes this woman is far from normal while Chat teases that it is his fault for getting involved with her. Chansa orders Jenna not to say another word until they escape and promises they will discuss her ability later, and she agrees. Hugh anxiously asks what is going on, but Chansa brushes it off and urges everyone to hurry out of this floor. Embarrassed about the situation with Jenna and the Chat, Chansa decides he will stop asking his bros for advice for now as the group continues forward. A man steps into a rain puddle as he walks through the empty, neon city street. He observes that this fourth floor of the building resembles a scene from a zombie apocalypse. While passing vending machines, he notes that the place is completely empty, with no zombies in sight. Looking around the alley, he confirms there are no monsters either. Staring down the deserted street, he even remarks that there is not so much as a single dangerous creature. His attention focuses on the large display, realizing that only the countdown timer is present. Comparing the view to what he saw outside, he deduces that each higher floor recreates a smaller area of the city. He reflects that the whole setup feels like a scaled sample, similar to a game demo. A top-down view reveals the narrow city section laid out like a model beneath the giant countdown showing a little over 50 minutes remaining. The blue-haired man in uniform looks up in startled realization and gasps.